Emily's pove. Ouch! I withdrew my hand immediately from the oven and saw my mitten had a hole in it. This is going to sting, I remarked, looking at it in anger. Then I turned to the sink and turned on the tap. Did you hurt yourself, miss? Dahlia asked, coming into the kitchen. Oh, it's just a little burn, I replied, although it was obvious on my face that even as little as the burn was, it hurt badly. Dahlia browsed through the cupboards, and in a minute she had taken my hand and dabbed it in cool honey. My mum always did this. You'll heal just fine, but she never hesitated to dab honey on skin whenever it got burnt. She explained, and I watched her. It must have been nice to remember her mother. Dahlia's mother was long dead and gone, and the only family Dahlia had were her 2 children. She never talked much about her children, but Dahlia had been more than a mother to me. She kept the house clean, cooked, and never hesitated to listen to me whenever I needed it. Although she never collected anything from me besides her monthly pay, so instead being a fashion designer, I made her lots of beautiful aprons, napkins, and mittens, which she loved dearly. You were baking potatoes? She asked, returning the honey. Yes, I was. It's John's favorite, I replied with a blush spreading over my face. I checked the time on my phone, and my smile grew wider as I stared at a photo of him smiling brightly. It was my wallpaper, and one I was never going to change. I baked chicken thighs, too. Want to have a taste? I asked Dahlia as she moved around the kitchen, fixing things I had put out of place. Don't you bother. I'm sure it'll taste great, she replied as she began to wash the dishes. If only Omegas like me could somehow manage to get fast cooking skills, then we'd be content. I mentioned out of the blue, and she chuckled. John has you thinking of the most absurd things every time, Emily, she remarked, and I seized the opportunity to talk about John. I never got tired of talking about him, no matter how I tried. You know, when you just love someone all your life. I mean, I was meant to love John since I was born. He's sweet, charming, handsome, a perfect gentleman, listens when I need to, and also he's romantic. Oh, Dahlia, sometimes he stares at me and says he can't get enough of my beauty. I rattled on, going to stand next to Dahlia, who laughed. He says that? He notices everything about me. If I wear a new hairpin, earring, or even a different lipstick color, he knows, and he always makes sure to compliment me, I said, then leaned against the counter, tangling my fingers together in front of my belly as I gazed into space. I can't wait for us to be finally married. Having kids with John would feel, I don't know, we'd shower them with love. Oh, Dahlia, I can't wait to get married, I squealed and began to dance without music. Your potatoes are getting cold, she said, with a smile, and I rushed to them, taking out my bento box to spoon everything I had made onto it. We have almost everything ready, although some last-minute decisions are still being made, all with my consent, of course. The dress is perfect since I designed it myself, so is John's suit, and I continued to ramble on and on about my wedding, which was creeping up on me faster than I imagined, although it wasn't as fast as I wanted it to be. After packing up the food into my bento box, I left the house, telling Dahlia to have as much fun as she wanted, since I wasn't going to be back for the night. I stepped out, and the cool night air ruffled dark blonde strands of hair across my face. My fingers brushed them aside, and I began my brisk walk towards the roadside, underneath the dark blue sky strewn with stars. Taxi, I called, flagging down a cab. I got in and called out my destination. In a matter of days, when John and I were married, we would be moved to the large family house. Not that a lot of people lived there anyway. It was just a lot of buildings built closely, and a family held each building. John and I were going to have one, and I couldn't wait. We had a little of a situation on the road, as the traffic threatened to make my meal warm. John liked his baked potatoes very hot, and I didn't want anything less than hot. Thankfully, the traffic cleared out after a while, and we began to move again. Shortly, I received a call from the interior decorator, who was decorating the hall along with her crew. Hello, Emily. Do you want the pink ribbons or the yellow ones? Both. I want it very colorful. The roses should all be white, and I want the walls to all have screens. Large screens where lovely moments of me and John will be displayed. I'll send more photos in, okay? And I'd like heart-shaped balloons hanging from the ceiling. You should know how to arrange them right. I want to look up and watch them spell me and John's name. I explained from the picture of the wedding hall I had imagined and stuck in my head. Okay, I'll do just that. Will you recall all this? I asked. Yes, ma'am. I'm recording the call so I wouldn't miss the important details, she replied. All right, that's great, I said and ended the call. I got to John's house, got down, and paid the taxi driver. He zoomed off, and I walked towards John's front porch. He was still awake. All the lights were still on. I pressed in the combination for the door lock and walked in. I walked briskly to his dining table and took out my bento box. Potatoes, thighs, fruits, veggies. I listed out the dishes I prepared as I arranged them on the table. I went to his kitchen to check if he'd eaten, but all the dishes were clean. Well, it wasn't like he wouldn't eat them even though he had eaten dinner. John ate light and did whatever he could to please me, so he would definitely eat on a full stomach if I prepared it. I looked at the set table and smiled to myself, correcting a few things. I'd call out to him, and the aroma would hit him before the heavenly sight. My hands found my phone in my pocket, and I decided to phone him instead of calling out to him. I'd phone him, tell him to check his living room for my purse. I'd claim I forgot it, then he'd see the beauty in front of him. I was about clicking on his number when I changed my mind. Just surprise him, I said, and bounded up his staircase. I located his room easily, which was the last one, and pushed it open as slowly as I could. If possible, I wanted to give him the greatest scare of his life. Ah, I heard, and stopped. The voice was soft and sounded nothing like a sound John could make. It was way too feminine. Was he watching a movie? No, it couldn't be. I shrugged off the thought and decided to step in. I pushed the door gently, walked in with light steps, and raised my head with a bright smile, but it went running down as fast as lightning. John was on the bed with a woman atop him. Emily's Pove. My heart went into a slow beat and it seemed like everything had stopped. Maybe I was the only one who stopped. John, who smiled like the sun. John, who saw only me. John, who couldn't wait for us to get married. John, who watched old movies and made cliché statements because I knew I loved them. John, who swore to give his everything to me. John, who was on the bed groaning and cloaked in the shiny fabric of perspiration before me. The girl's hair shielded her face as she continued to let out soft cries, and it was only when I staggered backwards that they stopped. John pushed her off him frantically, and she rolled off the bed to the floor, grabbing the sheets and covering herself with them. My heart seemed like it was about to explode with each beat. I tried taking in deep breaths, but I couldn't deny the hot tears that wanted to come running down. Emily, he called with a cracked voice, and I looked at their clothes on the floor, strewn in different places. It had been a night of passion for him, while I had been thinking only about him, as I used my evening to prepare his favorite meal. I hate you, I whispered, although my voice broke. I turned around and ran out of the room. My body buzzed with electricity, filled with shock from what I had seen. John? Was it a dream? My John? My John, who was mine alone? Emily, 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 I'm sorry. Wait, please. He called after me, running without clothes on. I ran, grabbed my bag, and dashed out the door. There was no way he'd follow me while he was still naked, and before he got clothes, I'd be long gone. I ran out onto the streets, and when I saw a taxi, I flagged it down hurriedly. In the movies, I had always gotten irritated at girls who ran when they saw their partners cheating. I'd always shouted at them to tear the partner's hair apart and scream at them. But right there, watching John, it felt like the world had ended. Everywhere had felt pressed in and suffocating. I had wanted to leave the place so I could gather my thoughts. Finally, for once, I understood the women in movies who always ran. I couldn't face that horrible sight without breaking down. "Ma'am, where would you like to go?" the driver asked as I got in. "Anywhere. Just keep driving on the streets. I'll pay you whatever you want," I said, and my tears came crashing on my laps. My tears ran as fast as a stream, as it seemed like needles pricked my heart. How could John, who I had loved the most in the world, do that to me? Hadn't he loved me? All his promises. Since when had he been sleeping with another woman? Before the preparations for our marriage? After? Where had it all gone wrong? Where? The driver saw my tears and did as I asked, without saying a word. I wiped my tears furiously, but more of them continued to crash down, filling my eyes quickly and leaving just as fast. My throat closed up, and it took crying out loud to open it. It was embarrassing, and I didn't want to cry in the taxi, but I had invested too much of myself in John. It was just too hard to think of the innocent love I had given to him freely, being laughed at by the lady riding him. Since when had he been cheating on me? Ever since he met me? After we made love for the first time? When we got engaged? Recently? Tonight? I sobbed loud and hard and choked on my own tears. A headache took over my forehead and my face turned red, but I didn't stop. With all I did, with how I had loved him, he had repaid me with betrayal. After being driven around for close to 2 hours, I had stopped crying. Instead, I leaned against the car door, with the breeze drying my tears and pushing back my hair. Those hands that had caressed my face had held her atop him. Those eyes that gazed at me lovingly had gazed at her lustfully. "Sir," I called. "Yes, ma'am." "I'd like to get off here," I said, taking out everything I had in my wallet. It was a lot for a driver to make in a day, not to talk of 2 hours, but I was grateful for the ride and the fact that he let me cry without staring at me or trying to speak. I got out of the car and handed the money to him. "Here, sir." No, you can. It's fine," I said, taking his hand and pressing the money into it. "Thank you, sir," I added and turned away, walking slowly to wherever I could get to. The streets were unfamiliar, and I knew I was far away from home, but I didn't care. The thoughts still roamed my head, and I longed to just thrust my hand into it and pull them out, but of course I didn't. I stopped and sighed, then my eyes fell on a bar, and I began to walk towards it immediately. It was exactly what I needed. After all, when people get drunk, they can't think of or feel their pain anymore. I got in and met the place almost empty, except for a lone figure sitting far away from the door. The bartender looked at me, and a bright smile lit his face. "Welcome," he greeted, and I walked towards the counter and took a seat there. "I thought we were done with customers already. Do you need a room for the night too? We offer hotel services," he said, and I looked out the door. I hadn't noticed. What would you like to drink?" "Any alcoholic drink will do." "Okay, you seem a little down, but I'd advise you not to drink too much," he said cheerfully. "If you went through what I did, you wouldn't say that," I said to him, and he smiled as he mixed drinks. "What happened? There's no better thing than bearing out your thoughts to a complete stranger who doesn't know you or the people around you," he pointed out while making me a cocktail. "You're right. Even if I curse at him, you wouldn't be able to tell him, and you'll probably never see me again. So even if you think I'm pathetic, you wouldn't think too much about it." "Of course, although I doubt you'd be pathetic. So tell me, is it a man?" he asked, sliding my cocktail to me gently. "You seem like you know already. Of course it's a man." Geez, it's hard to curse at him. I can't even do it," I said and bit my lip. "He cheated?" the bartender asked, and I looked up at him with eyes that definitely resembled a puppy's. "You don't have to say it," he added. It was exactly what I was grateful for, that I didn't have to say it out that John cheated. I opened my mouth to say something, but instead I took the glass and downed it all. He offered more, and I drank it, trying to get drunk and forget about it all quickly. Honestly, I never thought. I took the bottle from him and drank directly as my tears threatened to cloud my vision once more. "Here," he said, handing me another glass, and I drank it too. My face felt hot. Maybe it was my tears or the drinks, I didn't know. "That should be enough," he said, leaving his position behind the counter to come to me, but I wanted to keep drinking. I didn't feel drunk. "No, I want to kill him. I want to kill John," I sobbed and sniffed. "You're drunk. You should sleep," he said, pushing me to my feet. "Is this what drunk feels like?" "It's not enough," I said, staggering as I tried to stand on my own. "You can't," he said, moving me further to the staircase, which seemed dark in the blue light. I tried to stand again, but he came behind me and wrapped his arms around me. He was too close, I was saying, but he didn't let me go. Instead, his hands moved and my drunken eyes snapped open. He had placed his hands directly on my chest, Emily's POV. I grabbed his hands and pulled them off, throwing them away from me, and turned to him. "What the heck do you think you're doing?" I asked, looking at him with surprise, but it felt like a drum hit my head. I staggered, and he caught me again. "What am I doing?" he asked, and I tried to pry my hands out of his, but he held onto my wrist firmly. "You know what you're doing. How could you approach me for the sake of doing this? You're a jerk, a traitor!" I accused him, with my words slurring. "A traitor?" "I thought we were comrades," I shouted in an uneven tone and swayed on my feet once more, but he caught me by the waist. "Comrades? You're drunk. I'm only trying to get you to your room," he said, and in pretense of brushing my hair backwards, he brushed his palm over my breasts once more, and I pushed him away. "I asked what you think you're doing," I shouted, but my eyes couldn't even open properly anymore. "I'm getting you to your room. All men are the same. You probably have a girlfriend somewhere, don't you? You conniving cheat." He pulled me to him once more, and I wanted to pull away, but couldn't. It suddenly seemed like that move had triggered lots of things in me. I was suddenly aware of the toughness of his body, and the way my gentle hands laid on the strong muscles on his arms. Why was I feeling that way? He smirked, and I wanted to run my lips over his. What was that feeling? Why was I feeling loose and ready to sleep with the bartender? I tried desperately to pull away, as I couldn't understand myself, but he held me closer. "Don't you think you want to share a room with me?" he asked in a low, husky voice, and panic mingled with desire in me. I wanted to thread my fingers in his hair, press my lips to his, and wrap my legs around him, but at the same time, I knew it was wrong. I was getting married in a few days to an alpha. Wait. Was I still getting married? I didn't think so. But even though I wasn't getting married, I could never do such a thing as sleeping with a random man. "Let go of me," I said, angrily, but he didn't let go. "In minutes, you'll be the one unable to let go of me," he said softly, and I gasped. "Did you put something in my drink?" I asked, and the smile on his face said it all, but his words were the opposite. "Why would I? Are you suggesting I put something in the drinks of all my customers? I simply gave you what you wanted." You idiot! How could you spike my drink?" I shouted, pushing against him, but he simply gave a little laugh. "I didn't. Why would I spike your drink? Do I look like some horny idiot to you? You're the horny one here," he said, and I almost scratched his face, trying to break free from him. He tried to hold me to himself, but was unsuccessful, and then we heard the harsh scraping of a chair, and he left me abruptly. I rubbed my wrists angrily, leaning against a wall, and just then, someone showed up. It was another man. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and looked like if he wanted, he could drag the bartender and throw him outside the bar. "What's the fuss all about?" he asked in a deep voice, and the bartender seemed like his plans were ruined. "I came to have a drink, but this man here tried to take advantage of me. He spiked my drink with something. Ask him. He was touching me inappropriately and refused to leave me." Wow, how can you spew such lies comfortably? You were obviously forcing yourself on me just now." He lied, and my eyes widened. "Ha! Why are you this despicable? You touched my chest and said all manner of nasty things," I shouted with my voice swaying a bit. Already, everything seemed to split in two, and I wanted to wrap my arms around something to kiss someone, and John's image kept on replaying in my mind. "She's drunk. She can't even open her eyes properly," the bartender said, and I felt a strong arm wrap around my waist. "Give me the keys," the deep voice said. You'll take her to her room? I can do that. The keys," he repeated, and I heard a jangling sound. The next moment I was swept off my feet. He touched me. He touched me and put something in my drink, so I'll sleep with him. Now I'm thinking of my fiancée again. I shouted dramatically, with my tone rising and crashing recklessly. "Jerks like him. You have to punish them. You have to take them to court and... Wait, where are you taking me to? A room?" I continued babbling and talking about different things. The man didn't even reply. He inserted the keys into a door and carried me inside. My feet found the floor, and he tried to leave, but I held on to his arm. "Isn't it absurd? He just came out of nowhere and began to..." I continued, drunkenly. "Ma'am, you should forget about the bartender and have some rest. Is there anything you forgot downstairs?" he asked, but my hands found his chest, feeling his muscles beneath the slim fabric of his chest. He tried to take my hand off, and I looked into his eyes. "Worst day ever. Why do I feel this way?" I asked, and he placed his hands around my shoulders, trying to push me away. But by then, all morality had been cleared from my head. Whatever the bartender had spiked my drink with was working. I needed someone badly, and he was the right person. Him and no one else. He opened his mouth to speak once more, but I placed a finger on his lips and with my other hand began to unbutton my shirt. His eyes widened, and he tried to leave. I dragged him back, stood on tiptoes, and pressed my lips to his, and wrapped my legs around his waist with my arms around his neck, just like I had wanted to do with the bartender. He tried to push me away, but I was intent on kissing him with all I had. All the pain of the day and the loss, I transferred it onto the kiss and kissed him like I didn't have anything else to do other than to kiss a man. He staggered backwards as he tried to support my weight. I looked into his eyes and saw my desire reflected in his. I had managed to arouse my desire in him, but he was still baffled. Of course, it was wrong to feel things for a woman you met minutes ago. It was even more wrong to sleep with her. Did he really spike your drink? We can go down and report him to the station. It's not too late to go, and I flashed a beautiful smile at him, interrupting his words. He stared at me with an expression that seemed to suggest he had seen something he hadn't seen before. I kept the smile up, telling him he had no worries without words, and when I kissed him again, at first he was unresponsive, but eventually he returned it, slowly. If I were to go crazy, then it'd rather be with the unknown stranger than with the bartender who had thought he could outsmart and take advantage of me. We found our way back to the bed, and clothes flew to the ground in different directions. His kisses were everywhere on my skin. At that moment, I was willing to forget everything and everyone. I only wanted to focus on the man before me. After all, we were complete strangers with nothing to do with each other. Emily's Pove. I sat opposite John on the sofa in his house, with my heart beating wild. He stared at me with those intense, deep-sea blue eyes of his, and none of us talked. Then a lady came down from the stairs, wearing a bikini top and panties. How could she come down with just that, when the fiancé of the man she was having an affair with was sitting right there in front of her? "What is all this, John? What have I ever done to you?" I finally asked, as the lady made her way to him, sitting on his lap. "I should also ask you that." He returned, and I furrowed my brows until someone sat next to me. I turned sharply and saw a man whose physique looked oddly like the man I slept with. "Didn't you sleep with him?" John accused, and I got to my feet. Wait, you have to listen." I turned to the man who had come out from nowhere. He was smiling, and I felt disgusted and scared. Then John came to stand next to me. "So, how about we bury this and not make any noise?" he asked. "No, yesterday I tried to spit out the words that I had been drugged, but my lips couldn't form the words. John looked at me and smirked. The lady smirked, the stranger also smirked, and it seemed like the room was closing in on me, like the faces were too close, the walls were coming in, ready to swallow me. "Wait!" I screamed, but it came out as a gasp as my eyes flew open. A white ceiling. I was still in bed. I closed my eyes once more and turned my head. What kind of dream was that? Why would John accuse me of cheating? Thinking about it, it did seem like I had another dream about sleeping with a stranger, but it was a blurry dream. Dreams, how they found a way to weave reality in them and scare people. Wait, was I home? I had gone someplace strange after running from John's house. I had drank alcohol, and who took me home? Did I sleep there? I opened my eyes tiredly, wondering if I had done anything silly. I had drank a lot and couldn't even remember things well. My memory of the past night was like broken glass. They just didn't fit. I looked around and saw the neat interior of the room. Great, I was in a hotel. I turned, ready to go back to sleep, and almost screamed. The fear seemed to push me off the bed, and I landed on the cold floor. My mouth flew to my mouth as I discovered I was naked. A man on my bed. Gosh, geez. Wait, Emily, you did not sleep with this man. You did not. My eyes began to widen and my jaw fell as everything began to piece together. The kind bartender being harassed, my spiked drink, someone interfering, taken to my room. "Ah," I whispered and shook my head. I didn't want to know what happened next. I didn't want to. Even though I didn't want to, the memories came flooding my mind as clear as day. tangling, soft sounds turning, heart beating, gasping. I began to pick my things up, dashing into the restroom. There, I took a deep breath and began to wiggle into my clothes. I had sex with a stranger. Emily, sex with a complete stranger. My fingers shook as my buttons proved difficult. They didn't cooperate. When I tried to pull on my baggy jeans, I actually fell to the floor and gasped in pain. Then there was my phone on the bed and his arm slightly on it. I tiptoed to him and stuck out my hand, trying to take it without him knowing. Why hadn't the phone flown to the ground? How had it managed to stay on the bed? I wrapped 3 fingers around it and looked at him. Then the curtains shifted and the morning rays played on his face. His eyeballs moved. I froze. Not because I was scared he'd open his eyes, but because I hadn't noticed how handsome he actually was. His eyebrows were light and brown, his lashes long and dark. A tussle of messy brown hair on his head, scattered over his forehead, full heart-shaped lips, fair skin, pointed nose, and a well-chiseled jaw. His beauty struck me to the heart like a lightning bolt. Why would anyone be as handsome as that? If his eyes opened, what color would they be? I was curious, but I dared not wait. After a few minutes of being mesmerized, I closed my eyes and sucked in a breath. Too bad I was never meeting him again. I took my phone gently and left the room. The bar was filled with waiters, waitresses, and people around. The bartender here last night. Where is he? I asked the female at the counter. He was the cause of everything. Trevor? For some reason, he quit this morning, she replied. Ha! I scoffed in anger, bit my lip, and took out my credit card. I booked a room and had a few drinks. There's a man in the room too, I said, feeling ashamed to say it. She looked at me with that kind of look that suggested she imagined what happened, and politely took my card. I blinked in humiliation. How many bottles did you have? Just put 5 bottles on my tab. 5? She asked, with large eyes. I'm sorry. She apologized immediately, and the very moment she returned my card, I walked out hastily. I had wandered far from home, so there was definitely no way I and the stranger were meeting anymore. Problems? Forget about it. That was if I ever recalled his pretty face, or if he recalled mine. I hailed a cab and got in, calling out my lane and address. I relaxed in the car, closing my eyes, but neither the memory of the steamy night, nor the memory of the sharp beauty the stranger possessed left my mind. Some people were just born to wreck people's minds with beauty. As for John, I was wrecking our wedding ceremony. Lucas Povey. My eyelids fluttered open slowly, and my eyes hit the white, unfamiliar ceiling. Everywhere was cold, and I looked to my side for evidence that a steamy night had really happened between me and a total stranger. The bed was empty. I was the only one in it, but I couldn't fool myself that nothing had happened the previous night. Her scent still lingered on the sheets, and the lotion she had used on her hair seemed to be stuck directly in my nose. I sat up in my bed and thought hard, running my hands through my hair. Why had I suddenly done such an horrible thing? The night had been fast, and everything was so rushed that I had been caught up in it. At first I had tried to resist, but she was so alluring, and I couldn't take my eyes off her. She had just triggered me in ways I had never been triggered before. Maybe I needed to admit it, but the moment she had walked into the bar, I had been taken by her beauty. Her beauty was simple, yet enchanting. Till she took her seat at the bar counter, I stared at her, and had to force myself to stop staring. I didn't naturally care for women because they were all the same. All they wanted was money, popularity, and the upper hand over their peers. They all didn't care to do whatever it takes to get a rich man. Due to that, I never gave them more than a glance. But things just felt strange with her. I was attracted, but didn't want to admit it. Then, just when I managed to focus on my work, I heard her fighting with the bartender. I tried my best not to react, but in the end I did, and due to the fact that I had been taken aback by her beauty earlier, it was very easy for her to seduce me. I got up from the bed, put on my clothes, and went to the restroom. She wasn't there. Did she leave? I took my bath and ordered breakfast and new clothes to wear. Then I went down the stairs to the counter. There were only a few people eating there, and I didn't see the bartender I had seen the previous night. Instead, it was a woman. I'm from room 5. I was saying, but the woman at the counter smiled, interrupting me. Ah, you're the man from room 5. The lady came down early this morning and paid for everything." "Paid for everything?" I asked, wondering why she would do such. "Yes, she paid for everything before leaving," the woman replied, and I sighed. "She didn't drop a contact, her address or something?" I asked, but she shook her head. "How much is the room?" I asked again. She paid for her stay in the room. I'll pay for mine," I said, sliding my credit card towards her, and she looked shocked. "But I'm paying for my stay? That's it? Any other bills to settle?" I asked, and she bit her lips briefly. "No bills to settle," she replied. I could see she was going to take the money, but I didn't care. I wasn't about to let a random woman pay for my stay and make me look like the irresponsible one. I stayed in the room for a while, thinking hard. Why would I make love to a complete stranger? Everything about the night played in my head clearly. I had never felt anything like it. She was simply perfect. My fingers could remember the feel of her soft skin and the soft strands of her hair. While making love to me, she had smiled and had seemed cheerful. Of course, she had been heartbroken. That was what I could tell from her actions and behaviors. She didn't seem like a loose woman, and she had a ring on her finger. I tried to tell myself it wasn't my fault and that she seduced me, but a little harsh voice said the fault was all mine. She was drunk and didn't mean what she did. Not just drunk, but drugged. I was sane and could tell right from wrong. I could have resisted and locked her in her room until the drug wore off on her body and she was no longer drunk, but I didn't. I had let myself get swayed and had listened to the voice of my desires. Maybe it was because it had been long since I last had a woman, or because I had been taken aback by her beauty, or because she had been innocently alluring. I had no idea. After a while, I decided to leave and continue my journey. I had driven for hours the previous day after my flight into the country, and it had been so hard to find an hotel. The area seemed remote, but luckily I had found the inn where I was able to sit and finish up a few things. Unfortunately, before I had booked a room, I had met the strange lady, and we had ended up sharing a room. I left the inn and got into my car, preparing for the journey home. According to my GPS, the drive was going to be a little over 2 hours. Already, the sun was high in the sky, and it made me scared to face the traffic I might occur. Traffic when the sun was high meant unbearable heat, and it felt like the heat would kill me. I began to drive, and the road seemed free. I was yet to encounter any traffic. "Let's just forget," I said to myself, trying to forget the strange woman. It was a one-night stand, and like all one-night stands, they were meant to be forgotten. Unfortunately, as I drove, I continued to see her face in my mind and realized forgetting was going to be a challenge. I was unable to take my mind off her, Emily's pove. I got home close to noon and trudged in, feeling shitty. All through the drive home, I had hated myself. It felt like I was on the same level as John, and that I was also a cheat. If he knew about it, he'd be mad. He'd want to continue with the engagement on the ground that we were even. He could mock me for being all dramatic when I had been the same. Maybe he'd even suggest I'd been doing it behind his back for a long time. "Well," Dahlia was saying, but noticed the depressed look on my face. "Emily, is anything wrong?" she asked, coming towards me, and as she held my arms, my eyes brimmed with tears. I didn't even know what I was crying for anymore. Was it for sleeping with a stranger or realizing I was heartbroken? "Emily," she called worriedly, then led me to the sofa gently where we sat and I sniffed. "John's cheating on me," I said, and her eyes widened as her jaw dropped. "John's what? I mean, after everything I did for him, he was making love to another woman in his room. He didn't even think of the fact that I've loved him with my all and tried to provide everything I could. I don't accept his money simply because he's rich. I'm bent on being an international fashion designer with my own strength, and he knows that. Isn't that a good quality? It shows that I do not depend on his money. That lady he was sleeping with is definitely after his money. There's no two ways about it. So why? Maybe I'm not enough, or there's something. Don't ever think you're not enough. You're more than enough. John is being greedy. Men are that way sometimes. They just have to have everything. You shouldn't blame yourself for their lack of self-control," she said, and my tears began to fall in quick drops onto my hands, which were entangled on my lap. Since when could he have been cheating on me? Since when had he seen me as a fool? Since... No, you shouldn't think of that. You should know that will only hurt you more. We can't be sure of when he started doing that, if he started doing that, or if it just happened once. So don't hurt yourself by trying to determine by yourself. Our minds are not always right. We always find explanations to suit ourselves, and those explanations are not always right. She said, tucking my hair behind my ear and wiping my tear-stained face. Maybe, I intoned. So what do you want to do next? She asked. Break up with him. I'm breaking the engagement and canceling the wedding. I know I've been waiting for this for months and have made huge preparations, but if John's cheating and we're not even married, there's no saying he wouldn't cheat when we're eventually married. Actually, there's no two ways about it. I'm very sure of it. He will still cheat when we get married. I can't keep on hurting myself, so I think the best thing is to break up the engagement, I said. Getting to my feet, Dahlia smiled at me and gave me a comforting hug, which I wanted to sink into. After that, I went to take my bath while she prepared breakfast for me. I had no appetite, but was going to eat. John wasn't worth me losing my appetite. Losing it for him would be pathetic. After a long bath, I brushed my hair and dried it before selecting a pair of boyfriend jeans and a pleated pink crop top. I didn't want to look in the least affected. I grabbed my purse and left my room. Dahlia had prepared meat broth, rice, and steamed vegetables, and honestly, it was probably the best thing I could have at the moment. I chewed on the tender beef in the broth and munched on the vegetables. I ate violently, as if John were the one I was eating up. After having brunch that was meant to be breakfast, Dahlia checked to see if everything about me was fine. Okay, dear, make sure you are calm and that you return safely. We don't know if John gets violent when provoked because you've never provoked him, so be careful, okay? She said, and I nodded, gave her a brief hug, then left the house. I took a cab and began my journey to John's house, and it seemed like the heavens were giving me signs not to go. The traffic was hot and thick. It had me wondering if an accident or some sort had happened. Also, it gave me the chance to go back in time. Right in my head, I went back to the spring day when John had brought up the idea of us getting married for the first time. We had gone for a picnic to watch the beautiful cherry trees and had sat on the green grass, which was blanketed with a soft pink fabric I had picked out. Today is beautiful, he had said. Yeah, there's no sun, yet the sky's clear and the trees... No, today's beautiful because you're here with me. If I were the only watching this, it wouldn't look special. But because you're here talking to me, laughing, and letting me stare at you, it feels like the best thing ever. He had said, and my face had turned into a deep shade of pink. That's lovely of you to say. Last night I wondered how it would feel when we eventually had to break up, and it felt like I was stabbed. Then I realized, I don't have to break up with you. We don't have to ever break up. I mean, beautiful days like this don't have to end. Do you think we should get married? I don't want to ever lose you. I love you, Emily. And Gosh, a ring! I forgot a ring, he had shouted, and I had burst into laughter. You don't need a ring, John, I shouted, trying to stop him from going into mock mental breakdown. Then I had cut off a strand of grass, made it into a ring, and had presented it to him. Here, put this on my finger. Emily, he had groaned and had fallen to the grass. That day, my heart had seemed to grow flowers that bloomed every time I stared at John. He was perfect in every sense, and loved me with everything he had. Where else was I to find someone like him? He was sweet, cared for me, and was the shy one between us many a time. It was strange to think that John had let another lady atop him. It was very strange. The more I thought of it, the more I felt insane. Maybe I had seen things. Maybe. I sighed and looked out at the cars and car owners who looked to be on the verge of blowing up. The traffic seemed like it wasn't moving, and it was suffocating. Funny enough, I ordered a mini fan online and got it still in the traffic. It lasted hours, with slow movement, and by the time I got to John's house, the sun was going down. I knocked on his door and waited. I could have easily put in the passcode and walked in, but I needed to establish the fact that we were going to become complete strangers after the episode that was about to happen. John opened the door after my second knock. Emily, he called, looking like he had a sleepless night and a stressful day. I walked in and was about walking to the dining to sit, as it was my favorite spot in his house, but stopped at the stairs. I was no longer his, so his things were no longer mine. I ought to act like a stranger. I moved backwards till I was standing next to a large, carefully sculpted image of an alpha wolf. It was what John had called his family heirloom, which had been passed down for years, according to him. This was the third, and was imbued with mystical protecting powers. The first and second had been broken, and the ones who had broken them had been punished. The third, which I was standing next to, had lived for hundreds of years. "Emily, please come, sit, and let's talk," he said in a pleading tone, but I stayed rooted to the spot I was until he came to stand in front of me. "Emily, about last night." "John, I came here to say something. There's something I need to tell you before," I was saying flatly, but he held my hand. "Hear me out. Hear me out first. I also have things to say. I need to explain. The way things are, I do not like it. You seem so scary and unlike the lady I know. Exactly what I was thinking, John. You don't look anything like the man I used to know. Emily, it was a mistake. Mistakes like that never repeat themselves." "Never? They never repeat themselves?" I asked with a scoff. "Yes, Emily, you have to believe me. Last night she was heartbroken and you slept with her because sleeping with her would heal her broken heart?" "No. I'm the cause of her heartbreak. You see, she's had feelings for me for a long time, and sleeping with her will let those feelings go away," I cut in. "Emily, stop acting tight. This is a mistake every man makes once in his life." "Please don't say that," I said in a voice close to a whisper. "Why shouldn't I say that? It's the truth. No matter what, I am a man before I am your fiancé. Then I think I want to search for the man who puts being my fiancé first and tries to shove the dirty man in him backwards. So you're trying to tell me, Emily, every man has cheated once, so let this go. You think it's that easy? If it's that easy, why don't you let me bring a man in and sleep with him right in front of you?" "Emily," he cautioned, "let me do it. Then we're even." "That's never going to happen. You're going overboard, Emily. Why? Why can't it happen? It's not a mistake every female makes once in her life." "Emily, it was a mistake. You don't have to act this way. It was just a little, tiny mistake that—" I lost my temper, and my voice rose to a loud, booming tone. "That little tiny mistake broke my heart. That little tiny mistake broke our trust. It smashed our love. It tainted the good memories we shared. It turned you into the man I hate. It made me into a pathetic fool. It makes my heart hurt every damn second. Damn you. John, I hate you. I've never ever wanted a man like you, and I will never want one like you. You're a stupid ingrate who doesn't know when a woman is trying her all just to satisfy him. You're a fool who took me for granted and expects me not to react." I spat, trying hard to hurt him with my words. "Emily, I'm sorry. Sorry does not cut it. Sorry will never help it. You're a cheat. A man that's not even worth half of me. I can't believe I wasted my time on you, John. If one woman is enough to sway you, then what will you do about the tons of women who will be so close to you when we move to the family house? You're just a dirty dog, John. Let it sink. As of today, you and I were no longer engaged." I spat and wrenched his ring off my finger, throwing it to the ground, letting it bounce and make clanging sounds as it did. John's face was pure shock. "I did it. Yeah, I said it. Lucas Povey." I had not been on the road for long when Trey, my beta, called me. I snapped out of my thoughts of the mysterious woman and cleared my throat. "Lucas, where are you right now?" he asked. Immediately I picked the call. "What? You're not going to let Lucas rest even a few hours after he flew into Los Angeles?" I asked, and he gave a little chuckle. "You know, things like this always happen whenever you're around. When you were in Paris, this didn't happen. It's happening only a few hours after you made your way back home. I'm sorry about that, but it's important," he said, although his voice didn't sound apologetic. If anything, he seemed happy to be burdening me with work. Trey and I had been best friends since middle school, and we were known to be troublemakers. Although, ever since he had been assigned my beta, he held a bit of respect for me, but that did nothing to dim the light of our friendship. "Important, I see. What's it about?" "Mrs. Mayer decided to see if the contract was worth signing with us. and sent her granddaughter to have a chat with you. She'll be the one making the decisions, apparently, because whatever she says to her granny as her evaluation of you will be accepted." He replied, and I sighed. Mrs. Mayor, she's one important business partner I do not want to lose. Damn, when did her daughter fly in?" I asked. "Yesterday. We ought to have told you since the day before yesterday, so you two could meet today, but you were unreachable. By the way, how was your flight?" "Nasty. Couldn't get a wink of sleep and ended up doing something nastier yesterday," I said, thinking of the stranger once more. "Whoa, something nastier. I'll tell you about it later. Where's Miss Mayor? Is she waiting, or she's yet to be at the meeting spot? And where's the meeting spot?" "Correction, she doesn't like to be called Miss Mayor. She prefers to be called Miss Stephanie." He corrected, and I rolled my eyes. "Like granny, like daughter, they're both picky on needless things," I muttered. "Don't let her know about that, though. So, you just have to go to one of the restaurants close to the company. What's the name again?" Damn, can't believe I forgot." "Taste? Nah. Jinx Dishes? No. Cokers? Glitz? Perfection? Buds and Spices? Jane's Kit? Stop. It's Perfection. Crazy. She'll expect me to pay the bill, won't she? Like the bill's a problem for you. Anyways, Alpha Lucas, she's already waiting." "What? Why's she there already? She doesn't know if there'll be a lot of traffic or if..." "She called me just now, before I called you, and told me she just got to Perfection." "Why's she that way?" I asked. "No idea. Ladies all act weird for different reasons," he replied. "So I'd love to talk to you more as your friend, but the personal secretary you found in me has to finish up a ton of work you cruelly left behind," he said, and I chuckled. "You're something else. I'll be there soon," I replied and ended the call. However, my soon turned out to be 2 hours late, as the traffic seemed to be really bad. I had sweated down the chest of my shirt and had to order a new one when I got to a restaurant close to Perfection. I changed in their restroom before walking to the restaurant called Perfection, where Miss Stephanie was waiting for me. When she saw me, she got to her feet with a bright smile. She was a lady of average height, with dark, silky, straight hair, which flowed down to her waist, and had the left side held back from her face by a luxurious hairpin. She wore a bright red blazer with large golden buttons, and her heels were also blazing red. The only thing she carried which matched the dark color of her hair was her little black purse. She was beautiful, but definitely not enough to snag my attention like the mysterious woman had done. "Good day, Miss Stephanie." I greeted, and she held out her hand. "Nice to finally meet you in person, Mr. Granger," she said, and I took her hand. Small, soft, smooth, but nowhere as near as the hands and skin I had felt the previous night. I shook my head slightly. Was I going to start comparing every woman to her? "It's also a pleasure to meet you," I said, and gestured with my hands for her to sit. "I apologize for being a little late. There was a lot of traffic on the road." "Oh, it's fine. I know all about the exceptional traffic today. LA's a busy city. I should expect just as much. Also, if it interests you to know, I passed my time reading comics, so my time waiting has been nothing more than me having a normal relaxing day, deciding to go out, see people, read books, stuff like that." "Oh, I should be grateful to the comic then," I said, and she laughed lightly. A laugh that came off to me as very controlled, like she was trying to laugh in an enchanting manner. Nevertheless, I smiled. "What about you, Mr. Granger? What would you do if you were in my shoes?" "Well, I'm a very busy man, so I'll likely cancel the meeting and attend to other things," I replied frankly, and she gave a coy smile. "That's my style, the man who doesn't wait. We're very different, but you know what they say, opposites attract," she said, lowering her tone, and I tried hard to stop myself from rolling my eyes. It was obvious she had begged her granny to stay back and let her come to LA so she could see me. I got annoyed and irritated by girls like her easily, so I decided to forget about signing a contract with Mrs. Mayor because I didn't want to mind being very rude. "What do you think about that? Opposites attract?" she asked, drumming her fingers gently. "In my case, I don't really fancy girls who don't reason like me." "Oh, come on. We might have some similarities. This is just one difference. So tell me, what's your exact type? Who knows, I might be just the right lady." "I thought we came here for business," I replied curtly. We came here for business, yet I waited over 2 hours for you to get here. You at least owe me 30 minutes of light chatting before we get weaved into the problems of business and all. Oh, really? So you want my ideal type as light chatting? Of course, every lady wants to know the ideal type of a handsome man so they can be it. Well, I love simple girls and detest the pushy, clingy girls, the girls who force themselves on men. If you look at me, Miss Stephanie, you will see that I'm dressed in expensive and luxury things. It's just the same for the girls I like. I love expensive and luxury girls, and not cheap ones, I said, looking at her directly in the eye, and her eye twitched. Her long faded smile returned uncomfortably, and she licked her lips. Your gaze is quite intense. You make it seem like you're talking about me. I'm trying to say I'm not interested in you, and will never be. Do you still want to continue with business, or you'll let me go on with more important things? I don't waste my time on things that make me uncomfortable, I said, and she scoffed, although I could read the hurt on her face as clear as day. Well, that was what happened to ladies who went around throwing themselves at men. That's quite harsh and really careless. You're here to sign a contract with me. At least you'll play pretend just to get the contract signed. Men do this. They do whatever to get what they want. You should play along. Maybe you don't want the contract and the money? For money, I will bow to no one. I'm not a slave of money. If it's money that will make me play along, then it's impossible because I already have that in abundance. I'm afraid you'll have to look for another way to make me bow. I blurted out, and she scoffed again, looking like her eyes would water any minute. Then let's not bother thinking of signing a contract. Have a nice day, ma'am, I said, getting to my feet, and walked away from her. It hadn't been a complete waste of time. All that was left was to drive to see my dear nephew. It was evening already, and I could see signs of the sun beginning to set. How had the day gone by in a flash? I drove away from the restaurant and received a call from Trey. What did you do to Miss Stephanie? He asked, and I chuckled. She called you that fast? Yeah, she told me to forget about signing a contract with Mrs. Mayer. Of course, she did the right thing. I'm signing a contract with my pen and not with something else, I said, and it took a few seconds for Trey to understand. He burst into laughter. She was making advances at you? It was disgusting. You shouldn't blame her, but your handsome face. Oh, really? Where are you? Are you still around the company? He asked, and I looked around. Yeah, want to meet up? Sure, meet you at the coffee shop down the road, he replied, and I drove to the coffee shop, parking safely. I walked in and ordered snacks. I was famished and needed to chew something seriously. Shortly, Trey came and sat in front of me. He was tall, with neat brown hair, shaved at the sides. Trey was the exact opposite of me. The only attribute we shared was handsomeness, and our major difference was the fact that I was reserved, but he was a great flirt. Trey was the kind who would have a one-night stand and not get freaked about it. What's the deal with Miss Stephanie? You could have tried to play along and... he began. That's exactly what I detest. I like pure business, not one tainted with sexual desires or romantic feelings. This is why your dating history is so poor. Back in school, you got A's, while I got F's. If dating was a subject, you'd get something worse than an F. He spat, and I chuckled. When I want to date, I have my ways. Oh, really? You do? He said, and I nodded with a smile until my eye caught the time on my watch. Geez, I'm sorry, Trey. I'm late. My nephew's waiting. Oh, I forgot you were going to his house first, he intoned flatly. Yeah, he told me to stay at his house pending the time we'd move to the other building. I think he said he was cooking something. You know me, I'd never eat anything warm that turned cold and might have to break his heart, I said, and got to my feet, making Trey shake his head. Heartbreaker should be your middle name. You had me running down here only to leave in a minute? He asked, and I chuckled. You missed me, right? Don't worry, you'll be begging for me to leave once I resume back to work, I said, and heard him laugh as I dashed out of the coffee shop. I drove down to see my nephew and bought a few things I knew he'd like on my way. However, upon arriving at his front porch, I heard a woman raging at him. He was trying to talk back, but she didn't stop shouting. It had to be none other than his fiancée, whom he had told me about. What could have caused such sweet woman to raise her voice like that? How hard could they have fought for her voice to be so loud? Then, she said it was over, and my eyes widened. I decided to step in, so they'd stop fighting, and maybe when she calmed down, she'd see that breaking the engagement wasn't the best thing to do. I tapped in the passcode and opened the door. "John." I called and he looked at me. The woman turned sharply, making me take a step back in shock. Memories of the night came to me sharply. Soft skin, light voice, beautiful face, angelic smile. John's fiancée was the mysterious woman I had slept with, Emily's povie. I froze on the spot I was. My eyes were stuck in his, and his in mine. Even if 100 years had passed and I had seen 1,000,000,000 men, there was no way I would ever forget the face of the man I was staring at. Soft brown hair, which was now styled sweetly, showing the low cut on the sides of his head. Dark eyelashes, smooth eyebrows. It turned out those eyes were as enchanting as the rest of his features. They were a deep green. Green like the forests pronouncing freedom. He was the man I slept with. Even in my horror, I couldn't stop myself from getting enchanted by his beauty. My heart beat in two different ways. One was for fear, and the other was something unexplainable. My chest was cold, and chills spread around my body, down to my fingers making them shake. Why was he there? Why had he called John? How had he gotten in? Did he know the passcode? How did he know the passcode? Why did he know the passcode? "Lucas," John called after some seconds, and the stranger's attention was stolen from me. Did he recall my face? Why was it so hard for him to smile at John properly? After a few failed attempts at smiling properly, he produced a bright smile that struck me to the heart like a shooting star. Well-aligned teeth, slightly pointed at the canines, making him look dangerous yet alluring. They hugged, and I could only feel doom approaching. I tore my eyes off and tried to control my shock. They were friends. I had slept with my husband's friend. My fingers shook hard, and I found it hard to breathe. I tried holding them together, but it turned out I kept letting go of my own hands because they were too shaky to hold. My eyes were restless, and I felt like crying. It was just too much. The stranger I had slept with, and had acted so coy and strange with, the stranger I had passionately given my all due to heartbreak, the stranger who would make me seem like the same thing as John, the stranger who would ruin everything, he had come to haunt me. How could? I didn't understand. In 1,000,000 handsome strangers upon the earth, how could I have slept with my fiancé's friend? No, something didn't seem right. It was a setup. A plan. I wanted it to be a plan, but even as I thought about it, it didn't sound right. "Emily," John called, and I jumped noticeably. I asked, looking at him, then snatching my gaze back to the floor, taking a tiny step backwards. Can we talk later? I know you're mad and all, but someone's here and "Oh yeah, sure. We will talk later," I said hastily, still looking at the ground. My current state didn't permit me to keep fighting. I was supposed to leave, to walk out, but I couldn't bring my feet to move. I was stuck on one spot. How was I to leave the house, with both men boring holes into my body with their gaze, when I had committed an atrocity with one of them? My bones were shaking, and all my life, I never knew arms and legs could shake that terribly until that moment. Even my head was stiff and creaky when it turned. "Thank you, and so, Lucas, meet my fiancée Emily," he said, and I should have retorted, "ex-fiancé John," but I was in no state of mind to do so. The stranger came to me, and my heart seemed like it would pop out of my chest the closer it got. I took another tiny step backwards and took in silent, deep, shaky breaths. He came to stand in front of me, and flashes of the night went through my head. The smell of his hair, the taste of his lips, the feel of his body, the beautiful gaze in his eyes, his hands on my body, Emily. My mind screamed, bringing me to order, as I realized I was so caught up in thoughts of him that I didn't realize his hand was stretched out in front of me, waiting for me to take it. No, I didn't want to take it. "Emily?" John called, and my restless eyes looked everywhere, but his face as I took his hands, soft, smooth, no blisters. It was no wonder they had roamed my body without trouble. They were also warm, large, comforting. I snatched my hands back immediately. "Emily, meet my uncle, Lucas," he was saying, and it took me half a minute for that to sink in. Uncle, not friend. Uncle, he was, what the? John's uncle! I stumbled as the shock threw a powerful headache on me, and as I lost balance, staggering backwards, the both of them tried to reach out to me, but I was too fast, and it wasn't until I hit something heavy that I lost complete balance. I tried to hold on to something, but fell anyway, and with shock, something was falling with me. The sculpted alpha wolf, John's heirloom. Before anyone could do anything, it crashed next to me, and I let out a terrible scream, covering my head. I was in a dream. I was in a dream. It was a dream. Pieces and specks of stone hit my hands, covering my head, and after all the sound, no one else made a sound, and I lay on the floor helplessly. I was doomed. I took my arms off my face and saw the sculpted alpha completely shattered. "Emily!" John roared, and I shook hard. It was an accident. I cried out immediately, and he crossed over me to bend and pick the pieces in his hands. "What have you done?" he asked, looking like I had killed a person. His eyes watered, and my lips trembled. I had done something completely horrible. I'm sorry. Damn you. Do you know how much it will cost to fix this? Do you know all the things I'd have to do? All the places I'd have to go to complete this?" he asked, looking at me furiously. His large eyes filled fast with tears, and his breathing came out noisily, while his lips trembled with anger. "John, I'm sorry. I swear I was saying, but he got up quickly and dashed to the large TV, bending to pull out a drawer. Even the stranger was staring at the shattered alpha on the floor in shock. John's hands searched the drawer frantically, and finally, he brought out a large book and flipped through the pages. Then he came back to me. "See how old this is?" he asked, and I nodded, looking at the old, worn leather book with thicker leather binds. "In here, it states that if someone else apart from the heir breaks the heirloom, the person will serve the heir with their everything and will devote 3 years of their lives to the heir, if incapable of paying the amount needed. You and I know you're nowhere capable of paying the amount it will take to sculpt this. Not to talk of the other procedures after the sculpting is done," he said, and my eyes snapped from the book to his face. "Now, 3 years of your life has been given to me," he added, and it seemed like time stopped, and I couldn't hear anything else. He was serious. What? I had to give him years of my life. John's povee. 3 years of my life? Emily asked, looking taken aback. Yes, you'd have to serve me and make it up to me, while I'll go around trying to sculpt it back into what it was and fortify it once more with the mystical powers it possessed. You think it's that easy? You know all our forefathers were just to fix this whenever it broke. I'd have to be gone for some time when this is sculpted, I shouted. But John, it was an accident, she tried to say, but I pushed the book into her arms. She accepted it hastily and stared at the words written in ancient ink. She shook her head slowly, as if she still didn't believe it. As it is written there, you will be cursed. The Alpha who watched our pack for generations, and generations will come after you. Believe it's a stupid myth, and watch it happen, I said, and could read the fear on her face as clear as day. But, wait a sec, John. She began to say, but I snatched the book and began to flip again. There's no way you're going scot-free, while I'll have a lot to deal with because of your stupid mistake, I said, and pushed the book towards her once more. She was going to pay whatever price the heir named, and was also going to pay whatever amount to sculpt the stone Alpha if she couldn't serve the heir for 3 years. Her eyes went wide, and I took the book away from her once more. The price that I'm asking you to pay is $1 billion. What do you say, added to whatever it costs to sculpt this mysterious Alpha wolf? I asked, and she couldn't say a word. Rather, she stared at me in shock. $1 billion was like asking to kill her. She was financially stable, but not rich. Even if she was, she could never afford $1 billion in her present state. She had silently accepted to be my maid. Her gaze, which had been fiery minutes ago, had become cool, and her lashes fell low over her eyes. She looked like her mind was rushing with thoughts, and her fingers were tangling endlessly with themselves, screaming out the insane fear she was trying so hard to hide. Even if I was mad at all the things I'd have to do before it got sculpted, mad that it had to shatter while I was heir, I loved the look on her face. She looked completely helpless. No doubt about it, she was definitely regretting shouting at me and raining all those insults upon me. How dare she? All because I did what every man did, She felt she had the right to stand up to me. I was an alpha, and she was just an ordinary omega. The most annoying thing of all she had said was her suggesting she found another man to sleep with in front of me. The sound of it irritated my ears and made me want to shove her backwards. Did she think she owned herself? Ever since we began to go out, I had claimed her as mine, and no one else was taking her except me. "So what do you say?" I asked impatiently. I don't have that amount of money," she said, and I could see the effort it had taken her to spit out those words. "Lucas, I'm really sorry you have to witness this. It's messed up. Please come. Let's sit," I said, and when Emily stayed rooted to the spot, I turned around. "You don't want to annoy me further than you have tonight. Breaking that alone is enough for me to lose every bit of madness within me. Come and sit now while I'm being nice," I said, and she moved to sit on a sofa opposite Lucas. That was rather fast. Emily was outspoken and always said whatever she needed to in an argument. It was weird to see her being so docile and easy. I sat next to Lucas and got back on my feet. "What would you like to drink, Lucas?" I asked. No, how can I take anything in this situation? Let's solve this first," he said, and I took my seat once more. "There's nothing much to decide. For 3 years, Emily, you'll have to be my maid," I said, looking at the floor, and her gaze shot up to me. I knew I had gone too far, but I didn't want to change my words or go back on them just like that. It was also weird how I didn't want to see the betrayed look on her face at that moment. "John, that's harsh," Lucas said. "Then what else do I do? What do I use 3 years of her life for? It's not like I can force her to be engaged with me again. The only thing in this, she used to be your fiancée. You should go easy on her," he said, and even though we were just a few years apart, he sounded smarter. Maybe he ought to be smarter. After all, he was older. Lucas had been the youngest child of the family, and when he was 5, and tremendously younger than his siblings, I had been born to the firstborn son in his family. Due to that, I was closer to him than he was to his real brothers. We had even decided to share a building in the family house, and had made the arrangements. "Easy?" I asked. "You should take some time to think before deciding her fate for 3 years. You're probably mad at her for fighting with you, but you shouldn't be blinded by your anger," he said, and that was all I needed. Someone to coax me gently and give me the pleasing I wanted. "You can leave, Emily, and return tomorrow. I'll get back to you after thinking of a position to give you," I said, and she got up from her seat. She didn't even thank me. Rather, she looked shaken. She walked slowly across the living room and made her way towards the door. Was she that shaken? Had I scared her that much? Did 3 years really matter? For me, it was too small. I preferred 7 years. "I came a long way. I'll have my shower now," Lucas said, and got to his feet. "I'll prepare something for us," I said, making for the kitchen while he made for his room. I couldn't deny my joy at having clipped Emily's wings. She deserved that and more for daring to stand up to me. She had even called me a dog. What an insult. I was going to repay her with the humiliation she had given me. Lucas Poth. I got to the room I always used whenever I stayed with John, and watched the stranger I had given my body willingly, walking down the road lifelessly. She ought to be followed because I didn't think she was thinking straight. She looked way too shocked. Emily. Her name was Emily. Finally, the stranger in my head had a name. John had hurt her badly, and she had called him all sorts of names. It was proof that she was indeed strange. Women, as I knew, never wanted to get on the bad side of someone like John. He was handsome and the perfect man to brag about to friends. He was rich and was the heir, an alpha. Even if he had hurt them, they'd cry, play weak, and have him comfort them. She had spoken with such defiance. Who was she? I didn't think she was rich, else she'd have paid John his money and could have walked out on him. Other women would have begged him and told him they were sorry, but she hadn't done any of that. In her eyes had been pure hurt and betrayal. What could John have done to her? John hadn't really read through the book, and maybe I was glad he didn't because it stated somewhere that the one who broke it had to serve a year, so the pain of it could be rubbed on them. Then, if they had the money, the other 2 years were completely unnecessary. I stared at her until she was out of sight and sighed. Seeing her had been a bolt shot to my chest. She had sprang out of nowhere when I was still trying hard to forget her. She looked more beautiful than the night I had seen her. Her dark blonde hair had fallen on the sides of her face and had a pretty pin placed on it. Her dark eyes seemed mysterious and so defiant until the defiance had crashed in recognition. She knew me. Just like I had been unable to forget her face, she had been unable to forget mine. Maybe I was happy to see her once more, but my heart felt heavy. Of all the women in the world, how could I have slept with my nephews? How could it have happened that way? That night, what was she doing so far from her neighborhood? I was thrown into despair. John was impulsive and would not sit back if he knew what I had done with his woman. He wouldn't mind that we had been strangers, but of course, all that wouldn't matter if she didn't go back on her word. If she didn't stay engaged to him, then he had no cause to control whatever she did. I took my shower immediately and tried to clear my head of thoughts. The last thing I needed was John noticing something off about me. When I went down the stairs, I met one of John's secretaries, Katie. When had she come in? Wasn't it too late for her to be in John's house? Also, she was dressed casually. Her hair was down and looked messy. If I saw properly, her shorts were actually night shorts. Had she spent the night with John? She stared at the pieces of the shattered stone alpha wolf and looked to be in deep thought. "Katie," I called, and she jumped, turning to look at me with shock in her eyes. Alpha Lucas," she called, taking a step back. She looked away and held her hands in front of her, trying to cover her shorts. "I didn't know you returned," she said in a little voice. "I returned today," I said, drying my hair with a towel. I sat at the dining table and could smell Bubba Gump shrimp with chicken frying. I ought not to dry my hair at the table, but being alone made me think more of Emily, so I left my room hastily. "John and I have a lot of work, so he asked me to come over so we could catch up," she explained, even though I didn't ask. "Have your seat. You're having dinner with us, right?" I asked, and she took her seat, a chair away from the one opposite me. "Thank you," she said. Shortly, John came out and saw me with wet hair. "Oh, come on, Lucas. We're at the table." He snapped, but my eyes were only for the meal. "Whoa," I exclaimed as I discovered the chicken to be deep fried. Katie came too. She explained already. I didn't ask anyone for any explanations, I said, spearing a shrimp with my fork. "Oh," John said, and dashed up the stairs. "Stop eating. I'm yet to dish it out," he said, but I didn't stop. "Katie, please dish it before he eats it all," he ordered, and I chuckled, spearing 4 shrimps at once before Katie could politely dig the saucier spoon John had provided into it. Shortly, John returned and began to blow my hair dry. "You're worse. I didn't know you wanted my hair as a side dish for dinner," I said, and he laughed, pulling me from my chair. John and I talked over dinner, laughing and talking like we were the same age. Katie smiled and was shy as always. She averted her eyes and answered slowly whenever I asked her a question. "What made you fight with your fiancé?" I asked, and Katie choked on her water. "Take it easy," John said, and turned to me. "It was just a minor misunderstanding. She gets mad all the time. She met Katie working in my house and blew the whole thing up, insinuating I was cheating on her," he said casually, and Katie looked uncomfortable. "She must have a terrible temper then," I commented. That night, I couldn't sleep without one image popping up in my head. It was Emily smiling. No matter how I tried, I couldn't get her face out of her mind. The night we had shared kept on playing perfectly in my mind. Seeing her stare at me in shock also replayed itself countless times. Every single emotion I had seen in her eyes disturbed me. Joyful eyes, seducing eyes, hurt and betrayed eyes, defiant eyes, scared eyes, shocked eyes. Why was I thinking continuously about her? No woman had crossed my mind so consistently. What was happening to me? Emily's pauvre. I trudged on the road like a lifeless being. It had been too much shock for me to handle all at once. The gentle night breeze blew strands of my hair softly across my face, but I didn't even bother brushing them away. I couldn't feel my heart beating. It felt like it had stopped beating. What did I want to do? Did I wish to cry, run, curse, and scream? Everything about the night had been traumatizing. John's uncle, smashing the heirloom John was so protective of, becoming entrapped by him, and being treated like trash. At first, he had been so hurtful by telling me cheating was what every man did. He didn't even sound genuine with his apology. He had sounded like I was overreacting. Then the stranger I had slept with had walked in, and he had turned out to be John's uncle. How could such a young man be his uncle? How could I have slept with him? How could I have slept with a relative of John's? I dug my hands through my hair as I walked on the road. Doomed. That was what I was. Doom had been etched into my name. Why had I been so careless? Why had I chosen to rage in front of John close to his precious heirloom? There had been other spots to rage at him, so why hadn't I gone there? How had I ended up smashing it? Was I really going to be subject to John for 3 years? What had happened? The night had been full of mistakes, mistakes I wished to correct. What was I going to do? When I got home and saw Dahlia wiping the shelves, my eyes watered. She turned and saw me standing there, looking like the sky had fallen. "Emily," she called, dropping her napkin, and made her way to me briskly. "Darling, what's wrong? What did he do?" "Dahlia, I found it hard to breathe, and it was so hard to say the word." "Calm down, slowly, say it slowly," she said, and I closed my eyes. "I'm John's slave," I told her, and burst into tears, falling to the floor. "I don't understand. At least make me understand. I don't get you," I said, sitting down in front of me. You know John's heirloom I do talk about? The one he polishes daily?" "Yeah, Dahlia, I smashed it," I said with my voice breaking. "What?" He wasn't joking when he said it was so important. There's this book with laws and in it I'm supposed to serve him for 3 years unless I can pay the money he wants and sculpt another replica of the alpha for them, I explained, and she looked utterly shocked. "What? How did that happen?" she asked, and I sniffed. "The thing is, I didn't tell you the full story today." "What full story?" "When I saw John in bed with another woman," I said, swallowing hard and trying to make my words clear. "Okay?" she urged. "Last night, I slept with a stranger." "Emily," she called softly in shock. The bartender drugged me, and I was also drunk, so I just... My voice broke again. "You didn't know what you were doing. You would never sleep with another man when you're sane. You also know that. So John knows about it?" she asked. "No, he doesn't. The man I slept with," I paused. "He's blackmailing you?" she asked with wide eyes. "He's John's uncle," I said, and she was stunned into silence. "I saw him tonight, and the shock caused me to break the statue," I explained, and she looked like she didn't know what came next. "So have you seen this man? Have you talked to him? He might understand since he's older, and I see no difference between him and John. I don't know how he's John's uncle." "He's young?" she asked, and I nodded. "Then maybe they're not related. There's some kind of resemblance in the face. They look completely different, but something about them shows they're related." He also made a reaction when I was about to break the statue. He knew the consequences, I said, and Dahlia gave a deep sigh. "This is bad. Oh, Emily, this is bad. Of all the men in the world, why his uncle?" she lamented. "John wanted me as a maid, but I might get a better position tomorrow. His uncle told him to give me a better position." "You don't think he wants you two to keep on sleeping together, do you?" she asked, holding my arm. "Does he look like the blackmailing type?" I didn't really stare at him. He looks decent, but if he's John's uncle, he may be no better than John. "Oh, Emily, what are we going to do?" she asked, placing a hand on her forehead. "I really don't know." "Then, you know what? Let's just wait till tomorrow. You'll tell me whatever happens next. If I need to go on my knees for John, I will," she said, trying to raise me up, only for me to burst into tears once more. Why was she so good to me? I was the one knee-high in the mud, but she made it seem like we both were stuck in it. She made it seem like I wasn't alone, and it made things seem half bearable. The next morning, I hesitated before ringing the doorbell. For some reason, only black appealed to me, so I had picked out a black gown and a black woolen beret. It made things seem like I was going for a funeral, especially since I was with a black bag, but was I really in the shoes to care? After taking in a deep breath, I rang the doorbell, and after ringing twice, it was answered by a lady. I recognized her immediately. She was the woman he had been sleeping with. She blinked hard and swallowed before stepping back to let me in. I had expected her to be haughty, but rather, she seemed reserved. "Come in, please," she said politely, and I walked in. She couldn't meet my eyes, and that was good enough. She was well aware it was shameful to sleep with someone else's fiancée. John was coming down the stairs when he saw me, and he smiled. "Have a seat," he said casually, and I took my seat on the sofa opposite the one he took. "Katie, sit," he said, tapping the space next to him, and she sat. "So, this is Katie, and she's been my secretary for years. Funny how you've never met her, but thankfully you're meeting her now," he said, and she gave a little smile. How dare he introduce me to the woman he had cheated on me with? That was just way too low. "I'm Katie." She introduced herself personally, but I didn't want to introduce myself to her. I didn't want her thinking I was fine with her. "You wouldn't introduce yourself?" John asked. "To the woman who slept with someone who used to be my man when he was still mine? I should act like it's fine and that I don't mind?" I asked, and John gave a little smile, but Katie looked uncomfortable. "Didn't know you had such a nice memory. Well, you'll have to warm up to her sometime later because she'll be in charge of you," he said. "What?" I asked, and he turned to Katie. "You'll be up to the task, right?" he asked her, and she nodded. Then he turned back to me. "You'll be my secretary from today till the end of 3 years. If you don't want that, you can choose to be a maid." "A secretary?" I asked. That was fair. I'd have nothing more than a work relationship with him. "A live-in secretary," he completed. "What?" "You're moving with me to the family house tomorrow," he said, and my anger for him burned hard. How could he tell me to move in with him? What was he playing at? Despite how wronged and angry I felt, I had no choice but to accept it, and so I simply said, "Would that be all?" Lucas's pove. I went out for an early morning jog to clear my head, which was filled with thoughts, and jogged all the way to Trey's house. I stopped there and began to take deep breaths. "Lucas," Trey called, and I turned to see him walking towards me. "Where are you coming from?" I asked breathlessly. "I went to throw out the trash. You were jogging?" he asked, climbing up his front porch. I followed him, still breathing heavily. "Yeah, I can't seem to think properly," I replied, walking into his house and closed the door behind me. "Breakfast?" he asked, going to his kitchen. "Don't think I have an appetite for that either," I said, laying down on his sofa. "A snack? Nope." "Then what do you want?" he asked. "Just take your seat," I replied, and he sat in front of me. "Is this about the nasty thing you wanted to tell me yesterday?" he asked, and I stared straight up at the ceiling. "Yeah," I replied and gave a sigh. "The night I flew into LA, I could only find an inn, and that night," I paused. "That night?" he urged when it seemed like I had forgotten to continue. "That night I slept with a woman." "Whoa, who?" he asked, with his eyes a doubled size. "A stranger." "What? You? Wait. So you're telling me you had a one-night stand? You? Whoa," he exclaimed and began to laugh and clap. "And who's the lucky woman?" "John's fiancée," I replied, still staring at the ceiling, and he began to choke on his saliva. "What did you say?" he asked, looking at me like he hadn't heard me. "I slept with John's fiancée." "Whoa. Wait, why are you telling me this? You and I know I'm the wrong person to seek advice from. I like all things dark and forbidden," he said, and I rolled my eyes. "You're despicable. Actually, I didn't know she was his fiancée. It was last night I knew. I was so shocked, but the problem here is I like her as a person, not necessarily as a woman," I said, sitting up, but Trey kept on giving me a look that succeeded in irritating me. "Really?" he asked, making his voice deeper. "Let's not joke right now. Let's face this. Okay, I like her as a friend, but..." He gave a fake cough. "Trey," I called. "What the? I'm listening. You don't like her as a person. You like her as a woman. Go on." "That's definitely not what I said. I said it the other way around. So what's the problem if you like her as a friend and she's John's fiancée?" "They fought." "Okay, I still don't see the problem. She called off the engagement." "Whoa, what happened?" "John said she misunderstood his relationship with his secretary who she found in his house and got mad." "Have you double-checked that being the truth? Women don't necessarily go overboard without concrete evidence. They don't just break engagements over hunches. There might be a fight, but not just a breakup. Except she's been meaning to do that all along," Trey said. "Really?" I asked. "Yeah, but what's the problem? If they break up, the better for her to be your friend," he said, stressing the last word. "It feels wrong. To be friends with the first woman you slept with in a while." No, because because she used to be John's fiancée. Actually, she's very beautiful and defies everything I thought about ladies. Apart from managing to get me easily, I find her beauty compelling. I can't stop staring at her. Meanwhile, other women try their best to make me give them so much as a glance. Also, John had told me she was the only woman who didn't care for his money, but loved him. I didn't believe him, but now I do. She was willing to break up with him, despite all she'd stand to get as the Luna of the future heir. I explained, and Trey gave it a thought. That's true. I can't think of a woman who would think of leaving John. He's rich, he's good-looking, he's the alpha and the heir. Wow. Does she know there are queues of women waiting to have him? He asked, and I sighed. Maybe she knows, but just doesn't care. I doubt John didn't do anything bad. You say John called her sweet all the time, then what would make such a sweet woman blow up? He asked. I don't know the full story, so I'm not too sure I can be friends with her unless I do. Maybe she's the one in the wrong. And if she's the one in the wrong, does it mean you can't be friends with her? We all make mistakes, so... He said, getting up from the sofa and going towards the kitchen. She's been on my mind for a while, I replied, falling back on the sofa. I see a forbidden romance looming, magical roses blooming, he said softly and poetically, and I laughed. Stop teasing me. How was sleeping with her? Great, I said in a little voice. What did you say? I said it was great, I replied. It was what? He asked, turning around, and I laughed, throwing a cushion his way. You heard me. By the way, you seem too relaxed for a man going to work, I said, getting off the sofa to see what he was making. Oh, please, don't nag me. You know I'm very punctual. That reminds me, you have a lot to do at work. A whole lot. I know. Don't nag me too. How come you have nothing you eat in your kitchen? Do you feed on junk? The life of a businessman, Alpha Lucas. He's got no time to cook and eat healthy food, Trey replied, and I scoffed, picking up a bag of Cheeros. A man eating this, I commented, opening it. Just then my phone rang, and Trey seized the opportunity to snatch it from me. I picked up my phone and saw it was Mrs. Mayer. Mrs. Mayer's calling, I said, and picked the call. Good morning, Mrs. Mayer. Good morning, Mr. Granger. How are things in L.A.? Things are fine. So I got the feedback from my daughter and decided to see you in person. Could you make a trip to New Zealand? I'm thinking of a partnership. A partnership? Even after being rude to her granddaughter? Things seemed suspicious, and my main suspect was Stephanie. She had clearly been dissatisfied with me the previous day. Was she planning something? Emily's povee. I left John's house after he said all he wanted to and stopped at a cafe to drink a little coffee. I didn't know what next to do. Maybe I really had to move in because I couldn't see myself begging John. My pride would never allow it. What made matters worse was that we were going to move to the family house. Had it were at his house, then I didn't have to see anyone. The only time I'd see him would be when I was working. After that, I'd stay in other places he didn't frequent, but at the main building, it was going to be really not chaotic, like a real chaotic house was, but chaotic to me, who was used to living alone. After sipping coffee and envying the people who were having the fun of their lives without any worries, I decided to leave and stop assuming things. Their lives may not be as perfect as I thought it was. Everyone had problems, and there was always someone with a bigger problem. I decided to be positive. There was someone dying in the hospital at that very moment. There was someone else being diagnosed with lung cancer. There was someone who couldn't walk anymore due to an accident. Living with John was nothing compared to all that. Being with him for 3 years wasn't the end of the world. I got back to my house and knocked on the door of Dahlia's room. "Come in, Emily," she said, and I walked in. She was folding clean clothes she had washed. "What did he say?" she asked, dropping the last cloth she had folded. "I'm going to be his secretary." "Secretary? That's nice. Honestly, it's great. It's a lot better than being a maid," she said, and I sighed. "But he says I have to move in by tomorrow," she added, and Dahlia's face fell. "Move in? You'll live in his house?" she asked. "It seems like the case. There's nothing else I can do. He won't take no, and I'm not going to beg him," I said, and she took my hands. "It's going to be fine. 3 years will be over before you know it. All you have to do is keep being strong, okay?" she said, reassuringly. I just wish I didn't have to see his face. You know, sometime in the future, you will look back on this moment and smile. Everything happens for a reason, so just hang in there. She advised, stroking my hands, and I nodded, even though I couldn't picture myself smiling anymore. But you'll be here, right? I want you to stay where I can easily find you, Dahlia. I said, not wanting a case where John would be the main reason we parted to continue on separate ways. I wanted to stay with Dahlia for a very long time. What is my use without you? I'll simply be a burden. No, you're my burden lifter. I need you know you're still there. Stay here, take care of the house, and I'll come to visit from time to time too. The house is under your care now. It's yours, I said, and tears glistened in her eyes. I continued, you can bring in anyone you want. Just promise me you'll be fine. I'll also try my best to be fine. 3 years more and we'll live together. Who knows, maybe we'll have a house bigger than this, and I'll be a designer attempting to break through the international market. Dahlia hugged me, and it was hard to stop my tears from falling. It seemed like me moving out was going to strangle our relationship. I'll visit whenever I can, okay? Make sure you stay here, and always have my favorite snacks prepared, I said, and heard her sniff, then smiled. I wasn't the only one sad about leaving. She also didn't want me to leave. Later that day, Dahlia and I packed my things, talking and laughing about our moments together. Remember when you wanted John, but got someone else instead? She asked, and I burst into laughter. I almost burst into tears when my letter got into the wrong hands, and I couldn't do anything or say the letter was mine, I said, giggling. Proof that I had loved John almost all my life was us going to the same school almost all our lives. I'd watched him through the sidelines and tried to confess my feelings to him when we were in middle school. Unfortunately, some other idiot read it and burst into tears because it was his first love letter. He had searched high and low until he found me and forced me to take him home. When I introduced him as my boyfriend, Dahlia had laughed because she knew John was the only one I ever wanted, so there had to be a mistake somewhere. Also, I was seeming like a stone. I didn't talk much and didn't make much expressions. The boy had been so happy, and it had taken 2 months for me to summon the courage and break his heart. Why had it taken me so long to tell him the letter got into the wrong hands? I should have done it immediately, I said, and burst into laughter. Remember when I first got noticed by John? I asked, and she giggled. You spent days smiling and staring into space. It had been so tough to get to you, Emily. You really gave me a hard time. If I didn't call your name 6 times, then I wouldn't be successful in drawing you back from your head, she said, making me roll over on my bed, giggling. Remember when John asked me out? I asked, and she closed her eyes. The worst, she said, and we began to sing. Love struck. You had me love struck. My light switch, light my heart like a lamp. We sang and giggled. That was your anthem day and night. You had me singing the song too, and I was shocked when I realized I knew the whole song. He had been so shy to tell me all along, and when I decided I was better off watching him from afar than being so close and getting hurt, he did something his shy self would never do. He called me out during the night of homecoming dance and confessed his feelings. That was our last year in high school, I said, smiling. That night was the beginning of my woes, Dahlia said, rolling her eyes with a smile. Apart from singing the same song every 3 minutes, I'd suddenly scream out loud. My first scream had been on the rooftop, and I'd nearly given Dahlia cardiac arrest. When we were having dinner, too, I screamed again, and it became a routine to scream unexpectedly at least thrice a day. Why did you even do that? Dahlia asked, chuckling. That time my emotions were too hard to control. It felt like they were too much in my chest. My heart raced, and it seemed like I'd suddenly stop breathing. So the pressure, mingled with the excitement and joy, always made me scream, I explained. Young love, Dahlia commented. Who knew John and I would end up this way? I wonder if I can ever love anyone else the way I loved him. Oh, come on, you're still so young. You'll definitely find someone else. Dahlia reassured me, and I smiled. The person had better make me scream like John did, I said, and she chuckled. I'll be there to spank you if you're still screaming like that when you're all grown up, she said, and we laughed again. While we packed up, Dahlia and I went back in time, reliving the good and the bad moments together. Honestly, she was so optimistic that I could see myself falling for someone charming 3 years later, and I couldn't wait to be completely over John. When night fell, I took a slow walk around my house. It was my goodbye. I was leaving it. The house my parents had left me in with Dahlia. My parents had been well off enough to get me a maid, which was Dahlia. Well, she started off as a nanny before she began to clean the house and gradually became my mother. My parents had been very busy, and at a very young age, a business trip took them away from me forever. My memories of them were dim, and I wish they weren't because they were happy memories. Being with my parents had been rare, so every moment I had with them was special and precious to me. I looked around at the house once more and sighed. I was about to say goodbye to a comfortable life. My room was all packed, and only a few things were left behind. I was going to miss staying up long into the night with my chair in front of the windowsill, making designs in the moonlight. I was going to miss the freedom and privacy I had, and above all, I was going to miss Dahlia, my beautiful mother. For the last time, I sat at the windowsill, looking out at the stars the night was beginning to reveal. Would my secret with John's uncle be safe? Would it be spilled? Kept? Would I be safe? John's Pove. Since Emily had left my house early that morning, my heart had been light. Emily was going to move in, and I was going to carry out my payback. It was petty of me, but Emily had gone too far. It was just too much. My pride had been stung. I was not one who was used to getting shouted on or insulted. Never had any girl or anyone spoke to me with such disrespect. I was going to put her back where she belonged. How could she dare to behave coy or hard to get? Emily had broken the engagement, but one thing she didn't know was that she could never stop loving me. I was the man she'd loved since elementary school. All through middle school, she'd only had eyes for me and had been transformed into a smiling sausage when I asked her out. Emily didn't know it, but staying in the same house with me would make it hard for her to forget about me or hate me. In about 2 days, she'd be crying and wishing she could hold and talk to me like she used to. In 4 days, we'd be making out again, and she'd realize she couldn't leave me no matter what. I was going to make her realize my worth. When she saw how other women were clamoring to have me, treasure me, and cuddle me, she'd hold me tight when we got back together again. Thinking of it, we had been together for too long. Maybe that was why she didn't see me as a big deal. All through senior year and our college days, Emily and I had been together, and everyone knew us to be lovebirds. They were also expecting our wedding, which was in a few days. What if rumors spread that I cheated? Well, the only thing I had to do was warn Emily to let no one know we had called off the engagement. We were going to be back together in a matter of days, so the public could wait. As for Lucas, I hadn't been around when he had returned from his morning jog, so he had called me and told me he had to leave on an important business trip. It had pissed me off because we hadn't been able to talk much, but he had said he'd be back in a few days. That was Lucas, always going from one business trip to another. He wasn't the only businessman. I was also a businessman and had my companies to manage, yet I was around most of the time. My employees went on all the business trips needed, and we still had good results. The next day, I waited for Emily in my house with Katie by my side. Lucas had called me the previous night, and we had conversed a little. Emily arrived quite early with her luggage and bag containing a few more things. We got into my car and drove off to the family house. It wasn't far, so I wasn't really worried as we passed by Emily's house. She loved her maid terribly, so it'd be no big deal for her to make visits. So every morning, I will have a task list prepared for you. You are to do everything on the list without question, and to be done by the time written on it. As my secretary, you'll have to be fast and sharp. It's not a job you sleep on or can be really slow at, I said, looking at her through the front mirror. Yes, she replied dully. You'll be working mainly with Katie. She'll take you shopping and give you the right clothes to wear. She'll also take you around the family house and introduce everyone to you, since she knows those stuff better than you do. That reminds me, no one is to know about our engagement being called off. If you don't want to lie, then you don't have to talk. I continued, but she didn't stop looking downwards. Lest I forget, you're to stop being a designer, I said, annoyed that she wasn't making any reactions. She looked up immediately and met my eyes in the mirror. A smile curved my lips. She was finally making the reaction I wanted. Why? Would it affect anything? She asked. Everything. My secretaries work full-time. You can go back to it after 3 years, I said, and she stared at me with something resembling hatred. Wait, had I seen right? There was no way Emily could look at me that way. Emily adored me. She looked away and turned her gaze outside the car. Did you hear me? I asked. I did, she replied, still staring out the window. When we got to the family house, I could see her staring hard. She was probably impressed. It was a mini palace with 5 beautiful buildings built closely. I owned the one in the center, and it was where we were going to. We walked in, and she couldn't resist staring at the halls and their beautiful chandeliers. Katie took her around so she could choose her room, and she chose the last room on the first floor. After settling in, all 3 of us went to shop for clothes. I couldn't help wanting to tag along. Seeing her reactions to different things had become an addiction. Katie chose suits of different radiant colors, blazer dresses, heels, and bags that suited Emily. She also picked out a few for me, and lovingly, I picked out a few for her, but Emily wasn't even watching. After picking up all the clothes we needed, we returned to the car, and I decided to keep my dissatisfaction about her acting completely disinterested. After all, whether she liked it or not, she was going to hate her decision to break the engagement and run her mouth thoughtlessly at me. And the first thing I was going to do was bring in women. Her jealousy and feeling of not being important was my target. I was going to hurt her feelings badly. Emily's povie. The dresses I saw were all beautiful, and I saw for the first time how truly wealthy John was. Katie picked out dresses, suits, blazers, and heels without looking at the price tags. I saw the price of a red blazer dress she bought and almost choked. Anything she felt would suit me, she threw into the cart, regardless of the price. It was actually crazy. I could see why a lot of girls had envied me back in school. I had never really sat down to think of how wealthy John was because I was determined on getting wealthy myself and promoting my designs. You'd look beautiful in this. I'd be blinded. I heard John say to Katie. I didn't hear her reply, but knew she gave one. It made me uncomfortable knowing I was the one who used to hear all those cringy catchphrases, but I pretended to be immersed in a dress in front of me. John kept on flattering Katie, and I couldn't tell if he wanted me to hear or was really taken by Katie. When I had fought him, he had told me he'd explain. Had the explanation he intended been a lie? Was he about to tell me I was the only one he loved, while he was clearly taken with the quiet Katie? Or did he run to her because I rejected him? In the car, I felt more uncomfortable by the silence. It was hard to know what Katie thought. Did she like John or not? Was she feeling guilty, or she didn't care enough to know how I felt? We got back to the family house, and I was allowed to take a bath before I was to be taken around the house and prepared to be introduced to the family members who lived in the other buildings. You should be careful of the current alpha who's ruling. Alpha Raymond. John's father. He's not really healthy, and will hand over to John very soon, so he tends to be a little cranky. He's the eldest son. They are 5 in total. The second son is a little jovial. You can feel free with him. That's Alpha Will. He tends to make light jokes to lighten up the mood. Then we have Lady Genevieve. She is strict and doesn't talk much. You do not want to cross her, but impress her. I personally think it's a good idea that you don't let any of them know you broke off the engagement. It might not look good for you since your marriage has been the talk of the town for a while now. I suggest you leave John to handle it. We have Lady Mira. She's also very jovial, but you shouldn't try to be with her because she's a little exhausting and gets annoyed when you can't catch up to her speed. She's 44 now, but still acts like she's 20. And then there's the youngest, Alpha Lucas. My heart skipped at the name. She continued, just stay away from him. He doesn't really like women and can come off as rude and arrogant. He doesn't give much thought to women. Any little thing you do can easily pass off as you trying to hit on him, and in times like that, he can be aggressive with his words. She informed me, and I nodded. So those are the people who matter in this family house. You do not need to care much for their children. They're all still in school, except for John, who's the sole heir, and Alpha Lucas has no son. But in case you have to deal with them any day, just know that the twins are not to be taken lightly. Darrell and Darella. They're from Alpha Will and are still in high school. They can come off as proud and arrogant. Then there's Jude. She's quiet and doesn't speak much. Rumor has it that she's being bullied, but there's no evidence to prove it, so she's a little jumpy and cranky around people with imposing auras. She belongs to Lady Genevieve. Then we have Sadie, the youngest among the children. She's just 8. Lady Mira had her at a later age, so she has been pampered and spoiled. She also can come off as rude and naughty. The best way to approach her will be confidently. Nothing less and nothing more, she explained. That was a lot to take in, so I found myself writing down quickly on their different personalities. I felt the kids would be harder to approach. I'd never been good with younger people. How was I to absorb a bunch of information in just a few hours? We were having a party to celebrate John coming into the house, and I knew they were also eager to meet me and see the lady who kept John stuck in a relationship for years. I didn't want to talk much with Katie, but I had questions. Can I know their ages? I asked, preparing my pen. Darrell and Darella 16, Jude 14, Sadie 8. She said immediately, and I began to write everything down. Was that the work of a secretary, knowing everything about one's family, or Katie was just a special secretary? I wanted to ask the next question, but it was a little hard. Deep down, I knew I didn't care about their ages. I only cared about one person's age, and I didn't know why I did. The adults, I asked, wondering if she knew. Alpha Raymond 56, Alpha Will 53, Lady Genevieve 48, Lady Mira 44. My ears were perked up, waiting. Alpha Lucas 29. 20 what? I asked, unable to stop myself. Why did he have such a huge and horrible gap between his brothers? It meant he was 5 years older than John, who was just 24. She stopped and looked at me. You have met him, right? No, I heard myself say. He and John are pretty close. Thought you'd have met him. I slept with 2 men who were close to each other. Nothing about the whole issue seemed right. So all the family will be there tonight? I asked in a straight voice, even though I wanted to know the real reason I hadn't seen the stranger. I mean, Lucas. Alpha Lucas, since that night. Yes, everyone. Everyone except Alpha Lucas, she replied and didn't say more. I guessed he had returned to wherever he stayed, Emily's povey. Tonight, you wouldn't be going as John's fiancée, but as his secretary, so we'll have to wear matching suits. It's a dinner, so they wouldn't like a boring color. We're going with red, especially for Alpha Raymond. He likes it when things seem lively. We'll have our hair down with any expensive hairpin. Lady Mira frowns on women who do not appreciate jewelry. We'll be in pants, as Lady Genevieve thinks secretaries who... She paused and I followed, waiting for her next words. Then she continued. Lady Genevieve thinks secretaries who wear skirts end up seducing the men they work for. Oh, she was feeling guilty because one way or the other she had seduced John, a married man. It was awkward. No makeup. Alpha will likes plain faces for secretaries and smart heels. You should be respectful and don't make the mistake of calling him John. You call him Alpha John. Disrespect is frowned upon by every one of them. She continued, and I nodded. It felt like everything had become really complicated. She began to show me the parts of John's mini mansion. The rooms, kitchen, swimming pool, garden, library, snack room, dining hall, offices we could pick for work. Another library for professional books, gym room, the main living room. There was also a game room, art room, hall for parties. There were lots of rooms with purposes that I felt were unneeded. It was bigger than most mini mansions, and the funny thing about it was that the rooms in total for bedroom purposes were just 6. John had one, and I had one. I didn't know how long Katie would be staying, so I guessed she had one too. Behind the house, there was another large house that seemed less decorated, and in there, we walked into the foyer and met lots of ladies waiting. They were maids who were applying, since the house was occupied. I watched as Katie interviewed them all, telling them immediately if they passed or failed. She seemed busy, but even with how occupied she was, She gave an occasional blank stare, like something was on her mind. That evening, I was dressed after Katie was. She picked out a white bow-collared shirt and a long red suit jacket. The red pants were high on my waist and made me look smart. I had never really paid attention to suits, so I never knew they would suit me as well as that. A beautiful golden pin was clipped on my left breast, and my hair was brushed to fall around my shoulders. She also brushed back the left side of my hair with a simple but beautiful pin. My earrings were small and elegant, and the shoes simple. I felt like a secretary indeed. John walked through the doors to call on us, and when he saw me, he stopped for a while, like he was awed by my appearance. Then he blinked and looked at Katie. "Looking beautiful," he commented. After making sure our dressing was complete, we walked behind John, heading out of the dressing room we had been in. The maids who had taken up their positions immediately bowed to us as we walked past, and I gave a sigh. Maybe if I'd never gone to give John dinner that day, I'd have been walking by his side, not knowing that the woman walking behind was the one with a hold over him. We left the mansion and walked towards Alpha Raymond's mini mansion, which was right next to it. The sky was dark, and a water fountain in the distance sprung out beautifully. There were bright lights behind it, making it appear silvery. The large trees, walls, and swimming pool also had little lights, lighting up the place in a display of colors. We walked into Alpha Raymond's foyer, and it was a thing of beauty. The staircase was silver in color, and most of the things were either golden or cream. I was sure some of the golden sculptures I saw were real gold. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to admire the magnificent interior, as we climbed up the stairs and went through a series of halls before arriving at the dining hall. There were the family members with a variety of dishes displayed on the long table, and I felt a little nervous. They were all talking and laughing, but stopped when they saw us. "Hey, Dad," John called and walked to him. They hugged each other and laughed after saying a few things. Katie and I bowed, and every eye was on me. I had never seen their faces before, but I could tell who was who based on how they stared at me. "Sit, sit," Alpha Raymond said, and Katie and I took seats on either side of John. "Pleasant. I was thinking you'd let her come as a fiancée," Lady Genevieve muttered as she cut into her beef. "How on earth did you break that?" Lady Mira asked, then looked at Really? "A secretary. Because she's your lover, you make her a secretary. You should have made her my assistant, or doesn't it count as her repaying her debt?" she asked, and I felt uncomfortable. It was definitely an accident. She wouldn't just lift the sculpture and smash it into the ground. Or did she, John? Alpha Will asked. "No, she didn't," John replied. There were 3 unfamiliar faces, and I guessed they were the spouses of the siblings. Maybe they didn't really matter. If they did, Katie would have told me all about them. "Let's do this again when Lucas is here. We don't feel complete. Also, I have a whole lot to tell him. Can't he be commanded to come here?" Sadie asked, and Lady Myra hugged her, giving her a peck. "Disgusting, Mum," she snapped. "Don't worry, we'll do this again. Everyone agrees, right?" Lady Mira asked, and everyone nodded. "So she's a secretary, or your wife-to-be, which of them?" Alpha Raymond asked, and John smiled. "Today she's here as a secretary," he replied. "How on earth did you manage to break that?" Sadie, the youngest, asked. "Were you blind or what? How could you not see something as big as that?" she asked. It stung. I'd been told she was rude, but never expected her to be as arrogant as that. Worse was, no one corrected her or said a thing. "I apologize for causing the family trouble," I said, and Dorella scoffed. "Is an apology the best you can do? It's not like you being a secretary is helping matters," Lady Genevieve said, eating. "Please stop putting her in a tight spot. We're here to celebrate, aren't we?" Alpha Will said, and Darryl poured wine into his glass. "Let's make a toast, everyone, to John's clumsy wife and an unknown reason why he decided to move in earlier," he said, rising to his feet, and Dorella smiled, raising her glass. Sadie joined, and shortly the adults joined, laughing and finding the kids funny. All except Jude, who focused on eating as slowly as a snail. She seemed to be somewhere else amidst all the noise, and I gained an instant liking for her. But to sum it all up, I didn't think John's family liked me much, and thankfully, I was no longer marrying into their family. I just needed to be careful. Old and young, they were equally dangerous and stronger than I was, and I could tell that all it took was one mistake for them to gobble me up. Lucas Pope. Trey and I had been shocked when Mrs. Mayer decided to give us a second chance. We had forgotten all about signing a contract with her. So as for her not to change her mind, I decided to leave for New Zealand that same day, since the flight was going to be a long one. Trey had told me to do whatever it took to secure the contract, but I knew in me that if they wanted something more than me signing the contract, I'd still leave. I'd seen far more persistent and stubborn women. It'll be shameless to be held down by someone like Stephanie. I went back home immediately, but didn't see John at home. Instead, I saw Katie. "Katie," I called, and she turned around. "Good morning, Alpha Lucas," she greeted with a little smile. "Have you seen John? Where is he?" I asked. "I'm afraid he left to make preparations for the broken sculpture. He might be back soon. Would you like to wait?" she asked. "I don't think I can." "Is there a problem?" "I have to leave." Are you aware of the family dinner to celebrate John's moving in?" she asked. "I think I'll have to miss it. Tell John I'll be back in a few days," I replied and turned away. Sadly, John's dinner wasn't as important as the possibility of success I could gain if I flew to New Zealand to meet with Mrs. Mayer. I took a quick bath and changed into fresh clothes. I didn't bother to do anything like packing up. That would be done later. I booked a quick flight for New Zealand and had to wait for 2 hours before the flight took off. In that time, I ordered clothes I expected to be enough for my stay in New Zealand. I ordered randomly because I knew that if I needed more, I could easily get some in. New Zealand. I didn't know what Mrs. Mayer had in mind, but she told me to think of it as a brief vacation with little business wedged in. If it were another client, I'd have rejected the offer because I only took vacations when I planned them thoroughly. But Mrs. Mayer was different. I only wondered why she had to be blessed with such a clingy and cheap granddaughter. What I liked most about her idea was that she wanted us to create an idea after looking around at the people, by thinking of what they would need most. She didn't want us to dump the work on the product team. Finally, I settled onto the plane as a VIP. It was going to be a long flight, so I wanted as much comfort as I could get. It was then I worried about Emily. Even though John was a young man of 24 who ought to start acting mature, he was still like a kid in many ways. Maybe because he was the only son and the heir to the throne. John never let a grudge go, and all the names Emily had called him had been too harsh. I knew John would definitely want to pay her back harshly. I had caught a sly smile on his face when he watched her leave. Would she be fine? He had decided on having her as a live-in secretary, but I knew it was only an excuse to pay her back, although I decided not to think much about it. Despite holding grudges, John was also soft-hearted. Maybe when he saw she was sad enough, he'd give it up. And also, he loved her, so he ought to be more careful in whatever way he chose to pay her back. I sighed and leaned backwards. Thinking about Emily was meant to be far from me. I didn't want to wish to get too close to her to the extent that John would think I had feelings for her. I was simply intrigued by her personality. It was rare in the women I'd come across. Just then, the woman next to him tapped me and spoke in a weird language. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I cannot identify your language, nor can I speak it," I said, and she took a deep breath. "Me English, no," she said, and I wondered if she'd been sent to me to snap away thoughts of Emily from my head. "I will call a flight attendant for you," I said, but she began to speak rapidly in her language. Okay, what is it you want?" I asked slowly, and she began to drag her index finger across her palm repeatedly. "And is?" I asked slowly, then she pointed to my shirt. "Shirt," I said, and she raised her hand to her lips like she was trying to have some water. "Shirt, water," I said, looking at her like I was staring at an unfamiliar math problem. She touched my shirt once more and did the same thing. "Oh wait, you mean red? My shirt's red?" "Yes, red, she repeated. "Red water, wine, a kind of juice?" I asked, and she squeezed her face and pointed to her white skirt. "Red water, white skirt? Your skirt is stained with red water?" My mouth suddenly hung open, and I took out my phone and searched out the picture of a sanitary pad. "You need this?" I asked, and she looked at me pleadingly. I'll call the flight attendants and tell them," I was saying, but she grabbed my arm hard and shook her head. She pointed to herself, crossed her hands, and shook her head, then pointed to me and nodded. You're embarrassed to ask ladies for a sanitary pad, but you don't mind asking a man? I asked with a brow raised, then recalled she couldn't understand me. Go, you know? I asked, and she nodded. You please, you laugh them. No, they won't laugh, I said using hands, but she looked like she would cry. Wow, but I'm a man, it's worse for me to. She began to speak desperately in her language once more, and I was baffled. She seemed like she was narrating a whole story, but the words buzzed in and out of my ear. Lucas Povi. At last I decided to help her out and got to my feet since I hadn't seen a flight attendant pass by. Sorry, excuse me? I called, pulling back the curtain a little. What do you need, sir? One of them asked, smiling, and the rest of them held smiles on their faces. Do you have a sanitary pad? I asked, and their smiles fell. A sanitary pad? She asked. Do you have one? We do not offer sanitary pads on this plane, she replied. Really? Oh gosh, I muttered and rubbed my temples. Then what do I do? I asked, and maybe my face did the wonders, but they looked at each other. I have some personal sanitary pads, but another was saying. I need how many sanitary pads does a lady need on a 13-hour flight? I asked and felt horribly embarrassed. Their smiles faded once more as they regarded me as a pervert, deliberately trying to piss them off. The flight attendants regained their smiles once more, although I could see their confusion still evident in their eyes. May I ask? Don't ask. Also, I'm not a pervert. I just really need it. Do you experience peri? No, I said immediately. If you'd wait for a second. The lady who had offered to give me one scanned my clothes and probably the fact that I was in a first-class arrangement and decided not to question me. She returned shortly with a pack. If you flow heavy, this should be enough for 13 hours. She said, It's not for me, I said immediately. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm a man. I need it urgently for my seat partner, I said, and their faces shifted into one of comprehension. Don't tell her I told you, though. She speaks a language I don't think you'll understand. Thanks for this, I replied and left. I went back to my seat and handed her the pack of sanitary pads, and her eyes welled up with tears as she began to speak rapidly in her language. Wakawatai ko kanui te mihi, katino mihi ahau ki tene. She said, dashing away with her tongue, but through her words I could tell she was expressing her gratitude. However, she refused to stand, but kept on staring at me. I tried to ignore her, but eventually she tapped me. Yes, I replied with a smile despite being frustrated, and she began to speak rapidly once more with large tears in her eyes. I bit my lip, feeling a pot of frustration boil in my tummy. I don't know. Understand, no? You? Word? What? I asked, breaking my words down for her, and she pointed at my shirt, a bottle of water, and her skirt. Oh, you're still stained, I figured, and took off the shirt I was wearing. This, waist, go, I said, wrapping the shirt around my waist briefly before giving it to her. She smiled brightly and began to speak rapidly again. She did just as I had done and got to her feet, hiding the pack of sanitary pads behind her. Before she returned, I decided to sleep. I didn't want to solve any ladylike problems anymore. Thankfully, she didn't bother me anymore, but sang sweetly and softly in her language, and I appreciated that, but didn't say anything. I felt at ease hearing her sing, and I wondered what the words meant, but guessed I'd never know. We landed in New Zealand by 11 p.m., and the woman insisted on following me, telling me to follow her through sign language. It's fine. I can find a hotel or... I was saying, but she shook her head strongly, still speaking in her strange language. The cold was biting, and I kept on staring at my shirt around her waist longingly. The white t-shirt I had on was nothing against the cold. Mr. Granger, I suddenly heard, and there was Stephanie walking to me quickly. I knew your flight was going to... Oh, Hinawai, she squealed, and Stephanie and the strange lady hugged each other, speaking rapidly in excitement. Follow me, Stephanie said to me, laughing, and I wondered how I had a knack for meeting strange women who were related to people I knew and having embarrassing moments with them. We got into Stephanie's car, and after chatting away heavily, Hinawai drifted to sleep. You're one funny man. Mr. Granger, it's weird how you're sweet to a complete stranger, to the extent of getting her a pack of sanitary pads, which is rare on a plane, and giving her your shirt, but totally aggressive to me, a potential business partner, she said as we drove. At least she wasn't pushing herself on me, I replied. She called you an angel, saying you didn't hesitate to help her. What if she decides to hit on you? Will you turn harsh? She asked, looking at the road. If necessary. I replied, and she let out a scoff. You're one difficult man to work with. Well, let me know if you change your mind, she said, stealing a quick glance at me. I won't be changing it, I replied immediately. We'll see. You haven't been around pretty girls much, have you? She asked, and my phone rang. It was the sweetest thing that could happen at that moment. It meant I didn't have to reply to her. Hey, John. Hi, where are you? He asked. Just arrived in New Zealand, I replied, looking around. Now? Yeah, minutes ago. So about Emily, what did you decide? Still making her a secretary? I asked, trying to sound casual. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Why did you ask? John asked. Just wanted to, no biggie, I replied. Can I ask a question, Lucas? Sure, go on. Have you met Emily before? Do you know her? He asked, and I tensed up. Did he know or did he not know? Was he testing me or was he not? Emily's povee. The dinner was an intense one for me, with the family not wasting time to hint at me not being good enough, especially the children. In fact, the adults hinted at Katie being the better option by complimenting her beauty, smooth skills, eloquence, and calmness, although they never said it out loud that they were comparing her to me. It was what I ought to know since I wasn't a fool. Katie's so sweet with the knife, Daryl said, staring at her in awe as she cut up a strong piece of meat for him, and she smiled, giving him a little bow. I like how she's mysterious. I'll totally want her for what's John to me? Sadie asked, and everyone laughed. He's your cousin, darling, her father replied. And what's my cousin's wife to me? She asked. I think the answer is your cousin's wife. Daryl replied, looking like he doubted his own words. It's cousin-in-law, Jude corrected quietly. My smart beauty. Lady Genevieve said calmly, and for the first time that night, her smile looked real, and everyone laughed. That was so simple. Why didn't I think of it? Cousin-in-law. Sadie repeated. So I'm what if Jude's a smart beauty? Darrell asked. My charming prince. Lady Genevieve replied, and Darrell blushed with a hand on his heart, laughing out loud. So I think I prefer Katie for a cousin-in-law. She's a beta and not an omega. I mean, I'm an alpha. How can my cousin-in-law be an omega? Sadie asked, looking at me. But in a fight, she'll easily overpower you. You just have the eyes. You're yet to build the strength. Alpha Will said with a little chuckle. But my rank's still higher, she said, and it was weird that they found her funny and laughed. What about me? Can she beat me in a fight? Dorella asked, and everyone kept mute. It was obvious they thought she could overpower me, and maybe she could. I'd never been trained in combat all my life. I felt humiliated beyond words. I couldn't even eat and picked at the green beans on my food. They kept on talking and didn't hesitate to make me feel more like a servant. John kept on talking too and laughing with Katie, while I got pierced in the heart by spears thrown from the children. But the worst thing about it was that I still had to smile, and keeping my smile up seemed to destroy me bit by bit from within. It made me wish I could suddenly scream and hit John as badly as I wanted to. I regretted falling for him. No, I regretted ever meeting him. Some professionals came to put on a show for entertainment, and I tried hard to concentrate on their tricks. Who in the world called jokers to their house just to welcome someone? It was lame. I couldn't even keep watching. Meanwhile, they all laughed. They even made the jokers use me as an experiment for their tricks. On the way back to John's mansion, I lagged behind on purpose. My every step felt heavy. All I wanted to do was see Dahlia and have her wrap me in her arms. The next morning, I woke up in my room feeling like I wouldn't be able to lift a leg. But I did. John had told me to be awake by 9, and it was hard because my typical day always started at 10, going to work at whatever time I liked since I owned my business. It was hard to think of my business, which had been shut down till further notice. The brighter days will come. The darkest time of night is the breaking of my dawn. I will look back and smile, I said, and pushed myself to my feet, trying to be optimistic. Fake it till you make it. We're going to fake being happy, Emily, I said to myself and smiled in front of the mirror. I stomped to my bathroom and brushed my teeth, humming a bubbly song to myself. Then I took a shower, singing and using my soap as a mic. My heart felt lighter, and it felt like the remedy for a depressed heart was acting happy. Although I knew that couldn't always be the case. I picked out a cream suit. It came with a skirt, but I didn't mind. Lady Genevieve wasn't there to tell me to change into pants. She was in her mansion, doing whatever she always did. Also, they thought I was still engaged to John. Did a woman still have the need to seduce her fiancé? Katie had told me where to find her, so I left my room, walking confidently and sending smiles to the maids who bowed. They all seemed nice and didn't give me any kind of uncomfortable stare. It suited me well. However, when I got to Katie's mini office, my smile faded. I wasn't going to fake a smile for her. Here, John's not around, so he dropped the list of things for you to do with me, she said, handing me a blank sheet of paper on which my duties had been typed out. They were ridiculous duties that made me boil inside. He was despicable. He didn't put the duties of a secretary there, but chores of a maid, and had speculated the time for me to start and stop without rest. Was he joking around? Since when did secretaries do work meant for the maids when the house was teeming with maids? Is this for me? I asked, and she sighed. That's what he gave to me, she said, and I nodded, leaving. I went to the maids who were lined up on the walls, trying to resist the urge to talk to each other. Did Alpha John say anything to you this morning? I asked. He told us to stand guard for 3 hours before taking our rest. He also instructed us not to do a thing today. One of them said, with a bright smile. Yes, he said we'd lose our jobs. I didn't know he was that sweet. Another said, and it wasn't until I took off my shoes and began to gather cleaning tools that they understood what was happening. Ma'am, but don't bother, I said, dusting the shelves. All of them immediately came to me to help, but I stopped them. Do you have other jobs elsewhere that pay as much as this? I asked, and they looked guilty. Return to your stations. Do as he said. He might have a camera recording things. I said flatly and began to clean. I dusted, vacuumed, and mopped the living room, arranged things, changed cushions on the sofa, went to the foyer, and cleaned each stair and the handrails. I dusted paintings, portraits, sculptures, and dusted, vacuumed, and mopped. In 2 hours, I was exhausted and had taken off my suit jacket, wrapping it around my waist. I regretted wearing a skirt, but couldn't go to change it because I was already behind on the time. Room by room, I went in to clean and mop the floors. I did the laundry, which was filled with completely clean clothes, and changed all the curtains. Sweat drenched my white shirt, and the black brassiere I wore was beginning to show its outline. I ended up packing my hair in a messy bun atop my head, and loosened 2 buttons on my shirt, breathing hard. He had wanted to see me being a maid. John just had to have his way. If not, why else would a secretary act as a maid? It was impossible to clean the whole mini mansion by myself, but determination stemming from the burning hatred I felt towards John kept me going stubbornly. The maids all looked troubled as the sun rose and began to sink in the sky. My steps had become sluggish, and I gave no care for the time. Every part of my body ached, and I was using my mouth to breathe. The dishes were washed, and I even had to do the cooking for him. The devilish idiot had made me prepare spinach and ricotta cheese ravioli and tomato cream sauce, knowing it took a long time to prepare. I bet he searched it up because when I searched what he could have typed in, that meal came out in the exact manner he had written it for me. Then I searched for recipes. Since he had left no time for a break for me, I happily cooked with sweat pouring out of all the holes in my skin. If it happened to drop in the food, then it was fine by me. When he returned in the evening, I was cleaning the dining table after setting the dishes on it. By then, my vision had gone dark, and I felt very heavy. Look at you still working. Do you know what you've gotten me into by breaking the heirloom? I have a whole lot to do just to restore the powers the new heirloom will have to possess, and it's only the start for me. But you? You're slacking off. Doing chores you ought to have completed a few hours ago, he said, but his voice sounded like distant echoes. I tried hard not to cry because every muscle in me shouted for rest. Doing those chores had been maybe the worst experience of my life. Not even seeing him in bed with another woman or having his family pick on me could compare to the pain of having to clean nonstop, unable to bring up an excuse to stop due to pride and determination. Go on. Keep cleaning. Look at the leg. There's something here, he said, and I looked down at it. However, as I bent to clean, instead of balancing gently, folding my knees, I fell to the floor, and the darkness stole my sight and consciousness. Lucas's Pove. No, I don't know her, I replied, and was technically saying the truth, or maybe it was a half lie and a half truth. He asked if I knew Emily, but I didn't. She was still a stranger to me. I knew her identity, which made me a liar, but apart from that, I knew nothing about her. Her personality, where she lived, where she worked, I didn't know anything about her, so that passed as the truth. Why did you ask? I asked, and he sighed. It was just something about the way she stared at you when she first saw you. It was like she was seeing a ghost. She couldn't hold your hand properly. Like you guys knew each other, and she was shocked to find out you were my uncle. When I told her you were my uncle, that was when she stepped backwards and succeeded in pushing the heirloom off the table. He said. Maybe I was too handsome, I asked, teasing, and he laughed. I know you're teasing, but how can you sound so serious when you're joking? He asked, and I burst into laughter. You can try asking her. Maybe she recognizes my face somewhere, I said, and he nodded. That could also be true. Sleep tight, John. It's quite late. I'm feeling a little drowsy, I said, and he laughed. All right. I'll leave you now. Good night and good luck, he said, and I smiled. You too. So who's that? Stephanie asked when I placed my phone into my pocket. I'm afraid it's my business and not yours. Can you just chill out? Okay, right now I'm not hitting on you. I'm just trying to make a conversation. Just an innocent conversation. Besides, I know you were talking to a man and not a lady, so don't think I'm trying to be jealous or possessive. She blurted out, sounding like it was a tough task being with me in the car. Ever heard of the saying, first impression lasts longer? I asked, and she gave a frustrated sigh. Then you should man up and shrug off that first impression, she said, but I didn't reply. Anyways, you must be thinking I made my granny bring you here for some grudge or something. Nope, I actually told her you were a good man, she said. Don't know why that is so hard to believe. Maybe because it's you, I retorted coolly. Okay, that's it. I'm done with you. You can keep your friendship to yourself, she said, frustrated, and I smiled. She had finally gotten the message. We got to the house they shared. It wasn't a mansion, but was large and designed beautifully. The dining table was in the living room on a higher ground, behind the sofas, and behind that was a beautiful staircase which led to a landing on which people could stand and look over what was happening in the living room. It wasn't a mansion, but was furnished and designed like one. It was one of the reasons I liked Mrs. Mayer. She didn't see the need to blow things out of proportion just to prove she had the money. Hinawai looked like she was still sleeping and mumbled to herself as she made her way towards the stairs quickly. Stephanie showed me a room and smiled. So you can stay here. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. My room is right here, she said, pointing to the next door. She smiled widely again and opened the door of the room assigned to me. Unfortunately, it's so late and you'd be unable to meet with Granny. She's probably flying on a plane made of money right now, so tomorrow you'll get to meet her. Let me give you a tip. She wakes around 11, so you can play around till then, she said, and I walked in. Thanks, I replied, and dropped my things on a desk. You seem to want to sleep here tonight, I commented when her long shadow refused to leave my door. Oops, I'm sorry. Maybe I was expecting you to take off your clothes, she said, and closed the door. Seriously? I asked myself. She was even worse than half of the girls I'd met combined together. She was direct and didn't waste a second to let me know she was after me. Unfortunately, she was wasting her time. I took a quick shower in the neat bathroom and changed into light clothes before falling against the soft bed. Once more, my mind wandered to Emily, and I wondered what she was doing. The family had never really liked to hear about her whenever John spoke about her, so it was hard to imagine them being nice to her upon first meeting. The kids were the ones who would be harder to tackle. I had thought I would have a hard time sleeping due to the fact that I was in a strange environment, But contrary to my expectations, I slept fast and deep. Unfamiliar places always had me sleeping late and waking really early, but this was different. Maybe it was because the flight had been long and tiring. It was the smell of homemade shepherd pie that woke me up. I got up and saw it was an hour before noon. That was a bad impression to make. I took my bathe 2 times faster and dressed 3 times faster, but blow-drying my hair slowed me down. She wasn't John, who would help me dry my hair if I went down with wet hair. After dressing politely, formally, yet with a mild sense of casualty, I went down the stairs. Mrs. Mayer was talking to Hinawai, who had her luggage with her, ready to leave. When she saw me, her eyes lit up, and before I could stop her, she ran to me and hugged me. It was a brief but strong hug, and after it, she turned to Mrs. Mayer. She spoke to her in her language rapidly, and Mrs. Mayer smiled warmly at her, before replying in the same language. "I'll be right back, Mr. Granger. I just have to see her off," she said to me. "No worries, ma'am," I replied, and Hinawai waved happily to me, bidding me goodbye, and I smiled, waving at her. Okay, something was definitely wrong. I wasn't disgusted by Hinawai. She didn't throw herself at me, nor did she try to compose herself or make sexual comments. I liked her because she was also different from all the ladies I had seen, but why was Emily the only one reappearing in my mind? Why didn't I think of Hinawai, who also had a raw beauty that I noticed? I thought Emily had been on my mind because she was different. But what if it wasn't because she was different, but because I felt different? No, Lucas. Stop thinking like Trey. You should sit. I heard Stephanie say from behind me and turned to her. She was dressed in blue denim bum shorts and a large white sweatshirt with blood written on it with a gothic feel. She looked better in casual clothes. Anyone could easily mistake her for being decent. "Didn't know you slept so well. Maybe that's the secret to your enchanting beauty," she said, serving plates of baked shepherd pie with rich ingredients. "Then you should do it too," I replied, and she spotted the underlying message in my words. "Then you should do it too, so you'll get pretty." She cleared her throat and sat opposite me. "Hinawai couldn't stop talking about you this morning too. She made Granny sure about having such a good man as a business partner. Only if she knew Hinawai could be treated badly if her feelings were discovered," she said, and I scoffed. Unfortunately, she didn't feel the same way you do. A lady's feelings are all in her hug. She gave a grateful and friendly hug and didn't try to stay any longer, I replied. Just then, Mrs. Mayer walked in chuckling. She sat next to Stephanie, opposite me, and smiled at me. "Good morning, ma'am. I'd like to apologize for waking really." "Oh no, you were on a 13-hour flight and could barely get enough rest. Remember I told you to treat this as a vacation too. May I call you Lucas? You look more like Lucas than Mr. Granger," she said, and I smiled. "Yes, ma'am, you can, and thanks for your understanding. Hinawai told me beautiful things about you. She finds it unfortunate that you don't understand Maori," she said, and I smiled again. "So, she was speaking Maori. Must have had you baffled, right?" "Very. Thanks for taking care of her. She's also a granddaughter but prefers to live with her parents," she said, and I nodded slowly with a smile. We ate and conversed with Stephanie saying nothing but listening throughout breakfast. Mrs. Mayer was an easygoing person, and we got on well together. After breakfast, Stephanie packed the dishes so she could wash them, and Mrs. Mayer watched her leave. When Stephanie had disappeared behind the kitchen door, she spoke. "I'll be asking for your honest reply, Lucas," she began. "Go on, ma'am," I urged. "What do you think about marrying my granddaughter?" Emily's Pove. The next time I opened my eyes, the sun's rays were playing on my face through the open window. "Good morning, ma'am," I heard a maid say, and tilted my head upwards slightly to look at her. "What happened?" I asked, and she came to my bedside. "You fainted, and we had to rush you to the hospital. The doctor said you had outdone yourself and were being stressed physically, mentally, and emotionally," she said, and I groaned. Who said I was struggling mentally and emotionally? Did he open up the walls of my mind to see? Is he a psychologist? I was completely fine yesterday morning until I began to work like I had 20 maids imbued in me. I snapped, and she smiled. I didn't want John thinking in the least that he managed to get a reaction from me, or that anything he was doing was getting to me. He had decided to torture me and proclaim us as enemies. There was no way I could show my weakness, no matter how hurt, sad, depressed, and defeated I felt. The doctor said you needed rest, but Alpha John said to give you this, she said, handing me another blank paper on which no doubt was my work for the day written down. I wanted to act strong and see what else he had in store for me, but my hands found it incredibly hard to move to take the paper. I didn't want to work. Tiredness rested in every bone. No, with my mind screaming and shouting, I raised my hand and accepted the paper coolly like it was no big deal. I only needed 3 years to pass. Just 3 years, and even if it cost me everything, I'd get back at John. Fortunately, there weren't any house chores on the list, and relief crashed upon my soul. A little grateful smile played on my lips before I erased it immediately. "You can leave," I said to her, and she smiled, bowed, and left my room. Immediately she did. I sat up and groaned in pain. My muscles were cramping. I didn't want her to see me in pain. I wanted everyone to think I was fine, because that was the only way I could truly be fine. I had never worked that much all my life. My house was small, and whenever I wanted to help Dahlia, she only gave me a few things to clean. Never had I ever cleaned up to 5 rooms at once, but the previous day I had cleaned a whole lot of rooms, and I had done that on an empty stomach. My stomach churned loudly as I thought of food, and I looked at it. It was so flat that any more starving and my ribs would pop out. I didn't want that. Maybe fainting had been to my advantage. If I hadn't, I might have seen more chores on the blank paper. I raised the paper once more and looked at it. It was a single task, but had several others listed under it. Thankfully, it seemed somewhat like the job of a secretary. I'd never been a secretary, so I didn't know what exactly secretaries handled and what they didn't, but the task seemed less tedious compared to cleaning. My task was sorting documents into folders. The documents contained information on particular topics, so I was to compile the documents that contained similar topics. He had listed the topics underneath: medical, phenomenal, business, technology, development, blah, blah, blah. I sighed and decided to get my day started first. I prepared myself with less enthusiasm than the day before and put on a light gray suit. My hair was packed on my head in a bun because I knew I didn't want to be sorting documents with my hair falling over my face. Time had to be my companion because he had labeled everything with time. I greeted the maids cheerily and went to the hall on which the offices were located. Katie wasn't in hers, and for a while I wondered about her before cautioning myself. Then I saw my name written in front of a door, my office. I walked to it and pushed the door open, only for my jaw to fall. On a little desk in the cramped space was a large heap of papers scattered all around. I went back to my task list. There was no way I'd finish it in time. Everything was disordered and too much. "Damn you! Damn you!" I spat under my breath with my fists clenching. I sat and wondered where I was to start from. I had absolutely no idea. There wasn't even enough space for me to start separating everything. John was petty and childish. Why did he give me such an office? There wasn't even air conditioning, and I began to sweat. Also, I doubted he needed the papers. Important documents would never be as scattered as the ones in front of me were. "This won't do," I said to myself, and packed all the papers into a box. I left the cramped office and went to the dining table, spreading out all the papers and folders. My tummy growled. Where was I to get the time for eating? "Ma'am, would you like breakfast? You haven't eaten since yesterday." One of the maids asked. "No, food will make me weak, tired, and in need of rest," I replied, trying to focus hard, but in 2 minutes I had called her back. "Maybe a snack? Or no, a burger. A cool burger," I said and sighed. Thankfully, the stranger didn't have to see all this. I meant Alpha Lucas. Seeing me being treated like trash, he'd think low of me. Not to talk of the fact that I had forced myself on him. Well, wherever he was, I was glad he was staying there. My burger was served quickly, and immediately after my first swallow, my tummy began to rage. The creatures there were violent, tearing apart the food along with my insides. I ate hungrily while working and found a way to get the hang of it. It was a lot, but I could manage well. "Can I have more?" I asked, pointing to my burger with my mouth full. No one needed to take another look at me before they saw a starving person. John was despicable. He had turned a slow, and careful eater into a fast-munching, mouth-filling, and careless eater. More burgers were brought, and slowly I began to feel alive. I took sips of water occasionally, and my concentration improved. The maids gave me privacy so I could concentrate, and with everywhere quiet, I was able to think properly and focus on it. Unfortunately, a piece of beef fell onto one of the papers, and I began to dab at it. No, 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 don't leave a stain, I pleaded, even though I knew it was futile. I stared at the stain and grumbled. My only hope was for John not to notice. I returned to the slow and careful eater I was known for, and continued to work, trying not to make any additional mistakes until I was disturbed once more. This time, it wasn't the maids. It was John, and he wandered in with a lady in his arms, her legs wrapped around his waist, hands threaded around his hair and neck. They were kissing wildly. Lucas Povey. I was taken aback by the question. I hadn't expected it at all. Was she trying to impose it on me to say something nice, or was she really asking for my honest opinion? I sighed, ready to speak. Being honest was always the way to go. I parted my lips to begin, but she was faster. Let me make it easier. What do you think of her as a person, business partner, and as a marriage partner? You know, if we join forces through marriage, we'll be formidable. We'll conquer both the home and international market easily. We won't have any competitors, she said. I was well aware of that fact. Marrying Stephanie and taking over her companies and adding them to mine was definitely going to skyrocket me to immeasurable success, but I wasn't that greedy. As a person, Stephanie is beautiful. She's smart, graceful, and eloquent. As a business partner, I think I'll admire her wits and confidence. She can make potential business partners feel like they're on the losing side if they don't join hands with her. And as a marriage partner, I'll be honest, a marriage made for forces alone is nowhere enough to keep me. I'm searching for something more, I said, and expected to see a frown cross her face, but instead, she gave a little defeated smile. I guess my granddaughter isn't lucky enough, is she? She is. Having me will only make her unlucky, I replied, and she chuckled lightly. I wanted to know what you truly thought about her. She's been attracted to you before she even met you, she said, getting to her feet. Now are you ready for our first step outside New Zealand for business? Let's scan the streets, watch the people, relax, and think of what they need, she said with a calm smile, and I returned it. Honey, hurry up, we're leaving, she called out, and Stephanie burst out of the kitchen. It's okay to do the rest when I return, right? She asked, bounding up the stairs. When she returned, she had a red coat around her shoulders and a purse. Okay, I'm ready, she replied, and the three of us left the house. New Zealand was a beautiful place, and indeed, I felt a great sense of peace. Mrs. Mayer and I watched the passers-by and came up with lots of ideas, jotting down on notepads. Unfortunately, most of them were canceled after giving it a thought or two. It was not as easy as we had thought it would be. We knew people had problems, but only little of them showed the problems they had. The only good thing that came out of walking around was relaxing and getting closer to Mrs. Mayer. Shortly, we stumbled on a park, and Stephanie pointed to a Ferris wheel. I've never ridden that before. What does it feel like? She asked, and I tried hard not to roll my eyes. I couldn't help questioning everything she did. All her actions seemed to be backed with ulterior motives. I wouldn't know. Granny doesn't do heights. I've never been a fan of anything that doesn't allow my feet to feel the ground beneath me, Mrs. Mayer said with a chuckle. Can you go with me? Stephanie asked, and I could see where she had been driving it to. She knew things were going well between me and Mrs. Mayer, and I wouldn't want to make Mrs. Mayer feel sad by acting harsh to her sweet granddaughter. I don't know if we have the time to spare for, I began, and she turned to Mrs. Mayer. Gran, do you think we have time to spare? She asked. It all depends on Lucas, she replied, and I had no reason to say no, since the choice had been pushed to me completely. Minutes later, we were in the ferry and all was quiet. I wondered who'd want to ride a ferry with someone who didn't like them. To me, it seemed like a waste of time, and when we were high up, I began to wonder what was the use of it. It was going to take a while before we'd return to the ground, and being in there with her made me angry and impatient by the second. Finally, she opened her mouth to speak. I asked for this ride on purpose, she said, and I turned to her. She looked serious. Other times, she always looked light and ready to smile, but her expression was different as I watched her. Great. It was time to knock the truth into her and let it sink. I heard your reply to Granny and couldn't be more confused as to why you wouldn't want me, she said, and I smiled. I believe I said at the end that being able to join forces with your Granny wasn't enough to keep me. Then what's enough? You said I'm beautiful, smart. You are right, because that's what everyone thinks of me. Every man seems to think I'm the perfect woman for them. I can make light jokes, my smile is priceless, I'm rich, but not clueless, and I make a formidable business partner. Who won't want me? If all these things isn't enough to keep you when I've been watching you from afar for years, then what would be enough? You don't have it, and you never will because you weren't born with it. If you truly watched me from afar, you should know women don't interest me. Stop being a fool and grow up, Stephanie. There are some things you want but can never have, and there are also some things you can have but will never want. I will be honest, because honesty is always what I stand by. I do not think twice of cheap girls who go out of their way just to grab a man's attention. I do not like girls doing the job meant for the man to do. I do the chasing, not you. But what do we do when you were obviously born to chase? You're attractive, but can you understand when I say I do not in any way find you attractive? Stephanie began to take deep breaths. It felt like she was trying to hold her anger. I want to get down. Unfortunately, I don't know how to stop it. This is my first time in one, and I think we wait until we get back to... Take me down, it's too small. I want to get out. I want to get out, she said, with her breath coming out short and fast. It was only then that I realized she wasn't getting angry, but was finding it hard to breathe. She was having an anxiety attack. Emily's pove. Ouch. I couldn't deny the stinging sensation in my chest as I watched them. In my head, the girl changed to me, and it was me and John again, brimming with love for each other as we kissed. I wanted to tear my eyes off them. I really wanted to, but I couldn't. My eyes were stuck staring at them. I didn't want them to see me staring, but damn. Even though all the feelings left in me for John was hatred, I still couldn't help feeling hurt. Maybe I connected with the part of me that had been in love with John. Staring at him kissing the girl madly made me wonder if I was just another girl. It made me wonder if I was just a stand-in, a default person to always go to whenever he needed someone. Those lips he had kissed me with, he was kissing someone else with them. Everything about it seemed wrong. If I thought about it all, it was too painful. If his love had been fake, if our moments had been fake, if my idea of his feelings towards me had been fake. I blinked hard, and just then, John noticed me and stopped. He dropped the girl, and she looked at me, breathing hard, like I was a necessary evil in the form of disturbance. I got up immediately and began to pack up all the papers and folders. I'll leave, so, I was saying. No, we'll leave, he said and took the girl's hand. They both left, giggling about something, and I was stuck there, swallowing continuously and trying hard not to cry. The maids had seen them. They knew by now that I wasn't fine, that something was terribly wrong. No, don't cry. John is nothing. I took in deep breaths, but it seemed like I'd never get enough of them. I didn't like John, so why was I hurting? Why was I seeing memories of us? I snapped my eyes shut, trying to hold back the tears. Maybe it was just being treated as something insignificant. It was like he never cared. Everything, all my love, all my feelings, all my efforts, all my obsessions about him, he had laughed at them all. Stop, I said in my head and sat down. With trembling hands, I began to pick the papers, arranging them. Blinking every second, I continued, trying to push myself into the work. Forget it. Forget John. He's a jerk. He's crazy. Tomorrow will be better. A better dawn. A better... No, the darkest time of night is when dawn is about to break. I'll find someone else. 3 years will come and go in the blink of an eye. I took more deep breaths as I tried to encourage myself. Had my heart ever been broken? No. John was the first. I thought it had been fixed. Maybe it hadn't been. Maybe I had simply patched it together and neglected it, pretending it was whole again. I continued to think as I arranged the papers into their respective folders, and slowly, as the minutes rolled by, my nerves calmed and my hurt numbed into sadness. Almost an hour later, John returned and sat on the chair adjacent to mine. I looked at him. His hair was tousled and rough, and there was lipstick on his shirt. Imagining what they had done killed me. It wasn't even up to a week since we had broken up, yet he was already sleeping with a different girl. "So you're not done yet?" "That's too slow, Emily," he said, brushing through the ones I had done. "What's this?" he asked, lifting a bunch of papers up and bringing out the stained one. "What's this?" he asked again, and his gaze went to the half-eaten burger next to me. "I'm your boss. You can't speak?" he asked, throwing the folder at me. The papers flew in the air all around me and fell. I got up, bent, and picked them up carefully. He watched me in anger, and when I turned to him, I looked at him straight in the eye. "When you asked me out in high school, were you forced?" I asked, unable to keep it in, and he tilted his head, trying to read my feelings, but I had tucked them deep behind an expression of stone. "What? You're feeling mad? Sad?" he asked. "Why did you approach me? Was it some bet? Why did you stay? All the things you said, were they lies? Are you a liar? You knew this was how you felt for me, but you kept me going and believing in a love that didn't exist, a love that I alone felt. Why didn't you leave me when we got into college? Why didn't you leave a year after that? Why did you propose to me?" All the questions just came pouring out, and I surprised myself by not crying. I simply needed answers. I wanted to stop guessing what he could have felt, so maybe it was better to hear it directly from him. "Are you getting emotional, Emily?" he asked with an amused smile, and I watched him coldly, with the only flame in my expression being my eyes. Inside I bled. Inside I cried. All those wasted years. Did you run out of love for me? Or maybe I'm an omega who didn't worth you, so you simply played me? All I did, were they never enough? You're supposed to be saying this with tears. Where are the tears? You're not worth my tears, John. I want answers. I need your answers. Did you know from the start that we'd turn out like this? Or did it happen midway? Why did you let me keep going on? I asked. I was doing a good job, keeping my tears, just a little more, and I'd pour them all out. Or are you just getting back at me for breaking our engagement? Why are you doing all this? Is it fun for you? It must be because you're still doing it. I see a different person right now, the you I knew and the you I see now. I just can't piece them together. Which one is the real you? Or are both fake? I want your answer. No, I didn't want to burst out in anger because after the heat and rage would come the flood of tears, so I wanted to play it cool. All those times, those days, the times we spent together, the things we did, what did I mean to you, John? I asked with my voice, breaking at the beginning of my last sentence, and John paused. He looked like he was trying to think, and after staring at me for a while, he replied with a smile, like he had been waiting to say the words he was about to say for so long. Nothing. The word echoed in my head. Lucas's pove. Wait, you need to breathe. You need to calm down. I said, dropping my notepad, on which I had been jotting down new tech ideas. She plastered a hand against the window with wide eyes trying to breathe. No, please take me off. I can't stay here. I'm going to start screaming. I'm going to. I can't breathe. She said, looking around frantically. I went to her immediately and pulled off her jacket, which was heavy and could contribute to her feelings of suffocation. Wait a sec. Wait. She tapped my shoulders, trying to get to her feet, but I stopped her. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't even speak. She kept on trying hard to breathe, and it seemed to be getting harder and more intense. Her mouth stayed open in an attempt to let air in, and I got really scared. We were high in the sky, and I had no idea on how to calm her down because I knew people didn't get down from Ferris wheels on ropes. Breathe, please, breathe, I said, getting more anxious. What if she died? I could solve countless mathematical problems, financial problems, business problems, but I was completely clueless on what to do about a panic attack. She continued to gasp for breath, and I began to search for things to do in such a situation on the internet. In all the information I gathered, I could see I was meant to distract her. However, there was nothing I did that managed to successfully distract her. I asked her to count 100 people she could see, but she couldn't even concentrate. I tried other ways I could see on the net, but her condition didn't improve. Her cheeks were red, and a trembling hand clutched her chest. And before I could go crazy about having been presented with the first case I couldn't handle properly, I kissed her. After all, she needed a distraction. I wanted her mind to wonder why I was kissing her, if I was really kissing her, and what she was meant to do. That was taking her mind off the panic attack instead of dwelling on it and feeling scared. Thankfully, I succeeded. Stephanie was confused and her breathing slowed as she was thrown into shock. Why was the guy who had just rejected her kissing her? Immediately, I noticed she had calmed down. I withdrew from her and tried hard to fight the urge to wipe my lips furiously. Stephanie stared at me speechlessly, and I went back to sitting. She still kept on staring at me with that same odd look, and I gave a glare. "Stop staring," I said, feeling too uncomfortable. Her cheeks heated red, and she blinked hard, looking down at her fingers. Thank you," she said, but I didn't feel the need to reply. When we got down from the Ferris wheel, we made our way back to Mrs. Mayer, and she looked at our faces, wondering what had happened. "Stephanie had a panic attack on the Ferris wheel," I said immediately, and Mrs. Mayer turned to Stephanie abruptly. "Why did you go then if you knew you couldn't handle it?" she asked, hitting Stephanie's shoulder, seemingly lighter than she'd have liked to. "Are you okay?" "Lucas helped me," she said, and I couldn't stop my brow from shooting upwards. "Since when did we arrive at a first-name basis?" "Oh, thank you so much, Lucas," Mrs. Mayer said, looking at me with gratitude, and I returned it with a little smile. Thereafter, I drove with directions to the waterside, where beautiful rocks stuck out on the sides. The waves crashed softly against the shore, and the sounds were so refreshing I could actually sleep. Mrs. Mayer and I began to talk, while Stephanie watched me intently from behind. "You should like me," she said all of a sudden, and I looked at her, wondering why she decided to be so vocal in front of her granny when she knew I would still reject her. "Why should I?" I asked. "Because I'm probably the only woman who loves you truly, not for your money," she replied, and I almost scoffed. "You're not the only one," I said frankly. "Stephanie, stop it. A lady doesn't force herself on a man," Mrs. Mayer said solemnly, and I raised a brow because it was similar to what I had told her on the Ferris wheel. Stephanie kept quiet, but didn't look like she was willing to give up yet. Mrs. Mayer and I talked more about various tech products we could possibly think of. I, for one, couldn't think much of what those people could possibly need in their lives. Mrs. Mayer had to leave first because of a business meeting, and the only reason I didn't leave immediately after was the beautiful sight of the water. It had a calming effect, and I didn't know when I gave constant sighs. Stephanie didn't say anything. She only sat there staring at me, and I wondered if she didn't know it was bad to stare. It was rude. Due to her staring, I was forced to leave. And when we were about to get out of the car, she suddenly stopped me. "Why did you kiss me?" she asked, and I scoffed. "You didn't read meaning into that, did you?" I asked, tucking my hands into my pockets. "Is that how you kiss girls who are in love with you?" "You're not in love with me. You're obsessed. There's still room for you to retrace your steps," I said, and she folded her arms. "Why did you kiss me if you don't like me? Why did you take advantage of me having a panic attack so you could kiss me?" she asked, and I was forced to laugh. "What? Is that how you interpreted it? Wow, you're really something else," I said, and she came closer to me. "Yes, because that's undoubtedly what you did," she said. "No, the kiss meant nothing. I kissed you to distract you, because distraction is highly needed in the case of someone having a panic attack. So stand back," I said, and poked her shoulder backwards, a little annoyed that she had the audacity to move so close to me and stare up at me defiantly. And as I poked her, her eyes suddenly rolled upwards, and she fell to the ground, unmoving. Did she lose consciousness because I poked her, or? Emily's pove. Nothing. The way he had casually said it made me feel like a fool. The fool for loving him, for being with him. All those moments had been fake. How could a person act so well? How could he have fooled me so well that I didn't even know about it? It was unfair. It felt like my heart was being pricked horribly by a needle, like it was being cut mercilessly by a surgeon's scalpel. I had never hated John more at that moment. To think that I had almost married a man like that was sickening. He and his family were alike. rude, arrogant, only doing the things they wanted without caring if it was wrong or right or if they were hurting others. But then, what did I expect? Did I expect him to say it meant something to him, or that those times were his best times? What exactly had I been expecting? Why did I even ask that question? Thinking about it, it was a little weird, like, wow. The John I had known all along was fake. This was the real one, and for years I hadn't even in the very least managed to catch a glimpse of the real one. I nodded slowly and dropped the papers I had picked on the table, arranging them properly. "If you'll excuse me, please," I said, feeling miserable, and turned to leave. "Get back here. Where do you think you're going?" he asked, turning around, making a noise with his chair, and I stopped in my tracks, trying to stop my fingers from bunching into fists. I would rather not cry in front of him. No, I didn't want him to know he had hurt me and see how much he had hurt me. "Just give me a moment," I managed to say, without turning to him. "If you leave, prepare to be a full-time maid. Now get back here, finish with this, and explain why there's a stain on this paper," he said, menacingly, and it took me all I had to turn and return to my seat. My feet felt as heavy as lead, not wanting to move, like bricks cemented into the ground. I sat and took the papers, trying to get back to work. I accidentally smeared the paper with beef from my hamburger. It wasn't intentional, I said flatly, and he scoffed. "Is that how you apologize to your boss? Just like that? You must think we're still engaged." "Well, we're not, and it's good as you're regretting it. Now, other women will have what they never would have had if you didn't make the worst decision of your life." He spat, and I tried hard to keep my scoff. That was the root of everything. I had broken off the engagement, and he had felt embarrassed and humiliated. "Ladies, pack up the food here and come in. I need to make an announcement," he said, and the maids came in, looking down so I wouldn't feel more embarrassed because of them. "From now on, you're not to serve her. She's not the woman in this house. She's a damn secretary. If she needs anything, she does it herself. I didn't hire any of you to serve her. Now, take this rubbish to the kitchen," he said, and a maid came to take my unfinished hamburger away from the table. "Now you," he said, turning to me, "get on your knees and apologize for smearing the paper because you were so stupid as to eat while working," he said, and I couldn't even look at him. My fingers trembled with mixed emotions: anger, embarrassment, desire to cry, and frustration. Was I to kneel in front of the maids, or was it because you saw me kissing someone else? "You were jealous and smeared the paper?" he asked, taking a bunch of the papers in his hand. "Get on your knees, Emily," he ordered, emphasizing every word. "Don't think too much of it. It'll be fine. You'll get out of this just fine," I told myself. "The darkest time of night is when dawn's about to break," I continued, trying to fill myself with positivity. I got up and went down on my knees. "I apologize for smearing beef on the paper. It was unprofessional of me," I said calmly, with my hands gently squeezing my knees. He seemed irritated. Maybe because he expected kneeling and apologizing to be so hard for me to do that he'd be so delighted to watch. I stayed on my knees for minutes in front of the maids until he tapped the table hard. "Get back to work, sloth. Being slow is going to put you in trouble," he snapped, folding his arms and crossing his legs. With calmness and composure, I got up, wiped my knees, and sat on my chair, adjusting it closer to the table. I began to work, sorting the documents into folders. John kept on staring at me, and my cheeks heated red. "No, no, no, no! Not here!" I tried so hard to keep the hot tears in. The single strand that held back the storm from crashing in my eyes was my pride. I knew John was watching for reactions, so I kept my look even and unaffected. I bet it made him so confused and annoyed. I continued to sort the documents expertly, and after about an hour of sorting, when I was almost done, John got to his feet. "You're accompanying me to work tomorrow," he informed me, sticking his hands into his pockets. "No one is to know we're no longer engaged. If anyone asks, you simply tell them you're learning about business directly from me," he added and left, leaving me feeling even worse. At least in the mansion, I could easily avoid him while doing my duties, and even though he forced his presence on me like he had done, by stubbornly refusing to leave or let me leave, it would be just a few hours. But going to the company with him would be like all day. Emily's povey. When I was done with all the work, I submitted it in his room, and luckily he was asleep, so I didn't have to have any unnecessary conversation with him. After leaving his room, I went to mine and plopped down on my bed, wrenching my buttons apart. I was finally alone, but it seemed like my well of tears had been dried up. What was the use of crying? What would crying change? It would only make me feel pathetic. So, no tears because I didn't need them. I was stronger than John could ever think I was, and his lame tactics couldn't get to me. After 3 years, I was going to get a full bloody revenge on him. Alpha or not, he was going to regret messing with me. After all, hell hath no fury than a woman scorned. With my dressing mirror showing my reflection on the bed, I decided to give smiling another shot. I could do it. I gave a bright smile and laughed. It was good to smile. Yes, I was fine. I was going to be fine. Everything was going to be all right. The next day, I dressed in a pleated black V-neck blazer dress with golden buttons, and in it, I wore a white camisole to prevent my cleavages from being too revealing. I had to look smart and beautiful at the same time. I let my hair down and placed a pin on the left side of my hair. Looking good made a lady feel good. Lipstick? No lipstick? Lipstick? Gosh, just go without it, Emily, I said to myself, and left my room with my black heels clacking prettily on the floor. I held my purse and my dignity as I met John in the living room, sipping tea in a black waistcoat and white shirt. He looked at me like he was searching my face for any sign of sadness, but instead I bowed. "Good morning, Mr. Granger," I greeted, without a smile nor a frown, and I could see a displeased look cross his face. He looked at my outfit and rolled his eyes. "You're intending to seduce my workers with that?" he asked, and I burned to spit out, "It's my life, not yours. We're no longer engaged, remember?" Unfortunately, my new policy for my 3 years with him was to keep it all in. It wasn't like the gown was too short or too exposing. I guess I just looked too good in it. Just then, the door opened, and Darrell and Dorella walked in through the door connecting the living room to the foyer. "John, take us to school, will you?" Dorella asked, walking towards us in black-heeled boots and a uniformed skirt that was definitely tailored. It was way too short. Her shirt was white, too tight, and 2 buttons were open, revealing a little of her cleavages. Her tie also hung loosely and carelessly, managing to be longer than her skirt. Her hair, which was in a high but messy ponytail, swung around as she walked towards us. "Why should I? I don't want to," John replied, taking his cup to his lips. Darrell, who was smartly and neatly dressed, looked at me and scanned me. "John, do you think your slavery terms allow her to serve a night for a minor?" he asked, still staring at me, and I cringed. How could he think of such a thing? John smirked and looked at me. "Is my secretary too pretty to look at? Please keep in mind she's still engaged to me," he replied. "That's what everyone thinks, not us. I know you guys are no longer engaged," Dorella said, going to sit on a sofa. She crossed her legs and opened her bag. "So what do you say? She's quite too hot to be left alone." Darrell continued, and I tried hard to keep my disgust hidden. Even if John consented, there was no damn way I was getting in bed with a minor. Let's forget about him being a minor. He's another Granger. I didn't want to ever sleep with another Granger in all my life. Mistakes were meant to be made once and no more. "You should consider her age. She's 23 and you're just 16. That's 7 years apart," John said, sipping his tea. "Does it really matter?" Darrell asked, still looking at me as he sat on the arm of the couch on which Dorella was seated. "Does she do stuff like homework? Is she smart?" Dorella asked, getting to her feet and approaching me. "Try her and you'll know," John said. "What if she's dumb?" Dorella asked. "Then you'll know," Darrell said, chuckling. Dorella opened a math book and handed it to me. "Can you solve it?" she asked, and I held out my hand for her pen. She took one from her cleavage, which felt disgusting to me, so instead, I reached into my purse and picked one out, making her snort. Darrell laughed, clapping his hands, and she picked up a cushion, throwing it at him. Math. It had been so long, but even being out of school couldn't separate me from my real first love. Math was everywhere. Even while designing dresses, I used it for calculations. On days I couldn't seem to get my mind off things, I solved math, horrible math that made me boil trying to solve it. Yes, math was a great remedy for taking my mind off things I would rather not dwell on. My fingers worked like liquid over the equations, which were far too simple for me, and Dorella's eyes stayed fixed on the numbers my pen created fluidly. In 5 minutes, I was done with her questions, which had her awed, but the look of awe was concealed a second later, and she cleared her throat lightly. "You're sure these are correct, and you're not just making stuff up to get back at me?" she asked, snatching the book from me and waving it in my face. But John got up from his seat, dropping the teacup loudly, and turned to Dorella. "Move it," he said, and after giving me a skeptical glance, Dorella went back to her bag and dumped her book in, slinging it over her shoulder, Emily's Pof. We all left the mansion and got into John's car. Dorella sat in front, while Daryl sat between me and John. John glanced at us both, while Daryl hummed cheerfully to a song's tune as he rummaged into his bag, searching out chocolate bars and counting them. The driver settled in, and at the last minute, John asked Daryl to take the front seat instead of Dorella. John was too petty. He was feeling insecure of a minor sitting next to me in the car because the minor expressed a certain interest in me. Did he think I was still his or what? We drove to the company, and on the way, Daryl and Dorella were dropped off at school. A glance at the female students, and I could tell that it wasn't just Dorella who had her uniform tailored. Almost every girl had way too short skirts and tight, transparent, white shirts that showed the colors of their different brassieres. Were the girls in the school shameless, or was it just their generation? The silence with John in the car was awkward, but I had to bear it. He didn't say anything, and I didn't either. It made it all better. I didn't even want to talk to him. Months ago, him breathing alone killed me because it felt like watching an angel. At the moment, him breathing alone still killed me, except that it was for a different reason. His every breath annoyed me to the core. At the company, everyone bowed to us, and I knew they all thought I was accompanying him as his fiancée at first, but a few smart ones noticed I was walking behind him and not by his side. We got into his neatly arranged office, which seemed to be filled with books and more books, and a few men in suits entered after us. One after the other, after greeting John, they began to brief him on the things that happened in their various departments. "Your wife is looking really beautiful today," one of them complimented, and John laughed. "Seen that in multiple people's stares today," he replied, shuffling between the papers on his desk. "Some people think she's dressed more like a secretary," another said with a smile. "Well, she is my secretary. She wishes to learn business directly from me," John replied, looking at them with that gentlemanly smile I had fallen for. Probably the same one dozens of girls had also fallen for. All day, John and I attended meetings, and everyone talked about us. It was infuriating, letting John touch me and pat me as he introduced me properly to his employees. He had a few important business meetings, and his business partners were more than impressed to meet me. It made me feel nauseated. The fact that we were not telling people we had broken up was very different from acting like we were still together. He made it seem like I was his fiancée and not his secretary, and that was needless, since he had already told countless people I was his secretary. I ought to have joined other secretaries in pretense of knowing what a secretary did, but he kept me close to him like a possessive husband. If he let me go, or talked to me only once or twice during his meetings, it wouldn't change people's thoughts on our relationship. He didn't have to overdo it and disgust me with it. Finally, the long day came to an end, and I went straight to bed, sleeping without taking a shower. I had spent almost 24 hours with John, and it had been suffocating. I just wanted to forget it all. Luckily, the next day, I didn't have to go with him to the company. Instead, I'd been given work to do, and as usual, it was a large pile of work with little time. I had never been much of a typist, so when faced with such a huge number of words to make into a Word document, it was a huge challenge. I was slow. It made me wonder why I had never worked with much laptops. I just wasn't cut out for typing. John returned late in the night and walked past my little office without saying a word. I was almost done by that time. He had given me about 40,000 words to make into a Word document, and to me, it was a daunting task. I took little breaks because he didn't bother asking about me, and it was early in the morning when I finally finished it. My body was sore, stiff, and ached from sitting for too many hours in a day, with only little breaks. I blew air through my lips, and just then, 2 ladies walked in. Katie and another girl, who I identified as the girl John had been kissing. Her peroxide blonde hair was styled in a ratio of 60-40, and she had bright red lipstick on. She was in a suit matching her lipstick, and I wondered if she was also a secretary. Did John have a thing for secretaries, or he just liked sleeping around with anyone he could find? She peered over at my work and scoffed, picking up the laptop. Then to my surprise, she raised it and smashed it to the ground. My mouth fell open, unable to close, as the hinges of the laptop broke, the casing cracked and the screen splintered, with a few keys toppling out. She had just smashed the laptop, and my work! Lucas's povee. I stared at Stephanie speechlessly, and immediately bent to her, trying to see if she was still breathing. Damn, I muttered, realizing she wasn't breathing, and lifted her into my arms. She was quite heavy for a woman, and I had to grunt to adjust her properly in my arms. Then I placed her back into the car and got in, trying to drive to the nearest hospital. I didn't know if she had a medical condition, but if anything happened to her, I could easily be blamed, and apart from being blamed, I'd feel terribly guilty. I hated being around victims. Somehow, my mind always found a way to blame me for their condition. Crazy, isn't it? Damn, there seemed to be traffic on the road, and I kept glancing back at her to ensure she didn't fall off or stop breathing. No matter how I disliked her, I didn't wish for her death. This was the second time she was showing signs of being a weakling, something I hated in women. They all thought they had to be weak to be perfectly feminine. Well, they were mistaken. In my dictionary, females were strong creatures who were stronger than men, using their brains, wits, and their charms. They could think long and deep and were able to plan in ways men couldn't. Those were traits I adored in women. Not a weak one who seemed to have all her worst fears unleashed on her in a panic attack because a guy rejected her. Just then, I glanced back at her to check on her, but after returning my gaze to the road, I turned back to her almost immediately. I had seen something. There was a little smile on her face, which quickly disappeared. It felt like someone had turned on the steam in me. My face turned a bright red, and I looked for a safe way to veer off the road. After safely parking at the edge of the road, my fingers fumbled for the doorknob, and I pushed it open, slamming the door harder than I should have. I opened her door and pulled her arm harshly, forcing her to leave the car. She was startled by the sudden jerk and stumbled, almost falling to the floor, but I didn't stop until she was outside. Then I let go of her hand, which made her fight to regain balance for some seconds. She looked a little scared as she tried to regain her swaying balance, and when she balanced, she scoffed. "What's wrong with you?" she asked, rubbing her wrists and looking at me in horror. "That was a pretense. What do you take me for?" I asked hotly, not believing she had made me panic for nothing. How could she fake fainting and get my heart rate up? What exactly did she gain from that? The corners of her lips turned upward in a little smile, and there was something like pride in her eyes. Was she proud of doing something like that? My eyes lit up in disgust as I watched her rock backwards and forwards on her heels. I didn't think I disliked a woman more than I disliked her. She was downright shameless. "I was just trying to tell you not to hide your feelings," she drawled, ending her words with a skillful pout. "What? What feelings?" I asked, getting really irritated. "You like me, but do not want to admit it. Immediately I fell. You went bonkers trying to raise me and get me to the hospital. Your hands were shaking. You were worried about me," she said, raising her hands and shaking them to represent my shaking hands. "Exactly what I'd do for anyone who faints," I pointed out like it was obvious. It probably wasn't obvious to her because she was obsessed with getting me to like her. I continued, "Be it a man, a woman, or a child, it's called instinct, you know. Honestly, I just can't believe you. How could you joke with such a thing? You think you can just do as you please. You're despicable. If you think I'll ever like you, then I'm sorry, as this is giving you more hate than you can get from 10 people altogether. Staring at you is like staring at something deformed. My skin crawls. You're not deformed, but the woman in you is. Does any man actually find you attractive? Do you think you can just decide to scare people like that? I have to admit that I couldn't think when you fainted because I, unlike you, think too deep and do not allow childish reasons to define my actions. Is this how you find men? Get them to like you? Date them? You pretend to faint, then have them rush you to the hospital and make them feel you have to be protected? You disgust me. I spat my last words out with such intensity that she let out a little, unintended gasp. Clearly, she didn't expect me to take it so serious. I left her standing there and pulled open the door of my car with a jerk. I got in, slammed the door, and pulled back onto the road, leaving her standing there in shock. Ever since I was young, I'd never been able to turn a blind eye to anyone experiencing difficulty. I always had to help in some way, or I'd feel guilty, scared, torn, and annoyed if I couldn't do anything. When she had fainted, I had been really scared for her, and all I could think of was getting her to the hospital. There were lots of health reasons related to someone fainting unexpectedly, and those reasons were never good. How low could she go just to snag my attention? I drove back to the house and went straight to the room I was given and lay on the bed. She annoyed me sick. It made me angry that I had been worried for no reason, and she'd probably seen the worry on my face. It was a thing John teased me about. He'd always said I ought to be a doctor, not a businessman, or someone working in a facility for impaired children, so I could help as I wanted and satisfy the longing I had to help people. Trying to help didn't feel bad until you realized you were frantic for nothing, and the person you were trying to help had been laughing at you from behind. Lucas's POV. The next day I didn't see Stephanie anywhere. She didn't even come down for breakfast. Mrs. Mayer and I talked about business while eating, but it felt more like a casual conversation. Thereafter, we shifted to a topic of despicable businessmen we'd met during business. It was such a fun topic, as I had met a lot of douchebags in suits, and Stephanie was one of them. But of course I didn't mention her name. So, I came up with a tech idea. I don't know if it would be for everyone, as not everyone has the same problems, but I think it will be really useful for the old and specific people. I began, after we had settled on chairs in the balcony with a bowl of fruits and a beautiful scenery before us. Okay, go on. I'm all ears. Mrs. Mayer said, tucking her gray hair behind her ear as the wind blew it across her face. So yesterday we were by the seaside and I noticed the roll and crash of the waves appealed beautifully to my senses and made me calm. So calm I wanted to sleep. I began to wonder. What would people who have insomnia feel about a tech product that could help them sleep better? What if there was a way we could hypnotize people to sleep, set their minds at rest, and push their worries aside for the next day? I proposed, taking a strawberry from the tray. That's a brilliant idea, she remarked, staring into space, like she was already imagining how glorious the product will be. You know, she turned to me with more interest, I have trouble sleeping. Every so often, it's so bad that I take a walk around the house and the garden just to feel more tired than I already am. Still, it doesn't work. On days like that, I'm left awake until the wee hours of the morning. It could be at the first blush of dawn when I'm finally able to sleep, only to wake 2 or 3 hours later to catch up with an important meeting or stuff. If we could make such a tech product, it would be beautiful, she said, tossing a grape into her mouth. I thought as much. You don't need to worry anymore. Once our product is made in the form of a mini robot that can talk and perform a few more functions, you'll no longer have these problems. You're so confident, she said with a smile. So what do you have in mind for the product name? She asked, and I smiled. I spent all night thinking about it, but I finally decided on one I thought you might like, I said, and her eyes lit up in admiration. Really? She asked, holding up another grape. Yes, I came up with Lux Night. Lux Night, she repeated, rolling the name over her tongue slowly. Luxury night, a night of luxury, a night of bliss, a night without worries. And because it also sounds like knight, a warrior, I want us to add something like Lux Night, we'll fight for your knight. I explained, and she seemed impressed. Lux Night will fight for your knight. Damn, that's good. Our Lux Night is a knight fighting for us. She laughed and clapped her hands. I like that. Now, I know we did not come here for nothing. So how do we do it? Are you sending your people to New Zealand, or I'm sending my people to L.A.? she asked, crossing her legs. I'd like it if you sent your team over to LA, I replied respectfully, and she nodded. We'll go over the contract once more and sign it. Then you'll be free to leave, she said, smiling. The next day, I prepared my things to leave, making sure I didn't leave anything behind. It was funny to see that I had left John's house without any clothes, but was returning with a bunch of them. A lot of them, actually, and some of them hadn't even been worn once. I had breakfast, and Stephanie didn't come down at all. Mrs. Mayer didn't seem to mind, and chuckled merrily. She would have escorted me to the airport, but she got an urgent, last-minute call. We both laughed because almost every businessman has had those annoying last-minute calls when they were about to do something important. I bid her goodbye and began my journey to the airport. Honestly, returning to L made me excited for some reason I couldn't understand. Trey would be too happy to see me, only to realize a few days later that he wanted me to go away on another business trip. I chuckled at the thought of that. He was, in a way, the worst and the best personal secretary, always arguing with his boss and talking back to him, but in the end producing results that were beyond the capability of 10 people put together. I paid the taxi man when I got into the airport and walked with the wheels of my traveling bag gliding smoothly behind me. The excitement of having business with Mrs. Mayer was still bubbling in me, and I couldn't wait to let my employees know I was successful in signing the contract. "Lucas!" I suddenly heard someone scream, and when I turned around, it was Stephanie, wielding her way among the people, trying to get to me. I looked around and wondered if walking away from her was the best thing, or I was to hear what she had to say. She looked as if she had something else up her sleeve. Emily's pove. I sprang to my feet, staring at the smashed laptop in disbelief. What had just happened? Was it really John's laptop that had been smashed to the floor? Why would she do that? Why would you do that? I asked hotly, turning to her, but the only thing she did was glare at me, like I was the one who had done something wrong. I was confused. If you answer my question, then I'll answer yours. She replied haughtily. Why would you do such a thing? She asked, leaving me in more confusion than I had been. Why would I do what? I asked, my brows knitting together. How could you even think in all your lowliness to raise your voice on John? I mean, each time I hear how it all played out, I get mad. I boil with so much rage that it feels like I'll go crazy if I don't do something drastic. She spat out, using her hand gestures to show how she felt. And what is so bad about that? People raise their voices when they get mad. Not you, not to John. He's a freaking alpha, and someone like you raised your voice disrespectfully on him, making him feel less of himself. Over what? Over a little flimsy affair. Little? Flimsy, I asked, horrified at her adjectives. Yes, all men do it, so what's the fuss? You've got to let them go free, okay? You can't just bind them to you forever, no. They will get attracted to another. Mandy, let's leave, Katie intoned, but the secretary named Mandy didn't look like she was willing to leave. If I slept with your man, would you call that little and flimsy? I shot at her, and she seemed like she was willing to tear me apart. Instead, she took a deep breath. Not you. Even if my man were to cheat, it can't be with the likes of you. She spat, poking me in the chest, and that single poke sparked a flame of anger in me, a flame I tried hard to stop from spreading. When would people stop discriminating? Would they ever stop? This is for John, you lowly idiot who can't even respect rank. Disrespect my boss one more time, and I will have it in for you. She threatened and continued to glare at me. Don't look like the victim here. Why don't you try denying that you've also slept with someone else while you were still with John? She asked, and that was like a blow to me. I knew I couldn't deny it. Even if it was an unfortunate accident, it didn't change the fact that I slept with someone else while I was still with John. As at that time, I was yet to break up with John. Due to my inability to reply, I turned back to the broken laptop and began to pick up the pieces. I'd die of guilt first if I tried to lie that I had never slept with someone else while dating John. Damn, she infuriates me, Mandy shrieked, turning away, and I could hear Katie trying to pacify her. Both of them were John's puppets, secretaries he had slept with. Secretaries who were allowed to look down on me because they had been intimate with him, I sighed and attempted to assemble the laptop in the best way I could. I picked it up and placed it on the table, staring at it. My 40,000 word count. Would they be retrievable? I didn't recall signing in, and I hadn't plugged in any external device. I plopped down on my chair and laid my head on the little space on the desk. What was their business with whoever humiliated John? They were secretaries, not bodyguards. Due to their stupid outburst and feelings of unfairness, they had cost me the work of a day. Where was I to start from? It was obvious that John would never let me off the hook simply because I wasn't the one who destroyed the laptop. I sighed and tried being optimistic about starting again, but it was so hard. Trying to smile made me feel like crying, so I didn't. I simply sat there with my head on the desk, taking in deep breaths. That night, Dahlia called, and I was so happy to hear her voice. I could not comprehend the rushing feeling in my chest that made me want to keep giggling instead of talking. "So how are things over there, Sugar Plum? Bearable? Is it as bad as we thought it would be?" she asked, and I didn't even hesitate to answer her questions. "It's just fine for me," I replied, and more lies came tumbling down my lips. John rarely has time to bully me, as he's busy with work and getting a new sculpture ready to replace the one I broke. Then I think he'll be away for a while after that, so it's really bearable. "Oh, that's much better. I've been so worried about you here. I keep wondering if you're okay and if you aren't being pressured by John," she said, sounding truly relieved. It was the main reason I had lied. I didn't want her worrying about me. "Very soon, I'll pay you a visit, and I'll need my favorite snacks prepared. I'm really missing home," I said sweetly, and she laughed. "Don't you worry, dear. I'll have all your beloved munchies awaiting you." That night, I wondered about Dahlia and the lie I had told her. I felt guilty, but what more could I do? I didn't want her worrying about me or feeling terrible. "Don't worry. You won't have cause to lie to Dahlia again," I told myself, and tried to go to sleep. The next day, I was awoken by a terrified maid who said John was calling for me. I wondered what could make her as scared as that, but had my questions answered when I went down the stairs. John was in the dining room, and on the table was the broken laptop. Katie and Mandy stood in front of him, hands held in front of them, and heads turned low. I didn't like the way the atmosphere felt like. "Good morning, Mr. Granger," I greeted, and wished I had been given time to change into something better, instead of the peach satin nightshirt and pants I was putting on. "What the hell have you done to my laptop?" he asked, and I raised a brow confused. "I wasn't the one who destroyed it. It was her. She smashed it," I said, pointing to the blondie. She looked at me with something resembling shock, and I suddenly had a bad feeling. It felt like an old bullying technique that had been alive for years was about to be used against me. "Explain. Mandy here says you got annoyed when she corrected you and you smashed it. Explain yourself," he said, pointing to the laptop. I knew it. Same old trick. Never gets old. "Do you think I would smash a laptop I can't afford?" I asked. "I don't know. You're not the lady I used to know. So how the hell am I to answer that question?" he asked, fuming. "My question is, why did you smash the laptop?" "I didn't smash the laptop," I defended strongly. "Damn you," he spat, getting off the chair and coming to stand in front of me, really close. He was using his height to try to intimidate me. "You know very well that I did not do that," I said in a fierce tone he alone could hear, trying to let him know I wasn't scared of him. "I trust my secretary more than I'll ever trust you," he replied, and pushed me backwards. "Before tomorrow, I need my laptop. You must provide it." He snapped menacingly and walked past me, hitting my shoulder hard with his. If I had no money, I'd have happily done my best, without stressing myself, but I knew where I could get the money, and it hurt me to go there. Later that day, I went to the bank to withdraw the money in my savings. It was money I had saved for a whole year, through the bits I had gotten from my fashion designing job. It had been so challenging to save, and each time I looked at the amount, I always felt a sense of pride welling through me. Well, it turned out John's laptop was worth the entire amount I had saved for a year. Withdrawing it nearly made me cry. I wasn't even using it for myself. I was using it to cover someone's mistakes. The fault wasn't mine, but I was the one suffering for it. Tears pricked my eyes as I ordered the laptop online, and they were so difficult to contain. A new dawn. I mean, the darkest hour of night is just before dawn. This is nothing. I'll earn all this in a month when I'm better. I sniffed and tilted my head backwards so whatever tears were finding their way to my eyes would go back in. Luckily, there was a discount on the app, so I got just a small amount for myself. I bought some drinks and drank one of them, gobbling it down immediately. There were varieties of drinks in the house, but I wanted to console myself that a little out of my hard-earned money was spent on myself. I got into the house with the new laptop in my hand, and on my way to drop it in John's office, I spotted Katie sitting on the window. She stared out the window for a while, then looked at her hands. Something was definitely wrong with her. Either she had a lot of problems, or she had caused a lot of problems. It felt like her eyes were alive with gloom. Depression. Lucas's povey. I decided to wait and listen to whatever it was that Stephanie had to say. She finally got to me and laid her hands on her knees, panting. She looked as if she had chased after me immediately I left. She was in an apricot satin shirt and shorts. The design made me aware it was her nightclothes. Then she wore a long red coat over it. Finally, she raised her head and looked at me, still breathing hard. Her eyes shone with tears. "I'm sorry, okay?" She swallowed. "I'm truly sorry. I admit I was cheap, brazen, and disgusting, but I don't know. I'm really sorry," she said, still breathing hard, and her tears became larger bubbles in her eyes. I had to admit I was taken aback. Was she really apologizing? I took some time to reflect on myself and discovered the reason for my short-term relationships. Maybe I needed someone like you to tell me the harsh truth. No, nobody bothered to tell me, you know. It hurts to hear it from someone I really like, but perhaps it's for the best. She continued, looking like she wanted to rush her words and say everything she needed to say before my time to listen ran out. She continued, "So, can we please erase everything that happened and start on a new page? Let's just imagine I never chased you and never disgusted you," she said with the hot tears finally streaming down her face slowly. I moved closer and embraced her as she choked on her own tears. "I don't hold grudges," I said softly, and just then, the announcer over the speaker announced that it was time to board the plane. I had no time left. I squeezed her shoulders lightly with a little smile, and she returned it slightly. She had probably felt like trash after thinking about all her actions and taking note of my harsh words. Hopefully, she became a better person and would be patient enough for a guy to chase her in the proper way. After boarding the plane and sitting, the whole thing suddenly felt funny to me. She had been thinking hard on my words and had been unable to face me after accepting my words as the truth. But she didn't have the nerve to let me go like that. Not when I was still seeing her in a bad light. Ladies were funny creatures, but they were better than men in the aspect of listening and changing for the better. It would be challenging to get a stubborn man to think on his actions and change, but there was still hope for a stubborn lady. It was all about the right words. Luckily, I didn't get disturbed on my flight by any strange language-speaking seatmate, and most of the time, I slept all through the 13-hour flight. When I got down, my muscles felt sore and cramped. I had been sitting for too long. I wanted to stretch badly, but unfortunately, it looked weird for me to start stretching with all the people around in the airport. My hands found my phone in my pockets, and I dialed John's number. "What's up?" he asked cheerily. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Eating," he replied, and I heard the scrape of cutlery on a dish. "Eating what?" I asked with a smile as I dug my other hand into my pocket. "Why do you want to know? It's not like you can come over here and eat with me. I'm in LA already." "What? You are? Are you serious? Why is it when I'm about to leave that you're returning?" he asked, and I chuckled. "I can see you spitting out food. Where are you going?" "Of course, for the sculpture. It's almost ready. I'll have to go through all those insane processes to have the power it had bestowed on it once more. Damn tradition. I wish I didn't have to do it, though," he said, and I could picture the annoyed look on his face. "I'm sorry about that. When you're back, you'll meet me here, waiting." "So, you're coming right now?" "No, Johnny. I'm just going to find myself a nice hotel to settle in. It's too late to make the journey home," I replied, looking out into the street buzzing with racing cars and people talking and laughing. It was pleasant to be back home. John and I talked more on the phone until I hailed a taxi, and it drove me straight to a nearby hotel. When I got into my room, I decided to call Trey and let him know about the success of the contract and that I was back in LA. "Hey," he said. "Hey?" I asked. "I just returned from a long 13-hour flight, and all you say is, 'Hey?' You can't even ask how I am. Hey, Lucas, how was the flight? Are you okay? Have you eaten? Where are you sleeping?" He chuckled. "You're talking like I'm supposed to be your lady," he replied, and I couldn't help laughing. "Are those things only a lady is allowed to say?" I asked, sitting on the bouncy bed. Yup, so how was your flight? I'm asking because I want to, and not because you want me to," he replied, and I smiled as I pulled off my socks and shoes. "My flight was fine. I slept all through, but was sore all over. Sitting for 13 hours is not a simple feat," I said, taking off my shirt. "I'm about to take my shower, so who's there?" I suddenly heard Trey say in a wary voice. "Hold on, Lucas. Who the hell is there?" he asked again, and I stopped. "Is someone in your house?" I asked, but he didn't reply. Whoa, he suddenly shouted, "Ak!" I heard him exclaim sharply, then heard a loud noise. "Trey? Trey?" I called, but there was no response. My heart rate shot up and began to beat madly against its ribcage, making my imagination go wild. "Trey!" I called sharply. Then the call ended. Emily's POV. I stared at Katie for a while, who looked like she had 1,000 things on her mind. Could she be feeling guilty about sleeping with John? Thinking about it, she had been really shocked when I caught her sleeping with John. She looked at me with fear afterward. Had she been masking her remorse and guilt? Because she was nothing like Mandy. She was more laid back and calm and didn't look like she liked much trouble. Had John forced her to sleep with him? Did he prey on her and threaten her with something else? No, she seemed quite close with John. She and Mandy called him by his name, and John said he trusted his secretary more than he trusted me. She looked away from the window and accidentally spotted me staring. She blinked once and got to her feet. Her head lowered in a little bow, and she gracefully walked away in her black shirt and fitted white skirt. "What are you thinking? It doesn't change the fact that John cheated on you with her," and she sounded like she was enjoying it. I said to myself, hotly, and walked away. Who knew how long they had been sleeping with each other? Who knew if it had continued even after John had broken my heart? Just stop thinking, I said to myself, and marched to John's study, where I dropped the laptop on his desk. I looked around and saw myself in that same study through the eye of memories. Back in his old house, John's study looked just like his current one. The books, the shelves, the paint. Even though it wasn't the same house or the same room, I could see myself and John talking late into the night, kissing, reading, writing essays, preparing for exams. The night I officially started my fashion designing business, we celebrated with champagne and tons of books on fashion. I decided to leave before anyone could see me standing there and looking around. If it was Mandy, she could think I was trying to steal something or attempt to frame me for something else. If it was Katie, she could think I was unable to get over John, but the space in my heart for John had already closed up and tight. It was unlikely anyone else could creep in. All that was left was just the hurt from the wasted years I had invested into him. "Here," I heard and turned sharply. Katie was standing there, extending a paper to me. I hadn't even noticed her walking in. "He says not to bother writing the 40,000 word count because he didn't need it. Here's your new task," she explained, placing it into my hands, and I tried my best not to curl my fingers over the paper and squeeze it. Instead, I bit my lip and nodded, walking away. He hadn't needed that extreme word count, but he had still given it to me just to torture me. I went to my little cramped office where more documents to sort had been given to me, and I groaned. He wanted me to sort files again. Once more, I carried the enormous documents and files to the dining room and began to sort them into folders. "We can finish this," I said to myself, and evening met me in my arrangement of files. I was faster than I was the first time I had to sort files, and even though it was a lot of work, I managed to finish it. I stared at my work proudly, a bunch of smooth documents placed in neatly arranged files. With a sigh, I stretched my sore limbs and placed my hand on my forehead. Signs of overworking were already telling on me. I needed food fast. I hadn't eaten all day, and it was bad for my health. I went to the fridge to get something to eat and drink, but discovered it was locked. There was a maid washing the dishes, and I turned to her. "Did you lock this?" "No. Miss Mandy asked us to take all we need, and locked it," she replied, looking sorry. "Does John know?" I asked, and she gave a little sigh, looking even sorrier. "She gave him the key," she replied, and I nodded slowly, biting my lip. My tummy clawed within. I hadn't eaten all day, and I was finally acknowledging my hunger, but it was locked. It was way too childish of John. Way too childish. I turned away and packed all my folders. On the wall of the dining room, there was a model in a beautiful blue satin evening dress with an arm made of blue feathers. There was a slit running from her hip to her toe. It was the kind of dress I had always wished to design. Drawing designs had always made me happy. Whenever I drew, all my worries flew away. I looked at my hands, which were occupied with folders, the height of which were shielding my nose and lips, and wondered if they still recalled how to draw. It had been so long since I drew, and it made me feel choked up. I had no time for myself, no time to do the things I wished to do. I was always stuck with John's jobs. Thinking of the money I had saved up for years, wasted on a laptop John could have bought with ease, felt even more unfair. I couldn't deny it hurt to let that money go. "I'm fine," I said, closing my eyes. "Very soon I'll draw again," I told myself. "I'm fine. The darkest hour is just before dawn. Just 3 years, and we'll be done." My arms and back ached sore, and it felt like I'd just fall and be unable to rise. "Ma'am," a maid called, and I turned. "Alpha John says you have 5 minutes left to finish up," she said apologetically and held her fingers. I fished out a bright smile and gave it to her. "I'm done already," I replied and made my way away from the dining. "Where's he?" I asked. "In the study in the living room," she replied, and I went down the 3-step staircase into the wide living room with its plush cream sofas and center table. I went further towards the door leading to the hallway. In front of it was a room with half-glass walls, making almost everything inside visible. John was sitting on a chair inside. "Ma'am," a maid called, and I turned to see her on the last stair leading to the dining room. She was holding a folder. I turned back immediately, walking swiftly to meet her. She handed me the folder, and I carefully placed it on top of the other folders. I began to walk back the way I had come with a smile on my face, trying to bring the perfectly undisturbed face to John. Unfortunately, I happened to raise the rug at the center of the room with my foot and tripped on it. My eyes widened, and a scream got stuck in my throat as the folders flew into the air, opening wide, and papers and documents burst out free. They had been too much, too tall for me to handle, and had fallen helplessly. I landed hard on the floor and let out a sharp gasp of pain as it felt like my wrist was going to twist. Papers fell around me like snow, and I watched my work of a day scattered on the ground, reaching out in far distances. The maids all rushed to me to try to pack it up, but it was useless. My work had been wasted, all the effort. It felt like a volcano about to erupt in me. Something hard and strong came from the pit of my stomach, rising to my throat quickly. It was hot and painful, and this time when my eyes burned hot, I knew I couldn't control it. No, I'd be unable to hold it back. My eyebrows crinkled, and I tried to close my mouth, but I couldn't help it. It was impossible. I shuddered violently, staring at the maids and their hands as they tried hastily to help me pick up the papers. My face squeezed up, and my eyes watered up hotly, blurring my vision. Everything seemed to sink in and weigh down on me. It felt like I was being compressed by something heavy. Then I realized I had not known how pained I was by everything. John cheating, me having to stop loving him unexpectedly when loving him was all I wanted, him treating me like trash, him sleeping with other people, him giving me so much work, him saying he never felt anything special when he was with me. Everything seemed to form one big ball that got stuck in my throat and chest. Then the tears rolled down, followed by cries tearing out of my lips, Emily's povee. Seeing how I broke into uncontrollable tears over something that ought to have caused me to simply bite my lip and grunt in anger, I finally realized how much I was hurting. I had been telling myself I was fine and had pushed down my hurt by trying to encourage myself. I wasn't fine. No, not at all. I was hurt and broken in the worst way. John had gotten to me after all. Everything about my life sucked. I just wanted to wake up and realize it had all just been a horrible nightmare. My tears streamed down my face hotly, and it seemed like they emitted steam that heated my whole face. The maids looked puzzled as they tried to console me. They were probably wondering why I was crying so hard over papers. I want to go home. I wish to leave. Damn, I hate John. I hate everything. Ah! Why's my life so messed up? 3 years is a long hell of a time. 3 good years living with such an idiot. I couldn't keep the words blasting from all corners of my mind. Would I ever be able to endure and go through 3 years of such disrespect, disregard, and emotional damage? A maid hugged me, and I cried in her embrace, wishing for nothing more than to see Dahlia and tell her the truth that I was sick of everything. I wasn't fine, nor was I capable of handling the mistreatment. John made it so obvious that he was out to hurt me, and there was nothing I could do. I couldn't stop him or do anything about it. He was the one in the place of authority. He was the one calling the shots and giving the orders. After crying, coughing, and choking on my tears for almost 30 minutes, I wiped my tears and got to my feet, collecting the papers that had been stacked hurriedly into the folders. Thank you. I couldn't even try smiling. Smiling was a needle ripping out my chest in tiny hurtful bits. You were past breaking point. We also have eyes, you know, one of them said in a low tone, and I sniffed. Next time, don't bottle it in. Don't deny it. Lying to ourselves is the worst thing we can ever do. She added, and I nodded. I've learned my lesson, an embarrassing one. I said, trying my best to sound light, and she smiled. I can say I collided into you. Another maid offered, but I shook my head. What worse thing can he do? I'll just accept it. I replied and dropped the folders before making my way to John's office. I clearly remember giving you 5 minutes more. How come you're coming 28 minutes later? He asked, swiveling to me in his office chair. I'm sorry, I had the most unfortunate accident. I fell, and everything I had arranged went to waste. I explained, not expecting him to believe me, and braced myself to receive heavy backlash from him. Fortunately, the backlash didn't come. So what do you want from me now? He asked, and I moistened my lips. More time, I replied, tangling my fingers together. More time? He asked seriously, even though he knew he didn't need it. Tomorrow morning, he blurted out, and I nodded. As I left the second study, I saw Mandy waiting with a smile, and her arms were folded. She followed me as I went back to the dining room to spread out my documents and start my work. So I heard you cried, she began, but I ignored her. I didn't need to put up with her. I began to arrange my documents and sat down in a chair, beginning to arrange things. You're not going to say anything? She asked, scoffing, but I still didn't reply her. I was already frustrated. Have it your way then. I'll laugh all I want. I'm only too sad I missed the show. She blurted out and left, with her slippers slapping the tiled floor aggressively. Slowly, I arranged the files, trying not to think of anything, trying to ignore the blooming flower of sadness, growing in a well of depression from deep within me. Acting strong was terrible. You never know when you've overdone it and need a break. I wiped sweat off my brow and decided to remain depressed, since pulling myself out was a lot harder than just letting it overwhelm me. Thankfully, not all the papers were completely disarranged. Half of them were still packed and arranged beautifully. It made me feel relieved and slightly better. I finished with it late at night and gave a sigh. It was almost midnight. I went to check if John was still in the study, and indeed he was. After a brief knock, I pushed the door open and met him sitting on the table, doing something on his tablet. I'm done, I said, dropping it gently next to him, and as I turned to leave, he grabbed my wrist and turned me to him. I stumbled and laid a hand on his arm to stabilize myself. Then I took it off abruptly. He dropped his tablet and looked directly into my eyes. Do you want to talk? He asked, but the dangerous look in his eye didn't seem like just talking. It betrayed his intentions. I swallowed and tried to tug my wrist free, but he held on to me. Why did you cry? Was it because of me? He asked, pulling me uncomfortably closer. With all due respect, it's late, and He rose to his feet, standing directly over me and looking down at me like he was trying to intimidate me. Throw away the boss and secretary relationship away for now, Emily. Unfortunately, no, I'm not up for. Don't you want to talk to me like we used to before? He asked, taking a step closer. I took 2 backwards and knew immediately that he was trying to back me to the wall, so I stepped out of the way. Don't play tough, he said huskily, placing a hand on my shoulder. Let's talk in my bedroom, he said, making his way towards the door, and I scoffed. No, I said firmly, trying to let him know I meant my words. And when he turned, the glint in his eyes was more than dangerous. Like he was going to succumb to the impulsive person he was, Emily's povee. I took a step back, but he covered the distance between us in mere seconds. He towered over me, and I tried to push him away, but he held my arm strongly. I want us to talk in my room, he said, and I jerked my arm out of his hard. Why can't we talk here? Is there anyone stopping you? Why does a secretary have to go into your bedroom to talk? I shot at him, and his eyes continued to have that dangerous glint in them. Then he successfully backed me into the wall. He moved so fast that I couldn't even think. All I did was reverse, trying to get out of his way, and I hit the wall hard. I gave a little pained gasp, and my hand went to the back of my head. Why do we have to go into my room to talk? Do you have any cause to question me? He asked, giving me a condescending look. You're despicable, John. What are you implying? I asked, trying to push him away, but he only came closer, suffocating me. That I want you. Do you want to do it here or in my room? I would have slapped him. If only I had enough space to raise my hands to his face, I really would have slapped him. Was he trying to sleep with me after cheating on me with his secretaries? Did he think I was just something he could take when he desired? We were no longer engaged, and I had all the rights to my body. If you think I'm sleeping with you again, John, then you're delusional and crazy. I would sleep with anyone else but you. We are over. I said firmly, but his hands slid under my skirt and over my thigh, and I pushed him away quickly. He staggered back, still looking at me with those crazed eyes. I left the tiny space immediately, looking for some other free place in the office, and his eyes followed me. Hello, we're no longer engaged. The marriage has been canceled, and you have no damn reasons to sleep with me. I'm not your puppet, nor am I like your shameless secretaries who sold their bodies to you. Do you really think I would sleep with you again? You're despicable. Right now, you're one of the creatures I hate the most. I spat at him, feeling rage fill me, with disgust following it, as it crept through all corners of my body. Are you just unhappy that you'll never get the chance to marry me again? Are you doing this to make me feel bad because I didn't come after you sweetly? He asked, and I scoffed. Katie saved me from making a grand mistake, or I'd have never seen the beast I would have married. John, I'm more than happy to say that I finally saw your true colors, even though it took me years. Now I see it's funny how we never fought once. This is what you were hiding. You were hiding a monster within you. I wonder if I can hate you more because the hate I have for you is bigger than all the mansions your family owns. I saw the hurt bloom in his eyes like a bleeding cut. He hated to think that I didn't want him anymore, and it was killing him. I continued, happy to hurt him. I'm glad it's sinking in. The only relationship we have now is that of a boss and a worker. After 3 years, we're done with each other and will become strangers. If you ever harass me in the 3 years I'm going to spend here, I will report you, John. I swear I will take the case to the cops. I threatened, and he scoffed, walking slowly to me. You sure have a lot of nerve, he said, slowly, approaching me, and I stood my ground to show him I was daring him to make any indecent move. I was serious about reporting him. He came closer and stuck his hands into his pockets. You want to report an alpha to the police? Why not? I've heard of alphas being imprisoned in packs. Grow up, John. We're not in the 19th or 18th century. You're not an absolute monarch. You're a constitutional monarch, so you also have to respect the rules and lay down laws. Touch me once and I'll prove it to you. Oh, my sweetie. Life's going to be a lot harder for you if you behave this way. This is nothing compared to what I have in mind for you. My secretaries are not the only women I have in my life. I have a lot of jealous ones who will do anything to please me. There are others who are so submissive that they'll fight you to submit to me. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve to bend you. Do you really have to spend your 3 years in hardship? You can just relax and take things easier. Who knows, we might fix things up. You only have to return to being the docile Emily I knew. I don't like this current Emily. If you return to being that sweet Emily, I will stop with all the ladies. You won't see any one of them here. He leaned on a shelf and raised a brow, waiting for my reply. The look in his eyes seemed like he thought I was cowed. Unfortunately, steel was probably wedged into me while I was being created. The tears might betray me, and I might feel miserable, but I never gave up. No, I never backed down. I couldn't let myself down. Unfortunately, I'm not as cheap as you are, nor will I stoop as low as you have. I spat at him, and the rage flashed dangerously in his eyes. In a second, he was in front of me again and had torn my shirt open. I gasped, and he grabbed at my camisole. Then, you'll start regretting everything right from this instant, he said, dangerously, and proceeded to rip my camisole apart. I scratched at his chest, and he pulled back, wincing. He tried to catch me and pulled at the sleeve of my shirt, managing to rip it and expose my shoulder. I tried to make it to the door, but he caught my wrist and tore my shirt all the way down as he pushed me to the wall. Buttons fell on the floor, bouncing and rolling in different directions. "Damn you!" I spat, trying to push him away as he attempted to force a kiss on me. My head turned to the side as I struggled against him. Tears sprang to my eyes as I couldn't imagine what was going to happen next. If he managed to take advantage of me, I would run and build my life in hiding. I would never stay still if he managed to do such a crazy thing. He placed his hand on my chin, and it felt like he'd snap my neck when he turned me to face him. I stepped hard on his feet and placed both hands on his face, trying to push him away, but he easily bound 2 of my wrists with one hand. How the heck did he manage that? His face came down upon mine, lips almost meeting. A knock. Our heads turned to the door, and I was about to scream, but he placed a large hand on my lips, pushing my head against the wall. The sound died in my throat. "Who's there?" "It's Kay, sir. I have a maid." I was doomed. A maid could do nothing to help. "Don't Sir, Alpha Lucas is back. He's in the foyer," she said, and my heart jolted. "Alpha Lucas? The stranger I slept with?" Lucas Povey. Immediately the call ended, I sprang to my feet and left the hotel room. I needed to know if Trey was fine. What could have happened? What could have made him sound so scared? I took a cab and made the long journey to Trey. All the way to his house, my heart thrummed in fear. What exactly could have happened? I dialed his number several times, but it was switched off. "Can you please go faster?" I asked, and the driver nodded, increasing his speed. When I got to Trey's house, I ran in, pushing the door, which was open, and burst into his living room, which was dark. "Trey!" I called, and suddenly the light came on, and I was doused in cold liquid. Screams and applause rose, and more champagne bottles popped in my direction. Trey came to me and wrapped me in his arms, laughing. I was still dumbstruck. What was happening? What were they doing? My employees were everywhere, bringing dishes of food and cups for drinks. "It's a party for getting the contract that every businessman is after," Trey said, and I looked around. "How did you know?" I asked. "Mrs. Mayer called to inform us that her team will be arriving next week. Then we knew you had gotten the contract and decided it called for a celebration, a surprising one. You know, I've always been saying I ought to be an actor. It was amazing how I made you rush down here," he said, and I punched him, making the employees laugh. "It was all his idea," Mary, one of my workers, said, and they all nodded vigorously. "Do you know how scared I was?" I asked Trey, who was trying to get away from me. "What else was I supposed to do? If I called, we have a party set up and have been waiting all morning. You need to come. Tell me, will you come?" "Of course not, so we had to make it this way," he explained as he made his way around the large table, and I shook my head. "When did your acting get so good?" I asked. "I was trying so hard not to burst into laughter. Geez," he replied. As we all ate and drank, I explained Lux Night and how I came up with the idea. They all seemed to like the idea, and the other employees were to be informed the next day. Then I decided to give John a surprise visit too. He'd like to hear all of a sudden from whatever maid he had that I was in the house. he'd be shocked as it was totally unexpected. "I have to go," I said with a satisfied smile, getting up from my seat. It was most pleasant. The food, the drinks, the conversations. Tell me the expenses and stuff spent on this party, and I'll pay it all. I'll also compensate you all for waiting all morning for me," I said, and they all clapped and cheered. "So, you'll be at work tomorrow?" Trey asked, and I turned to him lazily. "I doubt that," I replied, walking away before he could say anything else. He began to complain about me being a lazy CEO, but I ignored him, walking quickly out of his door. I didn't find a cab, so I walked all the way to John's house. It was late already. Too late for any cab to still be on the streets. Due to the late hour, I decided not to disturb the family and simply made for the mansion I would be sharing with John. It was actually my mansion and not John's because my father had built the 5 mansions together for each of us to occupy, me and my 4 older siblings. John was the oldest among the children, and I had no problems with him moving into the mansion when he was old enough. We had agreed on him moving into the mansion when he got married. He had also asked me to move in. He wanted to stay with me, and also didn't want it to feel like the real owner of the house was somewhere else, while he enjoyed the goodness of the house. I wondered why he still moved in, even though his marriage was called off. Whichever way, I was happy to be staying with him. John and I vibed well together. In the foyer, I saw maids who were about to leave their posts. They looked shocked to see me, and the looks on their faces were of awe. The mansion had no maids before, so I guessed they were new. I had expected there to be maids, but not too much. "You must be Alpha Lucas," one of them said, although she couldn't meet my gaze and her cheeks colored up. "Yes, I am. Kindly inform John that I'm in the foyer," I said, even though I was already moving towards the door leading to the living room. She went before me, running to call John, and it made me a little confused. Why would she run just because I asked to call John? Did John train them to run whenever they were given an order? The rest of the maids continued to stare at me in awe, and I wondered if they'd keep staring at me for days in that manner. I wouldn't like to be uncomfortable due to their stares. When I made it out of the foyer, I saw John coming out, and when his eyes rested on me, he smiled and looked at the floor like he was blushing. Just then, Emily came out behind him with wet eyes, breathing hard and looking terrified. Her shirt looked like it had been ripped apart, and her camisole was stretched. The arm of her shirt had also been torn, and her shoulder was exposed. I knew what had happened immediately, without anyone telling me. Her dark eyes met mine and held a strange look I couldn't understand. Then she turned and went behind John, walking briskly past the living room and up the stairs. John's eyes followed her, with a little of his earlier smile faded. Then he sighed, looked at me, then sighed again. He had been impulsive and forceful again. It was an attitude he had to fix. Maybe it was something about being the only son, but he always had to get whatever he wanted and couldn't understand that it wasn't everything one wanted that one got. I felt sorry for Emily, the thought of whom hadn't crossed my mind for days. "Won't you give your little bro a hug?" he asked, and I smiled, walking to the sofa and sitting. "Nope, it seems like little bro has been a bad boy lately. He doesn't deserve my hug." "What happened? Why are her clothes that way?" I asked, even though I knew the answer. "We had a fight, and I don't know. Whatever. Let's talk about what a nice surprise this is," he said, turning to me with a grin, and I laughed. John and I talked through the night, and even though I was tired, I didn't feel sleepy. It was only when dawn spilled through the curtains and maids began to move around for their early chores that I decided it was time to get some sleep. I went to the room reserved for me and smiled. It was just the kind of room I liked. It had a large glass wall that enabled me to oversee the things going on outside, as well as the other 2 mansions by my side. It was dimly lit with blue lights lining the ceiling, and a chandelier which could switch the lights it offered. The bed was large and spread with dark blue sheets, and the curtain was also blue. On the edges of the bed frame were little golden lights, and the headboard was also littered with the same golden lights. On the walls were artistic paintings of nature. If there was anything I loved the most on earth, it was nature. They just had a simple beauty that could keep me staring for hours without knowing it. I'd study every aspect of the picture and get lost in it, with my head bringing up imaginations. The desk and furniture were all made of dark, shiny wood, and the shelves contained all kinds of books. I could see I was going to enjoy being there. I took a long, comfortable shower in the even cozier bathroom and spent half an hour scrubbing off all the sweat I had accumulated during the day. After bathing, I tugged on a white sweatshirt and red flannel pants and proceeded to sleep. When I awoke, there was an irritating sound in my ears. It turned out to be the sound of someone knocking. I sat up against the headboard, still with my eyes closed, and mumbled the words, "Come in." The door opened, and a calm voice spoke, "Good afternoon." My eyes opened slowly, and I saw Emily standing there in a white shirt and a fitted gray skirt. Her hair was packed at her nape, and she was holding some folders. "What do you want?" I asked, and she dropped the folders on my bedside table. "Mr. Granger asked me to drop some files with you. He wants you to check them out," she said, looking at me the way a secretary would look at her boss. Then I folded my legs inward and looked at her, tilting my head to the side. She looked pale, and if I was right, she was very uncomfortable. Her fingers seemed to hold themselves way too tightly. Of course, she couldn't help but be reminded of our night together when she was right in front of me. She was actually doing a good job of keeping whatever she felt away from her face. "What are the files about?" I asked, and she glanced at the files. "Unfortunately, I'm not aware of what they contain," she replied, and I picked the files, scanning through them. I wasn't going to say anything, but I thought I deserved an apology, I said, looking up at her, and for a second panic fleeted through her eyes. But thereafter, she was able to plaster a look of total obliviousness on her face, questioning my words with her look. I laughed. "You're the woman at the bar that night," I said, and even though she kept up that perfectly confused look, her cheeks betrayed her by slowly turning pink. "The one who said the bartender drugged her. The same woman who went with me to the room, and I'm afraid I do not know you and have never met you before," I suddenly heard her say, but unfortunately her cheeks were completely red. Was she really going to deny what happened, or she didn't recall my face? Emily's POV. When we had been told of Lucas's arrival, I was surprised at how quickly John's expression changed. He closed his eyes and exhaled softly. If I was right, it seemed like he was finally realizing what he was doing. It felt like maybe Lucas was someone who corrected him a lot, because the look on his face was like he had been unable to stop himself from doing something he had been cautioned against. He left me and walked out of the study, and I followed after him immediately. It was my chance to escape. I saw Lucas standing there, and it shook me how handsome he was. He looked tired, but it didn't kill the glow in his green eyes. His brown hair was perfectly styled atop his head, with the sides shaved in a low cut, and he was fashionable with his white t-shirt styled in a French tuck into green pants, the color of his eyes. On his arm was a white coat, and his sneakers were a design I had not seen anywhere else. They were definitely limited edition sneakers. Our eyes met for a fleeting second, and I chid myself for thinking about him in that manner when his nephew had been harassing me moments earlier. I took my chance and walked past John briskly towards the staircase. I was grateful to Lucas for interrupting. As for not calling him with his title, I didn't feel he deserved that respect in my mind. He looked just as twisted as his nephew. Never ever would I trust a Granger. He was definitely aware of the fact that John was cheating, based on how close they were. It felt like my life could not get any worse, but it just did. Why did Lucas come to the house? How was I to deal with my conscience biting at me whenever I looked at him? Was he going to be a regular at the house? That would be uncomfortable. Well, I just had to avoid him. However, the next morning, I was proven wrong as I saw a traveling bag being wheeled into the living room by a maid. "Whose is this?" I asked, stopping her. "Oh, it's for Alpha Lucas. He ordered it to be brought from a hotel he had left it in," she said with a smile, and my jaw fell. "What? So, wait, why is he bringing all his stuff here?" I asked, waving my hands to the other bags and the traveling bag. "According to all the information from the maids I heard," she began in a whisper, moving closer to me. Okay, I urged, leaning forward so she could say whatever she had to say. This is his rightful mansion, she squealed, barely containing her excitement, and the files in my hands fell to the floor, abruptly. She looked at me in shock and bent to pick up my papers, although my eyes were stuck in space. His mansion! He was going to be living there! My hands wrapped around my body. He had seen my body. He knew what I looked like without clothes. My hands flew to my mouth next. He probably remembered me making little crazy sounds. I had probably said stupid things. His lips, they had touched mine. The steamy night came back to me, and I almost screamed as I let myself stagger backwards to the wall and leaned against it with wide eyes. No, I said, and the maid looked at me weirdly. Are you okay, miss? She asked, and once more my arms tightened around myself. Stop thinking. I chid myself and took my files from her, walking away quickly, and looked around like he'd suddenly pop out from somewhere. How was I to avoid him when he was going to be living with me? I got into my office and dropped my files on the table, then went to lock my door. I leaned against it and pressed my hand to my chest, feeling embarrassed. He'd probably be looking down on me, knowing I also cheated, and still went extreme on John for cheating. Wait, Katie had said he was the youngest alpha who didn't like ladies. He probably disliked me more for drunkenly forcing myself on him. I had been drugged, so I was probably desperate, clingy, and... My memories of the moments before the real thing happened were blurred, and I couldn't think much. One thing was sure, I had forced myself on him, and had wrapped my legs around his waist, not allowing him to leave. That was well remembered. A little embarrassed cry left my lips, and I plunged my fingers into my packed hair, ruining it slightly. My hands immediately fished out my phone from my pockets, and I dialed Dahlia's number. Hey, sweetie, she said when she picked the call, and I could hear something like the sound made from wringing clothes in the background. Did I call at a bad time? I asked, and bit my lower lip. No, it's fine. I'm almost done with the laundry. I'll be happy to speak with you anytime, she said, and I took a deep breath. Dahlia, I'm knee-deep in trouble. I began with my fingers still digging deep into my hair, loosening it up in an ugly way. Why? What happened? She asked. The man I forced myself on is here to stay, in John's mansion. It's actually his. I whispered frantically and heard her gasp. You do not mean it, she said. What do I do, Dahlia? Even if I do apologize, it will be awkward. He's seen all of me. He'll think I'm cheap, and I can't be too mad with John because there will be someone watching me knowing I cheated. I said, okay, take a deep breath. Oh, Dahlia, I said, and did a whole lot of embarrassing things. I can't bear to see him. Honestly, I never thought this way, but now that I might see him every day, I'm suddenly remembering everything. When I stare at him too, my heart spirals crazily and racks with guilt and embarrassment. I blurted out in a frenzy. Okay, calm down. Calm down, Emily. Take a deep breath and listen to me. Okay, I'm listening, I replied breathily. Play it cool, okay? Don't seem too flustered, but make sure he sees the sincerity in your apology. He shouldn't get the idea that you're reckless or loose. When you see him, apologize deeply and let your sincerity show on your face. Dahlia advised, and I took a deep breath. I'll do just that, I said. After my phone call with Dahlia, I went to my room and began to write out a letter. Maybe I'd give it to him. Good morning, Alpha Lucas. I must say that I'm really ashamed to write this to you. I can't bring myself to face you. I stopped and squeezed up the letter in a ball. My balls of papers didn't stop there. All the letters I managed to write ended up in balls after I went through them for a final read. Then, a knock sounded on my door, and I looked up, folding the one I was reading at the moment. I tucked it into my pocket and got to my feet, making for the door. Who's there? I asked as I opened it. It's Kay, miss, she replied as I opened the door. Are you okay, miss? You seemed out of it earlier, she said, referring to my reaction when I heard Lucas own the mansion. Oh, I'm fine. It's just a lot of stress I'm currently going through. I'm sorry about that. Well, I came to inform you that Alpha John requires your presence, she said, and I bit my lip. What if he tried to do the same thing again? Thinking about that, I walked to my table and picked my pen up. It wouldn't do much, and I definitely didn't have the nerve to hurt a person, but it made me feel better to have something in my hands. I took a deep breath before walking into John's second study and saw him leaning against his desk. "You called for me?" I asked, and he extended his arm, holding out a folder containing some files to me. I closed up the distance and closed my fingers around the edge of the file, but he kept his hold on it, making me look up into his eyes. "I was really awful last night, wasn't I?" he asked, and I tugged on the folder, but he didn't let go. "You're really not coming back to me?" he asked, and I managed to tug it free from his fingers. "Who should I give this to?" I asked. "Lucas, tell him to check it out," he said with his eyes boring into mine, and I bowed before turning away. As I exited his study, I felt haunted by a fleeting thought, but shook my head. For a moment, he felt like the old John, Emily's povee. I stood in front of Lucas, who looked every bit as handsome as he was that night. Why did he keep looking more handsome the more I saw him? His brown hair looked tousled and hung low on his beautiful face. He was intent on looking at me as he talked about our night, and I was shocked at myself when I blurted out that I didn't know him. Why did I do that? The letter was right in my skirt pocket, so why did I lie that I didn't know him? My heart fought to tear out of my chest, and my face burned hot. He knew I was lying, and that was the reason he kept staring at me intently. "Really? You're not the drunk woman who claimed she was drugged?" he asked in a voice as smooth as butter, and my eyes looked everywhere but his face. "I have a common face. People always tell me my face is really common. Almost a lot of girls have dark blonde hair and dark eyes like mine, and then since it was at night, you must have been mistaken because I and the drunken lady have some similarities. So. My voice trailed off. I knew I was doing a bad job of it. My eyes ought to have rested on his for a moment in the least, but it was clear I was avoiding eye contact. "Oh, you feel I mistook you for someone else?" he asked, getting to his feet, and I nodded, taking a step backwards, and let my gaze fall to the floor. His hands rested in his pockets, and he kept staring at me. His aura was overwhelming and intimidating. I was suddenly aware that we were both alone in a room for the second time, and it was a room with low lights. Was he more disgusted by me because I was lying? No one liked liars, and liars who weren't good at lying were the worst. Well, maybe it was for the best. If he wanted to blackmail me, I could simply lie my way through it. "Have you been drunk recently?" he asked, and I looked up at him, only to look down quickly. "Doctor, drunk?" I asked. "Yes, and have you spent the night somewhere else recently? A little inn or something like that?" he asked, and I held my hands together. It felt like something wanted to tear out of my tummy and run. No, I haven't," I said, and summoned the courage to look into his eyes. It was hard to keep staring into that green forest that lay in his eyes, but I kept my stare fairly well. I needed to be believable. Stuttering and avoiding eye contact would only make me look really suspicious and like a liar. He raised a brow when I kept on staring at him, and I immediately turned my head down. I had been too busy trying to prove that I wasn't lying that I completely forgot it was rude to keep on staring at an alpha directly in the eye. "You can leave," he finally said, and I bowed, then turned around to leave. I could feel his intense stare at my back, boring hot holes into it, and it almost made me walk off balance. When I stepped out of his room and closed the door gently, I turned around to see John walking towards me. Although I doubted he expected to see me coming out, due to the questioning look in his eyes. I bowed, preparing to pass him by, but he held my arm, stopping me, and that almost got me all fired up. Even his touching me slightly made me annoyed. "Why are you just leaving?" he asked, looking from Lucas's door to mine. "You made me give him a folder." "Yes, you were to drop it. Why did you stay so long there?" he asked and continued. "Dropping it and walking out happens in 3 seconds. What conversation were you having with him?" He questioned, and I laid my hand on his, gently taking it off my arm, even though I wanted to swat it away like it was an annoying fly. "Do you also control the lives of your secretaries? Do you have a totalitarian system between you and your workers? I don't see why Alpha Lucas and I can't have a conversation," I replied, professionally with a flat look on my face. "What?" he scoffed. "He's my uncle." "And what are you implying, Mr. Granger? Are you implying that a little conversation will lead to a relationship with Alpha Lucas?" I asked, and he looked a little flustered, trying to find a witty comeback. "You're not to talk to him." He spat, and I tried hard not to scoff. I'd do anything just to defy him and let him know he didn't control me. "Is there a reason why I'm not meant to have a conversation with him? Can you tell me why that is?" "Because I believe a boss doesn't have total say over what goes on in the personal life of the secretary," I replied coolly. "You were working. As an in-house secretary, my personal life will definitely mix with my professional life because I work here and also live here. You asked me to deliver the files to him and nothing else, and I did exactly that. I don't see where the problem is coming from." I countered smoothly and could see him getting red-faced by the moment. "You, John, that's enough." Lucas's tired voice came from behind us, and even though I was startled, I didn't bother turning. John shot me an annoyed look and walked past me, making sure he did his annoying habit of knocking my shoulder with his. I decided to brush it off and walked away with the sound of my heels knocking on the floor, being the only sound at the moment. When I got down the stairs, I met Katie on her way to her office, and when she saw me, she stopped. I walked towards her. "Your work for today," she said softly, handing me a sheet of paper. I groaned and looked at it in annoyance. Until when did I have to put up with those silly jobs he didn't need? I took it from her and walked behind her as our offices were on the same floor. Katie looked like her mind was really occupied. Her eyes slid into a blank state even as she walked, and she looked really troubled. When we got to her floor, she turned to me with those depressed eyes and parted her lips to speak. "Oh, before I forget, we're having another welcome party for Alpha Lucas's moving in. It's tonight. I'm sure you already know all the details about the family and how you should dress," she said and turned into her working space. I closed my eyes and tried to take a deep, calming breath. Another party? For Alpha Lucas? With those disregarding alphas and their proud children? And there I was thinking, no, things can't get any worse, Emily. They were getting worse. Lucas Pove. As I washed my hair in front of the mirror, a smile lit my face. Apart from Emily being beautiful, her lying about not sleeping with me was adorable. The way her cheeks heated up and her dark, mysterious eyes seemed to increase in size while looking all around, except my eyes, was endearing. She was a bad liar and she knew it, but she was a fierce one. She didn't back down, even though she knew she was really bad at lying and that I probably had her all figured out. It got me more intrigued and interested in her. Why? To other girls, such a night was considered as a rare opportunity, something they couldn't imagine in their wildest dreams. If they managed to sleep with me, they wouldn't let me go. They'd do anything to talk about it and keep the memory fresh. They might even attempt to sleep with me again. I was sure some would definitely lie that they were pregnant, just to keep a hold on me. But she was just throwing it away? Even denying it? Or did she not know who I was and the amount of wealth I controlled? No, she definitely knew about it because John was also wealthy. We came from a background of wealth, so why didn't she act like other girls and latch on to me? She was already over with John, so I really couldn't understand her reasons. It made me more curious about her and the kind of person she was. What had made John hold on to her for years? The John I knew was a player, the sweet and shy type that led girls to believe he'd never hurt a fly. Unfortunately, when the day came when he was tired of them, they'd realize that, oh, he's damn well capable of hurting more than a fly. John was a major heartbreaker. He and Trey would make good friends. From time to time, I wondered why they weren't already good friends. After taking my bath, I pulled back my curtains to let the light shine into my room and grimaced at the brightness of it. The room was perfect. I stood at the window for minutes, simply taking in the beautiful view of the mansions next to me and the people beyond the mansion's gates, going about their daily businesses. It was late in the afternoon, and I guessed it was a really good idea not to go to work. I would have slept in. After changing into a brown sweatshirt and a pair of white joggers, I went down the stairs, ruffling my hair. It felt so good to do that. Usually, I was unable to touch my hair because I didn't want to ruin my hours of styling. Just kidding, I don't take hours to style my hair. We can agree those are lady things, right? The living room was split into two, one that led to the staircase and to the dining room, and beyond it lay another with the door to the foyer, John's second study, another staircase leading to more rooms, and the large kitchen. I went there to make myself some coffee and saw Katie and Emily typing. Katie was sitting on the chair with her laptop on her lap, while Emily was on the floor, her legs curved inward and her laptop on the center table. She stretched, raising her hands and holding her fingers, but when she saw me, she took her hands down immediately and flushed pink. "I thought John gave you offices?" I asked, walking past them to the kitchen. "Our office spaces are a little too small, so I thought it'd be better if we came down here." Katie replied, turning to look at me as I walked past. "Oh, keep up the good work," I commented, and a maid bowed in front of me. "What would you like, sir?" "We'll have it ready," she offered, and I placed a hand on my chin. "A latte," I replied, and she bowed again. "We'll have it ready. You only need to wait a while," she said, with her cheeks colored pink, and turned around, leaving. I sat on a sofa opposite Katie and Emily, and Katie looked up. "How was New Zealand? I was told the scenery is amazing," she said softly. "It is indeed. I got on a Ferris wheel while I was there, and can't deny that the view was good. Later, we went to see the water. There were beautiful rocks on the edges, and the waves, against the background of the sky, had a beautiful calming effect," I said with a smile, recalling it. I liked Katie. She also was unlike other ladies. Maybe because she was John's secretary, but she didn't try to chase or seduce me. And even though I'd never taken advice from her, she seemed to be capable of giving good suggestions. She was calm, observant, sensitive, reserved, and listened well. "How was the trip overall?" she asked, and I took some time to think. Stephanie had been a pain in the neck, but she had later realized she had been demeaning her worth, so maybe the trip wasn't all that bad. "I think it was great," I replied, and shortly I was served my latte. My eyes fell on Emily, who was unnaturally focused on her work. I doubted she was really typing. The sound of her pressing a single key stood out in my ear, and I was guessing it was the back key. She wasn't concentrating and was writing stuff she had to delete seconds after. "I presume you've had breakfast?" I asked Katie. "I had a few slices of bread, but I'm afraid she hasn't taken a thing," she said, and I saw Emily scoff. "Because someone is clearly so childish and keeps locking the fridge." She muttered under her breath, but I heard it. "If they lock the fridge, then why don't you ask the maids for something?" I asked, and she looked up in shock. I didn't mean to. Did you hear that?" She paused, then added, "Sir?" "Why don't you ask the maids to make you something?" I repeated. "John warned the maids not to serve her, as she's not the mistress of his house," Katie replied, looking at the ground, and I looked at Emily, who was staring at her laptop with a defiant look. Why was John still so childish? "Well, I'm about to have brunch. You both should join me," I said, getting to my feet, and Katie signaled to Emily to pack up, and she did. I ordered the maids to make a meal for 3 people, and they made us a healthy breakfast of chicken broth, steamed vegetables, and baked potatoes. It was a homemade meal that I had longed for continuously. "I have a question, Katie," I said with a little smile, suddenly feeling in the mood to tease Emily about her little lie. "Go on, Alpha Lucas," she said, dropping her fork, which was about raising a baked potato to her mouth. "You can keep on eating," I said, stealing a glance at Emily, who continued to spoon broth into her mouth, warily. I knew she was listening to everything we were saying, even though she appeared to be oblivious and unbothered. "Thank you," Katie said, and chewed on her potato slowly. "So you're a woman, right? It's a question only women can know. Actually, there's this friend of mine. You know him, Trey." "Oh, yes, I do. So he's been bothering me with questions, but I have no reply, so here's the question. Can a woman forget about spending a night with a stranger, even though she was drunk?" I asked, and Emily stopped, with her spoon in her mouth, then continued to take in more broth. I think it should be unforgettable, unless she has a bad memory. Why I think it will be unforgettable is because it's forbidden. They say the forbidden fruit tastes sweeter, not because it's special, but because it's forbidden. She knows deep down that she's not supposed to do it, but she's doing it. I really don't see how she'll forget it unless she's used to sleeping around with strangers," Katie said, and I turned to Emily with a smile. "What do you think, Emily? Do you think she could really be used to sleeping with strangers?" I asked, and she began to cough as the broth choked her. Katie immediately poured water into a glass, and Emily drank it all and continued to cough. Her eyes went red and filled up with tears, and Katie began to pat her back. I smiled secretly. She was probably imagining that I was insinuating she was a loose woman who went around sleeping with anyone, including strangers. Later that afternoon, I found Emily arranging her office, trying to free up space. I knocked softly on the open door, and she turned. She bowed and looked a little uncomfortable to see me. "I wanted to ask if you were okay," I said, and she looked puzzled at first, before giving a really short and awkward laugh. "The choking is completely gone now. You don't need to worry about that," she said, and I raised a brow. "I'm talking about yesterday." "Oh, yesterday." Her cheeks heated up and she looked away. "Yes, I'm fine," she replied, although it seemed to be filled with doubt. "I apologize on his behalf," I said, and her dark eyes met mine. Once more, I couldn't tell what was going through them. She simply nodded and held her hands together. I really wished to know her genuinely. She opposed everything I thought I knew about women. I had tagged them all as the same, but she was showing me a really different side I didn't know a woman could have. Being a naturally curious person, I was intrigued and wanted to know all the sides to her. "Would you take my hand of friendship if I extend it to you?" I asked, and she looked up at me, with confusion lighting her eyes for a second, and for once, I could see through her. I predicted her answer, Emily's puff. I wouldn't deny that I was baffled when Lucas asked to be friends. Why would he want to be friends with his nephew's ex? No. Why would he want to be friends with a woman he slept with? That looked so suspicious. Was he trying to blackmail me? Was he trying to get me on his bed again? Who did he take me for? Did he think I was that cheap? Why would he extend a hand of... Did he think I was senseless and didn't understand what he meant? I'd die first before I ever slept in a Granger's bed again. He was clearly trying to make me admit to sleeping with him so he could hold me down with it. "I'm sorry, but I am only allowed to have a strict professional relationship with my bosses, and I think that would be best for both of us," I said, and saw him look down. He looked like he had never been rejected before, and was experiencing what it felt like to be rejected for the first time. He was just like John. Of course, he had those angelic looks that the woman in me wanted to keep staring at. He had the money and the personality, but both he and John lacked what I wanted. I only wanted to feel loved. I wanted to feel like the most beautiful woman on earth through someone's eyes. It would be stupid to women who were after money, but not to me, since I was determined to be independent no matter what. I was going to become a fashion designer and fish out the right man for me. Special thanks to John, who made me wary of wealthy men. Special thanks to him who made me so unwilling to have anything to do with his relatives and family. I turned around and picked up random files from the desk. "Thanks for being kind enough to extend your hand of friendship to me, but unfortunately, I have to drop these in Mr. Granger's office, else he'd be mad," I said in my best professional voice and bowed, making to walk past him without touching him. I went to my room, and it was just then I realized my heart had been beating abnormally the whole time. "Gosh, that was awkward," I said, sinking to the floor with my back against my closed door. "I mean, there's nothing to think about. What he wants is obvious. I mean, he looks genuine, handsome and all, but John was like that for almost 5 years. I said to myself and shook my head. "No, Emily, it's all part of his plan. It's in their blood. Or would you like to explain why such a handsome man, such a perfect man, with those mesmerizing green eyes, charming smile, and beautiful eyes, would want to be friends with you?" After thinking of the comparison between us, I was sure he was out to play with my heart. Could anyone tell me why the Grangers were bent on tearing my heart apart? That evening, I prepared for the party in a light green suit with pants and made sure I had a beautiful hairpin on and low heels. I paid attention to the details Katie had told me the family liked, and as I got myself ready, I wished badly for things to go really well. I didn't want to be embarrassed in front of yet another male Granger who was set out to destroy me. Katie and I walked out behind John and Lucas as we made our way to Alpha Raymond's mansion, which was only a few feet away from us. When we got in, Katie and I waited while John and Lucas went to meet the family members wherever they were and greet them. They didn't come down for almost half an hour, and when they did, they were all laughing. "Oh, the disliked secretary is here," Sadie pointed out and giggled. I tried hard to stop myself from rolling my eyes because it would only put me in more trouble than I needed. Shortly, they were all gathered round the table, and it seemed just like that day we had the first meeting, except that Lucas was sitting in a chair which had been unoccupied that day. Lucas seemed to be liked by the children. They separated him from his siblings by placing their chairs on both sides of him, talking and laughing. The adults also seemed to treat him fondly. It was obvious that he really was the youngest. He was treated with even more sweetness than they treated John. Well, the reasons were obvious. John was a firstborn, and Lucas was a lastborn. Even though Lucas was older than John, he was still treated as being younger. First children were always given much responsibility and treated like adults, whereas everyone doted on the last child who had little or no responsibilities. "You're not eating enough beef," Lady Mira said, pushing a plate of beef his way. "I'm already a stuffed bear," Lucas said, and they laughed. Lady Genevieve passed him some vegetables and stared at him hard. "You need to have healthy food in you. You had better gobble that up before I descend upon you." She snapped, and Lucas looked at the food with a sigh. She discovered he was less serious when with his siblings. Without them, he acted older and more mature. It was probably the effects of being babied. "Lucas doesn't want vegetables. Don't force him. We all know he eats well," Sadie said, pushing away the vegetables. "He's not an old granny who needs vegetables to survive," she said, and Lucas covered her mouth with a hand while Lady Genevieve glared at her. "Watch out, little one. You might wake up one day without your tongue," she said coldly, and Lady Mira's jaw fell. "Why are you scaring a kid like that? Oh, Genevieve, you're something else. Totally despicable you are. Sadie's actually right. He needs no vegetables to stay healthy. He's still young," she snapped and stroked Sadie's hair. "By the way, won't you officially welcome your brother-in-law?" Lady Mira asked, turning to me. My mouth ran dry. Why did they have to remember me? Everything had been going well. They hadn't noticed me. Why did they have to pay attention to me? Emily's povee. I welcomed him all. Pour him a drink," Lady Genevieve said, looking irritated, and I got to my feet. Was it necessary to pour him a drink? Why were they so old-fashioned? No one welcomed anyone by pouring drinks again. It was always with a hug or a friendly handshake. I went towards where he sat and stood right behind Sadie. "Don't stand behind me," Sadie whined, shoving me backwards roughly. My cheeks heated up in embarrassment, and I moved to stand behind the little space between her and Lucas. Lucas watched me, and I took the wine bottle carefully. Why in the world was he staring at me? Was he offended because I had rejected his offer to be his friend? I took the glass and began to pour into it. To my horror, I discovered my hands were trembling seriously, and I wasn't the only one who had noticed it. The liquid pouring out from the neck of the bottle wavered dangerously, and a little spilled on the table near Sadie's arm. "Shit! Are you crazy? Why are you so clumsy?" she asked, getting up to her feet so abruptly that I moved back in shock and stumbled against Lucas. He caught me by the waist, and I tensed up, pushing myself away from him immediately. My cheeks were red. I knew it. There was nothing anyone could say to deceive me. They were as red as roses. "Why are you so flustered? Because he's been staring at you, or because he touched you?" Lady Mira asked, looking amused, as she put a piece of chicken into her mouth. "No, I swallowed." "Why were you so affected?" Lady Genevieve asked. "Don't give the lady a hard time, Genevieve. She's engaged to John," Alpha Raymond said, cutting a piece of rich steak from his dish. "No, this is how it happens. It starts from little blushes, then you hear the engagement has been broken off. Look at me, Emilio." "Emilio?" Lady Genevieve continued. "Such doesn't happen in our family. We won't endure such disgrace. You dare break the engagement, and you're dead. Got it?" she asked, and I nodded immediately. "You don't have to be so thorough. Have you forgotten it's Lucas? Since when did Lucas look at women, or want them? Sometimes I think he's just covering up for being gay," Lady Mira said, giggling, and the elders looked like they were tired of her. I think I'm full. Can I leave first? I think I'd like to swim at the pool." Dorella said, getting to her feet. Would you mind accompanying me, Katie? Or you're done eating? She added, and Katie rose. It's fine, she said coolly. Let the other one go too. She's not needed at the table. Lady Genevieve said, pushing her fork into a potato. I looked at the variety of dishes on the table and felt it was way better to leave, even when I had eaten only a little. Who knew when next I'd eat, thanks to John and Mandy, who locked up the fridge daily. But then, I could simply order them if I wanted to. Who? Lady Mira asked. Emilio, Lady Genevieve replied. It's Emily, Aunt Genevieve. John corrected, pouring white wine into his glass. Whatever. I'll go too, Darrell said, getting to his feet with a piece of chicken in his hand. Why would he follow? I already deemed him weird and uncomfortable. Jude, let's go. We can't be the only kids here, Sadie said, getting to her feet. So John, let's talk about your preparations for the sculpture your lover sent to the grave, Lady Myra said, and Alpha will burst out laughing. What an interesting way to put it, he remarked. I went with Katie and the kids to the pool, and with her dress intact, Dorella placed her legs into the water, soaking half of the beautiful evening dress. Shortly, Lucas came with his hands in his pockets, and Sadie ran to him. Lucas, let's swim, she shouted, pulling him to the pool. No, he was saying, but Dorella had already splashed water on him. Sadie giggled. Swim with us, Lucas, she urged, and Lucas took off his sock, shoes, and jacket before going into the water, and Sadie jumped on his back, making the both of them go underwater. When they came up, they were laughing, and Lucas swiped his hair backwards. For a while, I was stunned. He ought to be a model. There, in the water amidst the lights, he looked nothing but handsome. His skin was smooth, and as he smiled, with water dripping off it, I realized his smile was really something else. It was gripping, and worthy of being called beauty itself. He was even more handsome than John, and I tried to look away but couldn't. Durrell joined the party, pulling shy Jude with him, and they all began to talk in the water. You two should come and sit by the edge instead of just staying there, Dorella called, and Katie and I exchanged looks. She nodded slightly, meaning we could do that much, so we both went to the pool edge and sat with our legs folded inwards. Sadie began to scream and splash water all round, deliberately drenching us, even though she tried to make it look unintentional. What's that on your hand? She asked, pointing to my hand, and I looked at it. There's nothing, I said, and she came over to me, taking my hand in her small ones. See here, she said, and suddenly tugged, making me fall into the water ungracefully. To be precise, I forward rolled into the water, and everyone cracked up. When I raised my head, gasping for breath, Lucas was with his back to me, but with the way his shoulders shook, I knew he was laughing. Katie also folded her lips, trying not to be caught smiling. I was drenched, shoes, hair, and everything. It was annoying, but I bit my lip hard so I wouldn't accidentally let my anger show. You look beautiful in water, Durrell said, and all I wanted was to swear at him heavily, but of course I couldn't. Today Lucas is my Prince Charming, Sadie said, linking her arm around his. That's so odd. Why would the prince be 21 years older? He asked. Think about it. When she's 21, he'll be 42. That's fair. When she's 42, he'll be, wait a sec. Her eyes rolled upwards for a while. He'll be, 63, he completed. See? That is completely normal. When you're 100, I'll be 79. That's so sweet, she said, and Lucas looked at her like he was getting goosebumps. No, he said, rejecting her, and everyone burst into laughter. Even Katie smiled, but I didn't. Shortly, Lady Mira came out and walked towards us, with her jeweled heels silencing everyone. Okay, I asked to borrow one of John's secretaries, and, her eyes flitted between me and Katie. Without knowing what it was, I wished desperately that she wouldn't pick me. But that night it got confirmed that wishes never came true because she pointed to me. I think Emilio would do. Katie's very busy, so, I need you to babysit Sadie tomorrow. It's the weekend, I won't be around, and the maids are terrified, so, you know what, I just don't want her in the house, Lady Mira said honestly. Moom, Sadie called in a pout, still holding on to Lucas's arm. What? If you don't like it, then fix your attitude, Lady Mira replied and walked away. Then Sadie looked at me. Actually, a wide grin spread on her face, and I knew I was done for. The grin was a devilish one. Emily's povee. Actually, she paused, scanning me. I think it might be nice. I need a change of environment, and since Lucas will be home, she turned to him. You'll be home, right? Yeah, he replied with a sigh. Then, everything is settled. I'll be a good girl, she said and winked at me. I didn't need anyone to tell me she meant exactly the opposite. Already, she hated me. The cold was too much as I walked back to our mansion in my drenched suit. When I got to my room, I squeezed and hung them up for drying before preparing a warm bath for myself. I was famished, but couldn't bring myself to go down to the living room. Wariness had seeped into me, and I didn't want to run into anyone. The evening had been nothing short of embarrassing, and worse, the next day was set to be a lot worse. What could I wear that could help me feel better? Well, since I was going to be a babysitter, I could dress in a semi-formal way because I couldn't see myself caring for Sadie in a suit or a tight white shirt. The next day, I found a white short-sleeved t-shirt with the words "Shine" written on my chest in black and paired it up with a pair of free office pants. My hair went into a bun atop my head, and I wore comfortable sandals. It was a semi-formal look and the best I could probably go for. When I went down the stairs, I heard the clinking of plates coming from the dining hall. The dining hall was shielded from the living room with curtains made of shiny strands, so I couldn't see whoever was in there. I peeped in and saw Sadie sitting on a chair, munching on her fried egg sandwich with delight as her legs swung to and fro. Her eyes widened as she stuffed her mouth full, making satisfied sounds. She spotted me immediately and smiled. Come in, come in. We were just about to call you," she said with a full mouth, beckoning to me with her little hand. "We?" I asked, then spotted Lucas opposite her in a white sweatshirt and black joggers. His brown hair fell on his forehead softly and sat atop his eyelids. It gave him a casual yet appealing feel. Thankfully, he wasn't looking at me. His eyes were fixed on his phone as he bit into his sandwich. "Oh," I said, pushing aside the strands of the curtain and stepped in. Thinking of the provoking words he had said when we had chicken broth made me feel uncomfortable. I took my seat with a chair in between me and Sadie, and a maid served me with breakfast. "Good morning, Alpha Lucas," I greeted. "Please call me Lucas when it's just us. Alpha Lucas sounds weird," he said, raising a glass of water to his lips. "You can't even read the mood," Sadie said, looking at a long slice of vegetable she had taken out of her sandwich while making loud chewing noises. What mood was she talking about? "Is Katie not around?" I asked, taking up my sandwich. "She went out with John," she replied, and I sighed. I wished Katie was around. It would make things less awkward. After a quiet breakfast, Sadie took my hand forcefully and led me to the farther part of the living room and up the staircase next to John's study. "Today, you have to do everything I say," she said, as her little legs climbed the staircase faster than I could ever hope to climb them. "All right," I replied, only for her to shove me roughly into a room and lock the door. "So, I prepared something for today," she said, striding to the wardrobe. "Ooh," she squealed in delight as she threw it open. She threw a pair of black fishnet pantyhoses my way and a short pink glittery skirt that seemed to throw little beams of light everywhere. Then she fished out a purple crop top that also seemed to have too much glitter. It had no arms and was really fitted. "Change into those," she said, and I looked at the clothes she had thrown on the floor. "Your babysitter is not supposed to do all these," I said, and she stopped with her back to me. She didn't say a word, didn't move a muscle, but that made her scarier. "Put it on while I'm nice," she growled, and honestly, I felt more scared of her than I felt about the elders. "The next time you run your stupid fat mouth at me like that, challenging me, then I'll show you what I can do," she threatened and continued to fish for things in the wardrobe. I stared at her and bit my lip, wishing I could just go to her, hold her little neck, and throw her down the window. Instead, I picked up the clothes and shamefully changed into them. After dressing, I felt oddly uncomfortable. The pantyhose had really big holes and the skirt was too short. The top seemed to scratch my skin, and it was hard to even try to feel comfortable. I felt like I had stepped out of a cartoon world. I really didn't want to wear that crap. It was too flashy and made me look too dumb. "What are you still doing?" Sadie asked, pushing open the door. "Get out," she ordered, and even though it tore me apart to take such a nasty order from a kid I could be a mother to, I had no choice but to do it. Sadie sat me in front of her dressing mirror and began to work on my bun. She loosened my hair, and when they cascaded down my shoulders, she ran her hands through them. "Hair as ugly as the face," she said with disgust, and I bit the inside of my lip. Sadie parted my hair with a rather sharp object I felt uncomfortable with, and packed my hair in 2 high ponytails. Unbelievable. Since when did babysitters get treated in that manner? Why were they bent on making things hard for me? "Ooh, Sadie's a natural," she said, clipping childish pins to my hair. She applied a huge amount of blush to my cheeks and inexpertly applied red lipstick to my lips, smearing my chin with it. It seemed rough, and the lipstick wasn't limited to the edges of my lips. It crossed them in some places. If you asked me, I looked like a clown. After all that horrible transformation, Sadie took me back down the stairs, and when Lucas saw me, he began to cough, but I knew he was actually laughing. Sadie sat me in a chair and brought out her phone, clicking pictures and acting lovey-dovey with me. Hey, smile! Smile like the sun," she ordered, and I bared all my teeth, making her hit my face with the phone. "Ah, you look horrible if you do that. Seriously, you're so ugly. Now smile like I'm doing," she said, and I did. She clicked, and next she made me pout like a kid, which I also did. Emily's pose. "Now, pose like Wonder Woman. Do it. Do it," she said excitedly, then her voice lowered dangerously. "Do it." With my cheeks heating up and coloring as much as the makeup, I raised a hand up and tried my best to pose like Wonder Woman. Lucas couldn't hold his laughter, and I felt like disappearing into the floor. Sadie also made me do a lot of weird poses. She made me carry a club like Harley Quinn and had me blow a kiss to the wall. She also fondled me and pretended we were the best of sisters. After all that, my mouth dropped when she simply clicked on all the photos and uploaded them on her social page. "Sadie," I called, but stopped myself in time. She began to dance with her shoulders and dialed someone's number. I felt humiliated and wondered if the makeup was enough to cover up what I really looked like. Damn, even with that, anyone would still recognize me. Sadie stayed on a phone call for a long while, and I watched Lucas reading a newspaper. Then all of a sudden, Sadie laid 2 yoga mats on the floor, and I groaned in anger. "Lucas, can you make videos of us? We're going to do a cat pose and meow," she said, handing him the phone, and he smiled, flashing beauty. I'm not flexible. Who says yoga is for flexible people?" she asked and got on all fours. "Hurry, my friends are coming and I need to show them the yoga pictures." She snapped, and I got on all fours. "Arch your back." "Won't they hear you snapping at me?" I asked. "That's why I'm smiling at you. I'm muting the sound and adding music to it," she said, and I shuddered. She was horrible. I arched my back and looked at Lucas, who had a straight face on. "Now meow," Sadie said, and I died 1,000 times. "Mew," I said, and Lucas burst into laughter, throwing the phone onto the sofa. "Lucas, you're ruining this," Sadie snapped, getting to her feet, and snatched the phone from the sofa. "Just kill me," I muttered, sitting and feeling like I already looked as red as a tomato. Sadie made me do more embarrassing yoga, and the times I fell were twice my age. Who did yoga with a short skirt and a male stranger watching her? The videos came out weird. I looked like a lady who had made it out of a psychiatric officer by running. Sadie and Lucas laughed at the videos, and I felt more than humiliated. "They're almost here. Jean texted me just now," Sadie said, jumping to her feet. "Now it's Japanese class. I told my friends you're really good at Japanese. Are you?" "No," I said immediately. "Then I'll teach you a few words. Come with me. You must say it with confidence. Hear me?" she said strictly and pushed me into a room. "Okay, so I bragged a lot about you. I told them you only like talking to me, so you might not really talk much to them, so listen up. You must practice this. The tone, the words. Not a single mistake must be made. Now listen up. When they say hi, you say, 'Watashi no name wa Emily desu.'" My eyes doubled and my neck pushed forwards. "Wata what?" I asked. "Hey," she screamed, and I jumped back. "Watashi no name wa Emily desu," she repeated, and tried my best to say it exactly as she said hers. "Watashi name wa. Watashi no name wa," she snapped. "You're a brilliant student, Emily. It's just a few strange lines." "All right, say konnichiwa, Emily desu." "That's better. Konnichiwa, Emily desu," I repeated, and she nodded. "Take out your phone and record the next one." she ordered, and I did as she said. Doshi temo danse ga hitsuyonan desu. What? I asked. Listen to the recording over and over and say it perfectly, she said, and as she left, I kicked the air. They were all the same. They loved using others for laughs. Shortly, her friends arrived, and they were all older. Most of them were teenagers, but they interacted with her like she was on the same level with them. Sadie was too bossy. It showed even when she was with her friends. Darrell and Dorella also dropped by, and Dorella began to talk rapidly to Lucas about something. When they had all settled down, Sadie came to call me. Hi, they all said without sync. Konnichiwa, Emily desu, I said with a smile, and they nodded among themselves. Doshi temo danse ga hitsuyonan desu, I asked, and their mouths dropped. Damn, I needed no one to tell me my words meant something else. One look at Sadie, who was folding her expanding lips, made it obvious. Otoko ga hituyo, one of them asked with wide eyes, and the others looked at me in disgust. Just then, Lucas grabbed my arm and led me away. What the hell was that? He asked in shock when we had entered a room. What? I just repeated what Sadie told me to, I asked, and he held up his phone, tapping quickly on it. Repeat what you said, he said, holding it in front of me. He had opened a translating app. Konnichiwa, Emily des, I said, and it translated immediately. Hi, I'm Emily. I hesitated before saying the other, and he raised a brow. Doshi temo danse ga hitsuyonan des, I repeated and was horrified. It read, I'm desperately in need of a man. My eyes widened and my hands flew to my mouth. Damn that, I said strongly, almost cursing, but held my tongue immediately. She made me say that. Why's she like that? What's her deal with me? Why would she make me say that? How is that supposed to occur to an 8-year-old? When I was done, I was breathing hard. I had totally forgotten who he was and had ranted out my frustrations. He looked at me for a while, then chuckled. You should be smarter. Kids these days are like that. You can stay here till they leave, he said and left. I sank to the floor and bit my lip so hard that it bled. It was way too humiliating. How could I say that to a bunch of high schoolers? My crazy dressing only made it easier to believe that I was truly crazy. The torture didn't end. Later in the evening, I cooked and sang for Sadie, and even went to the large playground behind the mansions and played with her. The worst was when she forced me to swim around in a mermaid suit, calling me Ariel, and filmed me struggling to swim. It was just my legs that were bound together, but I almost died out of panic. John and Katie returned, and when Katie saw me, she almost laughed, but held herself immediately. They began to talk while Sadie took more photos with me, but then my dark day suddenly brightened up. Why? I heard John saying something really sweet. My smile went as wide as my ears, and it was the first natural smile that Sadie caught in her photos throughout the day. It was a genuine smile, Lucas's pova. John came up to me while Emily was busy taking pictures with Sadie in her mermaid suit. Katie seemed like she was going to roll on the floor and laugh, but she didn't. She had such good control, a trait I envied in her. John looked so wary, and looking at Emily, a dark look crossed his face. Then he sat next to me and let out a really loud sigh. What's wrong? I asked, turning to him. This is just so damn stupid. The whole divine process is getting on my nerves real bad. Everything is so traditional, and everyone's acting like they're going to die if I don't do exactly as is needed. I mean, I'm fine fortifying the pack by remaking the sculpture, by going through all those tedious processes, but don't you think a month is too long? He asked, looking like he was going to go crazy if I didn't reason with him. A month? As how? I asked, crossing my legs. I'll be away for a full month, away from the house, from everyone, from... He paused and glanced at Emily, who had a smile on her face as Sadie took yet another photo. I don't know, it just seems weird. A whole month. What am I going to be doing? I hope they don't expect me to sit on a mountain and start praying like Buddha. He spat words like poison, and I burst into laughter. Buddha? I asked, laughing again. A whole month, he said again and bit his lip. Just to avert a curse and give the new sculpture divine powers. He added, tapping his feet continuously on the floor. I hope you roll off a mountain, John, and probably break your legs. That way no one has to see your annoying face unless Katie wheels you out, Sadie said, while checking her hair in her phone camera, and everyone burst into laughter. Katie turned away laughing, and Emily covered her face. My laughter was the loudest. "Just let me get you, you little devil! How dare you speak to me like that?" John asked, enraged, as he flew to his feet. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, she's just a baby," I said, still laughing, as I held onto John's wrists. Baby at 8? He asked, and one look at Katie, who looked like she was struggling so hard not to laugh, I began to laugh harder. "Lucas, how is this funny?" John began to rant while Emily tried to swim like Sadie wanted. She looked like a mermaid bound by magic and unable to swim. All day, she had been really adorable. When Sadie dressed her up in glittery things, it had been hard not to laugh. She also seemed embarrassed to be doing yoga with me watching. Anytime she fell disgracefully on the floor, she always looked at me with a troubled expression on her face, like she was telling me to leave. She seemed like a simple woman to me, although I wondered why she didn't want to be friends. Did she feel awkward because we slept together? Actually, I tried to forget about it and see her as a different person, but living with her made me unable to do that. Anytime I saw her hands, I remembered the feel of them on my chest. Anytime I watched her talk, I felt her lips on mine. Her voice alone brought back the night vividly. It was haunting. I had not slept with a woman in a long time, but I didn't think that was the reason I liked her so much. It was just her, the aura she exuded, the fierceness she could summon into her eyes, and the fact that she was so different from what I was used to. "Lucas, Lucas, Lucas!" Sadie suddenly screamed, with her phone still trained on Emily, who was sitting on the pool coping, looking like a red tomato. "Yeah?" I answered, breaking out of my thoughts. "Play the prince. I need to make it as a separate audio. I want my video to seem like the mermaids thinking of the conversation they had. So I need you and her to talk so I can extract the audio and attach it to another video." "All right, Emily, say something," she said, and Emily's brows crinkled in frustration. "Like what?" she asked quietly. "Think like the Little Mermaid." Sadie snapped, and Emily looked at me, although she looked away right after. "Hey?" "Hi," I replied with a smile, enjoying how flustered she was. How's the land? Your castle? Is it nice? Want to see for yourself?" I asked, and Sadie gave a silent squeal as she listened. "Unfortunately, I have no legs," she said, and I laughed. "I can make them for you." Hey, John suddenly snapped. "I'm the one engaged to her. Shouldn't I be the prince?" he asked, and I was surprised at his level of, was it childishness or possessiveness? "Shut up, you should be his driver," Sadie said in frustration, and everywhere was silent. John's jaw had dropped, and the rest of us were trying not to laugh. Unfortunately and surprisingly, Katie made a sound first and excused herself immediately while John stared daggers at her. Then Emily began to shudder with laughter until Katie dragged her tail hard. "Stop laughing. We're filming here. You know how hard it will be to make edits?" she snapped. The next day, I escorted a grumbling John to the airport along with Katie. "Seriously, this is ridiculous," he grumbled, and I suppressed my laughter. "It's just a month. 30 days will fly by very soon. You just have to sleep really early and wake really late," I said, and he smiled. "Nice advice, except sleep doesn't come to me. I'm always searching for it," he replied, and began to walk away, raising his hand, signaling goodbye. "Have a safe flight," I called after him, and he gave me a thumb. Deep within me, as I watched John leave, I realized I was a little happy to see him go. It would give me the chance to make up for all the torture he'd given Emily, and maybe along the way, I'd get to truly know her. Emily's pov. When I woke up the next morning, I was sore all over. Bad dreams about Sadie had plagued me. The most memorable had been one of her somehow managing to make me go to her school in my underwear. I had been laughed at by so many people, and classmates of mine that we went to high school and college together all saw me and mocked me. They wanted to know if that was the future I had been planning with John for years. The dream left me with a bitter feeling, and I woke up with a pout. I sat up and snatched my phone. It was still quite early, but Katie had sent 3 messages already, asking if I was awake. Who was she to boss me around just because John wasn't around? I was going to make sure I used the best of my John-free month, so she was to expect opposition if she tried to take that from me. Then I saw a video message from an unknown number. I clicked on it and saw a screen-recorded video of me on Instagram as the Little Mermaid. Sadie had done professional editing. I looked like I was in a movie, but the annoying thing was that it had gotten 10,000 likes. Anyone was bound to recognize me. I had no makeup on. "Damn Sadie!" I muttered, slamming my phone onto the bed. Then I picked it up hastily and moved to lie on my belly. I was going to call the one person who could make my day better in an instant. "Good morning, Dahlia," I greeted cheerfully. "What made you so happy this early in the morning?" she asked, and I could hear noise in the background. "What are you doing?" I asked, trying to vacuum the space behind the shelf. "Dahlia, the shelf is quite large. How can you do that all by yourself?" I asked and heard her chuckle. "I've been doing this since forever. Are you just reacting to it now?" "Since when? When I was still with you?" I asked, and she laughed again. "Look at you. You were so obsessed with John and making new dress designs. You were always buried in those things," she said, and I sighed. I gave attention to the things that wouldn't stay with me in my hardest times instead of the one person who had been sticking by my side. "Wait, so we're agreeing John's an object now?" she asked, and we both laughed. Okay, the good news is, John's not going to be around for a month," I squealed, and she gasped. "Are you serious?" "Yes. It's a month of freedom, and a month of him not working me till I break down." Wait. He works you till you break down?" she asked, and I bit my lip. "It was just once. Once, Emily, once. Once is enough to kill. What are you going to do if he continues that when he returns?" she asked. I'd like to say when I get to that bridge I'd cross it, but he has been a little careful since that incident. He does give me tedious, impossible, totally unreasonable, and unneeded tasks to complete. But I can take them on. It's totally better than going to work with him. I explained and she sighed. "Just be careful, okay?" she asked, and I smiled. "Trust me, Dahlia, I will." After Dahlia and I talked, I bathed while singing, feeling 1,000 times better. John being gone for a month was worth celebrating. I ought to go out for some good barbecued chicken and maybe a bottle of Pinot Noir, but I was tight on finances. I wondered if John was going to pay me, or if he wasn't, since I was entitled to work for him. After taking my bath, I put on a lavender suit and a white satin shirt. My clothes depicted the light mood I was in. I was about to make my way to my tiny office, but from the mezzanine I saw Katie in the living room. She had placed 2 chairs and 2 tables side by side in front of a wall, behind the sofas in the farther part of the living room. The half wall separating the large living room made them seem like 2 different rooms, because while one was a little dark, the other was flooded with light. For some unknown reason, I preferred the darker part of the living room. I bounded down the stairs and walked towards Katie, where she sat in the brighter part of the living room. "You're quite late," she said, punching in numbers onto a telephone. "John didn't give me a specific time to be awake, so I don't see why you would try to control the time I wake. It's not like I'm doing anything real anyway," I said, going to sit in the desk and chair she had prepared for me. "Today we're doing something real," she said softly and stopped punching in numbers to explain to me. "Something real?" I asked. John didn't know he'd be gone for a month, so he had to break off a lot of appointments without warning his business partners in advance. Some of those appointments are pretty close, and the people have prepared a lot for the appointment. Some of them are angry about breaking it off without at least a 2-week notice, so you have to write letters to them based on their different causes, locations, and personalities. Some of them will not settle for a random official apology letter, so we have to make it a little personalized. She explained and brought out a folder of handwritten letters. "You only have to type these out, and if I'm not done calling them by the time you're done, I'll like you to join me in calling them and rendering apologies too," she explained, and I sighed. Due to the fact that she had said, "I'll like you to join me," in such a polite way, it made me inclined not to say more opposing words. I turned on the laptop before me and began to type. Thankfully, her handwriting was really neat and clean. I was able to see without problems. Katie picked a call and began to speak eloquently. I could hear the voice of someone speaking angrily over the phone, and I wondered how Katie was able to keep her voice calm. "We deeply apologize. This unforeseen circumstance was beyond our control," she said, but the man threatened to cancel the contract signing. I continued to type, but couldn't help getting distracted by Katie's soft and smooth tone. Deep inside of me, I wanted to ask why she did it. I wanted to know why she slept with him. Was it because she wanted to, or did he force her to? And for how long had they been doing it? Did John continue with her even until recent times? Not that it was my business, but I was still curious. To me, Katie was a mysterious and gentle person who didn't like trouble and all things chaotic. Her reasons for sleeping with a man about to be married kept me intrigued. "Ma'am," Katie exclaimed sharply, and I was surprised that she could have such a harsh tone. "That is slander. We can sue you for that." Just then, Lucas came down looking jaw-dropping handsome. I couldn't tear my eyes off him. He was in a black suit with golden buttons, and his hair had been styled in the usual taper fade for when he was going out. His brown hair was in smooth curls at the center of his head, and they looked well-oiled, and unlike his hairstyle when he was going nowhere, his hair stayed away from his forehead. His green eyes studied the time on his watch, and when he looked up, I looked away. It was then I realized Katie's voice had become softer and smoother. "Please rethink your decisions, ma'am. Slandering is an act punishable by law," she said, tucking her hair gently behind her ear. Lucas passed by, seeing we were both busy, and when Katie ended the call, she did it hastily and opened her mouth to call for him, but he had already gone into the foyer. She watched him for a while, and a blush crept to her cheeks. That was when it hit me. Katie had feelings for Lucas Povey. I got into my car, ready to go to work, and thought about Emily. I had wanted to say something to her, but she looked so unwelcoming as she focused on whatever it was she was typing. I also decided not to say a thing because Katie seemed to be heated up, and I understood that they were probably going through a tough time trying to apologize to the people John had to disappoint. Emily not wanting to be friends with me did nothing to douse the flames of curiosity growing in me. It only sparked more interest within me for her, as I wanted to know why she was so different. She had not even seemed to give it a thought. Immediately I asked to be friends. Her eyes looked at me like I had to be kidding her. That was a little hurtful. She looked like she'd be a fun person. Based on the things I had heard about her from John, it seemed like it'd be nice to get to know her more. When I got to work, Trey was on one of the sofas in my office typing frantically. "Good morning," I greeted, walking in. "Good morning, sir. I hope you had a lot of rest," he asked, getting up to greet me. "Of course I did. I'd love to work from home, though," I said without realizing it. "Because Emily works at home," he said comically, and I laughed. "I don't know. Maybe the stress from work is just too much," I said, settling into my seat and twirling around. "Think about it. You've never wanted to work from home. No, not once. Why is it now of all times that you decide you wish to work from home? I'll ask you again, Lucas. Are you sure this is just because you're intrigued by her and want to find out more sides to her? Blah, blah, blah," he asked. "Yes," I answered firmly. "You didn't even give it a thought. Think about it before replying," he said, but I laughed. "There's nothing to think about," I told him, dragging a few files close to me. "Why are you not falling for her then? Who else are you going to fall for if not her?" he asked, closing the files I opened. "She was once engaged to John," I pointed out, looking up at him. "We both know that's an excuse. The family still thinks they're together," I added. "That's also an excuse. Does the family also have to intrude on your personal feelings? I'm telling you, Lucas, if you let her go, you'll grow old without a woman. Out of 1 billion women you've met and interacted with, you only found one interesting enough to want to know more. So what? You just let her go? That means you have to wait to meet 1 billion more women before finding another interesting one," he said, and I laughed. "Really funny hypothesis. Well, I don't know. This woman I want to get to know doesn't want to get to know me." "Wait, why? That's insane. What woman wouldn't want to get to know you?" he asked, sitting on the edge of the desk. "Exactly," I said, hitting the desk lightly. "I asked her to be friends, but she turned down my offer and even excused herself." Speechless, indeed. What's her deal? I mean, even men fall for you. Your charm, your brains, your smile. Doesn't she see all of that? Apparently, she does not. Now, can we return to more pressing matters? I asked, and he sighed. Now I understand where your interest comes from. So okay, let's go back to business. Mrs. Mayer's team is here already, so you have to meet them, he said, and I got to my feet. Shouldn't you have said that from the very beginning? I asked, leaving the office, with him following closely behind me. We got to the large workspace, where the teams for both companies were to work together, and they all rose when they saw me. Okay, I'll be very brief, since I understand you all are very busy. First off, a good morning to you all. They returned my greetings, and I wondered why there were so many women, and why they all had so much makeup on. I continued, I'd like to thank you all for coming down here. I know it's not exactly pleasant. I've been on the 13-hour flight, and I know it's hard to be on a plane for that long. The fatigue, jet lag, all that. So, I appreciate it. Your stay here will be a pleasant one, as I have hotel rooms booked for your use, and everything you need, feeding, working tools, comfortability, will all be given to you freely, in exchange for us all doing our best and making Lux Night a hit product out there. Do we all agree to that? I asked, and their replies were louder than I expected. After that came the applause, and they refused to stop. I hadn't even said that much. It was clear the ladies were trying to catch my attention. Unfortunately, I had no time for that. I hope our little time here is peaceful and productive, Trey added, and I gave a little chuckle. He was talking indirectly to the women who looked like they'd spend half the day on makeup and the other half trying to impress me. When I got home, later that afternoon, I had a strange happy feeling. Katie was typing, and Emily was stretching on her seat. Let's have lunch. Aren't you both hungry? I asked, and Katie smiled. Yes, we'll pack up right now, she said, turning off her laptop and shutting it. Emily studied her carefully, and I wondered just what she was thinking. We all went to the dining room and sat. How has it been going? Are they being cooperative? I asked minutes later, as the maids served us buffalo chicken wraps with blue cheese and celery. Emily bit into hers, placing her other hand on the other side of the wrap to prevent the content from spilling out. Most of them are really annoyed, and 3 of them want to talk in person. Emily has to see one of them tomorrow. I'll see one today, and tomorrow as well. Katie replied, and began to eat slowly. Katie and I talked more a bit about the clients, and I caught a few shy smiles on her face occasionally. Emily was silent the whole time, and was on to her second wrap, munching silently. Shortly, Katie received a call, and got to her feet. I'm sorry, I might have to leave first. The client wants to meet now, she said, looking truly sorry. Oh no, it's fine. It's okay, I said, and she left. Emily seemed to tense up, as it was just us 2 left, and I could see as she began to munch faster on her food so she could leave. You know, a friend of mine slept with a strange woman, but she doesn't want to admit that she owes him an apology, and it's bothering him. He needs advice, so I thought I should ask. I said, and she dropped her wrap, looking frustrated. I don't see how it's the woman's fault. They did it together, and even though she seduced him, he could have stopped her. After all, he's stronger than her. Also, she was drunk and drugged and couldn't even... So you finally admit it. I cut in coolly, and she stopped, with her mouth open, not even realizing she had said more than I did. She closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. Yes, we slept together, so what? I remember it clearly. It was an accident. I was drunk and drugged by that crazy bartender who fled the next morning. It will never repeat itself, and also, I'm not a woman who goes around sleeping with strangers she doesn't know. You don't have to worry about being with such a loose woman because I'm not. So I want us to forget it ever happened, to completely erase that night and put it behind us, she said heatedly, and then she froze, looking past me. I furrowed my brows and turned around. To my greatest shock was Sadie with her hands loosely over her ears, looking horrified. Lucas's povee. Okay, I want to be cool and pretend I didn't hear a thing or that I didn't understand a thing of what you guys were talking about, but I can't. A movie is playing in front of me. She paused. Damn, John's wife slept with his uncle. She suddenly screeched, and I got out of my chair abruptly, almost falling, as I tried to clamp my hands over her little mouth. What are you saying? You're totally out of your mind, Sadie, I said with one knee on the ground, so I could match her height. No, I'm not, Lucas. We were only rehearsing for a drama at work, and for goodness sake, what do you think sleeping together is? Of course, it is sleeping together in the same room, not necessarily on the same beds. I said, trying to brainwash her, but she simply raised a brow as she took out her phone from her pocket. Kids nowadays are smarter than they should be, she replied, jingling the phone in front of me. I guess that's a solid reason you shouldn't have that, I said, staring at the phone and wondering just how much she'd learned from it. I know perfectly well what you're saying. Adults say this because they don't want to say the real thing. Teenagers have all sorts of names for it. I could basically give you a lecture. You really think you can fool Sadie of all people? How about you bring out your books and let me teach you? I'm sure you're not up to date with the latest slang, she said, and I covered her mouth. You really know what we mean? I asked, feeling screwed. Of course I know perfectly what you were talking about. You wanted to make babies for goodness sake, she said loudly, but Emily's gasp was louder. What babies? Why would I want to make babies? You're so smart, read the situation, she blurted out. Oh yeah, I will. In the meantime, maybe I'll make others read it too, Sadie retorted, then shouted. Lucas and Emily intended to have. Emily's scream cut off her words, and it was so loud and shrill that I lost my balance out of shock. You don't have to make others read it too. I was just joking. It was just a joke, okay? She said desperately as she made her way to Sadie. Look, I didn't know it was him, and he didn't know it was me. We didn't even know each other, she said, also kneeling so she could be able to look at Sadie properly. I think saying that's worse. There must be a term for strangers sleeping together, Sadie said and raised her phone, starting to type. Oh gosh, I let out tiredly and took the phone from her. There are other better things you can learn. Now, Sadie, are you really going to tell people? I asked, and she stuck out her lips in a pout. I'm guessing you don't want me to tell anyone, she said sulkily. Yeah, I'll take you out on a nice treat. You can eat whatever you want, and your mom wouldn't be there to nag you. Really? Ice cream, popsicles, sugared donuts. I'm going to try pizza too, and basically all the junk food in LA. But wait, you're really going to treat me to all that in exchange for this? She asked, tucking her phone into her pockets, and I nodded. I would do more, I assured her. Why? That's weird, she remarked, taking 2 steps backwards. It's totally normal, I emphasized. What's normal about it? I'm suspicious. Just for this little favor, you're going to go against Mum and feed me harmful foods, she asked, and I laughed. The hardest thing for kids to do is to keep a secret. And also, they're not harmful foods unless you consume them in unsafe quantities. I told her, and she nodded slowly, considering it. All right, this is sliding because it's you, she said, walking into the kitchen, and Emily closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Then she opened them and saw me staring. She got to her feet immediately and cleared her throat. You shouldn't have pushed me. You knew the truth already. I don't trust Sadie. She hates me, she said in a whisper. If you say that, then you mean she hates everyone. Sadie's naturally mean. And I guess you find that cute? She being so rude and... Oops, I said, and she turned around. Sadie was there with a bowl of cereal in her hand. Keep going. I heard you already, she said, rolling her eyes. Why are you so fast? Emily asked with clenched teeth, trying to sound nice. Oh, that reminds me. I do have some work to do. I'll take my leave first, she said, taking her plate to the kitchen and returning swiftly so she could leave. She's quite funny, you know, Sadie said, spooning cereal into her mouth. So good, she muttered and licked milk off her lips. So, how was Sadie's day at school? I asked, sliding into the seat in front of her, and she smiled. Terrific, she said, hitting her hand on the table. I got my first love letter, Lucas. I couldn't wait to tell you. She blurted out in excitement, and I watched her for like 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. Can I read? I asked, and she blushed. Sadie blushing was a rare sight. Oh, the letter's going to be cringy, she squealed. Lucas's pove. The next day, I was about to go to work when Emily stopped me. She looked a little uncomfortable, but seemed determined to say whatever it is she wanted to say. Are you in a hurry? She asked, and I shook my head. Do you want to talk? I asked, feeling slightly amused. Yes, I just wanted to say, let's talk over coffee. We can't just talk here, I said, walking towards my car, and she seemed reluctant at first but followed me. Her hair was in a messy bun, and she had thrown a long red coat over a shirt and a pair of pants that were definitely her nightwear. She had rushed out to meet me. I opened the door for her, and she entered gingerly. She sat like we were in a meeting. Her hands were dutifully on her lap, and her back was straight. She was tense. She kept on looking out the window as we drove out of the mansion to the nearest cafe, and I knew it wasn't because she saw something spectacular, but because she was uncomfortable with me. For ladies like her, having a one-night stand was probably like a crash of their dignity, or maybe not. She could have other reasons I wasn't aware of. People were like onions. They had so many layers to them. We got to a cafe in 2 minutes and she pushed open the door of the car hastily, like she was so happy to get out. We walked into the cafe with her walking timidly behind me, and when we took seats, she looked even more tense than she had been in the car. Also, there was some blush on her cheeks. I ordered a cappuccino for her and a latte for me, since I had heard from John so many times about cappuccino being the only thing she wanted from a cafe. "We can talk now. The drinks are here," I said, and she cleared her throat. "So everybody does care about their image, right? I'm here to clear mine," she said, and I could tell she had rehearsed those words all along. "Okay, so what is this about?" I asked, setting my latte gently on its little plate. "I want to explain that night. Actually, what happened was, well, John and I had a fight, and so," she paused. "You wanted to sleep with someone else to get back at him because of a fight?" I asked, and she raised her hands in protest. No, our marriage was in a few days, but I caught him sleeping with Kay, a lady I do not know. Tell me how that sounds. Also, I didn't have it in mind to just give myself out. I was mad and sad, and the crazy bartender saw an opportunity. He acted all nice and drugged me. I was drunk too. Then the whole thing happened. I don't go looking for strangers. Even you can't find me at a bar. That night was just, I don't know, but it was a mistake. I couldn't even see your face or your clothes, so I didn't know if you were handsome or not, had money or not. God save me, if it was an old man, who knows what I would have done," she said, looking into space with an horrified expression on her face. Then she shivered horribly, making me laugh. Her gaze snapped to me quickly, and she sighed. "I'm not lying. If you would ask your so faithful cousin, he'll tell you I'm a bad liar. You can always tell what I'm thinking from my face straight away. I'm really explaining the truth. This is to let you know that I'm not a cheat like John. At least to cheat on a partner, you have to have it in mind," she said, and I took a sip from my latte. "So that was the missing part. He cheated," I said. John hadn't told me anything about cheating. He had said she saw Katie in his house and had assumed they were sleeping together. Emily raised her glass gently to her lips, and I spoke. "The woman John was sleeping with, was it Katie?" I asked, and she shook, then began to cough so hard that I had to rise and pat her. "I didn't see the person's face," she snapped. "But you should see your face. You're as red as a tomato," I said, and she mopped up her lips hastily with a napkin, then rose to her feet, looking up at me with steely eyes. "Since I've explained myself, we can finally push the night past us and move on. Thanks for listening and have a nice day," she said, with a little bow, and brushed past me. That made me confused. Was it Katie or was it not? Was she cringing at the thought of Katie and John being together, or had they really been together? Was she shocked to think it could be a possibility, or was she shocked because I had said it out without hesitation? I watched her leave and flagged down a cab. Emily was a very interesting person. It made me want to get closer to her. Having a friend like her seemed like fun. I needed more reserved people around me. It must have hurt a lot to see John cheating. So much that it drove her to a place she shouldn't have been in the first place. Maybe she really loved him, but did she still love him? I couldn't tell, but deep down, I wished she didn't. Later that day, I called John and asked how he was doing. He ranted a lot about things being hard and too traditional, and I laughed. The month was just starting. He wasn't to feel tired as he still had a long way to go. On my way home, I decided to make it up to Emily a little. She had seen John cheating at a time when that had never crossed her mind. It must have felt so bad. So, I was going to give her something to laugh about. and maybe also give myself something to laugh about. I asked for her location from Katie, who was at John's company, and she told me, although she asked why. I simply shrugged off her question. Katie giving John headaches by telling him what I was up to wasn't what I intended. I waited in front of the restaurant Emily was meeting with a client and watched her speaking. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but she seemed calm and confident. It turned out I didn't have to wait for too long. She eventually came out, looking beautiful in her royal blue suit and palazzo pants. She pulled her hair out of the bun it was and sighed deeply. Could her day have been exhausting? I instructed the driver to drive towards her, and when we were side by side, I stopped the car. She looked shocked to see me and looked around like we weren't to be seen together. "Get in," I said. "Oh no, it's fine. I'm not." She stopped talking when I got out of the car and made my way to her. I borrowed you for the day," I said with a smile, while staring at her shocked face. I knew John wouldn't like it, but I wasn't going to care. No, I didn't want to care. Emily's povee. I dressed as quickly as I could. After having cappuccino with Lucas, I was late for work. Katie and I were handling a board meeting at the office to discuss the pressing consequences for John's sudden 1-month leave, which did not sit well with most of the people he was about signing contracts with. It made me wonder just how successful John was going to get. How could he have so many companies he was about to sign contracts with? He was just getting richer and richer by the day, and there I was getting poorer and poorer, yet dreaming of revenge. How was I to revenge on such a wealthy man with a considerable amount of power vested in him by his family? Thinking about the fact that he was probably going to be an alpha soon made me feel sick. Hopefully, he didn't marry anyone within my 3 years' stay with him. I had a feeling things would get really unbearable then. On my way to the restroom right before the meeting started, I ran into Mandy and felt like my day couldn't get any worse. When was the last time I saw her annoying face? Thinking about the relationship she and John had, I began to wonder what would happen if he married her. That would be the definition of unbearable. "Look who decided to show up," she commented, and I tried hard not to shake my head at her. I had never in my life seen a woman like her, who claimed to be a secretary, despite how she looked. She looked more like a prostitute. Her hair was down in a haughty manner. You'd think she was going to a night party. Both her ears had 3 extra piercings, with shining studs on them, while the main ear piercings had long, dazzling earrings. Her orange suit jacket was longer than its skirt, which was so fitted that I wondered how she managed to walk with them. Her white shirt was open with 3 buttons, and I could totally see her cleavages out in the open. Could she really call herself a secretary? I had yet to see such an outrageous secretary. We both went into the restroom, and she began to apply lipstick while I walked into one of the stalls. John's heartbroken fiancée, ex-fiancée, meeting where no, getting a ride from his handsome-as-hell uncle and having coffee together. Wait, I think it was cappuccino or a latte. Anyways, they're both talking, and at one point he's patting her back. Looks weird to me, she said like she was talking to herself. I knew fairly well that she wasn't. She was just trying to get on my nerves. I flushed the toilet without using it and stepped out to wash my hands. She was patting her cheeks with a faint blush. My eyes are on her. If she thinks she can keep her hold on the Granger family by clinging on to the sweet youngest, then I'll stamp on her like my cigarette butt and snuff the life out of her," she said, packing her makeup things into a little purse. With that, she threw me a red-lipped smile and left the restroom with her heels knocking on the floor arrogantly. Did she think I was the same person she was? Meddling with another Granger was the least thing I wanted at the moment, and why had she been watching me? Was it a coincidence? Or she had been stalking me? After the meeting, which had been unexpectedly even more stressful than I had assumed it would be, I took a taxi to a nearby cafe where I was to meet with the client who didn't want to discuss matters on the phone. I sat and ordered myself an iced cappuccino. Just seeing the milk foam alone made me feel relieved, and when I drank it, those high espresso notes hit the spot, and I gave a sound of relief. The day had been annoying and suffocating. My scalp burned because I had packed my hair too tight, but I didn't want to release it because I had no mirror with me and didn't want to ruin the simple way it looked. I sucked on my cappuccino real fast because I didn't want the client to see me drinking it. The sun outside was scorching hot, and I wondered if it was one of the things that made me so exhausted, or if my day itself had been exhausting. Shortly after I drained my cappuccino and chewed up the ice cubes, my client arrived. It was a slightly balding man who seemed to be in his early 50s. He already had a scowl on his face as he approached, and I could tell it wasn't going to be an easy task. As he came closer, I could see he wasn't just balding slightly. Half of his head had no hair, while the back and sides had little hair. He sat and crossed his legs, staring at me with displeasure. "I expected to see Miss Crooner," he said grumpily, and I blinked in confusion. "Miss Crooner?" I asked. "Miss Catherine Crooner." "Oh, Katie. Well, she's a little busy, so she sent me." "A little busy? She's so busy that she simply sends someone completely unknown to have an important conversation with me?" he asked. "I'm so sorry, sir. She's acting as Mr. Granger for now because she was kind of—" "Shouldn't the vice president or so do that?" he asked, tapping a finger impatiently on the table. Mr. Granger left her in charge, and, so she sent the lowliest of the secretaries to me? You can't even speak properly. This had been a waste of time. Tell your bosses to forget about signing a contract. I came all the way from Singapore to New York. Search it up, and you'll see it's one of the longest flights in the world. I spent a little over 19 hours on the plane for this?" he asked, looking red. "I apologize deeply, sir, but I promise you that this will be worth your time," I said, keeping my calm and composure. You are a waste of time yourself. Please leave." "Sir, I promise you will not regret this meeting. If you'd just let us talk about," I was saying, still with a smile on my face, only for him to swear at me. I gasped. "Take your irritating face out of my sight, and I might give Mr. Granger a chance," he said with disgust, and it was so hard to keep my smile up, but I did anyway. "Thank you for your consideration, sir. I will take my leave now," I said and got to my feet. "Have a nice day, sir," I said, bowing. "Go crash yourself somewhere, pimp." Annoying. He spat as I turned around to leave, and I felt like crying. He probably had a bad day, but why was he venting it on me? Why was he taking out his aggression on me? That was just so unfair. I went out of the cafe, with my chest burning, and took out my hair from its bun. I felt a little relief as the pain reduced. It had been a terrible day. I sighed and began to walk away. Even calling a cab seemed like a tedious task to do. It felt like I'd burst into tears if I tried talking to anyone. Just then, a car pulled up next to me and I saw Lucas. What was he doing there? I looked around, feeling weird. What if Mandy was somewhere around stalking me? "Get in," he said, and I immediately protested, raising my hands. "Oh no, it's fine, I'm not." He got out of the car and made his way to me. What if someone saw us? The baldy, grumpy man was inside. What if he saw us through the glass and recognized Lucas? Wait, would that be a problem or not? Even if I was going out with the uncle of his business partner, it wasn't really his problem, was it? I tried to say again, feeling like it was better if everyone stayed away from me for the whole day, but he held my wrist gently. "I borrowed you for the day," he said with a smile, and at that moment he looked like an angel. Did he know I was having a bad day? Was he sent to me? No, wait, he borrowed me for the day. That was more work. At that rate, I was going to burst into tears if I wasn't left alone. He led me towards the car, opening the door, and I got in. Who knew what he wanted me to do? How had we even managed to run into each other? Emily's povie. "So the thing is, I borrowed you so you could be my stress manager," he said after sitting next to me. "Stress manager? What's that?" I asked, looking at him. "It means I need someone to have fun with. Someone to... This past week has been so stressful, so I felt I needed a way to burn out stress. John's not around, Katie's very busy, the kids are too young, but there's you. You're perfect for it. You're around, not busy and old enough," he said, with a smile that made me look away. "So how do you relieve stress?" I asked with a sigh. "Easy. I spend the day doing things I want, and when I'm exhausted, I go to bed, take a day off, and relax the next day, and pretty much that's all. The next day, I'm always feeling more motivated to work," he explained, and I wondered why he needed me. I still don't understand why you need a stress manager, I said. It's no fun to have fun alone, is it? He asked, and I sighed again. I wasn't in the mood to have fun. All I wanted was to be alone and think of how harsh the day had been to me. Our first stop was an arcade, and an even bigger sigh escaped me. What were grown-ups doing in an arcade? Everyone in the area knew the arcade was for the teenagers. Lucas got down first, but before he could come around and open the door for me, I quickly opened it and stepped out fast. He gave me a smile and signified with his arm that I was to go in. The arcade was bustling with lots of kids having fun. Okay, there. Lucas pointed to arcade basketball hoops, then seemed to change his mind. What do you think our first game should be? He asked, and I looked around. I recalled the old days when John would always accompany me to the arcade. It happened whenever I had nightmares about my parents, or when I had been teased about them. The arcade was where I let out steam. Let's drive, I said to him, and a few minutes later when I was in the world of VR, I held onto my steering wheel like I wanted to smash it. Immediately we started. I went twice as fast, surprising Lucas. As I went, I hit cars from left to right, smashing them and pushing them out of the way. Those cars were Mandy, the annoying old baldy man, John, and Katie. If I could scream while doing it, I would have. I showed no mercy to Lucas' car too, hitting it with each chance I got. In the end, I won the game and relaxed into my seat, taking breaths like I had really been driving. What was that all about? Sounds like you need this more than I do, he said, and without looking at him, I replied, maybe. I already had a really shitty day. Instead of crying, it was better to get mad. What next? I asked, and he chuckled softly. Follow me, he replied, getting out of his seat. Lucas and I played almost all the games in the arcade. We shot the life out of zombies and even battled against ourselves. There was a boxing game that was perfect for me, and Lucas laughed his head off because I accidentally shouted, "Take that, you crazy old balding man." "Who's the balding man?" he asked, and I boxed faster. A man who probably wants to see only Katie's beautiful face. We had a game where the faster we ran, the faster our game characters ran and competed against ourselves. I won that too. After that, we used the claw machine, where I tried to get a large doll to gift Sadie for keeping her mouth shut. But it turned out it wasn't as easy as I thought it would be. I had never used it all my life. It only made me more annoyed and worse than I felt before approaching it. Lucas also tried his best, but he ended up leaving, and when he returned, he had a doll, which he definitely bought. I think you might break the machine at this rate. What do you need a doll for? He asked, and took it out of his hands. For Sadie. Thank you, I said and walked past him, trying not to cry. The old man had really been the last straw. How could he have been so rude and uncaring? As we went on, we saw a theme park where people climbed on a really high set of stairs and took pictures as they were on top of the world. Some of them were shouting, and although I couldn't hear what they were saying, I guessed they were having fun. But then, it struck me as nice that we couldn't hear a thing they were saying. I didn't like heights, but I needed to vent out my anger, or I'd just end up crying. I think going up there would be good for you, I suggested, and he gave me a weird look. Experience, I added. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Hey, it's really high, he said, waving it off. Are you perhaps scared of heights? I asked, and he chuckled. Nope, let's go then, he said, and we got tickets and waited for their time to be up. When their time was up, the both of us began to climb, and geez, it was so scary. Everything seemed to be getting smaller the higher we got, and when we got to half of the long staircase-like ladder, my legs began to tremble, but I tried to expel my fear through laughing. Underneath it was something that looked like a really soft surface, and I guessed it was to help if anyone happened to miraculously fall. From a distance were the roller coasters I didn't dare to ride. There was also a large Ferris wheel. When I got to the highest point that had a round base and high rails to keep people from accidentally falling, I let out a shiver. People looked smaller than they ought to be. I took in a deep breath and closed my eyes. Damn you! I'm way better! You just don't know it! I screamed, ignoring Lucas, who was still on his way. All of you are just so stupid, and damn you, Mandy! Just wait for me. I promise to make you regret everything you've ever done, and you baldy old man, you can decide not to sign your contract or whatever. After all, it's John's loss and not mine. You all should just buzz off." I screamed, shaking hard, and immediately felt a little better. As always, the best thing was screaming out instead of bottling it all up. I took deep breaths, filling my lungs with clean air, and admitted it felt really good. It would have been way better to say that to their faces. After about a minute, Lucas finally came up. "You sure have a lot of things on your G's," he exclaimed, looking down at the height, and the way his face turned pale told me he really wasn't a fan of heights. I burst out laughing at his horrible expression and couldn't stop. He looked at me and smiled, even though he still tried hard to stop looking down. Then I stopped myself abruptly. When was the last time I laughed like that? Emily's poof. It had been so long since I had laughed genuinely. Laughing with Dahlia was a totally different thing. When I was with her, it felt like I was somewhere that wasn't included in my life at the moment. It was like the gloomy abyss was suddenly flooded with light. Immediately after the call, everything went back to being gloomy. So laughing at Lucas was actually the first time I was laughing genuinely in the gloom. It felt so good to laugh, to have something that made me crack up. But then, it was all messed up. The person who made me laugh could not be more wrong. Why would my ex's uncle be the one to make me laugh? Okay, you're laughing now, and I guess this was for you since you had a load of things to let out, but I think we should get down now, he said, making for the stairs, and I looked down and got the chills. We were really up high. Before the crazy impulse to throw myself down manifested, I figured it was best to go down. I didn't know why, but whenever I was at such a high place, I always felt compelled to go down, like something was always drawing me close to the edge. I hurried after Lucas, feeling strangely scared after getting all the resentment out of me. After getting down, I could see the sun beginning to set. Hours had passed by in the arcade. Lucas's driver took us to an indoor water park next, and I wondered just how many games Lucas needed to play to perfect his stress-relieving day. When we got there, I looked around at the large place, which had different wide pools in it, and lots of playthings in the pools, like slides, floats, and other things I didn't recognize. Lots of people were crowded around the pools. Lucas did a few things that went completely unnoticed by me, before we were given matching t-shirts and shorts because I was just so impressed with everything I saw. There were a lot of games going on, and Lucas and I signed up for only 2. Then we were led by 2 employees to a space where 8 people stood, waiting and talking. They seemed to be couples or friends. No one came alone. 4 more people joined us, and they announced the game would start in 2 minutes. In front of us were round floats lined in front of a large balloon table on which stood a gleaming crown. The floats were quite different. They didn't have holes in them. When I was younger, my dad and I used to come here a lot, just the 2 of us. It feels weird to be back here again, Lucas said, looking at the water, and I wondered how it had felt. He was probably so little that the others didn't have fun playing with him, and since dads were always crazy about their youngest children, he was probably the only one Lucas was really close to. But his dad was long gone. I wondered who he talked to, and if he was finally old enough for his siblings to talk to him. I was about to pity him when I stopped. He had John. When he was 5, John was born. Maybe John was too young to play with him, but when he was 15, John was 10. And I didn't think boys cared much about age, so they probably got on well. Also, I didn't know when his dad died because I was never for once interested in politics, but it couldn't have been when he was really young, could it? The first game was a game involving the line of arranged floats, and we had to walk on them and get to the crown which was in front of the last float. The winner got the crown, and honestly, it was a beautiful thing. I wanted it. If 2 or more people got to the crown, they would have to compete against each other for the crown. Yeah, I thought it would be easy, until the first 4 people tried and fell into the water woefully, screaming and laughing. Whoa, it's that hard? A lady next to me said, and I looked at her. She had short blonde hair and deep brown eyes. She also had a butterfly tattoo on her arm. It was pretty, but I wasn't the type who loved tattoos. A man began to walk on the floats with such grace, and everyone got scared he was going to win. "Go, baby!" the lady he came with screamed, and Lucas's fingers subconsciously tightened on my cloth. He didn't even know he was holding me. It was so obvious he was against the man winning. Unfortunately, the last float he stepped on flipped over and he fell into the water. Lucas let go and gave a smile before turning away to hide it. When it was Lucas's turn, he ran atop the floats quickly, like barely stepping on them for a second would stop him from falling. But oh, he was wrong. He got to the third float out of 10 good floats and fell with a little yelp. I burst into laughter as he came up looking embarrassed, but my laughter quickly froze as he brushed his wet hair back. "Damn, your guy is really handsome. He should be a model, is he?" the lady next to me asked. "He's not my guy." "He's not," she said with a weird smile. "Yeah, he's my boss, brother." I didn't want to say uncle. "Then he's definitely into you," she said with a weird smile. "No, he's not. I'm here as his stress manager," I said, and she laughed. Although her laugh showed that she didn't believe me. Rather, she thought I was denying that we liked each other or something, which was totally wrong. "I'm Lucy," she said, extending her hand, and I shook it. "Emily," I replied, and we smiled at each other. My number was called right after Lucas stepped out of the water, and with my heart beating, I went towards the round floats. I stepped on the first one and wobbled, making everyone go, "Whoa!" as they watched me try to raise myself. "She's flexible, man. Whoa, she's gonna make it. She looks good." I stepped onto the second float and chuckled nervously. Emily's Whoa, she's doing it. She's getting the crown. Are you kidding me? Whoa. I was just on the second, please. All the compliments and reactions got to my head, and when I stepped on the next one, trying to look cool, I went down immediately with a scream and felt embarrassed afterwards. The water was a little cold, and when I got up, I was gasping and trying not to scream. Both my hands tried frantically to push my hair out of my face. Lucas was laughing, and when I swam to the edge of the pool, he was there to help me up. He laughed and handed me a napkin to wipe my face. So embarrassing. I knew I fell without much grace. Who knew what I looked like while falling? "You did great," he said, and I dabbed the napkin over my face, still laughing about how awesome that had been, even though I lost. Unfortunately, everyone played up till 3 times and someone finally made it. It was Lucy. She was so happy and kept on squealing, along with her boyfriend, who tried to stop her from doing it continuously. The next game had to do with a water slide. We'd slide down from a wet giant slide, and when we came out into a huge circle that would enable everyone to see us and also drop us into the water, our partners had to demonstrate given words using their bodies and not their mouths. The first couple to go on had the word cucumber, and when his partner slid out from the watery tunnel into the circle, everyone gasped as he grabbed his private area. Even Lucas was shocked. "What?" the girl screamed, and when she was flushed into the pool, she came up coughing. "What was that? Is the keyword your? I'm sorry, I don't know," she said, and burst into laughter as everyone else began to laugh. Then the keyword was shown to her and she collapsed into the water with a scream. He had embarrassed her. "Wasn't there anything else you could use to demonstrate?" she asked, throwing everyone into endless laughter. "That is so crazy," I muttered and bit my lips. Many other couples went, and when it was time for me and Lucas to go on, he chose me to go to the slide. I climbed the staircase, hoping the keyword wouldn't be a cucumber or anything embarrassing, and at the signal of the employees behind me, I went into the hole with force and slid down immediately. The slide was watery and going so fast that I screamed. It was so curvy and took so many turns. When I slid out into the open circle, I saw Lucas, and he immediately held his belly, acting like a pregnant woman stroking her unborn baby. I slid out into the water and emerged, pushing my hair out of my face. "Pregnant?" I asked. "Yes," he shouted, and the keyword was shown to me. I gave a scream and swam out of the water, climbing out, and everyone got more excited to play. When we left the water park, we ought to be drinking warm tea, but instead, we were licking ice cream. I hoped I wasn't going to catch a cold. Colds had a thing of getting to me easily. "Gosh, you were so cool," Lucy said as we made our way towards the car. "I doubt that. You were cooler when you walked on all those nasty floats and got to the crown, I said, smiling, and she laughed. Really? You think that? She asked, and I nodded. I was so scared half the time. But wait, doesn't this feel like a double date? My guy and your guy are talking, and we're talking, she said, and I glanced quickly at Lucas. He's not my guy, I whispered, and laughter bubbled out of her. All right, if you say so, she said, and we continued chatting. It was nice, actually. When was the last time I had a girlfriend? John had taken up all my time. So it was nice meeting you both, she said when we got to where her and her boyfriend's car was parked. It was nice meeting you both, too, Lucas replied, and I waved at her. We walked to our car and drove home. Lucas and I didn't talk on our way home, and there was the insane urge to fall asleep in his car. But I didn't want to. I didn't want a stupid scenario where he carried me to my bedroom with a movie excuse, saying he didn't want to wake me up. When we got home, he thanked me, and I headed to my room immediately. I took off my clothes and went to the bathroom. I needed a shower urgently to try to clear my thoughts. I had completely forgotten all about my bad day. The day had been marked off as good, and probably one of my best days since I stepped into John's hell of a house. I stepped out of the shower minutes later, wrapping a towel around me, feeling a little weird, but not really understanding why. Then I picked up my blow dryer, turning it on, and began to pace in front of the door. Okay, the day was nice, Emily, but we can't deny it feels wrong. It feels completely wrong. I feel guilty. I mean, I'm having fun with another man, laughing and gosh, I broke off my engagement with the man I've been with for over 4 years, weeks ago. Am I crazy? I asked myself, still pacing around. What? I suddenly heard, and I looked at my bed. Someone had magically risen from underneath the sheets. Sadie. Again, Emily's peau vive. I was horrified. Why would Sadie be in my bed? When had she arrived? For how long had she been laying there? Why was she in my room? Even though her family looked down on me because they felt I wasn't good enough for John, there was something called privacy, and I had the right to. I stopped thinking. Why was her face bloated and her eyes red? Had she been crying? You broke off the engagement with John, but my family thinks, oh no, Lady Genevieve is not going to be pleased with that. It would be huge news. Everyone would think there's a huge story behind it. They might assume John cheated, or he was maltreating you, or he used to hit you. It's going to be big news. The reporters will want to dig up dirt on us because they'll want to know why you broke off the engagement a few days before the wedding. Doesn't that sound weird to you? Also, they're going to be wondering if it had something to do with postponing the wedding and keeping it secret. They will assume no wedding is taking place, and then they will start to dig and dig and dig. Whoa, hold up. I don't need to know all that. First thing is, why were you in my room, and why were you crying? I asked. You look like you cried your eyes out for hours. Did something happen? Don't ask about it. It's none of your business. She snapped and threw the blankets off her. Breaking off your engagement is preposterous. Did you sleep with Lucas before or after breaking it? She asked hotly. Okay, I think it's my turn to say it's none of your business. And why are you the one hearing all the things you shouldn't hear? Don't you think this is weird too? I'm sorry you were so unobservant that you just walked right in and took a shower without realizing there was someone in your bed. She countered, getting to her feet. Like that should be my fault. You can't just walk into someone else's room and stay there without permission. You're just 8. I'm way older than you. Show some respect for goodness sake, Sadie. You can't just walk in here as you please. Oh no, I can. This is my grandfather and uncle's house. All the rooms are technically mine. Now what you have to do is announce to the public that you and John are getting married immediately when he returns, she said, commandingly, as she made her way to me. And why should I do that? I asked with a scoff. Because I'm going to tell my parents what you did. If it was weeks ago, then you have been lying to everyone that you're still with John. She pointed out, coming to stand in front of me, with her arms folded. It was John's idea to keep lying, I said immediately. She was sounding so much like a politician at such a young age. Why was it her job to care about what the masses thought about her family? Shouldn't cartoons and dolls be her priority? What really happened when you broke the sculpted alpha? What really happened? Was that when you said it? Why? Did John make you do something that made you break it intentionally? Did he? Okay, stop interrogating me. I have no answers. This is just a huge misunderstanding. John and I broke off our engagement. I'm so telling everyone, she said, walking past me, but I grabbed her arm and took a deep breath. I could still remember Lady Genevieve's threat from the welcome party for Lucas. Okay, wait. Please don't tell them. I'll make a bargain with you. If you want more YouTube videos or for Instagram, I will do it. I said, hating myself for the words tumbling out of my mouth. How about you simply do whatever I want? Till when? Till I don't know. Till you have something on me and can break yourself free, she said, and I was reminded again of just how cruel she was. I hesitated and she jerked her arm out of my hands. If you don't want it, forget it. I will do it, whatever you say. You're the boss, okay? Now is it our secret? I asked, and she took a deep breath. I guess, she replied and walked out. I bit my lip and closed my eyes tight. She was a frustrating, disrespectful, conniving, crazy, sneaky. She made me boil. Why was she always the one to overhear everything bad? I couldn't imagine what would happen if she said I slept with Lucas and broke off my engagement with John. That would be a big problem for me. I looked at the doll I had wanted to give her and kicked it. I didn't think she cared about dolls. No, she cared about living people she could frustrate and humiliate. She was just a little devil in every way. Why did she have to be so mean? I couldn't imagine all the things she'd make me do. For some unknown reason, we had dinner with all the kids, out on the large, extravagant balcony overlooking the pool, and Sadie kept on looking at it. I had like a 0 on the test. I turned in a blank sheet, but when it came back to me, it was full of answers, and I had gotten a perfect score. I think Miss Prentice is into me, Darrell said, while taking off a piece of grilled salmon off its skewer with his teeth. His mouth danced around the hot salmon, and he tried to continue talking. How about Jude says something? Lucas asked, and everyone looked at Jude, who was chewing on salmon slowly. My day was fun, she said, although her voice didn't sound anything like she had a fun day. What did you do? Lucas asked. Math class, PE, English, history, she started to list out. Anything fun, like meeting friends. I met a new friend, Jane. She really seems to like me, though, she said, still in that low tone, as the maids dropped more freshly grilled skewers on the table. They were so yummy. I concentrated on eating them while listening to Lucas talk to the kids like they were best friends. In mere minutes, he had managed to make gloomy Jude laugh. The grilled salmon was freaking delicious. Who knew it could taste as good as that? I kept on munching and munching even though my stomach felt full. We had paired it up with sweet apple cider while the kids had plain apple juice. You know, Lucas, that letter was fake, Sadie said slowly. What? Lucas asked in shock. What letter? I asked myself, hoping it didn't have anything to do with me. Yeah, it was a dare. A boy was dared to write it to me, she said, like it wasn't a big deal. I got a little teased about it. The other kids said I would never get a boyfriend because all the boys in the world are scared of me. She continued, They're missing out big time, Sadie. Being with you is a blast, Dorella said, placing an arm over Sadie's shoulders. We all know you have bad tastes in friends, Dorella. Maybe you think I could be your friend, but I can't because I'm better than the friends you settle for, Sadie said, and Lucas laughed while Dorella pushed her away, slightly. I'm not your boyfriend, but I love being with you. Your arrogant words have become endearing, Lucas said. You liked being bossed around, Lucas. I don't see any reason why you wouldn't like me, she retorted, and I almost snorted. Oh, please, don't chase them away. They're trying to comfort you, Darrell said. Why should they try to comfort me when I already cried buckets? Where were they then? She asked. You're just telling us now, Jude pointed out, and Sadie looked hot. Why didn't you notice? Stupid Emily saw me in her room and didn't ask, she bellowed. I asked, I said, defending myself, and tried to stop the apple cider from getting to my head. Oh yeah, you did. You should have asked some more, she snapped. Do you want me to see that boy? Lucas asked, and Sadie blushed. Why would you do that? He'll think you're in love with me, she said with a pout, and everyone laughed at how delusional she was being. I smiled. Sadie was quite cute. Take away the annoying and crazy behavior, and she was totally a cutie. When all the kids went to bed, Lucas and I stayed up some more, drinking apple cider and eating salmon until we were totally filled with no space left for more. I was completely drunk, and I knew it. I should have gone to sleep, but I wanted to stay some more. Actually, I felt like talking to Lucas. After the events of the day, he suddenly seemed less shitty than the rest of the proud Granger family. I turned to him with eyes that could barely keep themselves open, and he turned to me. "What?" he asked, and I wanted to tell him he was super handsome, but I said something else instead. "Why did you sleep with a total stranger?" I asked, and he looked a little taken aback. "Why would you ask that?" "I mean, everyone says you're this uptight person that hates women and doesn't even spare them a look. Like," my words were slurring, and I probably looked like a complete fool, but I continued, "You're so unaffected by women and hate them. So, why would you of all people sleep with a woman you don't know? You could have gotten mad and pushed me away because that's what you do to women who force themselves on you, as I'm told. So, why? It's just weird," I said and stopped. It suddenly occurred to me that I wanted to kiss him again. I wanted to feel his lips on mine. That night, his lips had been so soft, and he kissed me like he wanted to find out all about me through that one kiss. His kiss had brought up emotions I never had before. Was it just that night, or would the same thing happen if I tried it again? Thinking of that in my drunken state, I leaned in towards him, wanting to feel his lips on mine. Crazy, right? Yeah, I know, Lucas's povee. I was unable to tell her why I had slept with her. She was right. If it had been any other woman who had forced herself on me that night, I would have pushed her away because I hated clingy women, women who abandoned dignity and threw themselves on men. Those women ended up ruining their lives and demeaning their worth. I had simply been attracted to Emily from the time I saw her. There was that aura she carried, something completely different about her, and I knew it wouldn't hurt to tell her I had found her attractive, and that was why my guard hadn't been up that night. But I felt it might ruin things. To be honest, I didn't like the fact that I found Emily charming. I was this man who everyone knew to be picky and extremely choosy when it came to women. So having a weird kind of attraction I didn't understand for a woman who used to be my nephew's fiancée was totally not it. It wasn't me. But what was I to do when every day she seemed better than the previous day? Back there in the arcade, she was so adorable that I let her win every game just so I could see the smile on her face. It was a vicious smile because she probably saw my character and the other characters she was fighting against as the people she really wanted to get back at in reality. And the craziest thing was that, even as I stared at her in her drunken state, she was attractive in every way and totally irresistible. She spoke like her words couldn't stand alone and had to run into other words, and that was completely adorable. When she leaned in, it felt like I was fighting a monster within me. I wanted to close the gap between us, place a gentle hand on her neck, and kiss her. Feeling her lips on mine once more was something I genuinely wished for. I wanted to regenerate that electricity we had shared that night at the inn. Finally, our lips were 1 inch away, and I could feel her hot breath on mine. I could smell the apple cider on her lips and really wanted to kiss them, but I hesitated because a part of me wanted her to be the one to do it. A part of me still wanted to believe I was immune to women and couldn't be affected by them no matter how close they came. Unfortunately, I should have seized my chance because the next minute, her head fell on my shoulder and I had to support her so the rest of her body wouldn't fall off. I took in deep breaths, trying to calm myself. It felt like my heart was calling out to her through fastened beats, and honestly, it was unbelievable. Lucas Granger feeling so eager to kiss a woman. Never had it happened before. She had drunk too much of the apple cider. She was way too drunk to even complete a kiss she had almost started. She would have just left me wanting more. Looking at her, with her eyes gently shut and lips parted, I couldn't resist the urge to chuckle. If she drooled on my shoulder and I told her she would die 99 times. I chuckled softly again, just being there with her head on my shoulder, my arm around her back, on a balcony with abundant grilled salmon and apple cider, made us feel like a married couple, waiting for a meteor shower to start. Being with Emily had a sweet feeling that came with it. I just wanted to be with her all night, watching the stars, and I wished she was awake and knew what she was doing. I liked Emily as a person, but it was too bad as I didn't know if she thought about me in that way. She seemed to be really stiff and tense around me, like she hated the thought of me being around her. Like she was cheating on John whenever she was with me. Yeah, that was the impression she always gave, and it burned to think about that. Why couldn't she just accept for us to be friends? As I asked that question in my head, a little voice arose. Friends? Are you sure you want to be just friends, Lucas? Is this your definition of friendship? The feelings you have, the longing you feel, are they for a friend or for something more? I swallowed as it was hard to answer the question. Truly, friends didn't want to kiss. They didn't want to bring back a drunken night they ought to push past them. They didn't wish to stay up all night staring at the stars in an intimate position. Damn, it was obvious to me now. I had tried so hard to deny it that it was all coming to me swiftly, the moment I had accepted it. The feelings crashed on me, even before I admitted that I had already accepted that I liked Emily not just as a friend, but as a woman. I looked down at her, feeling my heart take on a new beat. Why did she have to meet John first? Why did she have to be so cautious around me? If we had met first, how would things have been? Would she have shown me a more lovable side? Would I have liked her? It seemed like karma finally found me. For years, women had liked me, but I never returned their feelings. Finally, I was liking a woman, but it didn't seem like she would return my feelings. The more I said it out loud in my head, the more it made me feel suffocated. I liked Emily. I was in love with her. Damn. When did it happen? Surely, a man like me could never be a victim of love at first sight. When did I fall for her? I managed to tear my eyes away from her beautiful face and looked towards the poolside. There, someone stood, watching us. Emily's pove. The next morning, my head thrummed like lots of instruments were playing in it. I stumbled out of bed and groaned. I needed something to help my headache. My sweatshirt was still stained with pepper from the salmon, and I wondered why I hadn't taken it off. I went to the kitchen to get some lemon tea that could help, but the maids had no lemon tea, they only had coconut water. It helped a bit. Here, eat this before the family comes around for breakfast, Kay said, handing me an omelet with veggie. Aw, you're so sweet, I said, picking it up and digging my teeth into it. This is so good. I feel so hungry, despite all the salmon you guys made last night. By the way, those salmon hit the spot. It felt like they were restaurant cooked. I complimented, and she blushed. I had a major role in the grilling of the salmons and preparing the ingredients, she said, and I laughed, then drank more coconut water. I'm never drinking apple cider again. It's so sweet, but I can't remember a thing from yesterday night, I said, munching on the meal happily. John wasn't there to scold her for serving me food. He was probably somewhere traditional, and I hoped that wherever he was, he had to climb a mountain every day. You and Alpha Lucas were outside for a while after the children went to sleep, she said, and I stopped. The both of us alone? I asked. Yes. Why? I asked, and she looked at me like, are you seriously asking me that? When did we come in? I asked, drinking more coconut water. I don't know that. I went to sleep early. These days we've been sleeping really early since Alpha John isn't around. I think I like Alpha Lucas more. He treats us as human maids, not robot maids, she said, and the both of us began to laugh. Then another maid came in and greeted me with a smile. Kay, let's lift the tables together. Everyone is busy doing something, she said. What do they want to eat? Kay asked, bustling into the kitchen. They didn't say. They? I asked, turning to look at her. Did Alpha Lucas bring friends? Or are the children here again? Geez, why wouldn't they just stick to their mansions? I asked with my mouth full of omelets. The family's coming here for breakfast, Kay said, coming out from the kitchen. What? Why didn't you tell me? I asked, getting to my feet. I did. I told you to eat this before the family came for breakfast. Oh shit, they shouldn't see me in shorts, I exclaimed, jumping out of my chair and away from the dining. I ran into Katie, who seemed to be coming from the door. The funniest thing was that I didn't know if she actually had a room at the house or not. I didn't know if she went home or most nights, or just stayed in the house. She was with a bag and had a blue suit on. She looked at my denim shorts like she was about to say, "Secretaries ought not to be wearing that." But she dared not say that. I wasn't a secretary 24/7, and I got to wear what I liked because I was living with my ex, who had no more feelings for me, and his uncle who wouldn't bat an eyelid even if a girl in a bikini was approaching him. I rushed past her without a greeting and raced up the stairs to my room. What was I to wear? Almost all my casual clothes were nothing official. Bum shorts, short jumpers, mini skirts, large joggers that made me look like I was thrown in them, and even larger sweatshirts. The family were prim and proper people who believed ladies should always be dressed elegantly, just like Katie. Actually, I wouldn't mind if Katie got married to John, even though I knew she liked Lucas. She was better than the talkative Mandy. Wait. Could it be that she had been so depressed because she was sleeping with John, even though she liked Lucas? Whoa, she knew it would demean her worth in front of Lucas, who thought of her as a reserved lady. It would also definitely ruin her chances of being with him. Wow, maybe those were the thoughts that had occupied her head. However, with John gone, she had little worries. I had her all figured out. With a smile, I searched for one of my suit pants and tugged them on, together with a sweatshirt. It was still better than sweatpants and large t-shirts, since I hopefully had no work to do. It was only after being fully dressed that I realized I was yet to take my bath. I groaned and threw myself onto the bed. They arranged a large table with chairs right in front of Lucas's mansion and had drinks. I wondered why they had to see my face, but Katie insisted on it. She had taken her blue jacket off and looked better, as she wasn't too official. We greeted the family, and they sent fake smiles my way. I could tell they weren't really pleased to see me. "What would you like to eat?" one of the maids asked with a bright smile. "Why don't the secretaries cook? I don't know why I love seeing them together. It's like experienced and naive, prim and improper, reserved and, loose." Lady Mira asked and burst into laughter. They followed in her laughter, even though it wasn't funny. "What did I miss?" Lucas asked, coming out of the house in a casual sweatshirt and shorts. I bet they didn't see him as improper. "Nothing, darling. We only wanted to accompany you, since you all must be feeling so lonely without John," Lady Genevieve said. "So, Katie, what do you think you could prepare for us?" "I'd prefer it if you told us what you want. You are the ones to eat and enjoy the food. It's your opinion over ours," Katie replied with a smile, and Lady Genevieve was obviously pleased. "I'm craving bruschetta chicken, Lady Genevieve," Sadie piped up. "With cheese," Daryl added. "Steamed vegetables will be a must," Alpha Raymond said. "Caprese salad and marinated olives," Dorella added. "Jude, add something. Scrambled eggs?" Jude added. "Any more ideas?" Katie asked. "Not that I can think of," Lucas replied. "Forgive me, I wasn't jotting things down," she said, bringing out a tiny notepad from her pocket, but Kay hurried towards her and gave her a piece of paper. "We have you covered," she said, and Katie smiled at her. "We'll have breakfast ready soon," Katie said, and we both went to the kitchen. We began to cook, and it was completely silent. Why would Katie smile at everything just like that? It made them think she was perfect. I had never seen a secretary cooking breakfast for the family. Can you imagine how they were all so quick to voice out their opinions on what side dish should go with it? "Last night, were you and Lucas all alone? You guys went somewhere together, right?" Katie asked, trying to sound casual, but I could see she needed my answer desperately. "Why do you want to know? I don't think it's any of your business." "Well, sorry about that. I just wanted to know." "Well, you don't need to know," I retorted, denying her the answer she really wanted to hear. "Did something happen? If something didn't happen, then I don't see why you'd be this worked up," she said calmly. "Why? Are you sleeping with him too?" I asked, and she suddenly slammed the knife on the counter. "Do you think I wanted to sleep with John?" she asked in a dangerous tone, then she turned to me with anger flashing in her eyes. "You shouldn't be so loud." We suddenly heard Alpha Will say, and Katie was more startled than I was. She hit the bowl of cheese and sent it spiraling to the floor. "I'm so sorry," she said, bending and picking the cheese off the floor. I couldn't seem to stop blinking, and my gaze bounced off all the things in the kitchen, avoiding Alpha Will's gaze. How much had he heard? Me not answering Katie's question seemed like something had gone on between me and Lucas, and he'd probably know something was wrong between John and I if I knew he had slept with Katie. Emily, he called, and I looked at him. Yes, Alpha Will. I apologize on John's behalf. He is very immature and hard to work with. You must have been hurt, but I'll plead with you not to go to other men to take away your pain, he said softly and walked away, taking a bowl with him. It was then I recalled that the last thing I had done before passing out last night was trying to kiss Lucas. His words, there was no way he knew about our one-night stand, so it had to be the previous night. I turned back to the cooking, and so did Katie. None of us said anything again until we finished all the cooking, and throughout the cooking, I couldn't help thinking that trying to kiss Lucas was more than a drunken desire. For some reason, everything we had done together the previous night seemed to come back to me. His smile, his wet hair and face, his voice. Why would Alpha Will tell me not to go to another man while looking at me like he saw through me? It was quite suspicious. It felt like he was telling me to be careful with the way I interacted with Lucas. He was right. It was weird for us to have fun together at an arcade, a water park. Immediately I was done with all the ingredients. I left Katie to it and went to my room. I took deep breaths and tried to shake thoughts of Lucas off my head. Emily, you need to stop whatever it is with Lucas. You need to. Okay, Alpha Will is currently the only member of the Granger family that seems to be on your side. He's not mean and not... Look, this will make you seem cheap, weak, and gosh. Stop thinking about Lucas, Emily. How can you be in this situation and still have someone like him invade your thoughts? Stop. Oh gosh, this is bad. He's another Granger who's not openly mean. Ah, I heard someone say and my door flew open. Was she stalking me or what? Damn Sadie. Emily's povey. What do you want? I asked angrily, and she smiled. Have you forgotten I can make you do whatever I want? I came here to give you an order, but I heard you saying something rather interesting instead, she said, going to sit on my bed with a bounce. Why do you have to be the one to overhear everything? This is no longer funny, Sadie. Why couldn't you just wait for me to return to the breakfast table before asking for whatever it is that you want? I asked, and she giggled. Why do you like to think out loud? I mean, that's what our minds are there for, right? To think. We think with our minds and not our tongues, Emily. Why wouldn't I overhear things I shouldn't? She asked, still smiling. This is odd. Why are you smiling instead of snapping some harsh reply back at me? I asked, and she giggled. Well, that is because I discovered something that would actually be really fun to do. I mean, I've watched this stuff in so many movies, but haven't actually had a chance to practice it. Now, I think I have a chance, she said, and I felt wary. What is it? I asked, and she smiled. Actually, to be honest, you should be honest with yourself. There's only one reason why you'd be thinking of someone continuously without being able to control it, even in situations when you're trying to be serious, she said, and I began to wonder what adults would do when kids began to sound like them. What she was trying to say was so obvious. So you're trying to say only love can make a person think continually of another? I can totally tell from your face, I said. Yes, when you love someone, you can't stop thinking about them, she said, and I couldn't help laughing. You're just 8, Sadie. Act your age. You know nothing about love. How can I love a person I barely know? That's preposterous. Then how do you explain love at first sight? Sadie asked, and I found my eyeballs rolling to the ceiling like they would find answers there. Well, I didn't fall for Lucas at first sight. That's the point. If a person can fall in love within a few seconds, then how much more a few days? That's the first sign of liking someone. Being unable to stop thinking of them. Actually, I agree that you can totally like Lucas. John's a jerk. The biggest jerk I know. I disliked him big time starting from the day I brought my friends to our garden to show them the dandelions I planted. And there he was, sleeping with a lady on the dandelions I planted. It was disgusting, and it was broad daylight. My friends screamed. What? When was that? Maybe a year ago? I don't remember much. Wow, this jerk's a cheat. You mean all this while? Damn. I spat. What was wrong with me? I knew already within me that he wasn't new to cheating, so why did I feel so hurt? Maybe it was because this was a confirmation. I began to pace around the room quickly, feeling like I'd burst if I didn't do something. It made me mad. He had been cheating all along and was probably going to continue when we got married. What a nice plan he had there. Geez, if only there was a way to hurt that son of a... Once again, you're thinking out loud, but I do have an answer. I love stuff like this. Revenge is something I'd bond with my enemies for, she said, and I sighed. What was an 8-year-old doing in my room while I was feeling really shitty? You can hurt John easily. He acts all high and mighty, but it won't take you 2 seconds to hurt him, she said, and I couldn't believe I was about to take advice from her. How? I asked. Take a selfie with Lucas. Allow me to upload it where he'll surely see it, and he'll be boiling to rush down here. No, I said. No? Are you actually serious? The only way to make John jealous and even hurt is to show him that you don't need him and don't care about him. He still thinks you're that same girl deep inside, she said, and it creeped me out to hear how mature she sounded. How else do you think you can hurt him? Of course, it's to move on and forget about him, and who's the best person to move on with? Lucas. No way, Sadie. It'll drive him crazy. Impossible. He'll be like a mad bull charging at the wall with his horns. No, thank you, no. That's petty. He'll want you back, apologize, and realize he lost something he could never get again, she said, smiling, and that was enticing, but I wasn't about to get tangled up in her game. No, seriously, thanks. Well, okay. I just don't want another Granger. Being with Grangers is the worst thing that has ever happened to me. I'm a Granger, she reminded me. Yeah, and it feels so weird talking to you. You're like 8, and I'm like, have you gone so low as to pour out your troubles in front of a mean 8-year-old who probably has ulterior motives? I said, stressing my last 2 words, and she burst out laughing. You're actually very funny, you know that? I'm just bored, okay? But what's wrong with the Grangers? We're a family of wealthy and handsome and beautiful people, she said, and it was still so hard to believe I was talking to her. I sat on the ground in front of my dresser. John's a Granger. Look what he did. Lucas is another. Look what we did. She began to giggle. I can't help but emphasize that you said we and not he. Well, he's John's uncle, and it's so damn weird talking to you. So what did the rest of the Grangers do to you? She asked, and I smirked. Mean, sassy, disrespectful, proud, sneaky. Wait, why are you staring at me? She asked, bending to the side. Because we're both conversing, I retorted, even though I was talking about her. It feels like you're talking about me. You're just guilty, I said, with a shrug. Well, I'm bored. Life here is so boring, and you're my chance of getting less bored. Do you perhaps know Kitty and To All the Boys I've Loved Before, the Jenny Han novel? Do you know what she was famous for? She asked with a sly smile. No. Well, she's known for matchmaking, and I'm about to be her, she said, tucking her hair behind her ear. What? I mean, I'm matchmaking you. No. Stop, don't say it, I said, and her smile only grew wider. I already knew what she wanted to say. And I said, stop it. You're not funny. Don't make life harder. Did she think my life was a movie she could direct? Lucas, she said, and looked like a devil at that moment. No, I'm using my boss card. What boss card? You and Lucas slept together, so you broke off the engagement with John. Now deal or no deal. Emily's POV. That's not the story. I didn't end things with John because I slept with Lucas. I already intended to. Why would you modify the story in such a horrible way? I asked, seeing how she interpreted the story in her own way, which was totally not acceptable. You didn't end things because you slept with Lucas, so you say. Then why did you end things? You just woke up one morning and decided you were tired of John, she asked, making a face, and I sighed. No, I can't tell you why. I said, I knew she liked Katie, and it would be weird if she knew Katie slept with John. Well, I can guess why, judging from all you've said today, but if you get in the way of my matchmaking, this is the story I'll tell everyone. Emily slept with Lucas and fell in love with him. Because of that, she broke up with John, she said, arranging her hair around her shoulders delicately, and I bit my lip hard, wishing she was someone I could smack. Sadie got up from my bed with a smile and left the room, slamming the door with a loud bang. Damn, she was annoying. In all the Grangers, I'd single her out as the most dangerous one. She was just too crafty. I returned to the kitchen after a while and sat with Katie, who was writing something on a notepad. She didn't bother looking up as I sat and didn't say anything either. When the food was ready, the maids served it, and we all went outside to sit with the family. There were 2 spare chairs next to each other for me and Katie, and I wished we didn't have to sit together. However, before I could sit, someone waved at me, and I froze as I saw Mandy sitting between Darrell and Jude. "Hey Mandy, what are you doing here?" Katie asked with a pleased smile. "I came to help you with some of the work. Then I got invited for breakfast. I heard you did the cooking." Mandy replied, flinging her hair over her shoulder. "Yeah, Emily and I cooked," Katie said, settling down in her seat. "You haven't been around much, Mandy. Were you on a business trip?" Lady Genevieve asked, and Mandy laughed. "I'm glad you recognize that I must have been busy, unlike someone else here who chases away clients," she said, and everyone definitely knew she was talking about me. "I was stuck in my office helping John," she said, then glanced quickly at Lucas and at me. "Does Emily perhaps work for Alpha Lucas?" she asked, and I bit my lip slightly. Why the hell did she have to show up? "No," Alpha Raymond and Lady Mira replied. "Is she working for you?" Lady Genevieve asked Lucas. "They took me to school," Sadie said to Mandy, somehow understanding perfectly what Mandy was up to. "At a cafe, drinking latte?" Mandy asked with a smirk. "I guessed as much that you were dumb because of what you look like. When was the last time you went to school? Don't you know coffee is a must-drink in the morning for school kids?" Sadie shot back with disgust, and Mandy laughed. "Unfortunately, your cute little face wasn't with them. Obviously, I was in the restroom. Emily left first, without taking you to school," Mandy pointed out, and I wondered why she would have watched Lucas and I for so long. Was she also interested in him? And why was Sadie standing up for me? Was it so I'd comply fully with her matchmaking scheme? "Because Lucas took me to school." "Not only are you dumb, but you also seem to be a stalker. How come you watched Lucas and Emily drinking latte for so long? Are you interested in Lucas? You shouldn't be, because he'll never be interested in hopeless cases like you, Mandy. You arrive at someone else's house for breakfast and you're acting like some boss. Sit still, lady, and stuff your face with chicken. We do not need to hear your voice." Sadie spat, leaving me a little shocked, but overly pleased. I had always wondered why they never stopped Sadie when she was being rude, but at the moment, I loved it. "Well, I'm sorry if I offended you. You should show some manners," Mandy said, beginning to look uncomfortable and a little annoyed. "Maybe you should. You're the only one dressed inappropriately here. It's not like you're here to snatch a man, are you?" Sadie snapped. "Sadie," Lady Genevieve called sharply, breaking the long chain of exchange of words. "I believe that's enough," she said, and Sadie looked like she would cry. Maybe that was why no one stopped her, because she would cry. Mandy looked satisfied, and I saw her throw a smirk Sadie's way. Then I decided if I couldn't deal with Mandy, maybe someone else should. I only needed to tell Sadie that Mandy was sleeping with John, and that Sadie was free to blackmail her all she wanted. Just as if she read my thoughts, Sadie got up from her seat and came to me. "Let's swap seats. The wind is freer here," she said, looking like she was sulking, and I knew she was starting her matchmaking because her seat was right next to Lucas. "There's not much air here either," I said, and she glared at me. Then I bent to whisper into her ear. "Do you want to trade my secret for something better?" I whispered, and she looked at me. "What's it about?" she said in a low voice. "Mandy," I said in my lowest voice. "Follow me," she replied, walking away. "Please excuse me," I said to the family, and walked away with a smile. Mandy was doomed. If the family knew she slept with John, oh, how mad they will be, and maybe it would give cause for Katie to be scared too. I didn't mind trading Mandy's secret, even though it was to an 8-year-old. "So what?" Sadie asked when we got to the poolside. "If I tell you Mandy's secret, then you would never tell the family I slept with Lucas and broke up with John," I said, and she scoffed. "Am I dumb? You trade a secret for a secret, not two. Which do you want me to let go of? That you slept with Lucas or that you broke up with John?" she asked, and I bit my lip. Forget about me sleeping with Lucas. Erase it from your brain." "Cool. Now the Mandy secret, she said, folding her arms. She sleeps with John, I said, and her jaw fell before spreading into a devilish grin. Then she laughed. You say what? She asked, looking amused. Yeah, I said, proud to have amused her. Oh my God. Damn, Emily, this is good. You have my word. You'll no longer hear about your one-time affair with Lucas. Instead, you'll only have to worry about breaking off the engagement and falling in love with Lucas, she said, raising and crashing her eyebrows with a smile before bouncing away. Sadie, I called in a low, hushed tone. Wow, she was a cheat. Her theory of me liking Lucas was fake, but she was going to use it against me. I hurried after her and took her seat next to Lucas. Everyone else was already talking and laughing, and Sadie watched Mandy like a hawk. All right, say cheese, Sadie said, holding up her phone. Mandy, you might want to get your big face out of the picture. I need Lucas and Emily for my movie, she said, and Mandy scoffed. It's breakfast, Sadie. Show some manners. She shot back. Yeah, like you do to John every time. You work for him personally every time he demands it, right? Sadie asked with a smile that managed to creep me out. Katie choked and was poured a glass of water by Dorella. Did she understand Sadie's well-coded words? Mandy looked a little flustered, but seemed to shrug it off, taking it as nothing. Yes, he's my boss. Bosses are meant to order their subordinates around, she replied confidently. There's a movie that's rampant among teens these days. It's called Kissing and Hugging My Boss. Do you want to see it with me? She asked mischievously, staring at Mandy intently, and Mandy's face turned pale. She understood. Sadie, Alpha Will snapped, and Sadie clicked her photo, Emily's pove. Large Mandy, you might want to see me after breakfast. I'm a ticking bomb, you know. She said, Emily, smile. She suddenly snapped in a way that made me almost knock down a jug of water. I gave a little smile, and she clicked, before sitting and smiling to herself. Damn, Sadie was scary. I could see Mandy feeling really uncomfortable. Katie also seemed bothered. After breakfast, I was on my way to the kitchen when Lucas stopped me. Good morning, I greeted, even though it felt too late for that. Is Sadie up to something? He asked, and I looked around. With Mandy? I whispered. No, giving up her seat next to me is something she'd naturally never do, he said, and I sighed. Oh, look, maybe you can stop her. She's trying to make you and I together. I whispered fiercely, hoping Sadie wouldn't suddenly spring up on me out of nowhere. Wait, why? He asked with a little chuckle. Because she thinks I like you, I said in my mind. I don't know. She thinks it will be fun, I said. Lucas? We suddenly heard and turned towards the sound. It was Alpha Will. Can I have a word with you? He asked, and Lucas looked a little uneasy. Yes, he said and left. What if Alpha Will had seen us at the arcade together, or what if he had seen some weird moments between us? Wait, did we have weird moments? Whatever. I just hoped no one was talking about me. I began to hear an odd song coming my way, and immediately I recognized it as Sadie singing. I abandoned my journey to the kitchen and dashed up the stairs, racing towards my room. I locked the door and sighed. She was a handful, and I wasn't ready for her. I spent the rest of the day trying to draw designs for dresses, and I found out that I actually felt at peace. Adding new touchy designs seemed to come to me as free as water, and daydreaming about my clothes being worn by top models and celebrities was one I could never get tired of. The next day, I was given a little work by Katie, and I listened to music as I worked. John not being home was about the sweetest thing I could ever experience in the Granger home. Can you transfer these files to the flash? Katie asked, coming into my office with her laptop. Yes, I replied curtly. Did you do anything to Mandy? She came a while ago and was totally mad. She packed her things from my office and acted like I told someone something about her that made the person blackmail her. She said, and I looked down. Sadie hadn't even waited. She packed her things like she's not returning here? I asked, and Katie nodded. Did you tell someone something about her? Something nasty? She asked gently, but I could see she was really trying to know if I would say something about her too. She already thought it was me. What would I say about Mandy? I think everyone knows pretty much everything about her, I said, working on the files she presented to me. Later that afternoon, I was going to my room when Darrell suddenly rushed in. Hurry, Emily, hurry, he said, startling me. What? Is everything fine? I asked, but he dashed towards me. I took 2 steps back, but he managed to grab my wrist and pulled me with him, leaving me staring at him like a fool. "Is something wrong?" I asked, but he didn't reply. He pulled me out of the mansion with urgency, and I couldn't help but move along as quickly as I could. He pulled me into a car and took a deep breath. "Okay, I would have opted for Katie, but for some reason, Dorella wants me to leave her out, so I think you'll be the best option for now," he said, breathing heavily. "Hurry, Mr. Gladys. She might leave," he added. "Can I please know what's going on?" I asked. "Okay, there's this crazy girl at school who keeps on stalking me. It's becoming unbearable, and I wouldn't want to tell the family, or they'll take everything so seriously that I'll end up getting embarrassed." "Okay, this girl is really creepy. She sends me letters every day and manages to sneak absurd snacks into my bag. She writes my damn homework for me without me knowing. Isn't that crazy? Also, if you can recall the test I talked about the day when we ate grilled salmon, turns out she found a way to get my blank sheet and filled it with answers. Here I was, thinking Miss Prentice had to be into me," he explained, and I almost rolled my eyes. "Then what do you expect me to do?" I asked, and he smiled. "Act as my girlfriend." "What?" I asked, and he laughed. "Relax. That's only plan B. The main plan is to tell her you're going to get a restraining order from the court. Act as professional as you can so she'll know this is no joke." "And why am I doing this?" I asked, not understanding why he would suddenly barge in, take me out of the house and expect me to do his will. "Because Katie's off limits. I'm a secretary for John and not for you all," I said, and he laughed. "I can always ask John if he'll let you be my personal secretary for the month. Do you think you'd prefer that?" he asked, and I bit the inside of my lip. That would be awful. "Great. You only have to do well, then we would have no cause for plan B," he said, and took out his phone, which was vibrating. He picked it up. "What?" he asked. "Make her stay," he said, looking irritated. "Then try harder. Emily's on her way." He snapped and ended the call. When we got to the school, I saw lots of students walking around. Some were leaving the school, and some were re-entering it like they weren't going home. Darrell walked quickly, and I followed, trying to keep up on my troublesome heels. He walked through the halls, buzzing with more students, and I almost lost him in the crowd. Then he got to a class and signaled for me to hurry up. I walked faster and regained my breath before he smiled and pushed the door open. We got into the class, and I saw Dorella with a girl who was chewing gum. Everyone who was still in the class stopped and stared at me. "There she is, Vanessa," Darrell pointed out, and I hated it. That was pressure. If there was anything I hated, it was talking to kids. "You're Vanessa?" I asked, and the girl looked at me from up to down, blowing a large bubble from her mouth. I kind of wished I had a mouth like Sadie's at that moment. "I'm going to be very brief. This matter is going to escalate beyond what you expect it to if you do not stop stalking Darrell and interfering with his private life." "Escalate?" she asked in a cold, uncaring voice with a raised brow. "Yes, I'm saying it will be taken to court, and Darrell will get a restraining order. I'm sure you do know what that means, right?" I asked, and the look in her eyes turned cold. If anything, it felt like she wanted to murder me. It gave me the chills. Why on earth would Darrell make me do such? "Emily." Darrell called, and I turned around. He was on one knee holding a bouquet of flowers up to me. Damn him, Emily's povee. Why would he do something as stupid as that in front of a girl who could be really dangerous? Also, in front of his classmates. His classmates began to cheer and make noise, hailing and egging him on. What did he think he was doing? Suddenly, Dorella pushed past me, snatched the flowers, and threw them onto the ground nastily, giving Darrell an angry look. She wrapped her fingers around my arm and pulled me out of the class. It was a little rude, but I appreciated the gesture. At least, I didn't have to rack my head apart deciding what to do in that situation. Did he think I was going to take the flowers from him, smile, and thank him? What exactly did his shitty head expect? As Dorella led me out into the emptying halls, Darrell caught up with us. "What are you doing? Can't you see Plan B was needed? She needs to know I'll never ever be interested in her. Plan A wasn't working," Darrell said, trying to take my arm, but I jerked it out of his grip and did the same to Dorella, whose grip had become tighter. I think I should be the one asking you what you're doing. What if they take photos and upload them? Dorella asked. Tell me what you're going to do then. Wouldn't the city be wondering why the soon-to-be alpha's cousin is professing love to the woman he's about to marry? Use your head for once, Daryl. If you don't want Dad to solve it for you, then you should solve it yourself without causing problems for everyone else. She snapped, walking away angrily, and I followed after her to avoid more possible ridiculous requests from Daryl. When Dorella got out of the school building, she stopped and turned to me. Were you going to accept the flowers? She asked, and I scoffed. Ever seen a lady accepting flowers from a guy years younger than her? A guy from the family she's about to marry into? Well, I wanted to thank you. That was a tight position I was in. I've never been in such a situation, I said honestly, pushing back a handful of hair from my face. Don't you mind, Darrell? He was just born stupid, she said, and I chuckled. So I'd be leaving, she said, and walked away with me wondering how she was able to stop the breeze from lifting her super short skirt. Then I was all alone, and it felt like Darrell had taken me to his school and dumped me there. I began to walk amidst the few students left on the school grounds. I didn't know how to get home. All I knew was that I had to get a taxi. Unfortunately, I didn't even know where I had come from. I took a random route and began to walk away from the school. It landed me in an alley, and I began to rethink my decisions. My route was definitely not the right route. It wasn't the way we came. Just then I heard a little groan of pain and a sound that was definitely a slap. I stopped and listened, so I could know whether I was to turn away or not. Is this really what you've got on you? A girly voice, and I realized they had to be middle school kids bullying someone. I rushed towards the scene, and behind a wall stood 4 girls crowded around one. Hey, I said strongly, and they parted, turning to look at me. Then I saw the girl they were bullying. It was Jude. Why would she be bullied? So it wasn't just a rumor. Who's this old lady? One of them asked, looking like she was just 12 or 13. Judy? I called, slipping into a mommy act, and ran to her. The girls scrambled out of my way, looking at me puzzlingly. Oh my God, what happened to you? Your face! I exclaimed, touching her face. Jude was stunned, shocked, and scared at the same time. Who dared lay their hands on my darling? I asked in a low, dangerous voice and looked up at them. They seemed to be doubting whether or not to keep acting tough. What did they take from you, Judy? I asked, and Jude looked down. Nothing. We were playing, she said, and I went soft as I looked at her. How had they bullied her that she couldn't even accept saving? She had all the money and power she could use to trample on them. How dumb could she be to let them continuously hurt her? See, we did nothing, lady. The girl who had spoken at first said haughtily, regaining her confidence from Jude's timid behavior, and the anger took me like a storm. I seized her collar, dragging her roughly towards me, and her round eyes opened wide with fear. What are you doing? She asked, and I squeezed. What did you take from her? I asked through clenched teeth. I took nothing, she said, and I raised a hand like I would smack her, even though I wouldn't. She screamed and hastily threw out dollar notes from her pockets. That's it, she screamed, turning out her pockets. If you take one step, you're going to regret it. I said to the other 3 girls who seemed like they wanted to run. We're not. They answered shakily, and I wheeled the frightened girl around to face Jude. Apologize before my hands come down hard on your face, I said, and her lips trembled. She looked up at me and realized I wasn't joking, then quickly turned back to Jude. Jude, I'm sorry. Please tell her not to hurt me. I'm really sorry. She apologized, rubbing her palms together, and I glared at the other 3. They joined the frightened one and began to apologize while glancing back like I was suddenly going to pull a gun on them. Jude looked even more shocked, and I ordered the girls to pick up the money they stole from her. They picked it up hastily, arranged it nicely, while still glancing back at me, and gave it to Jude gently. If you ever touch my Judy again, I promise to break every single bone in your body, I said in my most menacing voice. Now, run! I snapped, and they screamed, working their legs as fast as they could. One of them fell and screamed higher as she jumped to her feet, looking back at me and running like I was a kidnapper. They were older than Sadie, but were such scaredy cats. Let's go home, I said, turning away to save Jude from her embarrassment. She walked behind me, and I retraced my steps back to the school. When we approached more students, I suddenly felt her little hand slip into mine. I looked down at her bent head and smiled, holding her hand tightly. "Are you hungry?" I asked, and she looked up at me with dew eyes. She nodded slowly, and I smiled at her to instill confidence in her. Innocent children like her who acted their age were always targets of bullies. She didn't even know how much she had over them. I swung her hand back and forth, looking around for a restaurant of some sort. We found a cafe instead, and we ordered burgers and cappuccinos. "Thank you," Jude said, taking a tiny bite out of her burger. "If there are more of those girls, tell me. I'll punch their noses in," I said, and she chuckled. "Don't you know you can be the boss? Take a look at nasty Sadie. I hate to say this, but she's got brains that don't suit her age. You should be bold. Whenever you meet girls like this, you should act more like them. Or if you're still scared, remember me. Tell them there's someone who will punch their little faces bloody if they dared touch a hair on your head," I said, and she gave a shy smile, holding on to her burger delicately. "You can't hurt kids." "Oh, I'll show you I can," I said with a bright smile, and she laughed. "They'll report you, Emily. Then we'll report to Lucas, since I take it you don't want to let your mother know." "Yeah, I don't want her to know. Mum's really nasty when she's mad. She doesn't know it. It makes me look bad. You know, the kid with a bad mom." "Ah, maybe I can be your school mom," I suggested, and she smiled. "I like that." After eating burgers and drinking iced cappuccinos, we went home, and Jude requested to see Lucas as she sat gently on her chair. "I don't know if he's home," I said, looking towards the stairs. "I'll check his room. Wait here," I said, taking off my heels and climbed the stairs barefooted. It felt so good to finally be off heels. It suddenly looked ridiculous to me that I always wore heels even though I was going nowhere. I knocked on Lucas's door, but no reply came, and I pushed it open a little. He was there, but he was asleep. Was I to wake him or not? Well, I was trying to improve Jude's sour mood, and he loved the kids, so maybe if I told him Jude was sad, he wouldn't be mad at me for waking him. I walked into the room quietly, then stopped. If he happened to see me, his first impression of me would be that of a thief. I was going to wake him anyway, so why was I trying hard to walk quietly? I went around his bed with the beautiful blue lights and looked down at him. Damn, could he be more handsome? His brown hair was scattered across his forehead, and it reminded me of the morning I first saw him. Even then, he looked like an angel. How could he look so innocent while sleeping? I wanted to reach out and tap him gently, but I had the insane urge to just keep staring at him. Then I discovered something odd. My heart was thundering. Emily's pove. I was so shocked to discover my heart beating crazily that I subconsciously placed my hand on it. Why was it beating that fast? Just because he was handsome? "Emily, tap him. Touch him. Wake him. You can't just keep staring at him like that. What if he suddenly wakes and finds you staring at him? How would you explain that?" I wanted to shake myself out of the strange fantasy he had put me in. I didn't want to stare at him, but really, it was all I wanted to do. His white sweatshirt made him look even more desirable for some reason, and I had the insane urge to push his hair out of his face. Why would a person be as handsome as that? Then, my eyes fell on his lips, and I confirmed that it wasn't just a drunken desire to kiss him again. What if Sadie suddenly pushed the door open and saw me staring at him like that? The thought of that seemed to jar me to my senses, and I tapped him gently. He stirred and turned away from me. I took a deep breath. He had taken that enchanting face away. Now the spell is broken. "Alpha Lucas," I called softly. "What?" he asked, like he was exhausted. "Jude wants to see you. She's in a really sour mood and—" "Jude?" he asked, turning to me, and I nodded. "Do you know what happened to her?" he asked, sitting up. I didn't know how confidential Jude wanted me to be about her being bullied, so I shook my head. "She didn't say much," I said, and he swung his legs out of bed. "Then what took you so long to wake me?" he asked, ruffling his hair, and my insides froze. "What took me what?" I asked, swallowing continuously. "I felt your presence the second you entered my room, but you took an oddly long time to wake me," he said, opening the door and walking out, and for a moment I was speechless. I didn't know how to wake you, and whether or not I was to wake you, I said, following him out and closing his door gently. He leaned over on the mezzanine and looked down at Jude. She looked up, and he waved. "Hey there," he said sweetly, and Jude smiled widely. Lucas walked towards the stairs with his hands in his pockets. I really wanted to think he was less shitty than John, but just because children loved him didn't mean he wasn't like John when it came to women. John had taught me a great lesson about how well men could pretend. Just then, Dorella walked in with Katie, and Daryl trudged in after them. "Please, I need something cold," Dorella said to the maids. "Good afternoon, Alpha Lucas," Katie said, and Daryl took her to sit on the sofa. Jude and Lucas shared. "Good afternoon, Katie," Lucas returned, and Daryl began to speak rapidly to her. I couldn't help but notice Sadie was the only missing one. Kay brought drinks with ice cubes in them, and I went to assist her since they were too much. I gave one to Jude, Katie, then Dorella, who was sitting on the sofa opposite Lucas, Jude, Daryl, and Katie. She took the drink without even looking at me, and I could see a loving smile as she stared at Lucas. I was baffled. The smile on her face was definitely one that was given to someone from a person who adored them. Did she like Lucas? Oh no, their family was tangled. I sat next to Dorella and tried to say something even though I knew it was none of my business. "Dorella," I called, and she shook like she was caught doing something bad. She turned to me and cleared her throat. "What? It's actually not my place to say, but what you're doing is not healthy," I said, and she furrowed her brows in confusion. "What I'm doing? What am I doing?" "You should say it if you like someone you ought not to like. That way they can tell you how they feel, and you can move on quickly. A one-sided love it's not good," I said, and she went as red as apples. "What?" She tried to scoff, but I had seen it all on her face. "What are you saying? Who says I like someone?" She protested, and I took a deep breath. "It shows on your face. If you like him, just tell him so you can move on and try to forget about it." "Him?" she asked, looking at me like she hadn't heard me well. "Yeah, I know you like Lucas, and honestly, it's not my place to say anything about it, but liking your uncle isn't healthy at all," I said, and her cheeks became even redder. "Lucas?" she whispered, then shook her hands. "No," she said, and looked at Lucas. No way. Gosh." She was totally flustered, but was still trying to deny it. Already, Katie liked him, and he was a huge jerk. What if he was willing to sleep with his niece? Okay, that was harsh, but wait, looks aren't it all, and men who were ridiculously handsome like Lucas were the worst men within. "You don't believe me?" Dorella asked, looking troubled. "Why would I like my uncle? It's totally weird. I'm not insane. He's older than me for 13 years. Why should I have a crush on him? I've heard of girls crushing on singers who were 20 before they were born," I said, and her mouth fell. "No. I know it seems harmless. It's just a stupid crush that girls have. He's handsome. He's cool. He's this. He's that. But the world ain't black and white. He's your uncle, but he's a man first." "Ooh," Dorella squealed, and everyone turned to look at her. When they had turned back to whatever they were doing, she turned to me. "Okay, you're creepy. Do you really think Lucas is a pervert? Why would you think that? Also, I'm really serious. I can't like Lucas. He's my damn uncle," she said, looking even more flustered. "You were staring at him with a loving gaze." "No, it's not my place to say, but gosh, damn it. It's Katie. It's Katie, okay?" She snapped in a whisper, and my brows knitted in more confusion. "Why would it be Katie? That was a lover's gaze. I'm trying to keep you from—" "Why can't it be Katie?" she asked, suddenly turning serious, and oh, my insides turned cold. I like girls. Lucas's pove. I knew Jude was being bullied, but for some reason, she never told anyone. I didn't know if it was that she was just scared that the bullying would become worse. Either way, I wanted to trust her and give her time to come out on her own, time for her to realize she doesn't have to suffer despite all she had been blessed with. "So, how was your day?" I asked, when we were done joking about my messy hair. "Oh, on my day," she said, and looked around at everyone. Katie and Daryl were right next to us talking about a restraining order for someone, while Emily and Dorella looked like they were having a conversation they would rather have in private. Okay, so I wanted you to give me some advice," she said, and I raised my brow. "Boy talk?" I asked, and she raised a hand to my mouth swiftly while looking around with a shy smile. She was 14, but she acted like she was younger than Sadie, and it didn't help that she was shorter and smaller than a 14-year-old should be. Yeah, so there's this guy. He's a junior in high school. I've liked him for a while, and he's finally showing interest in me. I don't know what to do," she said, and I felt worried because the first thing that came to mind was that he could want to take advantage of her. I glanced at Emily and didn't want Jude to turn out like her. "When did you notice that?" "I joined the broadcasting team and met him there. We handled a project together and all. He didn't even know me or about you all. I'm happy I've been so quiet," she said, and I smiled. "How about we see how things go from now on? Tell me everything about him whenever you get back from school," I said, and she blushed. "By the way, are you sure you're okay?" I asked, and she nodded, then glanced at Emily. "Emily made me feel better already," she said, and I looked at Emily, who looked like she had just discovered a great plot twist in a movie she was watching. She had managed to crawl her way slowly into the warm parts of the children. Sadie had disliked her, but that same Sadie was trying to make us together. Jude had been withdrawn, keeping herself and her secrets, but now she stared at Emily with a sweet smile. Dorella, who had been indifferent, looked like she was saying something she had wanted to say for a long time, but felt hard to bring out. Shortly, Sadie came in breathing hard, in a disheveled uniform. She was one neat student. "You all were here? I've been searching everywhere for you," she said, panting as she made her way towards the dining. "Let's have lunch." "Sadie, what do you think about lunch kebabs with mortadella, artichoke, and sun-dried tomatoes?" Daryl asked, abandoning his conversation with Katie. "I saw someone eating that today and oh, geez, it looked so good," he said, and Dorella, who looked uncomfortable, seized her chance and went after them. "I'm full, but I think I want what they're having too," Jude said, and as soon as Emily saw the room clearing out, she left, making for the stairs, instead of stopping in the dining. Then I heard Will's voice headed towards the living room. I guessed he was coming to meet me. He had wanted to speak to me about something, but had been unable to because he had been called for something urgent. He had said he'd meet me again. That was troubling, but I already had a hint as to what he wanted to say. He had seen Emily's head on my shoulder when she had passed out, and had watched me stare at her face from such a close range. Of course, he probably wanted to talk about that. I couldn't remember the last time he asked to see me in private. Shortly, he emerged from the door and smiled at me. "There you are, Lucas," he said, standing still. "Should we have our little talk now?" he asked, and I got up from my seat. "Sure," I replied, going to meet him. We both left the house and went to stand in the garden. "So I'm very sure you know what I'm about to say," he said, and I took a deep breath. "Emily, right? Yeah, I saw something the other day. It felt like you were staring at her with affection. You stared at her for quite a long time," he said, and I wondered if he'd seen Emily try to kiss me. Maybe, Lucas. No, that's wrong. You reject every woman in the world. Why does Emily have to be the one you'd accept? I don't know. Life just has a way of playing its cards right, I said, sticking my hands in my pockets. "Lucas, she's John's. I know you're disappointed, Will, but I never planned this. It just happened. Before I could try to stop it, I don't know. Lucas, I know you think with your head and not your heart. This is wrong. Can't you stop it? Have you ever tried to stop loving someone? All right, you all don't want to live with your spouses for some reason, so you probably don't know how it feels to try to stop liking someone. You only end up liking them more," I said, and he sighed. "Lucas, we don't live with our spouses because they joined hands to try to steal what's ours. The only reason we let them in once in a while is because of the kids. This is to show our family is one with rigid rules. Emily will be kicked out, and her life will be hell if this insanity is heard of. I don't want John to live like us. What happens if Emily gives him a child and is kicked out because she grew affection for you?" he asked, and I turned to him. "Okay, Will, I'm only telling you this. Just you," I said, and he looked around before turning to me. "I'm all ears. John, he and Emily, they're no longer together," I said, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. Should I have kept it to myself? Emily's pov, I couldn't believe my ears. Dorella was gay? She liked girls? Like, she really liked girls instead of boys? Whoa, that was mind-blowing. Really mind-blowing. One was being bullied continuously, and another was gay. Were there more secrets that their seemingly perfect family held? I've known it ever since I realized I loved being with Katie out of everyone I know. She's just, I don't know, really mysterious. She's pretty, sweet, has a nice voice, and is completely dependable. She said with a smile as she looked down at her hands. Was that why you didn't want Daryl to involve her with Vanessa? I asked, and she nodded. Well, she's involved now. They're talking about a proper restraining order since Vanessa caught him in the boys' bathroom and refused to leave him. You know, Daryl's just all mouth. He can't win a fight against a 6-year-old. He's that bad? I asked, looking at Daryl. He's awful. Well, don't tell anyone. The family will go crazy if they know what I am. They'll never accept it. Not even Dad will accept it. Why I'm so scared is because they cut ties with their own spouses. Do you really think they wouldn't cut ties with their children? She asked, looking like she was scared to think about it. I don't think so. They wouldn't let the children suffer for anything. If anyone's going to take the blame, it's going to be her. Oh gosh, you're right. Damn, that is what will happen. I hope I haven't been obvious. She said, and I suddenly recalled the night we had a welcome party for Lucas. They had been talking about me liking Lucas and leaving John. Then Lady Mira had asked them if they had forgotten it was Lucas, who never looked at women or wanted them. Then she had said it almost felt like a cover-up for being gay. Right at that moment, Dorella had excused herself and had asked Katie to go with her. She had felt guilty. I'm not really sure anyone has noticed, I said, and she sighed. They're going to freak out. It has been hard keeping it all to myself, but it feels so good to let loose now. Daryl is the only one who knows, and he's not exactly the kind of brother you talk to. He hates all emotional things and whispered conversations in the night. He'd rather not listen. She said, most boys are like that. Just then, the devil arrived, and I tried hard to stay hidden. I didn't want to have any trouble with her. Luckily, after ranting about searching for them, the topic shifted to food, and as the room cleared out, I used the opportunity to slip out. After leaving, I drew some more dress designs but couldn't concentrate. Dorella's secret was troubling. How hard it must be for her. I found myself leaving my room to make for the garden. I needed the air, space, and alone time. As I approached the poolside, I happened to see Lucas and Alpha Will talking and looking serious. They turned at the sound of my footsteps, and Alpha Will furrowed his brows like he was worried about me. How have you been doing, Emily? He asked as I bowed slightly. I've been doing fine, Alpha Will, I said, and he began to walk in my direction. Good. Take care of yourself, he said, patting my back as he walked past me. I turned to look at him, then turned back to Lucas. I bowed and prepared to walk past him, but he stopped me. Why wouldn't you come clean about breaking up with John? He asked, and I froze. Was that what you and Alpha Will were talking about? Did he figure it out? I asked, looking at Alpha Will, who was leaving. I asked a question. Lying isn't the best way to go through this. John, who made us lie in the first place, will fix it when he returns. I have no intention of having my life turned to hell. Maybe he'd fake breaking up with me. I don't know how he's going to do it, but I'm not going to be the one to say it. I told him because judging from everything I'd seen, their family wasn't one to mess with. They were reckless and obsessed with everything going their way. Lucas didn't stop me after that, and I made my way to the garden where I was finally alone. I sat amidst pink flowers and looked over at the dandelions where Sadie said she had seen John making out with another woman. I shook my head hard. Something was definitely wrong with every one of them in their family. John was a liar and a cheat that couldn't take his eyes off women, and was also a stupid, immature idiot who believed everything had to go his way. Sadie was also obsessed with keeping a strong hold on her control over things. As little as she was, she couldn't try to be anything other than the boss. When she grew up, it would be a huge problem as she would eventually grow to stand against them. Just imagine her crying and sulking whenever anyone stopped her from saying the mean things she wanted to say. Dorella was gay and liked girls. Maybe that was the worst to be seen in their family. Darrell on his own was being stalked by a girl who looked like she was capable of murdering people. Despite all he possessed, he was being stalked by a girl, not even a guy. Jude was being bullied like she was some pauper and couldn't trust anyone enough to confide in them. She was embarrassed of her family. Maybe all of them actually were. Darrell also hadn't wanted to involve his family. Katie wasn't part of the family, but she was almost one of them. She liked someone that would never return her feelings, a man that didn't like women. She liked Lucas, and Lucas hated women. Everything was wrong with them. They were just so unbelievable. In the movies, families like theirs always crumbled. The next morning, I felt terribly sick. It seemed the stress had finally gotten to me. It felt like I'd fall to the floor if I tried getting up. I gave a sigh and wondered if it would be fine to grab my phone, call Katie, and tell her I wasn't feeling my best. Eventually, I sat up, and it felt like my head was swimming. There were tears in my eyes, and I felt very dizzy, and there was the need to eat something spicy. Thinking about other kinds of food made me feel like throwing up. I sat in bed and tried to open my eyes wide and get out of bed. I was to be thankful John wasn't back from his journey yet. He'd delight in seeing me weak. "Emily, get up," I said to myself and pushed myself to my feet. It turned out I didn't have a lot of appetite. I didn't eat breakfast and watched Katie eat instead. "We have a lot of work to complete today. You should eat," she said flatly, but I shook my head. "I'll take some snacks later," I said. I regretted not listening to Katie because we worked all morning till the sun went down, and I felt like fainting. Everything seemed to be wrong with me. It was only when Lucas returned from work that I finally had the chance to eat. For dinner, we had Italian mac and cheese bake, and to be honest, I still had little appetite, but I was hungry, so I managed it halfway through the meal. "You look a little pale," Katie finally said when I pushed my plate away. "Oh, I'm fine. Just a nasty appetite loss," I said and went back to my work. Lucas and Katie returned to the living room together, and Lucas sat engrossed in his phone, while me and Katie tapped away on our laptops. "Excuse me, I'll go to the restroom," I said to Katie and left the living room. When I used the restroom, I noticed something disturbing. My urine was a dark yellow. "Emily, you've been stressed," I said, hitting my face. I had to find my way to a doctor's or try to relieve myself of stress. Unfortunately, I wasn't Lucas and couldn't relieve my stress by suddenly taking days off. I walked slowly back to the living room, and from the mezzanine on the side of the living room they were in, I noticed the mood seemed somewhat serious. I looked from Lucas to Katie and wondered what they were talking about. When I left, it had been quiet, and they had both been engrossed in their work, so what could have happened in that little amount of time? I like you, Alpha Lucas. I mean, I've watched you from afar for years now. I can't stop thinking about you whenever you're around, and it's been exceptionally hard for me now that you're here to stay. That's why I've probably been acting a little weird and out of it." She blurted out, and I paused. I wasn't supposed to intrude on her moment, nor was I to eavesdrop, but I couldn't help myself. I wanted to know what Lucas' reply was going to be. Was he going to tell her he liked her too, or was he going to turn her down and keep his distance? Admitting it, it was a little hard to watch. Lucas's pof. Emily left the living room and my eyes followed her. I had also felt that she was a little weird. She didn't seem to be her usual bustling self. Not that she spoke much, but she wasn't slow and always had a sharp look on her face. Ever since I arrived, I noticed she was a little slow and looked tame. Did the stress get to her? "Alpha Lucas, can I say something?" Katie suddenly asked, and I turned to her. "Yes, go on," I permitted, and she looked at Emily, who was on the mezzanine. Katie waited till she disappeared behind a door before turning to me. "I think you should be more careful with Emily," she said, and I raised my brows. "What makes you say that?" I asked, and she sighed. "Everyone still thinks Emily and John are going to get married. If you keep staring at her and going places with her, people will think something else. Mandy seems to be trying to prove that there's something going on between the both of you. There isn't, right?" she asked, looking really worried, and I smiled. "Let people think whatever they want to. You don't need to worry about me, Katie. You've got too much on your neck." "But I keep worrying," I also can't help it, she said quickly. You're scared they'll kick Emily out? No, I'm scared you'll get tangled up in some weird scandal, she said, and I chuckled. It's fine, Katie. It's not fine. I care about you, okay? She said, and I just didn't know why every word of her last sentence seemed wrong. Oh, well, thanks. You still don't get it. I actually did, but I didn't want the conversation to go on. I didn't want to confirm what I was thinking as the truth. It's fine, Katie, I said, and we stared at each other for a while. She seemed to be struggling to say something, and whatever it was, I didn't want her to say it, but couldn't stop staring at her. I like you, Alpha Lucas, she finally said. I mean, I've watched you from afar for years now. I can't stop thinking about you whenever you're around, and it's been exceptionally hard for me now that you're here to stay. That's why I've probably been acting a little weird and out of it. Katie's fingers were trembling, and she looked like she had plunged herself into trouble. I had never seen her talk that fast in all the days I had known her. I didn't know how to respond. Responding to girls' feelings for me had always been very easy for me, but with Katie deserved some respect, and I couldn't just give her a curt no. I'm sorry, I didn't know, I said, and she looked down at her laptop like she was bracing herself for what would happen next. I never thought, God, I hurt you, didn't I? I'm sorry I never paid much attention, and I'm sorry I won't be able to return your feelings, I said, and she swallowed hard. I don't know why I said that. It's stupid. Now I put you in an awkward position, she said, with her eyeballs bouncing restlessly from one surface to another, avoiding mine carefully. It's fine, Katie. It's not awkward, I assured her, and she finally looked at me. It just fell out without planning it, she said, and I smiled. It happens to every one of us, I said, and she nodded, then went back to typing, although she was really slow. The next morning, as I prepared for work, I kept on thinking about it. Katie had never shown it. I couldn't tell that she had feelings for me. Whenever girls liked me, I could always tell straight up. How had Katie managed to hide it? She had never been clingy or way too eager to speak to me for once. She had always been cool and easy to move with. Did John know all along? They were quite close. It made me think in ways I hadn't thought before. I left my room due to that and made my way to Emily's. I knocked, and she opened the door, looking even worse than she did the previous day. She stepped out and gave a little bow. Good morning, Alpha Lucas, she said, seeming smart in her white satin shirt and navy blue skirt. Was Katie the woman you saw John in bed with? I asked, and she looked shocked for a while before blinking it away. No, she's not. Why would you think I need an honest answer. She's not, she said, looking away. You know how you once said you were a bad liar? I can totally see it now. Then if you think I'm lying, why don't you go ahead and think she was the one I met in John's room? I need an answer, I said, almost in a growl, and she swallowed. Why would you want to know that? It's not important anymore, is it? Answer me. Yes, but... Katie, I muttered slowly. I wasn't at all disappointed in her, as Emily probably thought I would be. Instead, the new thought that had occurred to me suddenly seemed clear. John knew Katie liked me, and just exactly like his crazy self would do, he had made her sleep with him just so he could be amused at her guilt. Such things were what John saw as fun, and it had been eating away at Katie. Why was John so twisted? Don't bother, Katie. Don't bother confronting her about it, Emily said quickly, and I looked at her. Why? Why are you trying to protect her? Is there a reason? I asked. Women were naturally hateful of other women who slept with whoever was marked theirs, so I needed to know why she was trying to protect Katie. There's no reason. I already let go of my grudge against her a long time ago. John's a huge jerk, and I'm very sure I know what happened, she said, looking away. What do you think happened? I asked, and she hesitated a while before speaking. Katie likes you, so John slept with her just to mess with her. He knows you probably liked Katie as she was spotless and different, so he wanted to know what she would do when she was no longer spotless enough to grab your attention. That's the John I've come to discover. Thinking about it, maybe I've always known. He liked setting people against themselves, and I thought it was fun too. That was silly. She said, looking like she hated to think she'd ever overlooked John's crazy instincts. "How did you know Katie liked me?" "I've known for a while. I'm also a woman," she said. "Did you perhaps hear us yesterday?" I asked, and she suddenly staggered forward, holding her head. She fell against me, and I tried to hold her to steady her, but she passed out, and I had to hold her against me. Something was definitely wrong with her. Emily's pove. It was the pungent smell in my nose that woke me up. I didn't open my eyes immediately, but I was fully awake. The scent in my nostrils was strong. I could smell iodoform, antiseptic, and fragrant soaps. I knew immediately that I was in the hospital. How I hated the smell of the hospital. It reminded me of sick patients, pain, groans, and discomfort. Finally, my eyes fluttered open and it hit the white ceiling of the hospital. I sighed, looking around me. There was an IV stand, drawers, and some things I couldn't recognize. Looking down, I discovered I was still in my clothes. How long I had stayed passed out, I didn't know. I sat up and a maid came in. Why would I get a private room when it was just mere fainting? "You're awake. You were out for a few minutes. The doctor wants your approval to run a test on you to see if there might be serious underlying causes," she informed me as she checked some things on the desk next to me, but I shook my head. "A test is not needed. I do not have the time nor the money for that," I said, swinging my legs off the bed. Just then, the door slid open again and Lucas came in. "You're awake," he said, coming to me. "Yes, I am. Thanks for bringing me to the hospital," I said and looked around for my shoes. "If you felt sick, you should have told someone or gone to the hospital for a checkup," he said, taking out his phone from his pocket, and I recalled how it had felt while talking to him. I had barely been holding myself. I had wanted to lean against the door and place a hand on my thumping head, but I had not wanted him to notice something was wrong with me. That was why I had given the answer to his questions easily. If I had been feeling my best, I would have found a way to avoid his questions or not answer them. He couldn't force the answers out of my mouth. However, I felt really terrible at that moment, so I couldn't even begin to argue or talk my way out of the situation. Katie liked him. He probably detested her and was disgusted by her for sleeping with another woman's fiancé. He was likely disappointed that she wasn't the woman he thought she was. It was just a little, "I'm feeling a lot better. It was most likely stress," I said, looking up at him. "If it was stress, I'd tell you to rest, but it's not just stress. You're clearly facing health challenges. For a few days now, you've been looking really sick," he pointed out, and I couldn't deny he was right. For the past few days, I'd been feeling so weak and tired and completely sick. "I'm fine. Thanks for bringing me to the hospital. I sincerely appreciate it," I said, getting up from the bed, but he stood in my way. "You should really get a checkup before it's too late. Half the chronic patients here are in their condition because they discovered things too late," he said firmly, and I wondered if he was hoping I didn't have some sexually transmitted disease I could have passed on to him. "I'll return for the checkup. My card isn't on me," I said, making to walk past him, but he only smiled and held my arm gently. "Do I look like I'm about to let you pay for a checkup you feel you don't need?" he asked. "I'm paying for it, so don't you worry." "Okay, I'll do it," I replied. One test wouldn't hurt after all. I could blame John if anything bad was discovered in my body. The doctor was informed of my willingness to do the test to find out if there was an underlying cause for my fainting, and I waited on my bed, with Lucas typing furiously on his phone. If he needed to be somewhere, he could just leave. Shortly, the doctor arrived and smiled at me. "How are you feeling, Miss Watson?" he asked, making his way to me. "I feel better. You shouldn't lie to a doctor," he continued, with that same smile. Just a little tired. I feel weak," I said honestly, and he smiled. "Did you eat or drink anything at all before you fainted?" he questioned, holding up a large notepad. "No, I don't eat that early," I replied, and he scribbled something on the notepad. "Is fainting new to you, or you've fainted a lot in the past, like a fainting pattern?" "Fainting pattern?" I asked, not understanding him. "Something you notice that causes you to faint?" "Oh no, I'm new to this stuff," I said, looking at my legs on the bed. "Did you experience chest pain and shortness of breath?" "No." "Have you taken any medications lately? Ones you're not used to?" "No." Do you have diabetes? No way. It doesn't feel like anything worrying, but would you still like to run a test? He asked, and I nodded, taking a glance at Lucas. The nurse presented some things to him, and I shivered at the sight of a syringe. Gosh, I muttered to myself. I closed my eyes, waiting, and soon enough, I felt him hold my elbow and place the needle on the inside. Relax, he said softly, and I took a deep breath. He rubbed the inside of my elbow, and I felt the needle go in. I tried not to feel, but it was impossible. A person would definitely feel when something was pushed into their veins. He pulled the needle out almost immediately, and I saw him give my blood to the maid. We'll run a quick test on this in the lab, he said, and another nurse placed wool on the spot where blood seeped out slowly. She held it there with a band-aid, and I stared at it. Both of them left, and Lucas looked at me. Did it hurt? He asked, and I looked away. No, I replied. It was too awkward to be left alone with him. Seemed like someone up there was listening because shortly he received a call and left the room immediately. Lucas didn't return, and even the doctor re-entered before he did. He was smiling ear to ear. We got our results from your test. It turns out nothing is wrong with you. Thank goodness, I said, swinging my feet off the bed. Congratulations. Congrats, I asked, turning to him. In movies, whenever a doctor said that, it meant something dreadful. Maybe not dreadful to married women, but definitely dreadful to women like me. You're 4 weeks gone. Emily's pove. What? I exclaimed sharply. No, he couldn't mean that. If he meant that, then it meant I was doomed. There would be no way out for me. No, I would be in knee-deep trouble. My breaths came out faster as my brain began to turn the information back and forth. The baby wasn't John's. It couldn't be. Never for once had John and I made love without protective measures. He had always been careful about it because I told him I only wanted to get pregnant when we were finally married. He had never complained and had done exactly as I asked. If he heard I was pregnant, he would know it was bullshit. That night when I had slept with Lucas, it had been without protection. It had been unplanned, and tears sprang to my eyes immediately. John would know I had been unfaithful. Apart from him making life harder for me, it would hurt my pride. He would regard me as the same trash he was, and a stupid hypocrite. Nothing would go well for me, and if his family managed to get wind of it, then my life would be ruined. They would see to it that I became miserable. I turned to the doctor, and he saw the tears in my eyes. Please don't let him know, I said, and his brows creased in frustration. Please, just tell him there's nothing wrong with me. And oh, stress! Tell him it's stress, please. No matter what, he mustn't know. I begged, feeling really desperate. If Lucas knew, he could use it to blackmail or try to get rid of me himself before I tarnished his reputation. He was a Granger, and they were all the same. Ambitious, selfish, egoistic, and crazy for control over everything in their lives and in the lives of people around them. Are you aware you are telling a doctor to lie? He asked, and I got to my feet. I never wanted to do the test anyway. Please, just help me. I'm pleading with you. No one should know about this, I said with a tear running down my eye. This is preposterous. He spat, dropping the arm which held his notepad. Please, I need you to keep a secret. I need. The door slid open and I froze. The results of the test are out? Lucas asked, and thankfully I was with my back to him so he couldn't see my tears. Here, the doctor said, handing the paper to me, and I carefully raised a finger to wipe my tears. We found nothing in the results. It's likely it is related to stress and not eating at appropriate times. She'll be fine with a little rest, he said, and the air that escaped my mouth felt like a force. I was so relieved that my hands, which held the paper, shook terribly. I looked at the doctor and communicated my thanks through my eyes. Then I turned, folding the results. We both left, and I folded up the test results. Let me see the... Thank you. I appreciate your help, but like I said, it's nothing. You only gave the hospital free money, but still, thanks for your kindness. I'll be leaving, I said, giving him a bow, and turned away before he could say another word. I hailed a cab immediately and drove back to the house. Words couldn't express the gloom that spread across my chest, filling me with a sorrow so deep that I wanted to clench my fist around my heart and sink to the floor. I got into the cab and ripped up the paper with all my grief. How could I be pregnant? Plenty of girls had unprotected sex. Why was I the unlucky one? How could I be in so much trouble when it was just once? My eyes watered, and I really didn't want to cry, but I couldn't help it. The tears didn't stop flowing. I bit my lip hard to keep any sound from coming out, and eventually covered my face with my hands. Why had that night happened? It only complicated things. In a month or two, my belly would stick out, and as a secretary who wore tight skirts, it would be obvious to all that something was wrong with my belly, something I wasn't sharing. I only had a few months to work something out, and John would soon be back. I was running out of days, and those days were running into weeks. There was actually nothing I could do. Terminating it was the last thing on my mind, and there was no way I could leave John at the moment. When I got home, I wiped my eyes and sat in my room all day, happy that Katie had no work for me. Later that afternoon, there was a little knock on my door, followed by Sadie pushing it open. She was really the least person I needed to see at that moment. So I've got this trip thing, and it requires my parents to come. Unfortunately, Mum wouldn't come with me. Dad says he would rather not be seen in public with Mum, and that he only comes to dinner a few times because of me. But am I actually about to be the only one without parents? Other parents will dress fancy and give their kids gifts and treasure them, while I watch from the sidelines. That's definitely not happening, she said, climbing onto my bed and sitting with her legs folded in. So what? I asked, dropping the book on which I had been doodling on absent-mindedly. So what? She asked with wide eyes. Lucas agreed to go because I had the driver drive me to his office. Now there's you. So the both of you. Ask Katie, she'll love to go. What? Have you forgotten I need as many opportunities as I can get for the matchmaking stuff? She retorted. Sadie, can't you see I'm not in any mood to play to your tricks? Well, sorry, but I don't recognize moods. You do what I want, and prepare to leave in 2 days, or everyone knows you broke the engagement because you love Lucas. She spat furiously and got off my bed, walking out my room and slamming the door. I felt anger rising in me like a wave, but the only thing I could do was tear out sheets of paper angrily from the book I had been doodling on. They were all the same, selfish, stupid, and unbearable. Emily's povey. It seemed Lucas told Katie about me fainting due to stress because she didn't call me to work, nor did she come to the mansion. She was probably frequenting the mansion so much because she had to supervise me and show me the ropes around things. I spent a good deal of the 2 days in my room, staring up at the ceiling. The only time I went down the stairs was to get meals and take it up to my room. I arranged a nice-looking gown for myself to wear. It was made of red wool, and I was going to add a black corset belt to it. It should be enough for her. Early in the morning, while I was still dressing, Sadie opened my door and walked in. You look perfect, she said, and I gave a little nod. Okay, why have you been like this? Something happened, didn't it? She folded her arms, raising a brow. Nothing happened, Sadie. When are we returning from this thing? I asked, grabbing a bag from my desk as I turned to her. Why would you tell me nothing happened? Do I look like a fool to you, or do you want me to find out what happened? She asked, releasing her folded arms to place a hand on her little waist. I'll start from the hospital. Lucas said you fainted and went there. So what? Did they diagnose you with a chronic illness? I hate being curious, so you have to trust that I'll find out. I've seen my family get information from people. I know how to get it too. Very soon. Sadie, how is it any of your business? Why do you care if I have a chronic illness or something? It's not your place to care, is it? I asked, and she crossed her brows. I hate my toys getting depressed. They're no fun then, and you're no different. If you want me finding out, then keep up the victim act. If you would rather I do not find out, then get your act straight, she said, and walked out. How could a little girl be that mean? How could she be that demanding and authoritative? When she grew up, just how much of a pain in the ass would she be? I waited for a few minutes before leaving the room and stomping down the stairs to the living room. They're in the car, one of the maids said, and I managed to flash a smile at her before leaving. I met Lucas and Sadie in the front seats, talking and laughing, and they turned to look at me when I got in. Gosh, it feels like the mood has been turned into a wet, heavy blanket and has been placed over the car. Sadie said, folding her arms. It's not nice to attack older people, Sadie. Not when they're doing you a favor. Lucas said, starting the ignition. A favor? Ha! Sadie snorted. Lucas drove out on the streets, and the both of them continued to converse with each other, as they did earlier. We went to the school first and met with the teachers and the other parents. Sadie personally introduced Lucas and I as her parents, and I wondered if that wouldn't be trouble. They were kids, but what if they told their parents about us, and the parents knew me as John's fiancée? I doubted anyone would blame Sadie if things went wrong, nor would they blame Lucas. Rather, they would find a way to pin all the blame on me. We took the large school bus, which seemed more like a VIP bus. It smelled new, had good air conditioning, curtains, and lights. Lucas and I sat together with Sadie in the middle, and refreshments were served. It definitely had to cost a lot to enroll in the school. It reminded me once more just how rich John's family were. The kids were taken first to a zoo, and the teachers explained the characteristics of the animals and their young ones. A game was also played where a child could not receive a hug from their parents, who had blank sheets with animal names stuck to their chests. If their team members were unable to get the name of the young one of the animal, which was attached to the chest of the parents, and Sadie lost woefully. The children didn't know the name of a baby deer, so Sadie didn't receive a hug from me in front of her mates. After the zoo, they went to the aquarium and named the fishes. After a while, the children were getting hungry, so seafood was lined up. They could only get different dishes for themselves, and their parents only if they whispered its correct name into the ears of the teachers. It turned out Sadie knew numerous fishes. We got a lot of seafood: flatfish, tuna, salmon, squid, prawn, croaker, lobster, crab, shrimp, cod, periwinkle. It actually made sense because she was used to eating all that. When we left the aquarium, I was full. Lucas spoke with the other parents, and Sadie laughed with her friends. No one really talked to me, and I felt happy about that because I didn't need anyone to talk to me about anything. I was depressed and not in the mood to talk. In the evening, they pitched tents by the seaside and began to discuss the things they learned that day, and the kids were allowed to rest and roam around. Whoever wanted to return that night could choose to return, and whoever didn't want to could stay. I need you to do something for me. Lucas is in front of the water, Sadie said, rushing to me where I was seated behind a tent. What? I asked as she pulled me along. My stupid friends are bragging about their parents being more in love with each other than anyone else's parents. That's sick. Why would they do that? Exactly my point. So I'm going to show them that my parents are more in love. Your parents? I asked. Yes. You are going to kiss Lucas. Emily's pove. What do you mean? I asked, stopping Sadie. What do I mean? What can you not understand in all I just said? You have to kiss Lucas so my friends can think you guys are so in love that you'd even kiss on a short school trip, she said, and I felt like smacking her. Why was she the way she was? Was it that easy to kiss just anyone? I can't. Why would you force me to kiss him? I won't, I said, turning away and folding my arms. I was yet to figure out what I'd do with his pregnancy, but I was to go around kissing him on the whim of an 8-year-old. That was unacceptable. Too annoying. Did she think she could boss me around because of some secret? I owned my body, and she was no one to. Hey, Mum, I kind of have something to tell you about Emily, I heard Sadie say angrily, and I turned around sharply. Sadie, I hissed. Yes, do you know that she broke? I'll do it, I said, bending to her height, and she looked at me, as if trying to read me. I said I'll do it, I whispered strongly as I heard Lady Mira's voice in the background. You know what, Mum? Maybe you're better off not knowing. I wouldn't want to give you a migraine, you know, she said without smiling, and I sighed in relief. She ended the call and led the way to Lucas, who was watching little waves wash off the sand at shore. I'll bring them very soon. Once you hear me scream, really? That's your cue, she said, storming away. I went to Lucas and held my hands behind my back. How do you like the view? I asked, rubbing my sweaty palms together, and he turned to me. Oh, the view is quite nice. You've been quiet all day, he said, raising a brow. Yes, I had a few mood swings. That's all, I replied, wiping my hands on my dress, and he nodded. We spent awkward minutes staring at the water, but there was nothing I could say. I couldn't even leave. At last, I heard Sadie. "Really?" she asked, loudly, like she had heard a lovely joke. "Alpha Lucas," I said immediately, and he turned to me. "Please call me Lucas. You don't call John Alpha, do you?" Okay, it's Sadie's doing," I said, and pushed myself on tiptoes and kissed him, with an arm wrapped around his neck and the other on his beating chest. He was shocked. I could tell he wasn't expecting it at all. "Sadie, aren't those your parents?" we heard a girl scream. "Gosh, why are they embarrassing me? Must the whole world know just how much they love each other?" Sadie asked, and I could hear her friends cooing with envy. "I guess Sadie's parents love each other the most. They can't even wait," a boy said, and I kept on kissing Lucas, feeling more miserable as they watched. Spoiled kids. Weren't they supposed to leave when elders were kissing? Lucas kissed me back, and it felt like we traveled back in time. We were suddenly alone, in a room again, kissing passionately. His kiss reflected mine, longing, desperate, like he had been waiting for that moment. But I was probably wrong, wasn't I? Why would he want to kiss me again? He was probably doing it for Sadie. So this was what kissing him while I was sober felt like. It was lovely. It was only when minutes passed that I realized Sadie and her friends were long gone. We had been so lost in our kiss that we didn't even know when the kids left. "Sadie made you do that," Lucas said awkwardly, turning away. He probably shared in my embarrassment. "Apparently she's nothing like the angel you think she is. She's been blackmailing me because of what she heard," I said, taking a few steps away from him. "I never said she was an angel," he replied calmly, and I bit my lip, only to drop it immediately. It felt like I was tasting his lips on mine. I ought not to like it. I ought not to be thinking about it, not when I was carrying his baby. If he knew, then it would be one more person who was out to destroy me to save his face and pride. "A piece of advice," he said, turning to me. "If Sadie's blackmailing you, blackmail her too, so she can realize how it feels. Trust me, she has countless secrets too," he told me, then left. Of course, blackmailing Sadie was going to be great, but how was I to find her weakness? As night fell, we went into the tent provided for us, and Sadie slept between us. "Sorry about Emily kissing you. She had to do it to prove to my friends that you guys are the best," Sadie said to Lucas. "You're getting scarier every day, Sadie. What wouldn't you do to win?" Lucas asked slowly. "Losing gets on my nerves. Doesn't it get on yours?" she asked, fiddling with the blanket. "I know when to let things go, Sadie. There are some things you don't need to fight for. By not fighting for it, you have already proven it's yours and no one else's," he said, and Sadie pouted, folding her arms. She was too young to understand. I didn't blame her. We all slept after silence reigned for minutes on end, and when I woke, Sadie was wrapped around me like an octopus holding on to the face of the mouth which tried to eat it alive. She was warm and smelled nice. Who wouldn't love such an adorable girl? Only that she was too ambitious, bossy, selfish, and there were just too many bad adjectives for Sadie. But could I blame her? It was the environment she grew in that was to blame. "Are we leaving now?" she asked, in a sleepy voice. Emily's puff. "Yeah, we are," I replied, but fell asleep again. The next time I woke, Lucas wasn't in the tent, and Sadie was singing as she drew a squid in a book. "Rise and shine, princess," she said, then continued singing as she colored her squid in a deep blue. "Good morning," I said, taking out my bag where I had kept my toothbrush. I smoothed out toothpaste on it and went out of the tent to brush. Lucas was talking to some parents, and I figured it was best to walk past. After brushing my teeth, I sat alone on a rock until I heard much noise and saw they were loading things back into the bus. I made my way to the tent and packed my things. "Where were you?" Sadie asked, coming into the tent. "Somewhere," I replied flatly, stuffing a book into my bag. "Keep acting out," she said, picking up a stuffed bear before dashing out of the tent. She really thought I was a toy, her toy. Someone needed to remodel her whole thinking and flush out all the things she had been taught. She couldn't be that age and act that way. We got back into the bus, and it was a silent ride on my part. Lucas and Sadie kept on talking, but I was lost in thoughts. In mere months, my secret would be out. Would Lucas deny me? What if he said it belonged to a stranger? We got home, and I made my way straight to my room. Shortly, there came a knock on my door, and I stopped in the middle of pulling my dress over my head. I sighed and stopped, adjusting the dress and making my way to the door. My hands turned the knob, and I opened the door. It was Katie, and she was in less formal clothes. She had a black t-shirt on and a pair of blue boyfriend jeans. It would have been completely formal if she had not tucked the shirt in, and if she didn't have her ID card hanging down her neck. Seriously? An ID card even though she wasn't at the company? "Hi," she said in a flat tone. "Hi," I replied, opening the door wider and letting her in. She tucked her short hair behind her ear and moistened her lips as she walked in. "I just came to check on you. You've been a little off lately. Are you okay?" she asked, and I ran a hand through my hair subconsciously. "I am," I answered, even though the opposite of those words were ringing in my head. "Are you sure about that? I could give you the days off until John returns, just so you can, I don't know, catch up and get better or something," she said, and I looked away. I didn't want her to be nice or caring towards me. The doctor said it was stress, but I've rested enough. The trip was also refreshing. I got to leave this house, go far, and I also saw the sea and fish and different things far from this toxic environment, so I guess I'm fine, I replied, and she stared at me. "What makes it toxic?" she asked, and I looked at her. "You should know. Thanks for asking after me. I'll gladly accept whatever work you have for me." "Fine, when you're ready, meet me downstairs," she said and walked out of my room. "Crazy idiot," I muttered. Even though I said I was fine, couldn't she have given me the day off? I was just returning from a journey. After taking a shower and dressing in a casual t-shirt and jeans like Katie did, I made my way out of my room. From the mezzanine, I saw Katie laughing with Lucas and stopped. He wasn't feeling disgusted with her or angry that she slept with John when he was still my fiancé. I thought he didn't like women, but really I'd never seen him curt with one. Katie was a woman, and I was one too, but he had been nothing but friendly and accommodating. Or was he hiding his true self like John? Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he was. After all, they were Grangers. I got down, and Katie passed me my laptop, which I had left with her, and she provided me a document to work on. I took it without saying a thing and began to work. Breakfast was prepared by the maids, and I kept mine because I was without an appetite. Working felt good. At least it made me take my mind off the hole I found myself in. Shortly after Lucas left, Katie got up from the sofa and walked towards me. "Emily," she called, and I looked up at her. "Yes? Can I see you?" she asked, and I raised a brow. "Okay," I replied and waited. "No, not here. Outside," she said, and I saved my work and shut the laptop, placing it on the table before getting to my feet and following her. She stopped in front of the pool, and I folded my arms. "I'm listening. I like Lucas," she said, and the whole thing began to feel weird. Why was she telling that to me? "Okay, you do," I said, as I didn't have anything else to say. "I like him a lot, and it has been a long time. No man has ever managed to make me stop liking him. It is something serious. I'm hoping we get married." Why was she telling me all that? What if they got married and I gave birth to Lucas's child? What kind of scenario was that? "Okay," I said, wanting to leave her presence quickly. Sleeping with John was never my idea, wish, or joy. I had no choice, and I regret it every day. It haunts me day and night. I hate the fact that I had to be the one you saw that night, but you should know it isn't happening again because I really like Lucas. No, I love him. "I get it," I said, but it was actually after I said the words that I truly understood her message. She wasn't apologizing, she was saying something else, a warning. It was her way of telling me to back off. Emily's pove. "What do you expect me to say?" I asked as she continued to look at me. "I just said I like Lucas," she replied, looking at me like it ought to ring a bell in my head. "And what does your liking Lucas have to do with me? Is it any of my business? Do you need my consent to like him? Tell him if you like him, not me. I'm going inside. I don't feel too good." I snapped, turning around and leaving her standing by the pool. I hadn't meant to be annoyed, but how could I help it? I was in such a fix that I could not help myself. Stuck was the word for me. The only thing I could do if I wanted to keep myself out of danger was try to sleep with John again, which was impossible. There was no way I could stoop myself that low to sleep with him or pretend he owned the child. It meant I just had to deal with whatever was going to come my way, and that alone was an headache. I didn't need to hear her romantic feelings for the man whose baby was growing within me. Back in the house, I went on with my work, trying desperately to seem fine, but I couldn't seem to do that. Depression seeped into the corners of my heart, and it felt like all hope had been squeezed from me. I didn't want to eat, speak, move my fingers, or even leave the spot I was in. I just wanted to stay stuck, staring into space till eternity. Without anyone minding or bothering me, I didn't even realize I had gone so far in my head and stopped typing until I heard my name. I turned towards the voice and saw Lucas standing over me. "Do you need rest?" he asked, and I nodded immediately, looking back at my laptop, trying to avoid the tears that had suddenly sprang to my eyes. I closed it and got to my feet, stumbling. Lucas had a hand out to hold me, but I steadied myself and gave a brief, weak smile, hugging my laptop to my chest. Climbing up the stairs was a task in itself. My head was pounding, and it felt like it'd explode. It was probably my body demanding food, water, and rest, but I didn't feel it. It needed those things, but I couldn't bear those things. When I got to my room, I closed the door slowly behind me, dropped the laptop on my desk, and walked lazily to my bed, sitting on it. I was about to start crying when I realized there was someone I could actually talk to. Taking out my phone, I dialed Dahlia's number, and she picked it on the third ring. "Emily," she said, breathing hard, although I could hear her delight to speak to me. "Hey Dahlia, are you busy right now?" I asked. "Taking some vegetables after hiking a mountain isn't called busy in the countryside," she replied with a chuckle. "You're in the countryside?" "Yes. Nellie got married and relocated to the countryside. I came to stay with her because she said she was going to need a lot of advice from me." She replied, still breathing hard. Nellie was her first daughter. I had never met her and didn't know much about her. It was because Dahlia rarely spoke about her children. "Really? Extend my congratulations to her. I wish her a happy married life. Which you'd have very soon. All right, let's hear why you called me," she said, and the sounds of her breathing began to reduce. "When you're done working, you're my excuse to sit on a log of tree with the stream rushing close to me and the breeze cooling me. So go on, are you okay?" she asked, and I began with a sigh. "I don't want to always trouble you." "Then who else would you talk to?" Who else would you rather talk to? Go on, what's the problem? Has John returned?" "No, I'm pregnant for Lucas," I said, looking at my belly, which became instantly blurred due to my tears. Dahlia didn't say a thing for a full minute. She was probably shocked to the bone. "What?" she exclaimed mildly, as if she was talking to herself. I got the report from the doctor. Lucas almost found out, but I begged the doctor not to tell him." I cried, trying to keep my voice low. "Oh my God, that is going to be so... I don't know what to do. What am I going to do? In 3 or 4 months, I'll be all bloated up. Everyone would know. John would definitely know it isn't his. Lucas might deny it, and I'll probably be embarrassed, and my life will be made hell. The shame will kill me before anything." I rambled on, and Dahlia listened. "I hope you are not contemplating abortion," Dahlia asked with sadness racking her voice. No, I can't murder a living being," I replied. "It will all be for the best, Emily. Whatever happens, I am here with you. I will pray for you. You shouldn't be so devastated. If it's a visit you need, I will come visiting." "I'm going to be fine, Dahlia. I just wanted to tell you. We will be fine. I promise you that. I will be here, so tell me anything and everything that goes on with you, okay?" "I will, Dahlia. Thanks for everything. Wish Nellie my congratulations, okay? Everything that happens, I'll relate with you. Right after this call, go to the dining room and eat. I'm very sure you haven't eaten," she said, and I laughed, raising my hand to cover my mouth. "Why would you conclude that? Whenever you're depressed, you always refrain from eating. Now go downstairs and make a video of you eating. I will watch it all. Now," she said, and I laughed again. "I will make the video," I replied, playing with my clothes. After the call with Dahlia, I went to the kitchen and made a video of myself eating and laughing at the stupidity of it. She was probably going to notice how lean I had become, but she was going to be happy I was laughing. As the days passed, I avoided Lucas seriously. When he came up from the other side of the hall, I exited the other. My dinner was always brought to me upstairs. The only thing I ate happily in the dining was breakfast and lunch, since he was always at work. There were exceptions to that, though. He had some days when he stayed home, and those days I did well to stay in my room. About a week later, a little knock came on my door. I rose out of bed feeling tired and groggy, and the knock came again impatiently. Before getting there, I already knew who was knocking. "What the hell are you doing?" Sadie asked with her hands on her little waist as I opened the door. She was dressed in an elegant black dress, which had white netting at the chest and long white sleeves and a black collar. The dress was short and pleated, making her short legs look slightly less short. Her heels were also the kind of heels adults wore, only they were of a smaller size. Her bun sat perfectly on her head with golden pins, and her scowl was what perfected her look of the wicked cousin-in-law. "What the hell am I doing?" I asked. "You've been avoiding Lucas for days. Do you think I wouldn't notice? Oh, you're trying to play smart, right? You're trying to avoid my matchmaking. Why are you so obsessed with your stupid matchmaking?" I asked, getting annoyed. "Because it's what kids my age love to do these days. I need to present my friends evidence of matchmaking you two together. I thought your friends already think we're your parents." "Not those friends, dumbass," she snapped. "Sadie, I'm not in the mood to—" "Get downstairs immediately. The family's leaving for a lunch outing," she commanded, and stormed off, with her heels sounding like an angry model walking away from her duties. "Damn!" I exclaimed, pushing my door shut with the loudest slam it could produce. My breath came out faster, and my hands alighted on my hips as my chest heaved heavily. She made my blood boil. No, I couldn't tolerate her. Without her in the house, it would make things less miserable. Couldn't she play matchmaker with Katie? Katie would gladly accept it. After all, she liked Lucas. In half an hour, I was dressed in a flare wine dress with off-shouldered sleeves. For about 10 minutes, I stared at the heels I was supposed to wear, not wanting to wear it at all, but eventually having to. They definitely wouldn't have me in a suit on an outing, would they? I didn't want to be uncomfortable, and I was already dressed as formal as I could. Even a normal secretary didn't wear suits when going on dinner or lunch outings that had to do with meeting clients. When I went down the stairs, I saw Alpha Raymond, Alpha Will, and Lady Genevieve talking with Lucas. Dorella was coming in with Darrell behind her, saying something that made her smile. "Hello, Emily." Alpha Will greeted and beckoned me to come over to them. "Good morning," I greeted them all. "You look splendid." Alpha Will complimented me, and I gave an appreciative smile. "A little leaner and whiter," Lady Genevieve pointed out. "Must be the stress. Maybe she's the lazy type." Alpha Raymond grunted. "Just like Mira, who's nowhere to be found this morning." Lucas chipped in, and just then Lady Mira showed up. "I'm so sorry. Everyone's here already. Even Sadie," she said, then touched my shoulder. "Why, you're looking beautiful today." Was she already informed she's going as John's fiancée and not his secretary? She asked, and I looked at Alpha Will. "Yes, you're going as John's fiancée. We are meeting with a family that John was supposed to marry into before he talked about you. They're not mad, but still we have to show them good reasons for accepting you into our family. You're to be on your best behavior," he explained, holding a glass of wine, and I nodded. I was to play the good wife-to-be with another man's baby in my belly. Shortly, we set off, and I rode in the car with Lucas. It was silent, and I hated the awkward silence, yet I didn't want to say a word. He didn't too. He seemed to notice I didn't want any chit-chat. We got to a pretty extravagant building which seemed to be a restaurant with lots of floors. The cars lined up after each other, and as I got out, I saw the family stepping out of their respective cars with their children. What a formidable family they were. We all walked into the building, and the waiters and waitresses lined in 2 respective lines as they bowed to us. We walked between the path they set for us. I had never experienced that kind of respect and feeling of fulfillment in my life. I felt like a politician. We took elevators to the last floor, where there was a single long table. We took our different seats, and I was seated in between Dorella and Sadie. We waited for some minutes, and I listened to everyone talk. They're here. Alpha Raymond announced, smoothing his tie, and everyone raised their chins, acting prim and proper. I did the same, even though I wished John had let them know we were no longer together. That way he could be married off to someone else. The family came in and I could see they weren't much. There was a man, a woman, a granny, and a male and female who looked to be around my age. We all stood up and bowed. I recognized the man as the alpha of the Cragstone pack. It was no wonder they wanted John to marry their daughter, perhaps, so they could have an alliance. It was probably why they disliked me. I wasn't wealthy and didn't have a pack to support me. The girl had long brown hair that was as smooth as silk. It fell to her waist, and she had a pretty comb on her head that made her look like a graceful queen in her white blazer dress. And then as they approached us, something horrible happened. I gagged. Lucas Povey. We all shook hands, and Emily was introduced to Alfa Romeo and his family. Emily stayed respectful and polite, but I could see vividly that she still wasn't in her best of moods. We all sat down and they began to decide on the menu. I glanced at Emily, who sunk into quietness and gloom. Since we had returned from the hospital, she had been even more gloomy and suspicious. No one needed to tell me that she was avoiding me. She was particularly careful about that. We almost never met each other in the hallways, and she never ate at the dining room. Something was wrong with her, but I had no idea what. A wide smile appeared on her face as Hamilton, the alpha's son, threw her a question. "I'm from this pack," she replied, smiling. "Oh, I thought you were married as a kind of alliance." He probed, and she shook her head slowly with a graceful smile. "John and I started as friends. We have been fond of each other since our college days." She replied, and I could see her fingers twisting themselves behind the bowl of cookies in front of her. "Oh, you got married for love. How romantic," Hamilton said, and his sister gave a low chuckle. "Why isn't he here?" she asked in a slow, honey-drip voice. "He's," Emily began. "Currently on a business trip. Do you need to know?" Sadie replied before Emily could. "I wasn't asking you," Henning, Hamilton's sister, replied with a smile. "If you were married to John, the first thing you'd know is not to look down on my age. Unfortunately, you were not." Sadie replied menacingly, and the elders seemed to notice the conversation with the younger ones had become icy. "It's also unfortunate that your age is not the only thing to look down on. There is your inexperience, and of course your height," Henning replied, applying her venom sweetly. "My what? You're looking down on my height when you still need giant heels to support yours at your age? In a few years, I'll be looking down at the crown of your head, which will be balding by then," Sadie replied. "Sadie," Alfa Romeo called softly. "Don't mind dear Henning. She's a little sensitive since she didn't get to marry John," he replied, and I knew it was his way of rubbing it on the family's face that John married a commoner instead of someone with power. The food was served in elegant white dishes, and I could see Emily growing more uncomfortable at each turn. "So what can you do for John?" Lady Hannah, the old woman, asked Emily, and Emily smiled. "I might not be able to do much in the eyes of others, but for John, everything I'm doing is all he wants me to do," she replied sweetly, and Lady Hannah reddened. "Young love doesn't last. You know that?" Lady Sarah, Alfa Romeo's wife, pointed out. "I'll be grateful even when it ends, because the days in which it lasted are days John and I will be forever grateful for. As of now, we don't have to worry. We're leaving the future to handle its matters," she replied, and I caught a tiny smile on Genevieve's lips. "I can give John power. I can give him money, authority, respect, love. What can you give him?" Henning asked, with her hazel eyes on her plate of steak. "Unfortunately, a man needs more than that, and even more unfortunately, John has all that, meaning there's nothing more you can give him," Emily replied, and I could see Genevieve was pleased. Even Raymond was. It proved Emily to be more than someone to be walked over. Did John also find that attractive? She was in a way proud of who she was, and even of the things she couldn't offer. "What?" Henning replied, almost sharply. "Above all things, I can give John support emotionally and mentally. I can comfort him when he's weary, motivate him when he's down. Merely at the sight of my face, I can cast his frowns away. Smiling and reminiscing our young days is something that can bring light to his heart. Also, you can't give him love because a one-sided love is not the love that a marriage requires. I can give him that. Together, we can grow out of love and not just out of a contract. I can give John peace and happiness, and with that, he'll soar to heights he's never dreamed of." Emily replied, and finally Genevieve's smile showed on her face. "You have a remarkable young lady as John's wife." Alpha Romeo noted, "She is confident. I like it. Confidence. A confident Luna will raise an alpha up." He added, looking like he had been taken aback a little. Usually, people without powerful backgrounds lacked the amount of confidence Emily exhibited. It was what we all were used to. "Well, I wish them well. So when is their marriage?" Lady Henna asked. "It is entirely up to them." Alpha Raymond replied, "But I knew they would want to hasten up the wedding." I was wondering what Emily was planning to do. It was great as she defended our family, so it didn't seem like they made a bad choice, but it complicated things further. She and John were no longer engaged, except she planned to accept him again. Later that evening, Trey and I sat grilling barbecue over drinks, and I told him about Emily and how weird she had been. "If I were to advise you, you should start from the beginning, the root," he said, swirling the drink in his glass drunkenly. "Which is?" I probed, taking a sip of my drink. "The hospital. You should start from there. That's when she started acting super weird, right? Oh gosh, I think I'm drunk." Trey said, cleaning his eyes. "Where's your secretary? I begged her to steal some snacks for me earlier," he said, getting to his feet, and just then, Katie emerged from the glass doors with a large bag of the snacks Trey liked. "There she is," I replied, and when she got to him, Trey stood and swayed, falling against her as she tried to hold him steady. "You should thank yourself for me," he said, standing upright, and Katie chuckled. "I'll assist you in taking him home," she said, and placed Trey's arm around her shoulder. I didn't stop her. I simply followed her to Trey's car. I opened the door of the back seat and she put him inside. "My snacks. Also, make sure to check the hospital," Trey said, collapsing on the back seat, with his bag snacks on his chest. Katie opened the door to the front seat, and I sat behind the wheel. A brief glance at her, and I saw she had a sweet smile on her face. We drove Trey home, while listening to him mumbling to himself at intervals, giving advice I didn't need since Katie was in the car. I dropped him in his bed and pulled the covers around him. "Seriously, man, you need a woman or a maid to look after you," I said, tucking him in neatly. "A maid belongs in a mansion," he said, turning to his side. "I'll get one for you. You shouldn't be alone," I replied, pushing in his leg which he had stuck out. On the way home, Katie stared at the glistening rain, which was beginning to pour lightly outside. "Sadie's getting really big. I recall when she was nothing more than that little girl over there," she said, pointing to a restless little girl tugging on her mother's hand while laughing. I was able to glance at her happy face for a moment before the green light was back on. "Unfortunately, she was never as innocent," I replied, making Katie laugh softly. "Sadie has always been a little devil right from her young days," she commented. "I wonder who she got that from. I don't recall anyone ever having that nasty attitude," I said, smiling, and she burst into laughter. "She's her mother, only she is 10 times more," she replied, and we both burst into laughter. I took Katie home, and she thanked me for the ride. When I got to the mansion, I made my way to my room, and the first thing I did was drop my coat and tug on the buttons of my shirt. I took a warm shower and basked in its warmth and comfort, having made up my mind to ask Emily about whatever was wrong with her. If she was sick, then the doctor should have known about it. John wasn't around, and I didn't think she was being bullied by anyone. Maybe Sadie was being her biggest bully at the moment, but she wasn't enough for Emily to sink into such a state of depression. The next morning, I walked out of my room to have a rather late breakfast, since I wasn't going to the company. I happened to see Emily moving towards the stairs. She didn't see me, and didn't notice me either, not until she was about going down. She didn't look at me, but she knew I was watching her. Then she suddenly placed her hand on her mouth, and I was about walking towards her. But she took a rash step down the first stair, and to my horror, she put her foot down wrongly and fell. Her scream was loud, shrill, and fearful. But before I could get there, she was already at the foot of the stairs, which her legs spread in an unnatural angle. "Emily's pove." I was in front of the family members, seated in that same seat with Alpha Romeo and his family also seated. In front of me was my plate of steak with my puke all over it, splattered on the meat, veggies, the table, and into Sadie's mug. Everyone was utterly disgusted with me. I went to the doctor and found out you were pregnant, Sadie said, looking at me with contempt, and I looked up to find Lucas, but he wasn't there. Dorella grabbed a tissue and handed it to me. "Wipe your mouth. It's disgusting," she said, and I took the napkin from her and wiped the puke that stained my lips and a line of it that dribbled down my chin. "You're pregnant. John said he has always used protection when sleeping with you, so where is the baby from? Whose is it?" Lady Genevieve asked, with her forehead creased in a deep frown. My fingers intertwined themselves restlessly, and I couldn't stop swallowing and blinking while my lips were robbed of all speech. "Answer this instant," Alpha Raymond shouted, bringing down his palm on the table, and I jumped along with the plate, cutlery, and glasses. Alpha Lucas's," I replied with my words trembling like I was being shaken by the shoulders. "What?" Alpha Will asked. "Before we officially met, it is not my baby," I heard Lucas say, coming in from the door, wiping his hands with a napkin. I stared dumbfounded at him, feeling the sweat roll down the side of my face. "I never slept with you, did I? I never stooped so low as to sleep with someone like you," he added icily and motioned with his hand. Someone came in, and it was a man in drabby gray clothes. "Tell me who that lady is." My sex mate," the man said with restless eyes, and I shot up from my seat, only to open my eyes and start breathing hard. I sat up and felt the sweat dribble down my face and neck. My pillow and night clothes were soaked, and I was breathing hard. What would happen if Lucas did that? A hand alighted on my belly, and I began to weep. What was I to do? What would I do when such a predicament was upon me? How was I going to escape it? When I finally calmed down, I got down from my bed and pulled back the curtains, letting air flow around me. After that, I left my room to the kitchen. Everywhere was dark, and it felt like my body was an old creaking machine. Why was I so exhausted? As I poured myself a cup of water, I recalled the outing. It had just been lunch, really. I had been so scared after I gagged, and honestly, I gagged a few more times, but thankfully, or maybe hopefully, no one noticed. It would devastate me if someone like Sadie asked why I was gagging. I drank greedily and returned the cup before making my way to my room. Climbing was harder than descending. It seemed to me like I was 9 months gone already. My bones were weak and sore. I was convinced that something else had to be wrong with me. Why did I feel so weak and tired? Pregnant women always felt sick, yes, but was it always as early as mine? And did they feel as weak as I did? I had to momentarily stop at every third staircase and take in deep breaths. When I got to my room, I called Dahlia, seeing it was 4 a.m. Dahlia always woke up at 5 out of pure habit. She'd work and cook and finish around 10 a.m. because she never rushed herself to work. She worked like she had all the time in the world. "Good morning, Dahlia. Did I wake you?" I asked, taking off my clothes and taking care that I didn't accidentally fling my phone away. "Yes, you did, and thanks for that. I think I would have slept in." She yawned, and I could see her stretching in my mind's eye. "Oh, thanks for picking up. What's the matter?" she asked. "I really just wanted to hear your voice," I replied, making my way to the bathroom. "Are you sad again?" she asked, and I bit my lip. "A little. I had a terrifying dream about Lucas. He lied that he didn't sleep with me and even framed me up with someone else who claimed I was his sex mate. I said to her while running the water, "Oh, Emily, that was just a dream." "That's likely to happen," I completed. "No, it's just your fears. Is Alpha Lucas really that bad? I've heard of his reputation with women, but he shouldn't be that cruel." "He doesn't look it," she said, but stopped. She also knew what she was saying was wrong. "John still doesn't look like the wicked type, and sometimes it's hard to believe it's the same John I used to know. Lucas might as well be the same." "Just be patient, Emily. Whatever happens, I'm with you." She consoled me, and I stepped into the bathtub. Dahlia and I talked until the sun was up, and I remained in the water, feeling more comfortable in it than in my bed. When our call ended, I stepped out of the water, dried myself, changed into pajamas, and jumped on the bed. It was too late to sleep, but I was going to anyway. I didn't have any dreams, which was quite weird, but it was fine. I preferred having no dreams to having crazy dreams that seemed too real and like they would actually happen in reality. When I woke up, it was a few minutes after 10 and I stretched. I had expected to wake in the afternoon, so I was a little disappointed. Sluggishly, I got up from my bed and took another bath, even though I was still feeling clean. I dressed in joggers and a large top, intending to use my time properly. Katie wasn't around. There was just an air around whenever she was in the house. The large house felt almost empty. I walked towards the stairs and felt I could be recovering from that extreme weakness I had felt when I woke up in the early hours of the morning. However, when I got to the top of the stairs, I noticed someone watching me through the side of my eye. Lucas. Was he going to approach me? Suddenly, I gagged, and my hand flew to my mouth as terror filled me. If he saw me gagging, he could easily guess something was wrong. As I saw him move, I hastily proceeded to go down the stairs and unfortunately missed my step. With a shriek, I tumbled down. My ankle gave a horrible pain, followed by my wrists as my hands tried to block the fall. I rolled helplessly, trying my best to scream for help. My head hit stair after stair, and I thought I was going to die. I felt an intense pain somewhere, but it felt like my senses were lost, and I couldn't tell where I felt pained. I hit the floor, and the last thing I saw was Lucas at the top of the stairs before I gave way to blankness. Lucas's povey. Seeing Emily fall like that seemed to send a bolt of shock to my chest. Staring at her on the floor was worse. As I dashed down the stairs towards her, careful not to tumble myself, I kept dreading the pool of blood that was yet to seep out of her head. I knelt next to her and placed a hand on her cheek. "Emily," I called, with wide eyes. She didn't respond, and I checked her head. Thankfully, there was no sign of wetness and blood. I looked around for the maids, but there was none. Didn't they hear her scream? Were they even in the house? I lifted Emily into my arms and noticed something wet. Carefully, I managed to get a sight of my hand and saw it was covered in blood. She was bleeding, not from her head, but from... Confused, I ran across the living rooms and through the door leading to the foyer. No maids were in sight. I opened the door and ran to my car with Emily's hair crowding her face. "Emily." I tried calling again, but there was no response from her. Getting into the driver's seat, I turned back to look at her and started the ignition. What could be wrong with her? I had no idea. Was a part of her bleeding? Her belly? Her back? Did she cut herself? Where did the blood come from? Was it going to be something serious? I drove out the large gates and made my way towards the roads. The traffic was something else. Why was it when I was in a hurry that I had to be stuck in traffic? I glanced back at Emily severally to be sure she was fine and wasn't bleeding anywhere else, but that didn't help my impatience. I didn't even know if she was breathing, but I knew she was still warm, and that was a great relief on its own. The traffic moved slowly, but eventually we got out of it, and I raced to the nearest hospital. Immediately the ER doctors saw me rushing with her in my arms. They came to me with a stretcher and laid her on it. She fell down the stairs. She's not bleeding from her head, but I don't know where the bleeding comes from, I said, breathing harshly, as they rushed her away, checking at the same time for signs of life and consciousness. I watched them go with her into a ward, and I sighed, sitting on the waiting bench. Thousands of questions seemed to form in my mind, all awaiting urgent answers, but I could find none. Shortly, a nurse came to me with a form, telling me to fill in Emily's details, such as her name, age, and stuff. I struggled to remember most of the information, but managed to fill out at least half of the requirements. Just then, a call came in. It was from Trey. I picked it up. "Why aren't you here, Lucas? You didn't show up for the meeting at all. Where are you?" he asked. Immediately the call was connected. "What meeting?" I asked, confused. "Of course, the meeting we were to hold to decide whether or not to invest in J&B Automobiles," he snapped. "That's not... I thought it was canceled last week," I asked. "I told you it was postponed. It was today. I reminded you yesterday of... Oh gosh, I didn't remind you yesterday. Okay, that part is my fault, but you should have remembered it was today. I don't even remember you telling me about a meeting." "Oh my God, what if I didn't tell you?" he asked, like he was having a moment of epiphany. I bit my lip. I'm 100% sure that's the case. I'm sorry. I just have too much on my mind lately. That's okay. Look, I'll call you later. I have to deal with something, I said as I saw a doctor approaching me. I ended the call and got to my feet. You're the man who brought the patient who fell down the stairs? He asked, and I nodded. How is she doing? Is she fine? I asked, and he nodded. Can I see her? Just for a while? You'll be in your office, right? I asked, and before he replied, I went to the ward. Of course, the rational thing to do was to hear the report from the doctor first, but I wanted to see her first. I just wanted my eyes to judge if she was fine. I walked in and stood next to her. She was noticeably breathing and seemed peaceful. She had been dressed in hospital clothes, and I disliked the way it made her seem like a long-term patient. Apart from that, she seemed to be fine. I turned around and left her room, making my way to the doctor's office. I met a nurse in the corridor and asked her for directions, which she kindly gave. When I got to the doctor's office, I knocked and heard him give me the permission to come in. I walked in and saw him with papers on his desk. He picked out a few he had kept to the side and offered me a seat. I sat in front of him and waited. She had a mild concussion. It's not that serious, just a shock to her brain. She might have trouble concentrating and headaches, and she may or not quickly recall what happened. She will need lots of sleep, food, and rest to fully recover. Aside from that, there were a few bruises. He said, then began to bring out another report. I sighed in relief. It was nothing serious. So as for the baby, she lost it, he added, and I raised a brow. Did he know the patient he was talking about? Baby? I asked. Yes, we detected that she was pregnant but lost the baby. You're talking about the brunette who fell down the stairs. Yes, the brunette who fell down the stairs. He replied confidently and I swallowed. Pregnant? Lucas POV. I couldn't believe it. Pregnant? But she didn't tell anyone. No one could even think she was pregnant. I didn't know why I was so shocked, but I was. You were unaware of the pregnancy itself? The doctor asked. Yes, I was. I replied and took out my phone. I dialed Trey's number. Are you? Trey began. I'll need you to pay hospital bills. I'll send the information to you, I said and ended the call, then turned to the doctor. What does she need to do to be completely fine? I mean, the miscarriage surely had its effects. Rest. She can go on short walks and driving, just things to make her feel relieved. He replied and I nodded. Thank you, doctor. I got up and left his office, thinking of everything. Since when? How come it wasn't in her last medical report? Wait, I hadn't seen the report itself. Didn't Dr. Gilbert see it when he ran a test on her? He was competent, so I couldn't say he was sloppy, and there was no way he could have hidden it. It wasn't even up to a month since we went to the hospital, and I was very sure Emily didn't go around sleeping with other men. Then it hit me. Trey had said to start from the hospital. Indeed, he was right. Emily had gotten the news of the pregnancy and had been devastated. She had been sad and off. It was probably why she had been avoiding everyone and looking horrible. Did she convince Dr. Gilbert to keep it a secret? Was she down because she didn't want to have a baby for the man she already broke up with? I didn't even know what to feel. She could have married John if for nothing, but for the baby she could have had. I realized I was just standing there, so instead I walked to her ward. She didn't try to lose the baby, so maybe she planned to have it. I walked into her ward shortly and sat on a chair next to her bed. She was still sleeping, and it wasn't until about half an hour before her lids fluttered open and her dark pupils reacted to the light. She opened and closed her eyes 4 times before looking around. Immediately she spotted me. She tried to raise herself and winced. I put out my hands to help, but she pushed back, wincing even more noticeably. I'm fine. Just a little bruises here and there, she replied, sitting properly. She squeezed up her face and closed her eyes. I fell down the stairs. How did that happen? She asked, opening her eyes. You'll recall that very soon. Are you okay? I think I feel better. She stopped and turned to me sharply, with her eyes becoming the size of apples. What? Have you seen the report? Did the doctor run a test on me? Did they? She began, looking away with a guilty look. Shh, don't get all worked up, I said, then sighed. You lost the baby. I didn't know how else to address the issue. I never had to give a pregnant woman such bad news, so I figured just getting it out would be okay. I didn't look at her because I feared to see a horrible expression on her face. "Say it again," she said in a whisper. "Don't be sad. It just had to happen," I said, and finally raised my eyes to meet hers. I couldn't recognize her expression. It wasn't horror, disbelief, and sadness, as I expected, but a conflict of emotions. The only one I could name was shock. She opened her mouth several times like she wanted to say something, but nothing came out of her mouth. "It's fine, Emily. I'll tell John about it. You don't have to." "No," she suddenly shrieked, taking me aback. "No, no, 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 no," she denied vehemently. "You can't do that. You can't tell John. No, no one must know about it. It's my secret, mine to tell, mine to keep," she said, sounding unstable. "Why are you so worked up?" I asked, and she looked at me with something like desperation in her eyes. "He doesn't know. He shouldn't know. I'm serious. John doesn't know, and I'd like to keep it that way," she begged, and I blinked hard. "John deserves to know. You know that?" No, I'll be in deep trouble if he knows about it. Let's just keep things this way. Please, just let's not tell him. We can keep it. He doesn't need to know about a pregnancy that didn't develop." She left me completely baffled with her words. "How would you be in trouble? Why would you be in trouble for miscarrying his baby? You're not married yet and didn't do it on purpose. You fell down the stairs. I saw you." No, it can't work like that," she insisted softly, with her face becoming redder by the minute. "Look, Emily, you wouldn't be in trouble for anything. It's John's baby. Maybe he'll treat you better if he finds out you accidentally lost his baby, which you intended to keep." I pointed out, and she closed her eyes, shaking her head slowly. "Let's not tell him," she said, taking in deep breaths, like she was trying to control something. "Do you really have to? Let's just not tell him. Why? Why are you so desperate to keep the pregnancy a secret? And why are you also determined to keep this a secret?" I asked, and she bit her lip so hard that when she released it, I saw traces of blood. Then she turned to me, still looking like she was holding herself back. "You really want to know?" she asked, looking like she was trying to force the words out of her. "Yes, I'd like to know. Otherwise, I'm going to think it wasn't John's," I said, feeling like I'd be really miserable if I confirmed that she actually slept around after that incident. "You're right," she replied, and I was plain shocked. She of all people? How come? Why would she? "I'm right," I blurted out. "It's not John's, it's yours. Emily's pove." Finally, I said it. In minutes, I was going to know the dreadful outcome of what I had always been dreading. Were things going to go on just like they did in my dream? Would he hire a fake man to pretend I had been sleeping with him and give false witness? What was he going to do? When I heard I lost the baby, honestly, I didn't know how to feel or what to feel. I was shocked at first because, of course, it wasn't something I expected to happen just like that. And I tried faking sadness, but lying to myself was impossible. There was no way I could lie to myself. I felt shameless and disgusted with myself for being a little relieved, for feeling a little twinge of gratefulness. There I go again. I didn't just feel a little relieved. I was so relieved. The relief came flooding along with my other emotions. I couldn't control myself. And the gratefulness was, what was I grateful? Grateful to the child for dying, for leaving, for not being able to see the beauty of the world. That realization had been harsh, and I felt like trash, a complete and stupid nut job. Why couldn't I be sad for a baby I just lost? I knew I didn't want the baby, but I didn't want to kill it. Even though I could see no way out, killing it was never on my mind. If it was, I'd have done that the moment I discovered I was pregnant. Still, it was horrible how grateful I felt when I lost the baby I didn't plan to kill. If I could see the baby, would my apology be sincere? Wouldn't my thanks be more sincere? But that would make me out as a monster, a mother happy that her child died. I looked at Lucas, who was awfully silent when I told him about his baby. He seemed to be thinking of everything from the start, and I was dying of the terror within me. What was going to happen? I needed him to say something. What if he tried to get rid of me because he feared I wouldn't keep quiet about it forever? I'm sorry if you're shocked, and if you probably would have preferred me telling you about it, but can you at least say something? I asked, fiddling with my fingers and feeling restless by the second. I continued, I have no solid excuse for trying to keep it from you, but I didn't want you getting mad. I'm barely trying to keep things together at the mansion. I didn't need someone else trying to make it harder for me. I blurted out, and he looked up at me. What? He asked. I knew you would think it was a conspiracy to pin you down or try to exercise some stupid rights or get married to you, so I had no intentions telling you. There was no way I'd tell you that you wouldn't think I had ulterior motives, and trust me, I had none. I promised to keep it a secret. No one would ever hear about it. It's gonna die here. This isn't even the hospital the family frequents, is it? I looked around. All hospitals shared the same general look, but the doctors and nurses had been unfamiliar to me. Why would you think that way? He asked, leaning back on his chair, looking like he was even more stunned with my opinions about him. What way? I asked, feeling uneasy since I wasn't seeing any signs of anger, malice, or disappointment. Why would you think I would make life harder for you when it wasn't your mistake alone? Why would I think it's a conspiracy or that you had ulterior motives? Wait, I don't understand why you would judge me so hastily and cruelly without even knowing me. Maybe John would do that according to you, but not me. We both made the mistake, and it wasn't just you. He said, and honestly, I didn't know what to feel at the moment. How do you feel? He asked, and my eyes became apples. He was asking how I felt. Why do you? There you go again. In your head, are you thinking I'm asking how you feel so I can know the probability of my success at murdering you in the middle of the night? He asked, and I bit my lip. Eventually, I was going to land at that conclusion. No, I'm fine. I replied, brushing my hair from my face. Stay there, I'll get some fruits, he said, getting up from his chair and leaving the room. Fruits? He was going to get me fruits? Wait, was he going to torture me slowly, like the enemy posing as a friend? Wait, he wouldn't inject something into the fruit, would he? Emily, there you go again. Just maybe. I cautioned myself softly. Maybe I should just trust him. Then I'd hit myself 1,000,000 times when he turned out like John. He had been nice to me, so maybe I could be a little lenient. But John was also. I stopped myself. Just like he implied, I wasn't supposed to judge him based on my experiences with John. I looked at my tummy once more, and my thoughts of shamelessness came back to me. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, I said and closed my eyes. What haunted me the most was the fact that I couldn't feel sad. That made me feel really horrible. I'm sorry. If the child had stayed, I was doomed, but it wasn't right to be happy it didn't stay. If my mother had deemed me a mistake and had been happy to be rid of me, then I wouldn't have made it into the world. The guilt was really horrible, and my eyes watered. I was so shameless. Being secretly relieved and a little happy was just too much. So many times, I repeated the word sorry, and eventually managed to feel sad about my condition. You know, you can always come again when I'm ready. I'm going to believe you'll do that, okay? I said, sniffing, and then I looked out the window at a tree blowing smoothly in the wind. Shortly, Lucas returned, and I sniffed and wiped my cheek. He sat and dropped a container of washed fruits. Do you want to cut it up, or? He asked, leaving his sentence hanging, then looked at me. Anyone will do. I can take it this way, too, I said, watching him dip his hand into his pocket. He brought out a napkin and dabbed at my wet eyes. Don't feel bad that you lost it. You didn't plan falling down the stairs, he said softly, and I couldn't deny I was taken aback by his kindness. You'll have a proper one with whomever you get married to, he added, pushing the napkin into my hand. Thanks, I said, and looked at the cream napkin with pink around the four sides. He took out a knife and began to cut the fruits while I watched him, suddenly seeing him in a new light. His green eyes regained the attractive sparkle they had the first time I saw him in John's house. His brown hair was all over his forehead, and I couldn't help noticing his attractiveness as he cut up the fruits. A little smile crept up my face, and I looked at the napkin he had given me. Did you plan on giving birth to the baby? He asked, still cutting up the fruits. I guess, I replied, and he gave a little chuckle. What were you planning to say when everyone saw you pregnant? He asked, and I smiled. I had no idea, but I couldn't hurt a living being, And I feel really bad because the miscarriage actually sorted out my major problem, I said guiltily, fiddling with my fingers. I was just wondering what would happen if John saw you with a big belly, he said, and I couldn't help but laugh. He'd freak. He wouldn't expect it even in his dreams. He'll think you cheated and would be a hypocrite and get crazily mad, he added, handing sliced apples to me in a smaller container. Funny enough, if there would be no problems attached, I would have loved to see the expression on his face. He seems to think I'm going to drool over him forever. He thinks I'll come around, I said, rolling my eyes and picking an apple, and Lucas laughed. The sound of his laughter, it was nice hearing him laugh and being the cause of it. I don't know when he became this way, though. He used to be a cute, innocent thing, he said, and I scoffed. You probably think Sadie's cute and innocent. Perhaps John was like her too, and you couldn't see what he would become, I pointed out, and he laughed. Only a fool would consider Sadie innocent. She's 10 times worse than John was when he was younger, he replied, and I smiled. I was discharged from the hospital shortly, and Lucas drove me home. Hello, he said, picking a call. Thanks about that. I'll pay you back, and of course I'll give a full explanation. So what do we do about the meeting? You haven't decided, but I believe Mr. Gray is leaving L.A. tomorrow. I'm to go after him? Wow, you have no conscience. It's your fault I didn't know about the meeting, but I'm the one who has to take the bothersome trip, he said, and I looked at him. He was going to go on a trip? Funny enough, I didn't want him to leave. It was probably the first time we talked without me feeling distant and uncomfortable. All right. I'll leave tomorrow, he replied, and I sighed. That night, we ate dinner together, and I kept searching for something to say, but couldn't find a thing, so I just focused on my food instead. And the next morning, like the maids, I was also sad to see him go. Katie met him at the gate, and I watched from the large balcony overseeing everything. They talked for a while, but I couldn't hear a thing, so I left. I sat in my room, resting just like I was told to do, and shortly, Kay barged in, looking horrified. John's home, she said, and I got up from my bed abruptly. What? I asked, dashing towards her. I followed her to the balcony where I saw John getting down from his car, looking every bit as arrogant as he could be. Still the handsome heartthrob I fell for, but he no longer appealed to me. My breath caught. He had really returned. He was back, John's Pove. As the car drove, racing along the busy streets of L.A., my head lolled from side to side. It was embarrassing, but I couldn't help it. Throughout that month, I couldn't recall a night when I got adequate sleep. The days were hot and stressful, the nights busy and restless. I had to meet all the boring people in the world who gave me lectures on being a strong alpha and leader of the pack, even though I never signed up for it. Nor did I go to them to receive lectures. I was taught about the full history of the sculpture from each elder I met. So many days I was forced to keep them company under the pretense that I was being schooled for a good reason, and not just because they were bored. The worst part was moving from town to town. They said I had to locate the graves of the previous alphas. I had to take the sand and stone from 100 previous alphas' graves. That had seemed impossible, but they told me I couldn't back out, so I went from town and town, carrying out findings along with a guy who seemed to be a student of the elders. It wasn't too hard to find all the graves, except the ones who had died centuries ago, and the worst part was moving from town to town and going to the cemeteries night after night. When I was done, I was told the sand and stones I had acquired would also be used in making the sculpture I thought they had already made. I discussed with my father, and he said I shouldn't bother about keeping the sculpture once it was made. He said it would be in his place, and that was fine with me. The month had been stressful for me, and upon hearing I was going home, I was overjoyed and suddenly feeling more tired and drained. When I got down from the car and felt the air circulate around me, I realized the true meaning of relief. I took a quick glance at the other mansions and walked into mine. I was too tired to think of informing the family I was around. My rest was the most important thing at the moment. The maids all bowed to me with smiles on their faces. "I'm hungry. I need something really good," I said to them as I walked into the living room. Taking off my coat was the first thing I did, throwing it against the sofa. Whoever saw it would know I had returned. "Prepare a bath for me," I said to a maid, who bowed and immediately ran up the stairs, preceding me to my room. I went after her, and when I walked into my room, I could hear the refreshing sound of running water. My room was as clean as I left it. I nodded to myself, perceiving that they cleaned it daily, even in my absence. The maid came out of my bathroom and looked away at the sight of my bare chest. I walked past her into the bathroom and gave a deep sigh as I stepped into the tub. It was beyond refreshing to be in my own bathroom. After bathing and feeling refreshed, I changed into casual clothes and went down to the dining room and sat. I only needed to wait a few minutes before I was served attractive-looking sun-dried tomato goat cheese crustless quiche. I hummed, taking in the beautiful aroma. Next to it were peppers, onions, mushrooms, and egg whites. I ate satisfactorily without any distractions, and when I was done, I sent for Emily, knowing she was aware I was around. She came down wearing a white shirt and a black skirt. "Good morning, Mr. Granger," she greeted, looking as formal as she could. She didn't look at all happy to see me or excited. Did she really lose all her love for me? I thought she was just hurt, angry, and playing hard to get. Was she not? "I want to report on all the clients who agreed to wait for me, how they want to meet up, when and where. Katie's going to bring my work schedule when I see her, and I need to know how to fit them in," I said, and she bowed before leaving to get the report. She returned shortly, and I pulled up a chair next to me for her to sit. She sat and began to explain the report without looking at me. I stared at her and couldn't stop. I couldn't even listen to what she was saying. Her fair skin seemed to glow, and I had the urge to push back the little curls of hair at her nape. Her ear was ever little and cute. Those eyes I stared into every night. I never knew those eyes could look so cold, or that the coldness could be directed at me. It felt like she'd look at me, laugh, and push me away, telling me not to make her blush. But there wasn't even a sign of a blush on her face. She wasn't feeling anything, even with how close I was. She shone so bright in that moment that I didn't know when I smiled. Emily was mine. She just didn't know it yet. She was going to come back to me, and if she did so quickly, then I would accept her quickly and wouldn't torment her with it. Shortly, Katie came from the hall on the right. "Welcome," she said with a little bow. It was obvious she hadn't been expecting me, for she was dressed in a sweatshirt and jeans. "You don't look happy to see me," I teased, but she didn't smile. "Why wouldn't I be happy?" she asked, but it was confirmed that she wasn't pleased to see me. Was she enjoying the house alone with Lucas? Did she think she stood a chance with him? "You may leave," I said to Emily, who seemed too eager to leave. She left the reports and went upstairs immediately. I watched her leave, and when she was out of sight, I turned back to Katie and stood. She didn't show any sign of emotion on her face, and I hated it. It seemed like no one wanted me back. They preferred Lucas. "Where's your crush?" I asked, walking towards her. "On a business trip." "He seems to always be absent whenever I'm present, isn't it?" I asked, going around her and tucking her shoulder-length hair behind her ear. "Bad timing," she replied curtly, and I chuckled. "Indeed, his trips are always wrongly timed, so I've been away from the house for a full month, and also away from women." I began, putting an arm around her, but she stepped away and turned to face me. "Yes, you've been away for a month, and despite putting me in charge, you have a lot to do because I have been unable to manage my hectic tasks along with yours. I believe you've eaten and would be strong enough to listen to a full report on everything that happened in your absence," she said robotically, and I scoffed. Katie, what does this mean?" I asked, and she raised a brow. "Exactly what it means, John. Work," she replied, and I hated the cold, unfeeling look in her eyes. Did everyone learn to look at me that way? "What if I do not want to work?" "Then I guess I can take my leave," she replied. "I mean, I want something else." "And what is that?" she asked with a slight sign of irritation in her eyes. "Do I have to spit it out?" "I believe that's the only way I can understand you," she replied with a sigh. "I need you to tend my bed. Sleep with me. I've been away from women for a whole month. Go to my room and take off your clothes," I said with gritted teeth. "No," she said flatly. "I will." "Wait, what? No? No, she said even more strongly. What the heck was happening? Emily's pof. Maybe it was disgust, maybe it was hatred, but I didn't want to see his face. I preferred the house with Lucas alone in it. How was I to deal with my hatred for him for 3 years? The few months I'd spent with him felt like years already. Time went so slow. Seeing John, I actually wished he didn't return and that Lucas didn't leave. Was he going to start torturing me again? Either way, I had to find a way to try to protect myself. Maybe having a laser on me would do. There was no telling as to whether or not he wasn't going to go crazy again and try to force me to sleep with him like he almost did that day in his office. No one is happy to hear he's around, Kay said, and I ran a hand through my hair. Why would anyone be? He's a nutcase, I said and tore my eyes off him, walking away from the balcony. In my room, I dialed Dahlia's number and threw open my wardrobe. Hey, Emily, how are you? She said, cheerfully, and I could hear the sound of her munching. Eating? Fruits, she replied. John's home. Lucas is actually not like the others, and I got a miscarriage, I said casually, knowing it would be a shock to her. You got a what? She asked, and I laughed. I felt really bad about it, but I don't anymore because he or she is going to come again when I'm finally married, and when it does, I'm going to give all the love I was unable to give, I said, and could see her confused face in my mind's eye. How did the miscarriage happen? Did it hurt? Nope, I fell down the stairs, so the little pain I have is from a few bruises. You fell down the... Oh, Emily. Don't give yourself such stress, Dahlia. I'm fine. Lucas tended to me. He found out about the pregnancy from the doctor and was totally cool about it. He didn't stare at me weirdly and was even sympathetic with me. He didn't want me to feel bad. Really? So, does John know? She asked. No, we agreed to keep it a secret. It actually serves the both of us. The family would go berserk if they heard I was pregnant for him, I replied, and she sighed. Are you sure you're okay? You're fine? She asked, with worry filling her voice. I am. I'm really fine. Lucas was really nice. We even laughed about John's reaction. Now I feel better. There's one less psycho at that mansion, so I feel better, she said, and I laughed. I wish John didn't return, though, I said, picking out my official outfit. I was going to make him go crazy with my extreme formality. Things will all work out, darling. Now that you have one person on your side, keep him close. Maybe, I said, suddenly smiling widely. Maybe? She asked, and I laughed. It's weird to say I'll keep him close. I continued laughing as I prepared myself. Dahlia and I talked for a while more, and I was all dressed and scrolling through Instagram when a maid knocked on my door. I got up and opened it. John's asking for me? I asked, and she nodded. I rolled my eyes and walked past her. Talking about the clients that agreed to wait for him to return, thus postponing their appointment with him, was annoying. He kept staring at me with a smile, and I wanted to turn and glare at him, telling him to focus on what I was talking about and not on my face. Did he think I'd blush or would turn instantly shy? Thankfully, a savior came in the form of Katie, and I could tell she, just like me, and everyone else in the house didn't want John around. He was a nuisance to everyone, and no one liked him. He excused me, and I was really thankful for that. I didn't have to see his annoying face until dinner because he demanded I eat dinner with him, and not alone in my room. Sadie was with him staring at her grilled shrimp like she'd never seen it before. Katie was also invited to dinner, and the four of us sat at the four sides of the table. I looked at the cilantro pesto and felt hungry. Ever since the miscarriage, I had gained a horrendous appetite. Here, John said, passing me the roasted pepper and corn salad as a side dish. I'm fine with this, I replied curtly and focused on my shrimp. Accepting it from him might make him think I had some remnant feelings that wouldn't let me reject him. I miss Lucas. This dinner feels so bleak, Sadie commented, pushing a fork into her shrimp. Don't talk while eating, John said, chewing silently. Isn't that what you adults do all the time? Especially businessmen like you? Do you keep quiet when having a lunch meeting with a client? You don't talk? She shot back, and John kept quiet. Lucas will be back soon. It's just a short trip. Nothing much, so keep quiet now. You admit you're boring. She pushed further. Sadie, I don't want to talk, he replied flatly, and just then we heard the sound of wheels and heels. Who's that? Sadie asked, bending so she could look past me. I looked back, and so did everyone. There was Mandy, with luggage behind her and a smile on her face. A gloating smile, meant for me. What was she doing at the house late at night? Why did she have such a huge luggage with her? Did she know what she was doing? She walked towards us and smiled. "Good evening, everyone. I see dinner is already going on. I'm invited, right?" she asked, and John gave a wide smile. Then I admitted what I didn't want to. Mandy had come to stay. Emily's povee. Did she have a place to go, and her house was too far from it? Why else would she have a big fat luggage on wheels behind her? "What are you doing here?" Katie asked, dropping her fork, and Mandy smiled. "You look like you don't want me here, Katie," Mandy replied, taking a seat next to John, who smiled sweetly at her. "I simply asked a question." "Well, you'll get an answer. I asked sweet John here if I could stay for a few months, and he agreed." "A few months?" Sadie asked, also dropping her cutlery. A few months was simply too much. "Yeah, maybe 6 or so," she replied, and I could see a frown settle over Katie's face. "Why do you want to stay here for 6 months?" she asked, pushing grilled salmon into her mouth. "That's between me and John, but I'd like to point out that John's house has become really fun. I would like to share in the happiness, too," she said, then looked around. "I don't see Lucas." "That's Alpha Lucas to you," Katie said immediately. "Oh, come on, I'm sure he wouldn't mind. I'll ask him myself if he wants to drop formalities. So where's he?" she asked, still looking around. "Why do you want to?" Sadie was asking, but John interrupted. "He went on a business trip. Would you like to have dinner with us?" he asked, tapping his dish slightly. "Sure, I'd love that," she replied, and John signaled for the maids to get dinner for Mandy also. As Mandy's dinner arrived, it got even more weird. She began to talk about Lucas, and I hated it. I wasn't just the only one disliking it. Sadie and Katie were clearly unhappy about it. I would have loved to see his handsome face. I think we'd have some chemistry, though. Mandy rambled on. "Why? Do you like him? You think you can get a shot with him?" John asked with a sweet smile. "If I could get a shot with him, that would be nice. You wouldn't mind, would you?" "It would be too fun for me to mind," he replied, swirling water in his glass. "You're his nephew. Definitely you know what he likes." Mandy probed, and John smiled again. "Get him drunk while wearing office clothes," he said, and laughed. "And don't make your intentions known." "Wow, so he likes the old-fashioned type." "No way, office clothes are the only clothes that make you look serious, Mandy," he said, and laughed. "Really? I look unserious all the time? I bet I'd be able to charm Lucas either way." "Can you please stop talking? We're dining," Sadie snapped. "I thought you attacked me a while ago when I said you shouldn't talk while eating," John replied, and she rolled her eyes. "That doesn't matter. She's talking too much, and a kid is at the table. What do you expect me to think?" Sadie asked, and John sighed. "You heard the kid, Mandy," he replied, and went back to eating his dinner. The whole thing was uncomfortable for me. I hated the sight of Mandy, who kept throwing glances at me, with smiles that suggested she was mocking me. After dinner, Sadie asked to meet with me, and I joined her outside in front of the pool. The breeze ruffled my hair as I walked to her, and when I got to her, she turned sharply with her hands on her little waist. "You need to do something. Mandy is all over Lucas. You can't just sit there and—" "Why can't I just sit there? You're the one who wants to match make, so if you insist on doing it, then do it yourself however you please. I never agreed to helping you," I said, and she scoffed. "Nice try. Well, I don't care about that. You have to tell John to kick Mandy out. Tell him you don't want her," she said, and it was my turn to scoff. There was no way in hell I was telling John to do that. No matter what she was going to threaten me with, I wasn't going to do it. I can't. Begging him would make him think he has the upper hand over me. "He does have the upper hand over you," she pointed out. "Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? He doesn't feel that way. It would be too low of me if I go to him and tell him to kick Mandy out. Do you think he wouldn't request something of me if he were to kick her out? John is nothing more than my boss. I have severed all other ties with him," I said, folding my arms and making it clear that I wasn't going to do it. "You're right," she said, turning around slowly, and I could see her brain turning like clockwork in her skull. "He would think he still has you. We don't want that." We? I asked, brushing back the hair from my face. Yes, we. Mandy is eyeing Lucas, and that is annoying. I have to deal with her. Look at you talking about dealing with someone. If you think Mandy's the only one eyeing Lucas, then you're wrong. I'm wrong? She's not... Wait, Katie likes Lucas? Is that why she was so thorny tonight? She asked with wide eyes and left her mouth open. Yes. This is all wrong. Lucas isn't for Katie. You should stop matchmaking and do things that normal 8-year-olds do. I said, and she scoffed. Sounds like you're calling me abnormal. Follow me. Let's meet that idiot. She said, walking away, and I hit my forehead with my palm and bit my lip, wishing I could just drag her hair and scream at her to stop. I followed her as she looked around frantically. I saw her around here somewhere, she said, then suddenly began to run forward. Sadie, I called, but she didn't listen. I followed breathlessly, and we came into the garden. Mandy was laying on a blanket there, with a maid massaging her back, a cocktail and a bowl of fruits next to her. Hey, Sadie called out, and Mandy groaned. What's with this little kid? I heard her ask. You can leave, she said to the maid, who got up, packed her things, and left. Mandy sat up and knotted her robe. Leave, there's no room for you here, Sadie said straightforwardly, and Mandy tucked her legs inward. No room? Yes. What if I say something that will give me a room here? Mandy asked, looking pleased. I didn't come here unprepared. I knew what I was signing up for. What do you think you have that would enable you staying here? Sadie asked defiantly. Dorella's gay, juicy news for the family, Mandy said, picking up her cocktail, and Sadie froze. There was no more debating. Mandy was staying, Emily's povee. Sadie couldn't have Dorella outed to the scary family she had, and despite myself, I was unhappy that Mandy had to stay. Who said she was gay? Sadie asked. I don't need to debate that with you. If you're so uncomfortable, we only need to walk over to the next mansion and call for an urgent family meeting, Mandy said, sticking a fork into a sliced watermelon. You know, it's your choice, darling. You can choose to reveal Dorella's secret and cause problems, or you can simply choose to back off and lay low, Mandy said, putting her watermelon into her mouth and chewing slowly. Lucky you. You get off this time, but not for long, Sadie said with cold venom, then turned around. Follow me, she commanded, storming away, and it hurt my pride. What? You're subject to an 8-year-old now? Mandy asked with an amused smirk. Emily, Sadie called, and I looked at Mandy. If you think so, I replied and walked away, that after Sadie, who had me boiling quite hard. It's quite late, don't you think? I have work to do, and if you had any consideration or respect, you wouldn't show everyone that you have something on me. Where else are we going? I asked, with my voice getting louder by the second, but she didn't reply. I kicked the floor hard and almost fell, causing me to curse without intending to. Sadie went to her mother's mansion, and I bit my lip hard. Where did she want me to go? Did she intend to cry to her mother because she lost? The maids preparing the household for bed all bowed as me and Sadie passed by, and they didn't stay in her way. They probably recognized that she was in a foul temper. I followed Sadie through the unfamiliar mansion, and we walked into an elevator, which took us to the highest floor, and she stepped out angrily. We got to her room, and I saw it was completely draped in pink. Pink walls, wardrobe, shelves, books, desk, chair, bed sheets, bed frame, curtains, doors, middle frame, everything was pink. She dragged a large pink bag that could contain her and still leave enough space and went to her wardrobe. She threw clothes into it, toys, bedtime books, shoes, bags, snacks, her phone, and other unimportant things that 8-year-olds considered relevant. What are you doing? I asked as she zipped the bag. I'm also staying at John's mansion. What? Are you crazy? I never give up. Never. I always get what I want, and I will get what I want. You are the only lady fit for Lucas, and I will boast and brag that I joined you two together, she said, dragging the huge bag out. I refrained myself from biting my lip because if I did, it would be so bloody that blood would run down. She drove me crazy. Sadie, you just can't. Everyone still thinks I'm engaged to John, and even though they know, Lucas doesn't like women and will never like the woman his nephew ought to have married. I also can't marry my ex's uncle. You shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Just watch cartoons and read bedtime stories. Why are you like this? I asked, getting more enraged because she didn't reply me. What was her deal? I was very sure she would go back on her word and tell everyone I slept with Lucas if I told her I didn't mind everyone knowing I was no longer with John. I followed her back to John's mansion, and she chose the room next to mine. Even more frustrating, I walked into my room and punched my chair to the floor. The Grangers were driving me crazy. I can't even recall how I slept, but I knew I was awake for a long time, folding my arms while staring at the ceiling from my bed. When I woke up, I nearly screamed as I saw black hair coming out from under my sheets. I sat up and pulled back the blankets. Sadie was there, curled up like a cat, and I couldn't save myself as I fell backwards to the floor. "Why so shocked? You don't like sharing your bed?" she asked sleepily and sat up. "Ouch," I said, trying to rub my aching butt. She yawned and stretched, showcasing sweet flexibility. "You wake really late. I've been to your room thrice. Do you dream a whole movie in your head before waking? Even movies don't take that long to end. I'd say you were watching seasonal movies," she said, and I got up. "Why were you in my room thrice?" I feel so annoyed. Mandy keeps walking around half-dressed. She was in her undies this morning. "What?" I asked, with my mouth falling open. "Yes, just her brassiere and panty," she said, seeming satisfied with my shock. "Is she crazy?" "She's nuts. She lost it already," Sadie replied, and I sat on the bed. "Then you don't have to worry about her stealing Lucas. He'll never look her way if she goes around semi-naked," I said, and Sadie smiled slowly. I can also spread horrible stories," she said. Sadie and I spent the whole day in my room, and it wasn't too uncomfortable, except that about 30 pink things had already found positions in my room. Sadie sat on my bed, watching cartoons, while I worked on my desk, and it actually felt like we had been roommates forever. Her giggling was loud, but it made my room feel alive. She also did the job of getting us our breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The next day, she bounced on me while I was still sleeping. "Brush your teeth. Lucas is home," she said, and I sat up, pushing her off me. Why did I feel so happy to hear he was home? "He's home," I asked, and she giggled, getting off the bed. "I'm saying you're in love with him. You're so happy." "Happy? Who? Ha! You're so wrong." "By the way, isn't that my brush on the floor?" I asked, pointing to a brush on the floor. "Oh yeah, that. I used it to brush my shoes," she said, and I had already grabbed the pillow and thrown it at her before I could think. She giggled and ran out the door. "Don't use mine," she shouted. "Why would I?" I shouted back. We had breakfast, and Sadie left for school. Immediately, Lucas left the table to go to the stairs. I followed after him. "Welcome," I said, and he turned. "Oh, thanks. How are you feeling? Did you rest?" he asked, and I smiled. "I did," I replied, and glanced at his handsome face before taking my gaze back to the wall. "That's nice. Do you want to say something?" he asked, ruffling his hair coolly. Back then, you said something like anyways." I stuck out my hand, looking at him with a brave smile. "You wanted to be friends. I want to be friends too. Let's be friends," I said, feeling my chest grow light as a slow smile crept onto his face. "It's nothing, Emily. It's just the feeling of gaining a new friend. Just that feeling." Tickly, Emily's pove. He took my hand and refused to leave it, staring at me like he was trying to read me. "What's so weird about agreeing to be friends?" I asked, looking away with my face flushing. "What made you change your mind?" he asked, still holding on to my hand, which was growing warmer by the moment. "What made me change my mind? I just thought it was rude to—" "No, you definitely didn't. There must be a reason," he said, and I pursed my lips and looked straight into his mesmerizing green eyes. "I thought you wanted to blackmail me about it. I thought you were like John, so I said no. But now I know you're not that way, so I thought it wouldn't hurt to have a friend." I blurted out, snatching my hand out of his, and he laughed. "You're something else. Does everyone with Granger as their last name seem shady to you?" he asked, pushing his hands into his pockets. "That was then. Maybe you're the only one who's not shady. You, the kids, well, except Sadie," I replied, and he chuckled. "So are we friends now?" I asked, and he nodded. I took your hand. "Oh, great. So you're still fine with me calling you Lucas?" "Do I look like I'd want to be called Alpha Lucas by a friend?" he asked, and I smiled, excited at the prospect of having a friend. Because of John, I never had much time to hang out with friends, so it was weird having someone else I could call a friend apart from Dahlia. "I'm going to be less formal now." As you please, he said with a smile, and I smiled in return and spotted something on his hair. Friends do this, I said, reaching up to brush it off his hair, only to discover it was a ray of sun. His hair was soft. Wow. It was totally unlike John's. It was soft, smooth, and I wanted to dig my hands in it. What's on it? He asked, dusting his hair, and I took my hand off. It flew off. Some kind of particle or stuff. I lied, blushing. Why are your cheeks growing redder by the moment? He asked, and I coughed, moving backwards. Red? I'm cold, I said, touching my cheeks with both hands. He just had something about him that made me act really stupid and awkward. What was his deal? When talking, was it a must for him to stare so attentively at the person? Why wouldn't my innocent cheeks turn red? He was staring fixedly at me. You were smiling, he pointed out. Of course, you're also smiling, I said, lifting my head slightly in his direction. No, you were smiling to yourself, he said, pointing to my cheek. I recalled something really funny. The lie came as soon as I needed it. I didn't know why I felt so jumpy around him. Maybe it was just something the Granger family had. I was always jumpy around John until we got really close. So do you want to exchange digits? I'm going to rant to you anytime your pig-headed cousin does something bad to me, I said, and he burst into laughter, falling back a few steps. Pig-headed? He asked, smiling as he extended his phone to me. I typed in my number and handed both my phone and his to him. He typed in his number, and I saved it as Alpha Lucas should anyone unwanted see it. Bye, I said, turning away and trying to walk casually. Once I turned down the corridor, I ran to my room. Sadie was there, spreading the bedsheet, and I took in deep breaths as I closed the door. Why was I so excited? Maybe because Lucas had become a ray of light in the otherwise dark mansion. Why are you so excited? Sadie asked, and I showed her my phone. I got his number, I said, sitting on my bed. You did? Sadie asked, snatching my phone. Oh yeah, this is how I want you to behave. This is positive signs. So is that all? She asked, shifting closer to me, and I shifted away. You're one nosy kid. I accepted to be friends, and that's all, I replied, and she winked at me, which made me cringe. Gosh, what an impressive family, I said, getting off the bed and making my way to the bathroom. They were just too weird. Hurry up, let's go out for ice cream, I heard her say from the room. You're taking me out for ice cream because I got his number? I asked while washing my face. Just hurry up, don't waste my time, she said, and I packed my hair into a ponytail. I have work to do. John has 2 more secretaries at his disposal. He sure is having the time of his life, I heard her say, followed by something smashing onto the ground. What's that? I asked, dashing to the door. I opened it and saw she was no longer in the room, but there was my mug shattered on the floor near my desk. I slammed the bathroom door shut and bit my lip hard. I'll wait. The day will come when I wring your hair out of your scalp, Sadie, I said, grinding my teeth. Sadie took me out for ice cream later in the evening, and crazily enough, people thought I gave birth to her. Do I look that old? I asked her as we settled in chairs with our ice cream. Yes, she replied curtly and waved for the waitress, who came to us immediately. I guess their eyesight isn't too good then. Don't you think it's weird that they think a pretty mother gave birth to an ugly duckling? I asked casually, stabbing my ice cream with the fork, pretending I wasn't saying it on purpose. What? She asked, already looking red. What would you have, ma'am? The waitress asked. 2 plates of dessert, the cheapest and the most expensive one, please, she said, and I laughed. I'm relieved. This proves you're a kid. A weird one, maybe, but at least I don't have to think an old spirit is living inside of you, I said, taking a spoon from the ice cream, and she looked like she wanted to punch me. You get the worst dessert for your stupid words. Yes, ma'am, I replied, absent-mindedly. Maybe I'm getting too lenient on you. I should spice things up a bit. How will you do that? I asked, placing my elbows on the table. Telling you to choose between kissing Lucas in front of John and telling everyone you're in love with Lucas and broke up with John because of that, she said, and my expression changed to one of spite. Eat up, and stuff your face with ice cream. You're one little devil. Isn't collecting his number and becoming friends enough for you to stop bugging me for a week? I asked, and she laughed. Stop bugging you for a week, kill me first. On our way back, we met Lucas sitting by the pool, and Sadie took my hand, leading me towards him. "Hey, Lucas, enjoying the night air?" she asked with a smile. "Sure. Where are you coming from?" "Emily took me out for ice cream," she replied immediately. "Isn't it the other way round?" I asked, and she pinched me. "You're so nice," she said and walked away. "She took me out for ice cream because I got your number," I told Lucas, and he burst into laughter. "I think she watches too many teen movies." "No, she stays in my room most of the time, and she's always watching cartoons. I know a number of them, the character names, and what happens most of the time in them," I said, making him chuckle. "Do you want to go on a friendly date tomorrow?" he asked, and I stopped. Friendly date? Emily's pove. My face grew hot, and I was thankful for the cover of the night, unless he'd have seen my face color up. A friendly date? The word friendly seemed invisible in my head. Was there such? I thought dates were only meant for lovers. John spoke endlessly about you being pretty whenever you blushed. I can't help but notice the truth in that tonight, he said, and I colored up even more. "You can see my face clearly?" I asked, raising a hand to my cheek. "Don't forget to add the word friendly in your head when you're thinking of what I said, because it looks to me like you discarded the friendly and dwelled on the date alone," he said, and I stepped backwards like it would help to shield my face better. Was he a mind reader or something? Who says I discarded the word friendly? I didn't. So when is the time for this friendly date, and what are we going to do? Just movies. Stuff like that. I've been really bored having to work, and work like my life only has one pattern, he said, running a hand through his hair. "You're not alone. I'm wondering if I'll spend 3 years stuck in between the house and the company," I replied, and he chuckled. "I think we'll make good friends, so we'll leave the house as soon as you're done with your work," he replied, and I nodded. "That's convenient. John wouldn't have anything to say," I pointed out with a smile. "So, have a nice night," I said, and walked away. John was in the living room, engrossed in a movie, and I stopped a few feet away from him. "Mr. Granger? Gosh, would you stop that already? Just call me John. What's the matter with you? Don't you think you're just being plain stupid?" he asked, sitting upright, and that stung. "I have a question," I said, ignoring him, and he paused the movie he was watching. "Ask away," he said, and I held my hands behind me. "I'll like to know my work for tomorrow. I want to see what they're about, and if it's possible to get started tonight," I said. "Shouldn't you be resting? I heard you went to the hospital while I was away. You fainted, something like that," he said, sticking his little finger into his ear. "I'm fine. I'll like to." "Forget about it. Just go to your room." "Mister, stop that crap and leave," he bellowed, grabbing a pillow hard. He wanted to throw it, but had reminded himself of who I was. "Emily, just go," he said, placing his fingers on his face. Without another word, I left his presence. He was a jerk, and everything he did annoyed me. No matter how much work he gave me, I was going to finish it on time, and if he gave me more, I would decline. "So what did Lucas say?" Sadie asked, pausing her rambling cartoon as I entered the room. "He wants us to go on a friendly date," I said, sinking into the seat in front of my dressing mirror. "What? Oh my God. There's an opportunity for me," she squealed, coming to pat my shoulder like I was the 8-year-old between us. "You have to wake really early tomorrow. I have something for us to do," she said, bouncing out the door, and I hit my head on the desk. "I'm tired," I muttered. The next morning, Sadie woke me earlier than usual. "I hired someone to do your work. Now get up," she said, pulling my hair. "Ah! There are better ways to wake someone, Sadie," I shouted, sitting up immediately. "Nope, this is the best," she said, and splashed water on my face. My mouth fell open as my nightshirt and bedsheet became soaked. "What the heck is wrong with you? Get up! You have no respect, freak. How could you just—" "You should know I respect no one. Now get up. Make me," I said strongly. "You slept with Lou," she began to say at the top of her voice. "Ah, I'm up," I said, jumping out of bed to seal her mouth. "Bathe," she said, and I swore silently as I made my way to the bathroom. I took my bathe as quickly as I could, and Sadie and I sneaked out of the house, jumping through the window in the storeroom. "This feels like skipping school," I said as I dropped down on the grass and turned to help her. "I do this all the time. Did it recently. she said, jumping down by herself and ignoring my help. I'm not a baby, she added, walking away, and I shook my head, going after her. I'm more than double of your age. Of course, you're a baby, I muttered. Sadie ordered her driver to drive us to a mall where she passed me her mother's VIP card. Sadie, shut it. It looks better when you do it, she said, walking past me into the VIP section, and I immediately showed the security the card before they could stop her and piss her off. All right, let's shop, she said, skipping through the rows and rows of clothes. Something sweet, light, and beautiful, she added, trailing her fingers among the clothes. I have clothes, you didn't need to do this, I said, eyeing a beautiful wine dress which was made of smooth satin. I reached out my hand to touch it, but Sadie stuck a pink dress in my face. Wow, I said, but pushed it away. It's a friendly date, I reminded her. Well, to me, it shouldn't be, she said, pushing the pink dress back to me. It had just a single long netty sleeve off the shoulder and was fitted to the hips where it flared a little. Golden buttons ran down the middle, and its quality was no joke. I would look too good in it, and Lucas would get the impression I dressed up for him. Here, Sadie said, handing me a white bag, and took my hand, dragging me to the shoes section, where she picked out beautiful white heels. Now, you just need a white beret to finish the sweet job, she said, bouncing around. How could an 8-year-old become the way Sadie had become? Sadie found the white beret she wanted for me, and we took it all home. She left my room for a while and returned with makeup products and a maid. Sadie, no, it's getting late. When do you want to return? The later you are, the shorter the date becomes. She snapped, and the maid smiled. I'm happy you're going on a date. Mr. Granger is totally not worth you, she said, taking out the makeup products, and Sadie smiled at her. I think I like you already, so dress her up beautifully, Sadie said, and the maid nodded. It was light makeup, but it was obvious to whoever saw me that I was prettier. Sadie, this would look like it's all my doing, I said, turning around as the maid combed my brown hair slowly. She didn't even bother looking at me. She was buried in a large picture book with wide, expectant eyes and a little smile. When the maid had left, she dropped the book and walked over to me. Smile, smile. When you're with him, smile. You're prettiest when you do, she said, adjusting the beret on my head. Seriously, Sadie, this is ridiculous. If I get caught going out like this, if you smile, it would charm Lucas. Are you listening? Just let me get dressed in a sweatshirt and jeans. I'll still look good, and no one would think I'm going on a date. No one would suspect me. If you listen to me and make this fun for Lucas, because trust me, I'll ask him, I won't bug you for a full week, she said, and my eyes widened. That was a deal not to miss, and I didn't think it would be hard to impress Lucas. Deal? Sadie asked, and I bit my lip. It was going to be fun anyway, and it would earn me a Sadie-free week. Deal. Lucas Povey. I waited across the street as Sadie had forced me to, and it had taken almost 15 minutes before I finally saw Emily walking towards me. She kept looking around like she was afraid someone might see her, but my eyes were all for her. She looked so lovely and incredibly beautiful. Her brown hair bounced around her shoulders as she walked quickly with heels that seemed to have been made for her little feet. The dress did well to outline her curves before flaring at her hips. The pink of it made her fair skin stand out in the early afternoon sun, and her large white beret made her look cute. As she came closer, holding her little white bag with restless fingers, I could see she had applied a little makeup. Sadie did all this, was the first thing she said when she came to stand in front of me. What? I asked, not expecting that to be the first thing she'd say. She dressed me up. I had totally no say in this, but can we go now? I'm afraid Mandy has an habit of trying to follow me. She saw us having coffee the other day, you know, she said, walking round the car and opening the passenger door. I smiled to myself and got into the driver's seat. She smelled nice and filled my car with her scent. I began to drive, and shortly she rolled up the windows. I think the rain is likely to fall, she said when she noticed me glancing at her. Oh, really? Not today, I said, looking out at the darkening skies. Everything looked bright earlier. Yeah, you never know when the rain suddenly wants to drown out the beauty of the sun, she said, smiling. Actually, there's something I haven't thanked you for yet, she said, and I raised a brow. What's that? The stress-relieving day. The one where we went to the arcade and a water park. Oh yeah, what about it? Thanks. I was having a really bad day. It was so bad, and you just appeared out of the blue and made me laugh. I was happy, she said, and it gave me a sense of fulfillment to hear her say that. I'm glad I was able to help, I said, smiling. That day was really funny, though, she said, chuckling. I personally enjoyed the water games, she added. Those were a blast. I admit it was fun. Do you want to go again? I asked, throwing her a little glance. I think I'd prefer something new. I've only ever been to the movies with John. I'm wondering what it would feel like to go with someone else, she replied. What kind of movies do you watch? I asked, as the rain began to patter on the windows. Any kind, as long as it's fun. She replied, still smiling, and I could feel she was just as excited as I was. When we got to the cinema, we had to run out of the car because we hadn't brought any umbrellas. The building was cold, and we knew the theater would be colder. Thanks to Sadie, I'm going to freeze in the theater, Emily said when our movie began and we walked in. I took off my cardigan and draped it over her shoulders, surprising her. Oh no, you don't have to, she was saying, but I held her lightly by the shoulders and led the way to one of the top seats. The noise was loud, and the theater was cozy. Families, lovers, people who came alone, and friends filled the hall, and I was more than happy we had gone for a comic movie. I watched as Emily tried to hold her laughter in, and she looked like a cute donut each time she tried to hinder the laughter. Suddenly, she hit me and burst out laughing like she was going to die. About 100 different sounds of laughter rose from the audience, but I could hear hers alone and feel the tingling sensation of her hit. She took in deep breaths, only to crumble in waves of laughter again. Another hit landed on my shoulder as the main character placed his hand in the puke of the girl he had considered an angel, who had turned out to be a pig in human form. Ouch, I said without intending to. I'm sorry, gosh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I thought I stopped this habit, she said, looking from her hands to me, and I turned away, laughing. I'm sorry, she pressed on. Look, she wants to kiss him. I pointed and she turned back to the large screen with the movie reflecting in her eyes. Her eyes widened and her jaw fell as she watched the main character look like he was going to die. She burst into laughter again, along with everyone else, and I laughed. Not because of the movie, but because of her. She looked like an entirely different person when she laughed. I looked at her popcorn, which had almost reached rock bottom, and I poured mine into it. She put her hand in and dug it into the popcorn absent-mindedly. It lit my face with a smile. A moment later, she looked at the popcorn. You're done with yours? She asked, looking at my popcorn bag. Isn't it funny that yours seems to refill? I asked, and she choked, then laughed. Why would you do that? I feel like a glutton, she said, smiling. But thank you. I enjoyed it. We left the theater, and she kept on talking on and on about the movie, which she enjoyed deeply. The rain had stopped, and we stopped at a nearby cafe with chairs arranged outside and beautiful umbrellas overshadowing each table. We took one and ordered cake with ice cream. You know, what happened to Chen in that movie actually happened to me once, she said as she pushed a spoon into her cake. What was that? I wrote a love letter addressed to John, but it ended up in the hands of someone else, she said, and I chuckled. Shocker. Of course it was. I felt so bad that I couldn't tell him he wasn't the one I addressed the letter to. Did he really believe it was meant for him? Yes. My letter was so beautiful that he didn't even want to entertain the possibility that it wasn't from him. Well, let's see your skills. Write something short, I said, and she blushed. Okay, she said, taking out a little notepad and a pen from her bag. She wrote with a smile, and I stared at her. Here, she said, blushing even harder. The stars led me to you. You're my lavender and blue. Love struck, there's nothing more I can do, except stare at the trees each day and think of you. I laughed after reading it, and she seemed to turn into a tomato. Why laughing? It's that bad, she asked, but I couldn't stop laughing. At least, give me a feedback, she said, covering her face. No, I just didn't see you as a romantic. Gosh, where do you learn stuff like this? I asked, and she burst into laughter. It's inbuilt. It's beautiful. I said, looking at her elegant handwriting. I tore the page off the book, folded the paper, and kept it in my pocket. "It's mine now," I said, and the crimson of her face seemed to deepen. "I wasn't going to take it back anyway," she said, and we continued talking until the rain began to fall again. It was getting late, and I didn't want us to return at night. "Do we run in the rain?" Emily asked, looking around, and a little girl with her mother watched her. "I guess. Oh no, it's too cold," she said, looking at her feet. "Here, Mum has a bigger umbrella," the little girl said, handing her a little umbrella. "Oh no, you don't need to," Emily said immediately, but the girl's mother smiled. "You're wearing Lydia's favorite color. Just take the umbrella," she said, and Emily dug her hand into her bag, taking out sweets. "Here, Lydia, thank you so much," she said, and the girl squealed at the sight of the sweets. Emily insisted on sharing the tiny umbrella with me, and we stuck to each other like glue as we ran to the car. The rain still managed to get to us, and we laughed as the cold seemed to blow the nerves out of us. We got into the car, and Emily sighed. I tried to drive, only to realize the car wasn't starting. "Damn, what's wrong with you? You were working just fine," I said, and looked at the darkened sky. "It's quite late," Emily said. Apparently, she was sharing my thoughts. "This won't do. Let's get a taxi," I said, and we stepped out again, walking to the road so we could catch a taxi faster. Shortly, a motorbike raced in our direction, splashing water as it came. Emily, trying to avoid the water splashing on her as it passed us by, moved closer and stumbled against me. I held her shoulder to stable her and asked if she was fine, but she didn't reply. Her eyes were somewhere else. My lips, Emily's pove. My heart was thundering, and it seemed like it would tear out of my chest as I found that I couldn't tear my eyes off his lips. I was finally losing my senses. Even my saliva was hard to swallow, and it took him tilting his head to try to decipher what was wrong with me, to get my eyes off him. I turned away sharply, stepping into the rain and stepping backwards after feeling the harsh and direct coldness. I bumped against him and jumped. It was tempting to place my hand on my chest and try to make it stop beating hard. "Why? Did you want to kiss me?" I heard him ask, and I turned to him immediately. "No. Why? Why would you say that?" I asked, shaking my head and playing dumb. He smirked, and his eyes fell to my lips. I swallowed hard and stepped out of the umbrella. "There's a taxi," I shouted, running towards a vacant taxi approaching us in the far distance. He was next to me shortly, covering me alone with the small umbrella. We got into the taxi. While Lucas called someone who'd help him fix his car immediately, the rain stopped. I looked out the window the whole time and didn't even know when I slept. My head was on his shoulder when the car stopped right outside the mansion. I raised my head abruptly and pushed the door open, staggering as I hadn't woken my body fully. The rain had stopped, night had fallen, and the air smelled like rain, sweet and fresh. We paid the taxi and walked into the mansion. "I haven't eaten food today. You?" he asked. I actually didn't notice that I didn't eat too. "Do you want to have dinner together?" I asked, and he nodded. "Let's have it by the pool. I'll have the maid set it up. You should get changed," he said, and I walked quickly towards the sliding doors with a smile on my face. I met only a few maids on my way, who asked if I needed anything, but I turned them down nicely. Thankfully, Sadie wasn't in my room. I checked on her in her room and saw she was fast asleep, curled under the sheets. In my room, I took off my clothes and spread them in the bathroom before taking a quick warm shower and wearing a large t-shirt and a pair of baggy jeans. I dried my hair and packed it in a bun, smiling as I thought about the day. When I was all done, Lucas was by the pool, grilling meat with a jug of orange juice and a bottle of wine. He had also changed, and I wondered how he could be faster than I was. My hands found their way into my warm pockets and I approached him. I always wonder why ladies take such a long time when it comes to stuff like dressing and leaving their rooms, he commented as I took my seat. I didn't take that long. "Really?" he asked, and I chuckled. "Okay, maybe I did take some time. Is the orange juice for me?" I asked, pointing, and he nodded. "You were drunk the last time," he said, sitting next to me. "Oh yeah, I recall," I said and bit my lip. I had almost kissed him then. I love grilling meat when the air is as clear as this. "You seem to like beef a lot," I said, taking one of the grilled beef. I placed it into my mouth and juggled it on my tongue as I chewed rapidly. Its hotness contrasts with the cold, I said, chewing carefully. It's really delicious when the hotness has cooled. I commented, savoring the taste of it. Ever since I was young, I liked trying out steaks and different types of meat. It was like an hobby. I'd treat myself out once a week to try meat I'd never eaten. He replied, and I smiled. That sounds lonely, I commented. Probably. I met Trey in high school. Trey, your friend? I asked, and he nodded. Yeah, he was weird to me. He seemed to be the one breaking the girls' hearts instead of vice versa. That was new to me. Did you get your heart broken? My God, so many times. Throughout middle school, I sobbed every season. He said, and something about the way he said it made me laugh. Every season? Yeah, I came to middle school with hopes of romance. It's hard to think you were ever that way. Oh, I was, but I was too naive and young. The older girls all crowded around me, making my heart beat with their nasty pickup lines. They found out who I was. My money was the sole reason I was popular. Whenever they ditched me due to some threat from my family, I always thought the next one would be better. But they were all the same. They followed the same pattern over and over. I wanted comfort from them badly because girls know how to comfort. They made me feel good, important, and needed. I once stole Raymond's card to host a birthday party for one of them. He said, and I chuckled. I got a load of talk from Genevieve, and only Mira took my side, saying a kid needed to know how to splurge. Seriously? I asked, laughing. I felt like a fool for every girl who said she couldn't stop thinking about me. God, I was so stupid. He said, and I laughed again. They knew you were the rich, easy pie. Exactly. But over the summer before high school, I thought of how bad middle school had been and didn't want high school that way. That was when I began to hate girls, and Trey found me really weird. The girls all seemed to follow the same pattern and say the same lame pickup words. I could predict every lady, and I was never wrong. You were wrong once. You probably thought I was like them. Funny enough, I didn't. Hearing about you from John, I thought you were like them, but I had never met you. When I saw you at the bar, I didn't see you as one of them. You just came off as different. He said, and I blushed, taking a slice of beef hastily into my mouth to hide it. You're a good judge of people, then. I guess I am. I just liked you. If I didn't, your life would have been more hell in this mansion. I laughed. I'm glad you liked me. Who knew how many sleepless nights I'd have filled with tears? I said dramatically, and he laughed. What do you think of Mandy? I asked, and he gave me a queer look before rolling his eyes. We both burst into laughter, and there was nothing funny in it, but we kept on laughing. However, as I laughed, I saw John watching from the darker side of the pool, and there was an ominous look in his eyes. He looked dangerous as he watched us, Emily's pove. I brought my laughter to a stop slowly, and Lucas's laughter also subsided. As he focused on the meat he was grilling, John walked towards us with his hands in his pockets. Gosh, jealousy made him look like an insane psychiatric patient who escaped from the hospital. What's the occasion? He asked as he approached us. Burning hot beef against the chilly cold weather, Lucas said, picking up a slice of beef and offering it to him. John opened his mouth, and Lucas dropped the meat in. John juggled the meat in his mouth and sat on the chair in front of us. Why the maids had placed 3 chairs there in the first place, I had no idea. Mind if I join? He asked, with mouth dancing to the rhythm of the hot beef. Sure, there's enough to eat, Lucas replied, and I took a long drink from my orange juice. It was refreshing, but unfortunately I couldn't feel it. John stared at me. Why were you laughing? He asked, and I got to my feet. Have a nice night, Mr. Granger, I said, then turned to Lucas. Thanks for the meat. You're good at grilling, but I'm feeling a little tired. I think I'll sleep first, I said, and he nodded, understanding that John was the last person I wanted to dine with at the moment. Emily, John called, but I didn't reply. I dug my hands into my pockets deeper. Emily, can't you hear me? I'm off work, Mr. Granger, I said strongly, and went through the sliding door into the little hall leading to the foyer. Why did he have to spoil the mood? At the corridor leading to my room, I happened to see some maids cleaning the portraits there while talking. Gosh, pride swelled in my heart. One of them said, What is wrong with that man? After cheating on his sweet fiancée, he still has the guts to ask his secretary to sleep with him again? The other asked, and I raised a brow. He's trash compared to Alpha Lucas. You should have seen how flat Miss Katie rejected him. She was firm on her word and told him to employ her for sexual activities before he harassed her. What if he does hire her for sexual activities? Another asked. Of course that will never happen. How can you hire someone who never applied for a job and isn't interested in it? The other said, and they continued to speak. I smiled to myself. It must have hit John hard. His ego, pride, and oh so precious self-esteem must have suffered a huge hit. Maybe that was why he brought Mandy in. She was staying in exchange for sexual activities. She also told him she'd quit before she'd let him touch her. Then he told her to stay away from Alpha Lucas. He was enraged. I walked into the hall casually and they all shut their mouths abruptly. I heard it all already, I said with a satisfied smile. Then I picked the napkin which had fallen from a maid's hands and handed it to her. We're on the same side, I said smiling and walked towards my room, whistling like the worst amateur on earth. I opened my door and when I closed it, I got such a shock that I screamed. Sadie was at my dressing mirror in her pajamas. You're just getting in? She asked with a smile. Gosh, you're creepy. Go to sleep. Don't think I'm telling you stuff tonight. I said, but half an hour later, I was rambling on and on about the movie and the date itself. She listened to it all like I was narrating a cartoon I'd watched, and it was weird talking to someone apart from Dahlia. Her facial expressions were alive, ranging from surprise, excitement, and anticipation. I blamed John, though. He had reduced me to talking with an 8-year-old. Admit you like him. You've been blushing the whole time. You're too young to know the difference between friendliness and romance. Go to sleep, I snapped, dragging her off my bed and pushing her to the door. It would be better for you if you just admitted it, though, she said. Good night, I whispered, pushing her out, but I hadn't walked away 5 steps when my door burst open, and she ran to jump on my bed. I'm sleeping here tonight, she said, rolling herself in my covers and disarranging the bed. The next evening, everyone prepared for a family dinner to celebrate the completion of Lady Mira's new company. The house was buzzing, with all the maids being really busy. They were given the permission to dine in the garden, as Lady Mira was in a really festive mood. While the food was being set, Sadie dragged me to a sofa in the living room. Where are the maids? I need something cold, she said. There's no one in here. They're all outside. What do you want from me? I asked tiredly, laying back in my chair. I came up with a plan for you to kiss Lucas. What? I asked, sitting upright. Wait, don't say a thing yet. Listen to me. I watched a movie from Dorella's phone. The lady was wet, cold, shivering, and they were in a treehouse on a date. I'm going to check the weather and wait for the day it's going to rain hard. I'll tell Lucas I want a treehouse date with him. I'll get you with me under the rain, wet and soaking, and then stay for a while. After that, I'll leave saying I need to sleep for half an hour, and there's your cue. It will be cozy. She squealed, and I hit my forehead with my palm. Just do what 8-year-olds do, I snapped. Why do you keep telling me that? She asked, throwing the books in which she had drawn her plan on me. Because it's good advice. That was a movie. It was scripted, and why would I kiss Lucas? You're out of your mind. Why is it such a big deal? She asked, and I couldn't believe her. Okay, you're being too extreme here. Maybe I should just tell Lucas about this whole uncomfortable issue. Why would you tell him? She asked, raising her voice. Because you're being ridiculous. Maybe he'll be able to talk some sense into you. He'll knock some sense into me. Dream on. Turns out I have another secret of yours, Emily. You promised not to bother me for a full week. You made me go back on my words. If you're going to act like an adult, then act like a real one and stop confusing me with your insane childishness. Are you going to do it or not? I'm going to tell Lucas. Why would kissing him matter when your pregnancy for him is a much bigger deal? She asked vehemently, and my jaw fell. How did you know that? How did you? Just then, the door from the foyer opened and we both turned sharply. Coming in was Mandy, Emily's POF. We both stopped, and from the corner of my eye, I could see Sadie tense up. My lips trembled and my heart rate began to pick up slowly but steadily, gradually rising to maniacal beating. How did it happen that we were discussing such problematic matters in the living room? Did you both see a ghost? Mandy asked, smoothing her satin evening gown. What? Sadie asked, breathily. You both are sent for. Dinner's about to start, she said, and looked from my face to Sadie's before turning around and walking back out the door. Do you think she heard anything? She didn't, did she? Did she look like she heard us saying something? I asked, with my eyes trained on the door like it would swing open again. I don't know. I'm just as clueless as you are. What was the last thing we said? I asked, suddenly forgetting the last thing I had said. You and the pregnancy. Oh my God, oh my, this isn't good, I said, getting up and placing my hands behind my head. Stop overreacting, Sadie said, getting to her feet. This is all your fault. You know that? Why do you have to be so annoying? It's not something you should be proud of. You should go to church and pray to be blessed with a new attitude. Anyway, we have to talk about the pregnancy stuff. You're going to tell me how you know about it and since when. For now, we have dinner, I said, and walked out of the living room. As I approached the family dining under the light of the moon, my heart seemed to thunder in my chest. What if Mandy had said something to them? Did she hear? If she did, had she been listening enough to understand? Would she come to me? No, if she heard, she'd have been shocked, and she would talk about it because she'd be unable to hold her surprise. Lucas and I sleeping together was the last thing anyone would expect or imagine. I took an empty seat next to Lucas, and the family was too busy talking and eating to notice. Okay, finally, we have a really full house. John is here, Lucas is here, and they also have suitable partners. Lucas, Mandy is a great lady. Don't look at how she behaves. People like her have the kindest hearts, Lady Genevieve said, and Lucas chuckled. Not interested, he said curtly, and she threw a potato at him, which he caught grinning. Look at you. You're not getting younger, are you? Alpha Raymond said. Maybe he has his eyes on another, John said, chewing his steak slowly as he stared at his plate. Is that true? Alpha Will asked, and Lucas smiled. What makes you think I have my eyes on someone? Lucas asked, and John raised his head. You tell me. You're not even sure, Lucas said and poured water for himself. So do you? Mandy asked. None of your business, Lucas replied. It's not Katie, is it? Dorella asked, and Lucas smiled. Oh my God, you like Katie? Lady Mira asked. He never said that, Sadie interrupted. You all are sending flecks of spit my way. Can we all not talk? She asked with a frown. Why should you tell us what to do? Lady Genevieve asked. It's manners, John taught me, Sadie said, and John raised a brow. Nice, he said flatly. You're glowing today, Mandy. Don't worry about Lucas, he'll come around, Lady Genevieve said, and Mandy smiled. I'm glowing? I was about to ask you what to do to glow as you do. You're a beauty, Lady Genevieve. It's like you don't age, Mandy said, blushing, and Lady Genevieve laughed. You are something else, she said, and I tried hard to stop myself from rolling my eyes. I began to cut my steak, and Lucas flicked my hand with his finger. Look at the way you hold your knife, he said with a little chuckle, and I laughed. The knife was bending instead of being straight on the steak. I was absent-minded, I said, smiling, and caught Alpha Will's eyes on me. My smile faded. Emily, why aren't you sitting next to John? I heard Lady Mira ask. Apparently, she had also noticed. The seat was taken already, I said immediately, and she looked at Mandy. Then you should do well to switch, and Daryl, drop your phone. We're at dinner, Lady Mira said, and Daryl dropped his phone, looking sulky. I got up from my chair, pushed it backwards, and took my plate. Mandy did the same, and we switched positions. It was so hard to hide the frown on my face, so I didn't bother looking up. I simply stared down at my food like it was the only place to look at. Then John placed his hand on mine, rubbing it with his thumb. My immediate reaction was to try to shake it off, but I caught Alpha Will watching me. Now, it's perfect, Lady Genevieve said, and I hated the feel of John's soft fingers on mine. They were the fingers he had used to hold Katie and his other whores. He knew I was annoyed, and he reveled in my anger and annoyance. Then, he had the guts to place a peck on my cheek and smiled at me, knowing I was trying not to burst. Behave, I said under my breath, and he laughed, holding onto my hand more securely. This hand is mine, he whispered to me, and I tried hard not to roll my eyes. The dinner was an uncomfortable one, and even though Lucas didn't show interest in any of the passes Mandy made at him, it still made me annoyed. I didn't know why, but I felt protective of him. He was nice to me, and I wanted him to be nice to me alone. Immediately after the dinner, I left John's side and grabbed Sadie's tiny wrist, leading her away. I never said I'm not going with you. You don't have to drag me or everyone might think something's going on, she said, rolling her eyes, and I left her wrist. We both made our way to my room where I locked the door. Sadie folded her arms, sitting on my bed and staring at me like she didn't care if I blew up. How did you know about the pregnancy? And why would you ever think of using it to blackmail me? I asked, and she rolled her eyes. I overheard you both at the hospital. Hospital? How is that possible? That is totally impossible, I said, and she rolled those large eyes again. Remember I told you I skipped school recently? Yeah, it was that day, and I happened to see Lucas coming out of a grocery store with fruits. I called as loud as I could, but he seemed to be in a hurry, and didn't hear me, so I followed him. He walked into the hospital, and my curiosity got the better of me. I followed, pointing to everyone who stared at me that I was with him. At the door, I stopped and listened to the both of you talking. Then he asked what you were going to do when everyone saw you were pregnant. That's what I heard, and when I heard it, she explained, and it just seemed so annoying. So you were so happy that you found something else to blackmail me with? How convenient. You're talking like you didn't know this is the kind of person I am, she said. Well, now because of your stupid childish mind, Mandy could have as well overheard us, I said angrily. How is that my fault? Sadie retorted. How is it not your fault? You just have to have your way, don't you? I accused, and just then there was a knock at the door. We froze. Sadie jumped off the bed and went to the door. Who's there? She asked, but there was no response, so she pushed the door open, and standing there was none other than our current headache. Mandy, Emily's povee. Fear seized my heart, and it seemed iced water was washed down my chest. It was the end. Was I going to be blackmailed by her too? Was this the end? What would happen if the family found out I had slept with Lucas? Already, none of them seemed to like to see me with Lucas. What are you doing eavesdropping on us? I shot at her, and she raised her brows. Eavesdropping? Was there something I wasn't supposed to hear? I only came to make sure you were sleeping well, she said, looking at us cluelessly. Why would you do that? You didn't do that yesterday, or the day before. Sadie pointed out. Tonight was a little intense for Emily. She was stuck with John and was probably boiling inside. I only came to see, she said, feigning innocence. But to me, that was bullshit. I couldn't hope she hadn't heard anymore. If you have heard something, just spit it out. This doesn't suit you, I said, wanting to get it over with immediately, rather than anticipating if she would tell or not, and if she knew or not. Heard what? Now I'm curious, she said, folding her arms and looking at me with interest. Just spit it out, Mandy, Sadie said. You tell me. What did I hear? Mandy asked. So this means you both have a secret you're keeping from everyone. I'm quite curious. So tell me, what is it you both are keeping? Sadie slammed the door in her face and went back to the bed, leaving me shocked. Hey, I whispered fiercely, turning around to stare at her. That way we'd know if she heard or not. If anyone hates walking on eggshells, it's me. Just wait and see. She'll spill whatever she has heard, she said, tucking herself underneath my covers. You're staying here? We're not on good terms. I'm still mad. Let's just say we made up already. I'm tired and disgusted by things happening, she said, and honestly, I was too tired to argue any longer. All through the night, I bit my nails, staring at the ceiling with my foot moving restlessly. Could she have heard? Was she just trying to draw it out from us? What would she do with the information if she had heard it? The next day, I knocked at Lucas's door, but no reply came. I had looked around the house and he was nowhere to be found. I pushed the door open gingerly and walked into his beautiful room. The little golden lights around his bed were on, and an image of me sleeping on it in his arms suddenly flashed in my head, and I hit myself on impulse. You must be crazy, I said, and just then the door to his bathroom opened, and he came out in a towel around his waist, and it seemed like I was stuck in time. Water dripping, glistening skin, wet hair around sexy green eyes, strong arm running a smaller towel through the wet hair, his lips ridiculously wet and pink. "Emily?" he called, and I jumped a little. "I think Mandy knows I was pregnant for you," I blurted out, and he dropped the smaller towel. "What? Sadie followed you to the hospital that day. Can you look at me when you say that and explain properly?" he asked, and I realized my eyes had been on his sculpted abs. "Oh, I mean, she skipped school and saw you buying fruits for me. She followed you, overheard us, and wanted to blackmail me with it last night. Then Mandy walked in. She's playing clueless, but I doubt that's the case," I said, looking up into his ridiculously distracting handsome face. "Sadie," Lucas said, and he seemed angry for a moment. "But you don't have to say anything to Sadie," I said, surprising myself. Sadie was definitely going to be hurt if Lucas reprimanded her, and funny enough, I felt it didn't need to go that far. "I should. She's stepping out of line. We already fought yesterday. She doesn't need to feel worse than she already feels," I said, even though I left her eating a bag of chips and laughing her head off at a cartoon character. "She feels bad?" he asked with sarcasm in his voice. "Yes, she does." "Well, let Mandy go ahead. Don't give in to whatever threat she gives. Don't do a thing." "What? I shouldn't do a thing. I'm dead meat if anyone finds out. You're safe because you're a Granger, but I'm not. No one likes me here." "Don't do a thing. Just trust me," he said, going to his wardrobe. I sensed he wanted to dress, so I turned around and left. "Don't do a thing? You must be kidding me," I said immediately I left, and went down the stairs to the kitchen. Mandy was there, breathing hard, looking like she was angry, and when she looked at me, her eyes were a flashing blue. She slammed a kitchen towel on the counter, and her eyes changed to their normal color before she left the kitchen. "You're kidding me," I said, throwing open the fridge and taking out canned coffee. As I drank, Katie came in also looking angry, and I knew immediately that they had fought, probably over Lucas. Later, when we were having breakfast, Mandy was wearing a crop top with her white breasts looking like they had no place in the crop top. Her bumper shorts were also way too short. It was obviously because of Lucas. John, Lucas, Katie, Sadie, and I sat as she served us. "Hey," Sadie said, smiling, looking past me. There was shy Jude. "Good morning, everyone." She greeted and gave Lucas a high five before seating with Sadie, who began chatting away. "Lucas, can you pass me the—" Mandy was saying, but was cut short when Lucas raised a brow. "I believe you're missing something," he said, and she swallowed. "Alpha Lucas, can you pass me the salt?" "Find someone else," he replied, spooning scrambled eggs into his mouth. "Don't you think you should be nicer to me? I mean, we could become people who keep each other's secrets later on," Mandy said, and Sadie and I shared a quick glance. "You think I'm ever going to be interested in someone like you? Dream on, and when you're done, go back to the scum you belong in," he said, and Mandy looked scathed. She forced a tight smile and forgot about the salt. She didn't say anything, only that her eyes spoke too many words. Katie, on the other hand, seemed pleased. "Do you need the fork?" Katie asked, observing Lucas looking around for one. "Yeah, I guess," he replied softly, and Katie beamed as she passed a fork to him. Mandy scoffed lightly and shot me a glare. Lucas left first, followed by John and Katie. "Let's talk," Mandy said when Jude and Sadie stood up to leave for school. "Tell me whatever trash she says," Sadie said, leaving with Jude. Mandy sat next to me and ran a hand through her hair. "All right, let's stop playing dumb. I know the damn thing you did with Lucas," she said, and I swallowed. "I think I'm ready to play. Let me be another Sadie to you. That's what she's also doing, isn't it?" "So what? You know how to get drunk?" "What? I can be real childish and dangerous, Emily. Post a drunk video on your Instagram account and tag the elders. Lady Genevieve, Alpha Raymond, I'm saying everybody." "What?" "You know what happens if you don't. Your pregnancy news goes flying," she said, and left me sitting there, staring into blank space. I was knee-deep in trouble. "Mandy," I called, getting to my feet abruptly. She stopped and turned around slowly with a smile on her face. "You can't just do that. That's ridiculous. No way. Why would I upload a drunk video and tag the elders?" I asked, and she walked to me slowly. "You have no other reason to do it except the fact that I will spill your secrets. Tell me, are you that great? How did you get Lucas to sleep with you? Did you drug him? Don't tell me he actually likes you, or that you both are in a relationship. It's not that way. Then what way? You accused John of cheating, but slept with his uncle? I didn't even know he was John's uncle, and that was after I broke up with him. I was reckless and angry after finding Katie in his bed, and look, I don't even need to narrate anything to you. It's none of your business. You think I'll believe that shit? Dream on. Your choice, Mandy. I give you till evening, she said and walked away, leaving me fuming. How was it that such people always found me and made things hard for me? They were ridiculous. I brushed back my hair from my face aggressively and hit the table, only to hug my hand to my chest as a bolt of pain shot through it. What was I going to do when she wanted me to upload the video? Was I really to find beer and get myself drunk? Who knew what I'd say while drunk and what I'd do? Even though I pretended to be drunk, it was a death sentence either way. Later that afternoon, Sadie came home and met me sitting and staring out the window. What did Mandy say? She asked, and I sighed. She wants me to upload a drunk video and tag your mother, aunt, and uncles. I replied flatly. What? Why would she say that? She's going to tell them about the pregnancy if I don't do it. Don't do it. Who does she think she is? Sadie asked, furiously. I overheard the maid saying the family wants dinner together again. What if she says it then? I asked, and she rolled her eyes. Don't do anything. That was the same thing Lucas said. She says she's going to tell the family that I slept with Lucas and got pregnant for him. I pressed, and she rolled her eyes. Do you believe she's going to say that? She's not going to give up what she has on you that easily. Don't do something that would ruin our family. Do you know how many people would react to your post? You'll skyrocket to the news. John Granger's wife posts drunk video and tags family. It's going to be horrible. She said, and I sighed. Sometimes she made it seem like she was older. Just then, a knock sounded on the door and I jumped. I opened it, expecting Mandy, but it wasn't her. It was John. There was a loud bang in my chest. Did he hear? Here, he said, handing me some documents. I want all these typed in before dinner. If you have enough time to hang out with Lucas, then you can use that time to work, he said, and left. I heaved a sigh of relief. If John had heard us, he would never leave just like that. He'd be unable to control his anger and would get really violent. I sat at my desk and opened the laptop that had been given to me for work. He's a jerk, Sadie said casually, getting up from the bed and making her way out of my room. Leave Mandy alone and don't do a thing. She added, and I sighed when she was gone. It was convenient for them to tell me to do nothing. I worked alone, tirelessly, trying to finish up the work which looked little at first, but was actually a lot of work. As night fell and I began to hear the sounds outside, the kids talking and the adults laughing, I would have preferred to stay in just like that, but I was too anxious as to what Mandy would say. She had given me till evening. Just then, there was a knock on my door. Come in, I said dryly, not wanting to take my eyes off what I was doing. Hey, Lucas said, and I sat up straight. Hi, everyone was making preparations for dinner. I didn't see you. Oh, John gave me some work in the afternoon, I said, raising the documents lightly. You're still on it? He asked, coming to check it out. It's been almost 4 hours, I said, smiling, and he dragged a chair and placed it next to me before settling into it. What is it you need to do? He asked, taking out his phone. You don't have a laptop with you, I pointed out, and he shook his phone in front of me. I do most things with my phone. Tell me which of them I can deal with, he said, and I smiled. In that case, I have just this left, I said, handing over a document for him to type in his phone. He used the Word app on his phone, and his fingers dashing across his keyboard were too fast for me to follow. He was definitely used to typing with his phone. The both of us worked in silence, but it was an enjoyable silence. It felt like we were co-workers, working under one cruel boss. When we were done, we could smell the sweet aroma of dinner, and all the lights outside were on already. After doing the work and saving it, Lucas transferred his to the laptop, and we joined both documents, and I dropped it on John's desk while he waited in the foyer. We both went out together, and everyone was already settled. They watched us approaching, and those moments were awkward. No one said a thing. We sat together because, thankfully, Daryl was seated next to John, and on John's other side was Jude. Why did you take so long? Sadie, who was next to Lucas, asked. The work was much, I replied. Why did the mood suddenly become so cloudy? Mandy asked with a smile, and the elders laughed even though I could see nothing funny in what they were laughing about. Mind if I ask a question? I saw it online, but it really baffles me. I do not know how best to answer it. She began, and the elders looked keen to hear her. Go on, Alpha Will said. A girl was found to be pregnant for a man after she broke up with her fiancé. She says the fiancé cheated on her with a secretary, but she cheated on him with his relative. Who is the worst spouse? She asked, then turned to me. You don't suppose you have an answer, do you? She asked, looking straight at me. She was talking about me and Lucas, and even though my eyes maintained calm, my fingers wouldn't stay still. Who's the worst spouse? What do you think? She asked again. I believe the name of the lady was something like Millie? That's not it. I think her name was Emilio, she said with a smile. She had succeeded. Everyone else was already staring at me weirdly. What was going through their minds I had no idea. Emily's pof. I hid my hands behind a jug of orange juice and felt the need to leave the place. I have no idea, I said, and she smiled. Isn't it disturbing to sleep with your fiancé's relative? She asked, and my eyes shot to hers. Why? I asked, finding it hard to breathe. I mean, I'd find it disturbing. Wouldn't you? She asked John. If you slept with your fiancé's relative, wouldn't you feel disgusted? She asked, and John smiled. If it's for revenge, then I guess it's fine. Revenge should be worse than the first offense. He replied, and Mandy's face fell. I do not think the same way, she said. Is it a true life story? Alpha Raymond asked, and Mandy glanced at me briefly before turning back to Alpha Raymond. I think it is, she said, looking like she was giving it a thought. Lucas next to me was just eating and scrolling through his phone. He didn't seem to be bothered at all. Sadie kept on smirking, and it felt like I was the only one who was disturbed by Mandy's stupid tricks. The lady ought to be hanged, Lady Mira said, and I nearly choked on my saliva. Hanged? Wasn't that too extreme? Sleeping with a relative is a bit too much, Dorella added and shrugged. But it's their choice, isn't it? Except, of course, if she didn't know he was a relative, Lucas said slowly, then raised his eyes to meet Mandy's. That sounds less shitty, he said. I also heard a funny story about a woman constantly sleeping with her married boss and acting like an angel in front of his family while hitting on his relative and eyeing their money. How's that? Doesn't it feel pathetic? He asked, and Mandy blinked hard. It's completely the guy's fault. Maybe she had no choice. Mandy defended herself, looking shifty, and I almost smiled as I saw John staring at her like he wanted to shove his fork down her throat. The story was too similar to his and Mandy's, so he had caught on. I'd say the girl should be hanged for messing with a married man. She has the choice of saying no. Maybe hanging is a little old-fashioned, but I'm pretty sure prolonged years in jail would do, Lucas replied. Jail for such a simple case? Mandy asked, coughing slightly. It's not so simple when the opponent knows too many people in the court of law, and in the prisons too, he answered, coolly. I guess there are lots of sexual stories going on at the moment. Maybe none of them are real, just attention seekers, she said shiftily, picking up her fork and knife, and Lucas smirked. Maybe, he replied and went back to scrolling. That was intense. Someone would think you both are directly involved, Lady Mira said, chuckling. You know what's so funny? I sense the enemies to lovers thing happening, she added, and the elders laughed. That's quite true. They start out as enemies, then become lovers, Daryl said with a nasty smile, looking from Mandy to Lucas. Why did you come out with Lucas, Emily? John asked, and I looked up. You and Lucas came out together. He helped with work. I began only for Lucas to speak at the same time. I helped out, he said. With work? Lady Genevieve asked. John happened to give her a handful of work right before dinner preparations, so I helped out when it was getting too late. Why would you help out? Lady Mira asked. Because we're friends, Lucas replied boldly, and my eyes dropped to my food. Friends? Lady Mira laughed. Friends? Lady Genevieve asked. I choose my own friends and nothing stops me, Lucas replied flatly, and a blush colored my cheeks. Emily's quite nice, Sadie chipped in, and Lady Mira clapped her hands hastily, looking like she didn't want to touch on a displeasing quote. Off that topic, the family company established in our names is 50 years in mere days. Preparations have been going on for a month, so this is to remind the family of things. Mandy, you'll be there, right? Do well to bring Katie too. The Golden Jubilee celebration is going to be a huge one. Lady Mira announced quite excitedly, and the tense mood was lifted. Everyone talked about the celebration with happiness and excitement, and I was simply glad for the topic to be off the whole cheating stuff. I was given a silver sequin dress from Katie, who said John picked out what he wanted his secretaries to wear. It was a nice dress and had no arms and a slit from my upper thigh. The truth was I was going as his fiancée, but John just wanted me to wear what he chose. "You look beautiful, Emily," Sadie said, attaching pins to her hair without even looking at me. "But I feel like shit. Mandy seems to be waiting for an opportunity to attack me when Lucas isn't around, and so far she hasn't found it," I said, tugging on my shoes. "What will happen when she finds it?" I asked. "She can't just blow it like that. Relax. Even if she does, things will sort themselves out," Sadie replied, and I rolled my eyes. "Because you're an innocent 8-year-old Granger who has nothing to do with all this. Thinking about this, it's all John's fault. I wouldn't have gone to that bar in the first place if he hadn't been so unfaithful and shameless," I said spitefully, and she began to sing a cartoon song. "Are you even listening? You seem to listen at all the wrong times." She didn't reply. She kept on singing, and I shook my head. We all went out when it was evening, and I rode with John instead of Lucas. He didn't say a word, and I was more than grateful for it. I was unwilling to have any form of conversation with him. Even being with him alone in the car disgusted me. We got to the location, and it was a large hall. Rich cars arriving, and richer people getting down in expensive suits. They were all around, influential people, talking and laughing, and making more connections. Emily's povee. Ladies in elegant dresses, looking every bit like models. I felt so small, walking with the Grangers who had every bit of pride and confidence with them. The servers bowed, and the people struggled to get an audience with any of them. I sat with the kids at an elegant table, listening to the sound of the violin playing and the influential people sending forced laughter and faked smiles just to get recognition. I watched a mother talking to her daughter strictly, looking like she was going to spank her. It made me wonder what the girl did. The girl nodded severally and smoothened her gown. Her mother smiled, patting her head, and I watched as the girl made her way to us. Why was she coming to? "Hey, Sadie," the girl said with a smile. "Hi, how do you know me?" Sadie asked casually, checking her out. "We all know you. Here, I got this for you. I know you love pink. It is also my favorite color, so I thought we could share our love for pink," she said, holding out a cute little crocheted pink stuffed toy. It was a bunny's head. I scoffed silently. How crazy. The parents were even using their kids to curry favor. There was nothing they wouldn't do just to get on the good side of the Grangers. "This is cute," Sadie said, taking the bunny, and I could see the girl's hands shaking. She glanced over at her mother, who watched her, while pretending to be staring at the picture of the family on a table. "Do you like it?" the girl asked, looking a little desperate. "Yes, I do. Where's yours?" Sadie asked, and the girl looked at herself and touched her blonde hair. You love pink, but don't have one. How can I take this? It feels like I'm stealing it," Sadie said, and the girl looked scared. She began to breathe faster and glanced again at her mother, whose expression was fast turning into a scowl. No, you're not stealing it. I like you more than pink," she said even more desperately, and I instantly felt a disliking for her mother. Whether she hit her constantly or abused her verbally, it was telling on the little girl. She looked like she would die if she didn't get on Sadie's good side. "They told you to do this, right?" Sadie asked, rolling her eyes. No, they didn't. If you sit with me, will that be okay? Will she think you've done well?" Sadie cut in, and the girl glanced at her mother once more. "She wanted me to talk to you." "Then let's talk, so you wouldn't get into trouble," Sadie said, smiling. "I do need someone to talk to about the latest cartoon I'm into. I'm going to get all the dolls," she said, scooting over on the huge chair so the other girl could sit. The girl glanced at her mother with a relieved smile, seeking for approval, and her mother beamed at her, sending a wink. "Is she happy?" Sadie asked. "Yes, yes." She smiled. The girl said with a bright and cute smile. "Great! Now let me tell you all about my cartoons." Sadie said, and I smiled. Her maturity proved great at times like this. She had succeeded in calming the girl, who looked interested in Sadie's story. I watched her mother leave in satisfaction, heading over to Lady Mira, who was wiping something off her dress. She took out a napkin, talking and laughing about something, then began to dab at what had apparently stained Lady Mira's dress. After wiping, she followed her around, and I shook my head. "Sadie, let's play princess," I heard another girl say, and I turned to look at her. She was more confident than the first girl, and she looked a little older than Sadie. "Nope," Sadie replied without even looking. "Come on, don't just sit there with Emeraldo's daughter. Everyone knows they're trying to latch onto your family." "Isn't that what you're trying to do?" Sadie shot back. "Get lost. I'm not really in a good mood. Sadie, let's just go around once, then you can get back to stupid Emeraldo," she said, and Sadie turned to her. She got up and gave the girl the meanest look on earth. "You should leave. It only takes me saying your dress is ugly for my mum to write off your family from lists of connections," she said coldly, and the girl gave the other girl a glaring look and turned away, walking quickly from Sadie. Sadie returned to talking to the shy girl, and soon Dorella and Darrell were occupied with teens their age who flirted and sent sweet and charming smiles their way. It didn't feel like a ceremony or celebration, but a market. They all were out to get connections and recognition. When the ceremony finally started, the 5 siblings went to give short speeches: Alpha Raymond, Alpha Will, Lady Genevieve, Lady Mira, and Lucas. When Lucas gave his speech, I could see the young women paying more attention. If even Sadie was having people come to win favor in her sight, how much more Lucas, with his unbelievable looks. "So, we're going to start our night officially with photos of the company right from its first year. We're going to show the changes it has undergone. Enjoy," Lady Mira announced, and they came to sit. I poured myself a cup of water and drank, then threw a smile at Lucas, a way of saying his speech was good. Then murmurs broke out, and I looked at the huge projector. Instead of images of the company's growth, there were pictures of me of Lucas's POV. I was plain shocked to see Emily and me displayed on the screen. There was the photo of us having coffee, the one with Emily going out with the pink dress, although it was just her. I wasn't in the picture. Then there was another of us laughing while grilling meat right before John offered to join us. It felt like my heart had seized. Everyone was murmuring and looking for us. "Isn't that Mr. Granger's fiancée? I thought she was getting married to John. Is she the one? I think she is. I saw their engagement poster and announcements. Are they no longer together? Oh my God, is it an affair? Did she cheat on him with his uncle? This is crazy. What is this?" Genevieve got up, looking stiff with anger, and walked straight to the little cubicle where the technical people were working. She probably had a lot to say. I looked at Emily and saw she couldn't even take her eyes off the screen. Her eyes were wide open, and I could see the hand which held her glass was wrapped around it tightly. Her knuckles were white, and it seemed like she was having difficulty breathing because it felt like she was perfectly still. "Oh my God," Sadie said and looked at Emily. "Shouldn't you do something, Lucas? They're going to misunderstand," she said, and I looked at Raymond, who was staring at the screen with anger flashing in his green eyes. Will was looking at me, and I knew he probably had a lot to say. Mira got up from her seat and went in the direction Genevieve went. I also got up from my seat, and Dorella hissed at me to stay still, but I didn't listen. The murmurs grew louder as I crossed the chairs and tables and got to the very front. I stood on the little stage and grabbed the mic, which gave a loud screeching sound. "Stop the murmuring. This is a celebration. Something went wrong with the technical operation, and you should be patient and silent while waiting. You shouldn't create a rumor out of this and feed it. Emily and I are friends, and if you haven't seen us kissing, then you should stop asking if she's cheating on her fiancé," I said coldly, and they all kept their mouths shut, but it was obvious they had questions they didn't want to ask. Then John came up next to me and asked for the mic with a smile. "You all know Lucas and I are very close. We're more like brothers. You know that since you all have dug every bit of information on our family. Emily and Lucas are good friends. It doesn't change anything between Emily and me, so please, we wouldn't like this to turn into something else. Anyone can be friends, and this would be sorted out very soon. In the meantime, quietness would be appreciated. He said with a hand in his pocket, exercising authority in his gentle words. The people still looked unsatisfied, but began to order for drinks and things to eat. Thank you for your cooperation, he said, and dropped the mic. Let's talk, he added to me without the mic, but with a smile. We both went out through a little door, and he took me to the VIP restroom, where he rested his hands on the sink, and I placed mine inside my pockets as I watched him. Whatever it is you're doing with Emily, cut it out, he said, with gritted teeth. Whatever it is I'm doing, what are we doing? Talking, laughing, hanging out? You shouldn't talk, laugh, or hang out with my fiancée, he said, turning around sharply. She's not your fiancée. Did you forget she broke the engagement? I asked, and he bit his lower lip. Emily loves me. She only needs time and my love. For now, she's just hurt, but we'll make up. Or are you insinuating you want her because she's free? We're friends and nothing more. How do I believe that? When it comes to Emily, you've been acting unlike yourself. You can act friendly with Katie all you like, but not Emily. She's mine. John, grow up. I can be friends with whomever I want. Emily can also choose whoever she wants to be friends with. She's an adult and no longer the high school kid you used to know. You hurt her real bad, and if you can't own up to it and apologize properly, then just let her be. Let her be. I can't. She's going nowhere, and she dare not defy me. I have apologized once, and that's it. She's coming back to me. I think you're just obsessed with controlling everything around you. If she's really going to come back like you said, then let her be. I said, turning around and making to leave. Everyone still thinks we're engaged, and aunts and uncle will think the crazy story Mandy said is about you guys. He shouted, but I didn't stop walking away. Don't mess with me, Lucas. Just be harsh like you've always been. I left, and when I got back to the hall, the photos of the company were already being displayed. Everything went smoothly from then on, but Emily remained a little shaken. Katie was quiet, and Mandy looked obsessed with speaking to Genevieve. When the whole thing was over, and everyone was leaving, I walked over to Emily, who was standing next to Sadie. That didn't mean a thing. You don't have to look so worried, I said, and she bit her lips slightly. Everyone has been staring at me since. Not just the family, but the people too. I don't think it will be enough to just claim we're friends, she said. Why's your voice so low and depressed? Cheer up. John himself spoke about it, so they won't make a fuss, Sadie said, tugging on her finger and extending a piece of apple pie to her. It's just uncomfortable, Emily said, taking the apple pie from Sadie. We're leaving, Dorella shouted from the large doors, and we all walked out of the building. That night, the family insisted on having dinner together again, and all was eerily and uncomfortably quiet. Did you find out who caused that inconvenience today? Mandy asked. The technicians themselves don't know what happened. There's nothing on the CCTV. Anyways, we're going to try to solve the issue quietly, so that shouldn't mean a thing, Genevieve replied. Still, shouldn't we find who did it and punish them for causing such suspicion? John asked. I agree with that. They wanted it to seem like Lucas and Emily are in a relationship, Sadie said, licking her fingers which she had dipped in sauce. They would probably think something is horribly wrong with the family. It's bad for our image, and I have a meeting with a few ruling alphas. Raymond grunted, looking dissatisfied with everything. There's nothing to worry about it. The minute we start offering extended explanations, they'll be convinced something is really wrong with the family. Let them think what they want, and it will all die down, I said, toying with my chopped-up steak. It's not as simple as that. Genevieve snapped. Emily, tomorrow you'll have a meeting with us. Alone, Will said. Yes, we have to straighten out whatever curve there is in the straight lines, Mira replied. Emily looked at me, but I couldn't look at her. The meeting was going to be heated. Emily's pove. I looked at Lucas, but he didn't look at me. He simply toyed with his dinner. My heart thundered in my chest. Everything was going wrong. No, things weren't supposed to be that way. I swallowed, and looked at them. They were expecting a reply from me. What time? We'll call you whenever we're ready, Lady Genevieve said, looking at me like she'd love to just cut me off from the family. If she wanted to do that, I had no objections. I had no interest in staying with a family that had so much rules and regulations, too many do's and don'ts. It would have been better if they just told me the time so I could be prepared for it. Why would they say they would call me when they needed it? The dinner was a quiet one, but within me was a storm of fear. Alpha Raymond and Lady Genevieve scared me a lot. They were always looking tight and angry whenever I saw them. Lady Mira didn't seem to care about me or anything I did, and Alpha Will looked like he was considering if I'd be trouble or not. They made me feel like I was walking on eggshells. After the dinner, I went to my room and sat, taking out my phone and wondering if I should bother Dahlia with it. In the end, I decided against it and dropped my phone. Just then, a rock hit my window and I jumped. I got up from my bed and walked to the window slowly. I opened it and another rock flew in. With a little yelp, I stood back and peered down at whoever was down there carefully. It was Mandy, and she looked annoyed. "Come down," she said, and began to walk towards the garden. I rolled my eyes and left the room. It was probably her doing. She had dared to display our pictures at such an important gathering, all because I didn't upload a drunk video. Well, according to me, our pictures on that screen was better than the drunk video she wanted me to do. Mandy was waiting by the rose bushes, folding her arms with her back to me. "What?" I said, and she turned to face me. She walked till there was only inches between us, and I dug my hands into my pockets. "You didn't upload the video. That's why you displayed those pictures," I said, and she raised a brow. "Well, now you know. I'm dangerous, and I will stop at nothing to rid you from my sight. Ever since I knew you, I'd always hated you. You're one ambitious fool. Toying with John wasn't enough. Did you have to turn to Lucas too? You're really greedy and have come only to leech off them. And you? Isn't that what you came to do? You came to leech off them. You're trying to get closer to Lucas because you want his money. Isn't that it? You're pathetic. If I saw an easy escape route out of this family, do you think I wouldn't take it?" I asked, and she scoffed. "Escape route, or a way to stay. An escape route. I'm not like you, and I prefer building myself up than attaching myself to others," I said, and turned away. "I called you out here for a reason," she called after me, "and I do not want to hear it," I replied, walking away. "Emily, do you think I came out here just to see you walk out on me?" she shouted. "Then you should have been quick with your words," I shouted back, leaving the garden. I was tired and couldn't handle more stress. Already, I was having a meeting with the elders the next day, and I didn't know what to expect, so that alone was too much pressure on me. The next morning, I dressed as respectful as I could, a simple t-shirt tucked into jeans. It wasn't anything outrageous, formal, or uncomfortable. I packed my hair into a bun and tried to look like I wasn't having a good time either. Just try to be remorseful as you can. They hate it when there's even a little dent to our public image, Sadie said. "You saw how people were flocking around us yesterday? That's how important we are. The other packs that are less successful than ours would fight for any chance to bring us down and show that we can't even manage our family well." She continued, and I sighed. "I never wanted this." "But you intended to marry John. I didn't think things would become as toxic as this, did I? I thought John and I would live alone and enjoy a blooming love every day. Not once did I think things would turn out like this," I said, and she rolled her eyes. "Anyways, just be on your best attitude, okay? And don't ruin chances for our matchmaking." She whispered into my ear from behind, and I turned sharply. "Are you still on about that? Do you want more photos to be displayed to the public? I'm not interested in Lucas, so why do I have to play along?" "If you're not, then you will be by the time I'm done," she said, and I turned back to the mirror. There was no winning against Sadie. The elders didn't call, not until I was about taking a quick nap after lunch. "Ma'am, your attention is needed at the main mansion." A maid said at my door, and my heart leaped up, the same way I jumped up. "They need me?" I said, going to the door. I suddenly felt an intense need to see Sadie, but she was nowhere to be found. At least, her nonchalant words telling me it would be nothing would do well to comfort me. I walked down the stairs, half fast and half slow, expecting to see Lucas hanging around somewhere. He wasn't there. I checked the kitchen on my way and the dining, but he also wasn't there. "Ma'am?" The maid called when she saw I was peeping into John's office. "Oh, sorry, I'm here," I said, hurrying towards her. It felt like I was going to throw up. We stepped out of the house into the graying sky. Maybe it would be better if the rain fell. That way, if they made me cry, I would curl up in my blanket and pretend I was cold. I walked into Alpha Raymond's mansion for the first time and saw it was probably the best of the mansions. The maids looked skilled and experienced. There were also older and matured ones, watching over the activities of the younger ones. I was led to a room with a single chair in front of a set of sofas. Already it seemed like the chair for the accused in court. I sat, awaiting the elders, with my legs placed together. It seemed like my heart had lodged itself in my throat. Saliva kept on forming in my mouth, and it was work to swallow it. The last time I had felt that way was when I wanted to sit for an exam. My fingertips were cold, and it felt like I was going to scream due to the nervousness being too much. I heard the elders approaching shortly, but it felt like I had waited hours for them. They came in and I gulped. Alpha Raymond and Lady Genevieve were wearing deep scowls, and looked they had come to tell me I was no longer wanted. Alpha Will and Lady Mira spoke in low tones, but I couldn't tell if they were angry, uncomfortable, or not bothered by the issue. "Good afternoon," I said in a low voice. None of them replied. They simply settled themselves in their sofas. Then they watched me. "I apologize for," I began. "Are you sleeping with Lucas?" Lady Genevieve cut in and my mouth dried up. I wanted to say something, but nothing came out. "Damn it, Emily, they'll think you're admitting it." I opened my mouth again, but nothing came out. Emily's povee. Why couldn't I speak? Maybe I was just so terrified by their looks and awfully aware that if anything went wrong, I was in trouble. It felt like just sitting there watching them would give me a panic attack. "You are sleeping with him," Lady Mira said in horror, and I shook my hands and head immediately. It was only then that the words came pouring out. "Why would I sleep with him? He's John's uncle. I can't forget that. John would be so mad, and if the news gets out, we'll be in trouble. I can't do that to the family. Lucas and I are just friends. There's nothing going on between us. If you ask Sadie, she'll tell you. She was the one who wanted us to be friends in the first place. I'm not sleeping with Lucas. He also can't do that to John. They're like brothers. I'm engaged to John. That is impossible. I don't want you thinking I have something sexual to do with him." I blurted out, breathing faster. "Then why didn't you say a thing when we asked you?" Alpha Raymond asked. "I'm sorry. I was scared. I still am. Messing things up here would be bad for me. I just became tongue-tied and unable to express myself," I said, looking into their harsh faces. "You're acting guilty. How do we believe you?" Lady Mira asked. "I'm just scared. I was told to do well and not cause any unwanted suspicions," I replied, feeling the urge to moisten my dry lips. "By who?" Lady Genevieve asked. "Sadie?" Lady Mira asked. "Yes." "What's your deal with Sadie? Why is she always around you? Does she have something on you?" Alpha Raymond asked. "No," I said a little too quickly. "Sadie is a little too smart for her age, and she never liked you from the start. It only makes sense that she has something on you, or that she wants something that you can give her." Lady Mira said. "I don't know about that. Maybe asking her would be better," I said, avoiding locking eyes with her. It felt like she'd see the truth in my eyes. "But I'm curious about your relationship with Lucas," Alpha Will said, and I bit my cheek. "We're friends, nothing more. He's too lenient with you," Alpha Raymond pointed out. "A man and a woman being friends. Cut the crap." Lady Mira said, taking a strawberry from a tray of strawberries. "Yes, we are. We actually met before I knew he was John's uncle. He also didn't know I was John's fiancée. We were strangers. Maybe that's why we were free with each other," I explained. "Where did you meet?" Lady Genevieve asked. "A bar," I replied, and instantly regretted saying it was a bar. "See?" Lady Mira accused, raising her voice. No, we're not sleeping with each other, I promise." "What were you doing in a bar? You're going to be married soon," Lady Genevieve shot at me. I met friends. They asked to meet up, and he was there too. We happen to have a situation with the bartender. That's it. That's all. I said, hoping it sounded convincing. I still don't understand why a woman about to be married would go to a bar, even if it's with friends. Lady Mira said with a scowl, picking up another strawberry. So you're saying, throughout all the years in which you dated John, you didn't catch even a glimpse of Lucas? On his phone or with him? You didn't see news about the family on the internet? Alpha Raymond asked, holding a newspaper booklet rather too tightly. No, I don't follow up on politics. I only knew John. I defended myself. That's ridiculous. They met before she knew he was related to John. That's complicated. Lucas will have something to say to oppose us. Don't bother saying anything to him, Lady Mira said with a disapproving look on her face. Do you like him? Alpha Will asked, crossing his legs. Yes, no. I mean, as a person, I like him. As a friend. That's what you meant, right? I asked, feeling like a fool. Do you have feelings for Lucas? He pressed. No, I don't. The truth, Emily, he said, and I swallowed. No, I don't have feelings for him, I replied strongly, fiddling with my sweaty fingers. You're always happy with him. With John, it's not the same. I'm very observant, and I have been observing you, he said, and honestly, my saliva felt so hard to swallow. I do like being with him. He's nice, and I began. Isn't John nicer? He's the one you're marrying. He cut me off, and I looked at them. They seemed to have decided in their heads that I was cheating on John by having feelings for Lucas. I'm not sleeping with Lucas, and I don't have romantic feelings for him. I blurted out. Then why do you seem to prefer Lucas over John? Are your feelings changing? Lady Genevieve asked. This is really hard to explain, but it's not what you think it is, I said desperately. I couldn't give all the details. You are something else, Emily Watson. Don't bring ruin to our family, Lady Mira said. You seem to think this is something light. It is not, Lady Genevieve added. Stay away from Lucas, Alpha Raymond declared. Right after we take care of this mess and explain to the public that our highly respected and exemplary family is not in ruins, you're to stay away from Lucas. There are, I believe, more than 1,000 more men in the world. Be friends with them, but don't bring disgrace to my family, he threatened. Make it clear to her, Raymond, Lady Genevieve said. Bring this family down one bit, by accident or purposefully, and I will see to it that you rot behind bars for the rest of your life, he said. Whether or not you commit a crime, Lady Genevieve added. I swallowed. Lucas Povey, I wondered what Emily would probably be going through. Can't you just do this by yourself? I have to check on someone at home. I told Trey, who had pranked me to come to his house so we could work together. Nope, these days I've been doing all the work. You have all these documents to look over, appointments, contracts, requests, reports, employment. They're too much for me to handle, he said without looking up from the document he was going through. I know I've been a little distracted lately, but I really have to check on someone at home, I said, feeling desperate. Emily was probably going to be scared out of her wits, and Sadie was no help. I doubted Sadie would say anything that would be useful to Emily. What if my siblings found a way to pry the truth of her mouth? What if she confessed that we did sleep with each other once? Will was good at cornering people. She wouldn't know when he managed to force the answer from her lips. Except he wanted to keep observing her. I knew he had been watching her ever since he noticed I wasn't curt, formal, and distant with her like I was with other women. I have to, I began again. Who? Emily? Trey asked, finally looking up and crossing his legs. Yes, Emily. Why? What's wrong? Are you two going out now? Is something wrong with her? Are the effects of the miscarriage showing on her? No, none of that. Don't you check the news? I asked, and he brought out his phone from his pocket. No, what happened in the news? He asked, with his eyes bouncing from my face to his phone as he scrolled to check out what was going on. Check. There's nothing. Oh my God! He exclaimed, staring at the phone with great intensity. These photos look like you're having an affair. She's all smiles with you. They're bound to suspect something. Even you are going to be a main cause for suspicion. You don't smile with ladies like this. Why do you look so free? Wow, grilling meat and laughing late at night? He said, with his eyes fixed on the phone. It doesn't look like an affair to me. Grilling meat and laughing over it is a friendly thing, I said. You two were alone and having fun. The public is thirsty for juicy news. Mothers are looking for news to share while taking their kids to school. Young ladies want something to talk about while doing manicure and pedicure or having new hairstyles. Men want to laugh about something at company dinners. Everyone wants to talk about something, and they wouldn't care if it doesn't look like what they want it to. They only take out the key words. She engaged, night, fiance's uncle, alone. They bring it out as something new. She was alone at night with her fiance's uncle. Wow, that's insane. It's crazy. Why would they say that? That sounds stupid to me. Is that how people really think? Of course, he said, dipping his hand into his bag of chips. So you want to check on her because of this? He asked. Raymond and the others want to meet with her alone. They'll probably question, threaten, and scare her. What if she spills what we did? Oh my, that will be crazy. They will fry her alive. That's what's crazy. It was just once. We didn't know each other. John broke my heart, and I got drugged. It didn't mean anything. Trey said, trying to mimic Emily's voice, and I threw a cushion at him, laughing. Later that evening, I got home after making sure I finished working with Trey, and the first person I saw was Emily. She was on all fours, looking underneath the sofa. Emily, I called, walking to her, and she raised her head. Hi, she said, flinging her swinging hair from her face. What are you? Oh, my hairpin fell, she said, pointing, then got to her feet. Did you go out with Sadie? I didn't see you both. I was working. Sadie's probably at a friend's house, so what did they say? What did you say? I asked, and she looked around before giving a sigh and tucking her hair behind her ear. They said I'm not to be seen with you. Why's that? Alpha will seems to think I have feelings for you, she said, not meeting my eyes. Why does he think that? He probably noticed I wasn't happy with John and thought my feelings about him changed because I liked you, she said, lowering her voice. Seriously? Yes, it was really bad. They didn't believe me. They said I should be distant with you after they solved the issue. It's not even that big of an issue. I'll talk to them, I said, walking towards the second half of the living room so I could get to the dining. She followed me diligently. There's no water here, she said as I shook the jug, and she walked into the kitchen, throwing open the fridge. Thanks, I said as she handed me a bottle of cold water. So, what do you think about it? I asked, and she leaned against the closed fridge. What do you think about it? My opinion doesn't matter, she said, and I smiled. Since my opinion matters, I think we can still be friends. Want to have dinner with me tonight? On the rooftop? I asked, and she giggled. And get another picture uploaded to Instagram, she asked jokingly, and we both laughed. What are we having? I'll cook something up. Like what? I don't know. Wait, you're cooking? Wait till you have a taste of my culinary skills, I said, and she laughed again. Someday, we should have a cooking battle. Oh, really? Yeah, she said confidently, and I remembered John saying she was a warrior in the kitchen. It made me smile. That night, I made spicy beef larb with coconut rice and set the table. She came shortly after I messaged her in a large white hoodie and black denim shorts. Wow, I'm smelling coconut rice, and she sniffed. Beef? She asked, then came closer. Wow, beef larba, she exclaimed, sitting immediately and grabbing her spoon. I sat beside her, pleased at such beautiful reaction to a simple food I made. She exclaimed and gave me a thumbs up and a surprised look before going back to eating. Is it really that good? Yeah. Who taught you how to cook this well? She asked. Genevieve. She asked, a little surprised, and I laughed. She's actually not all thorny and strict as she makes herself out to be. She cooked whenever I said I was hungry, and I always watched her cook. Then she began to explain how she did things. Wow, I thought she'd be the type who read all day, she said, and I laughed. Genevieve? No way. She hates reading and always got an F on almost every subject back when she was in school. What? Oh my God, she said, covering her mouth to hide her smile. Genevieve hates books. It's weird how you call them by their names. I can't get used to it, she said, laughing, and I laughed too. People tell me that. They all dote on me, and I guess I know they're not all as scary as they look. Not even Raymond is as scary as he makes himself out to be. That's to you. You're their youngest. Of course, they'll be sweet. Their spouses, unfortunately, didn't get that treatment. Maybe, but they're not all that bad, I said. I didn't want her to dislike my siblings. They were only being careful with upholding the family. Although, there was a time Raymond hit me and I ran from him for days. I said, and she burst out laughing. Why did he hit you? I brought a girl home and she used his restroom by accident. What? Oh my God! She said, looking at me with surprise. She was on her period. It was what made him madder. Geez! Oh my gosh, he didn't say a word to her and acted nice so she wouldn't feel bad. I thought he was fine with it, but when I returned from escorting her smiling, I got a hit to my face, I said, and she laughed again. Seriously, that is funny. How could he keep his temper when he was originally annoyed with her? I don't know myself. He's a clean freak, and she wasn't really perfect with the cleaning. Oh my, I understand him. That can be a little disgusting, she said, and I awed. Then she dipped her hand into her hoodie pocket and brought out her phone. I turned back to my food so it wouldn't feel like I was prying into her privacy. Then I heard her swear silently and she showed me her phone. What is? I stopped as I saw a photo of us at the moment, taken that same night. I looked around, maybe I'd see the person who took the photo, but there was no one around. Then I turned back to the photo. Under it was a lovely dinner date under the moonlight. How romantic. Emily's povie. I stared at the photo with my throat feeling like it was bringing back all the things I had eaten. It was definitely Mandy who had sent it through an unknown number. What was her deal? Why was she so obsessed with making sure she pulled me down? Did she want to get married to John or Lucas? Which one of them? I only barely escaped the elders' meeting. They said they'd be putting an eye on me to see that I didn't disgrace their family. But she was there, busy trying to make me rot in jail without committing a crime. Lucas got up to scan the area, but I knew it was no use. She'd have taken the picture minutes ago, gotten back to safety, then settled to send the picture so she wouldn't get caught. Lucas returned after a while, and by then, I was already thinking of whatever I could be framed for doing. Seducing a Granger? Causing trouble for the family? Whoever sent it will ask for something before using it. We should know who took it then. It's Mandy, I said, staring at the phone. Mandy? He asked, looking like he never thought of the possibility of it being her. Yes, Mandy. She was the one who displayed those pictures at the ceremony. She keeps following me anytime I go out, but I don't see her. She managed to take a photo of me right before I got into your car for our friendly date. She didn't take one of you, though. The day we had coffee, too, she told me she saw us when I got to the company. She told me to upload a drunk video of myself and tag the elders in it. This was retaliation for not doing it. I explained, looking at the food I had lost interest in. How dare she? Did she know how big that event was? Why didn't you tell anyone it was her? He asked, looking surprised at how daring Mandy was. Then they'd call her, question her, and she'd put us in trouble too. I just had to let it pass, I replied, and he gave a little noise of disagreement. I'll talk to her. You should go in. Dinner should be over. We don't know what else she might try. He said, getting up and packing the plates and spoons. I'll help, I said, taking the plates, spoons, and glasses from him and arranging them in a tray, since he was going to have to take in the table and chairs. Luckily, on my way to the kitchen, I didn't run into anyone, and I was more than glad for that. I wasn't sure I could say much when I was troubled about whatever would happen next. The elders had been unwilling to let me off with just a threat. The only thing I did wrong was being friends with Lucas, but they were obsessed with turning it into something much more like an affair. When I returned to my room, Sadie was there practicing yoga. Isn't it too late for yoga? I asked, going to my bed. No time is too late for yoga. What happened with the elders? Of course, they threatened me. They wanted me to admit something I didn't do. What's that? They think I'm having an affair with Lucas and that I like him. Don't you like him? I don't. Cut it. What did they threaten to do if you ruined the family image? She asked, and I sighed. Throw me into prison, I replied, hugging my knees to my chest. Ouch, it got that bad already? She asked, flatly, as she got down into a split. So they have put someone into prison before? I think the four of them dared to con Darryl, and somehow they ended up in jail for attempted rape. She replied, bending backwards on her split, and bending her back leg upwards so her head and foot would meet. Whoa, I exclaimed, was brutal. Just calm down. Did you see Mandy today? No. I told you she wouldn't do anything yet, she said, releasing herself from the posture she had been in. Yet? She was the one who displayed those pictures of Lucas and me, I said immediately. Really? If the family finds out, she might go to jail for embezzlement. Then there's our chance to get rid of her, she said, adjusting into a butterfly pose, looking like it was what I should have done since. No, then I'd also go with her for embezzlement. She's going to spill what she knows, I said immediately. True, but you only need to give me some time. I'll completely destroy Mandy. She's going to be dead meat, she said, walking out of my room. 2 minutes later, she returned. Mandy's going somewhere. I think you should follow her. I saw her through the balcony, she said, and I got off my bed, running out of my room. Where was she going? My heart seemed to pound as I dashed down the hall. What would happen if she went to the elders and showed them the picture? What was she doing? I nearly skidded down the stairs, but managed to get down safely without a sprained ankle. Breathing hard, I ran across the separated living rooms and dashed out the door and came in the foyer. When I got out, the chill night air whipped my hair around, and I walked quickly towards the other mansions, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. There was no Mandy in sight, and it was then I realized it was totally my own conclusion that she'd be headed towards the mansion. I didn't ask Sadie in what direction she had been headed in. She ought to have told me, I said to myself, tracing my steps to the balcony where Sadie had seen her from. The garden, I said, and ran towards the garden. When I got close, I heard her talking and stopped. Slowly and quietly, I approached the garden and hid where I was able to see. She was talking to Lucas, who stood with his hands in his pockets. Mandy looked mad, and I feared he had said something to piss her off. I was the one who was always in trouble, so why couldn't he just talk to her nicely, or let her be? I just don't like her, I heard Mandy say, and she looked scary in the half-moonlight. And what are you going to do about it? Lucas asked. I'm going to destroy her, she replied with spite, and I almost fainted. The Grangers were already trying to do that. She didn't need to seriously join them. Was I to go out and talk to her, or just watch? Emily's povey. You're going to destroy who? Lucas asked. Emily? Yes, because no one gets in my way. I get what I want. She crossed me. Who are you, some rich alpha's daughter? Is your father known? He asked, acting clueless. I thought you were just some secretary John pitied and picked up because you opened your chest. What? I'm asking what you can do compared to what I can do. Are you that fearless that you have no regard for how the life of a woman like you can end quickly when she crosses the wrong person? He asked, and Mandy took a step back, although I was pretty sure she didn't intend to do that. What? No one gets in your way. Well, no one gets in mine too. I get what I want, and if you decide to cross me, then you'll be destroyed too. Now unveiling your true colors? She finally asked, getting her tongue. I never hid it. Did I ever speak softly to you? It was there in plain sight for you to see. Jail is always open for women like you who don't mind their business. Are you threatening me? She asked, with her voice breaking a little. She didn't know whether to get angry or scared. The emotions were conflicting and reflecting in her eyes. Don't step on my toes, Mandy. The family will always pick me over you, a nobody. Like I said, you are not too young for prison, he said, and walked past her. Mandy stood there, staring at the spot he had just left. She bit her lip hard and seemed to take in deep breaths, trying not to let her fear show. She was probably wondering if she was to blow everything up or keep quiet. I watched quietly from the dark spot where I stood and remained silent as Lucas passed me by. Shortly after they'd left, Mandy turned around and left angrily. Was that good for me or not? I couldn't tell. After being sure I wouldn't run into any of them on the way, I left my hiding spot and went back into the house. However, as I opened the door to the living room, I bumped into a maid. Ah, Miss Emily, I was looking everywhere for you, she said, looking relieved. For me? Why, is there a problem? No, Mr. Granger wants to see you, she replied. Oh, okay, I said, crossing the living room and bounding up the stairs. I took a right turn, only for her to call out to me. Not Alpha Lucas, but Alpha John, she corrected. Oh, I said, retracing my steps, and took the left corridor which led to John's rooms. He wasn't in his bedroom, but in his study. "You called for me," I said, walking in. "Yes, I did. I called because I just can't sleep. I can't think of anything else but what seems to be going on," he said, turning to me with a glass of chilled beer in his hand. "And what's that?" I asked. "What's going on between you and Lucas? Was that story Mandy told about you and Lucas?" he asked, coming closer to me. "Why does it bother you? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. I have only 3 years to work under you, and if I'm lucky, I only need to work a year, and if I can find the horrible amount of money you expect me to pay, I'll pay it and be free," I said, and it seemed to make him mad. "Do you think you can escape from me?" "Yes, I can. I think I have already." "No, you haven't, Emily. What is going on between you and Lucas?" "Ask him," I said fearlessly, even though he was overshadowing me, standing directly above me. "You make me crazy, damn you. Just spill it," he shouted, and I almost stepped back in shock, but didn't. "Spill what? Why don't you ask him?" "Emily, just listen to me and play the part of the good lover you always played." "Why should I? Do you take me for a fool or what?" "I get you're hurt, and I was hurt. Not now. I'm over you, John, and you should get it straight in your head." "You're not over me," he said, stressing each word. "I am." "You're not. Emily, this is just getting more complicated. Can we just make it simple? Just listen to me like you always did." "Hear yourself. You're crazy. You're just so obsessed with controlling everything around you. How could I not see that? How did you make me so crazed about you?" "Well, that was a huge mistake. A huge mistake I will never make again. If only I had met Lucas before you. He's 1,000 times better." I spat, and he raised the hand holding the glass abruptly. The beer splashed all around, drops falling on my face, but he stopped himself. He wanted to hit me again. John wanted to hit me, but he stopped himself. "That's it," I said, shoving him backwards in anger and turning around to leave his study. I slammed the door and made my down the hall, feeling like I'd cry. He could have raised his hands on me. I went back to my room and stayed up all night hating myself for ever liking someone like him. He was an obsessed, controlling freak who didn't know when he had lost. One thing was clear to me, though. I was never going back to him. The next morning, I was having breakfast all alone, trying to eat before anyone came down. I had made myself a simple breakfast of bread and peanut butter, determined to avoid Mandy by all means. But oops, she came down earlier than I expected. I stopped with the bread in between my teeth and cut it slowly as I watched her. I dropped the bread and chewed the one I had cut off, swallowing quickly. "You're eating? You're even more annoying than I expected you to be," she said, walking past me. I didn't say anything, but continued to eat, and it seemed to get her mad. She suddenly turned back to me. "You know what? Damn us both. I'm telling everyone now," she screeched and began to walk towards the door. I choked and spit the bread out of my mouth. "What?" "Emily's pove. Mandy," I called sharply, getting up from my chair to chase after her. "Mandy," I called, grabbing her arm and turning her just before she opened the door to the foyer. "Let go," she said, wringing her hand out of mine in disgust. "Okay, just calm down, okay? Let's talk." "We already talked, but you didn't wait to listen to everything I wanted to tell you, did you?" she asked. Okay, I'm sorry. Just wait. I spoke to Lucas yesterday and he hurt my pride. I'm sorry about that, but you need to think about this. We're both going to go down if you do this. You should fear the people who have nothing to lose. Yesterday, he reminded me I have nothing to lose. I have no influential family or an image I'm trying to uphold, so I guess I'm fine with whatever happens. Let's go down together, she said, turning away, but I turned her back again. Wait. You seriously need to think about this. They're not people you mess with just like that. Hear me out. How about we strike some deal with Lucas? You have to. No, you want to stop me. If I meet with Lucas, then I wouldn't be able to bust you. Okay, wait. We're not meeting Lucas. Let's just talk. Just me and you. Then leave, she said, folding her arms. Leave? I asked, flinging my arm in the direction of the stairs. Okay, I said, and began to turn away. No, leave this house, she said, and I turned back to her. Leave, as in leave with all my things, I asked, dumbfounded. Yes, pack your things and leave quietly. They'll kill me. I can't do that. I have 3 years to serve with John. Don't you know that? I asked, wondering if she was serious. Do I look like I care? You're going to be in trouble either way. It's either you run, or you have them kill you after discovering what you did with their beloved youngest," she said, looking happy to have the upper hand. "Mandy, you have to wait, and let's figure something out. I can't run. They'll find me, and then—" "I don't care. Don't you understand that? I think I've been clear enough. I don't want to see your face anywhere." "Mandy, that's impossible," I said, feeling like I'd burst into flames if she kept pressing me. "Find a way to run, or else I'll really spill it this time at the family dinner. You have till evening, and this time around, don't dare me. It won't end with just pictures this time," she said, and left, slamming the door and leaving me with heaviness in the air. After watching the door for a while, dumbfounded, I walked back to the dining table slowly, looking devastated. My sweet bread and peanut butter lay on a dish, half eaten, but that was probably how far it would be touched. I wasn't in the mood to eat anymore. My appetite had suffered a knife to the heart. I walked up to my room and stared up into space for a long while before Sadie came in later that same morning. "Have you seen my pink boots?" she asked, looking around. "What's wrong?" "Spill it," she said, looking irritated. "Is the family having a joint dinner tonight again?" I asked. "I think so. Mum likes the idea of a full table," she said, looking under my bed, then lifting clothes off a chair. "Mandy wants to tell them." "Again? She wants me to run away, to leave," I told her, and she scoffed. "Is she kidding?" "She's not. Well, like I said, I'm going to destroy her soon." "And when is the soon?" I asked, rolling my eyes. "Tonight," she replied flatly. "To what?" "Tonight, so get ready for tonight. It's going to be heated," she said, finding her boots in my shoe rack. "Tonight? Hey, explain." "I'm going to help, and you should be thanking me. Mandy's not staying a day longer," she said, leaving my room. "Sadie? Don't call me," she shouted. All through that day, I couldn't concentrate on my work. Mandy was right behind me, typing away while singing dirty songs, but my mind was far away. What was Sadie planning? Was it going to get me in trouble? I had to warn her not to leave matters to her childish 8-year-old brain. Later that evening, Katie dropped in, and when she did, I heaved a sigh. All day, people had come in through that door, and each time my heart had leaped up, expecting Sadie. But she never came. "You still have an hour to leave. Dinner is being prepared," Mandy said, getting up from her seat. "Leave?" Katie asked. "Don't bother about it, sweet Katie. It's between me and Emily," Mandy said in a honeyed voice, and left Katie and me in the living room. "She's not bullying you, is she?" she asked, opening her laptop. "Of course she is," I replied with a sigh, and finally I heard my name. "Emily," Sadie called, and I turned to the door, with my heart roaring in relief and joy. She pushed open the door wide. "Emily," she called, looking towards the stairs, but caught sight of me. "Follow me," she said, and I ditched my work immediately. "I'll be right back," I said to Katie, and followed after Sadie. Okay. I'm late, I know that, but it's been a tough day. Hold my bag, will you?" she said, pushing her bag against my belly. It wasn't even a request. I held her bag, and she straightened her school uniform, tucking in properly, and rolling up her socks. She smoothened her hair and began to run. "Wait," I called after her, running with her to her mother's mansion. She led me to a mini living room where a young teen was sitting there. He looked 16 or so and seemed to be from an influential family as well. "Hello," he greeted. "Hi. All right, George, get started. We're complete," Sadie said, crossing the room to pour herself water from a jug on the table. I sat on a sofa, waiting for her to explain. She drank long and deep before giving a sigh. "I'm super excited," she said, as George took out his laptop. "So this is George, a friend of mine, and he's going to help. Here's the thing. John took me out to the movies after I bugged him to take me somewhere, and during the movie he received a text. It was a video from Mandy. I tried to look, but he looked around, and when he saw me looking, he hastily hid his phone away and didn't bring out his phone again until we were in the car. When he did, he held it discreetly. I think they have a secret they're covering up," she explained, and I furrowed my brows. "So you want to steal John's phone or what?" "No, we're hacking in," she replied. "That's impossible. John's phone is highly fortified. He has all. That's why we're hacking into Mandy's." "Oh," I said, and watched George tapping away on his laptop. "Whatever we see there, we're going to blow it up big." "What about John?" He won't get hurt. He's family. Mandy's the one getting hurt. Do you care about him? No way. Why would I care about such a jerk? I shot back immediately. All right, then we're good to go. She replied, Hurry, George, it's almost time for dinner. I can smell the maids cooking. What if there's nothing on it? The boy asked. Just do as you're told. And you do as you promised or I'll blackmail you with this. He replied, and Sadie threw a cushion at him, which he dodged. I smiled. Blackmailing the blackmailer, I commented, and she glared at me. No one can blackmail me, not a single person. She replied, and he smiled. Come and check this out, he said, and we both went to sit on either side of him. You got into her phone already? Sadie asked. As easy as pie, he replied as he navigated her apps. It's this, Sadie said, pointing to her messaging app. We clicked it, and John was the last person she spoke to. Where are you? Sadie read the last message Mandy had sent to John, and as we continued to scroll, I leaned over behind George and covered Sadie's eyes hastily with my hands. What? She asked angrily. John and Mandy had sexted a lot of the time, and she had sent nudes. I looked at George and his eyes were closed. They had better stay closed. Mandy was doomed. Emily's pof. I scrolled upwards to a safe place where they had talked about Katie and took my hand off Sadie's eyes. What was on it? She snapped. I guess your 8-year-old brain can't guess. George teased, and she made to scroll, but we both swatted her hand away. Something really dirty, something like what you saw him doing in the garden, I said, and her little fingers flew to her mouth. She is so screwed, she said excitedly, and screamed in happiness. We have to copy everything onto a flash drive. You have one, George? She asked. You know how to use it? He asked, and she stuffed her hands into his bag. Don't joke with me, she replied. Wait, shouldn't we just threaten her with this and send her away quietly? I asked. Going soft? You're free. I never go soft. She's going to get double. She was disrespectful to me and gloated about Dorella being gay. There's no way I'm letting her off easily. If she could show John her body, then it won't be that embarrassing to show the family, would it? She asked, and I coughed at the thought of it. Brutal, but still. Sss, she hissed ferociously. Don't say more, or we become enemies. I'm just going to prepare my clothes for dinner, she said happily, and danced away. Don't forget your promise. George called after her. I'll hire someone to do it, she replied, still dancing away. No, you promised to do it yourself, he said, and she turned. Fine. It's just a silly love letter. Why can't you write it yourself? She snapped and walked out. He smiled to himself and returned to his laptop. I'll have to leave. You're leaving me here alone? He asked. I have to inform someone about our progress. I'll be right back, I said, and he nodded. I searched for Lucas after leaving Sadie's mansion and found him in the library looking over some books. Lucas, I called, looking around as I walked quickly to him. Hey, I was searching for you. I wanted to see you too. I think I'm going to order Mandy out. John has no say over this mansion, and I think it's better if she leaves. He said, but I shook my head with a smile. That's fine. I have everything under control. Don't you worry about a thing. Everything's going well, I assured him. Everything's going well? How? I found a way to make her bow out. If she won't bow out, she'd be forced to. Actually, Sadie's not giving her a chance to bow out on her own, so I guess she would be forced to. I explained. What do you have on her? Is it something strong? Super strong. What is it? It's a surprise, I said, smiling. I shouldn't be smiling because it's something really cruel, but I giggled. Why am I giggling? Sadie and I are being really wicked, I said, shocked at how much I couldn't wait for Mandy to be humiliated. She had done enough for me to leave Sadie to it. Well, not that I could argue against Sadie anyway. Is it really something that good? He asked, smiling and leaning against the shelf, and I nodded. Trust me, if not me, then Sadie, I said, and he laughed. Then I'll leave you both to take care of Mandy, he said, and I smiled before turning and walking away. Finally, we could leave Mandy and not have to worry about anyone watching us. We'd have dinner again. As I thought of dinner with him on the rooftop, my heart skipped a beat and I blushed. Of course, he's a charming friend. Handsome too. I said to myself, smiling, and made my way back to Sadie's mansion. She was lecturing George about something when I got there. Oh, right, Emily, we have a problem, she said, turning to me. Problem? I just assured Lucas stay calm. The problem is, we need to be inside instead of outside. How do we do that? Oh yeah, they love eating outside. Well, you could convince them to have dinner inside, I suggested. They won't listen, she replied. Who else will they listen to if not you? That's true. I can say it's too cold and I feel like I'm coming down with a cold, she said and bounced out of the room. I sat on a sofa and saw a note on the table. Yours? I asked George and he smiled. Sadie's. Oh, her handwriting is quite nice. Wait, I thought you wanted her to help you write a love letter. Is that it? I asked and he blushed. Yeah. Why would you give an 8-year-old a letter to write? I asked and he smiled. I told her to write it in a way that would make a girl's heart flutter. And you trust her on that? It's hers. I'm going to give it to her sometime in the future. See if she refuses the letter she wrote herself, he said, and I burst out laughing. Why, that's romantic, I said, and he blushed. Isn't it embarrassing, a 16-year-old boy liking an 8-year-old girl? Totally not. No? Think about it. When you're 28, she'd be 20. Tell me, does it have so much difference now? I asked, and he laughed. No, it doesn't. Is Sadie a good choice? Well, get prepared to be blackmailed a lot, I said, and he laughed. She's done that to me 1,000,000 times already. Then get ready for 1,000,000,000, I said, laughing, and he joined. Then he received a call. Shit, I gotta go. Mom's calling, he said, getting up. Oh, I'll inform Sadie, I said, and we both left the room. I made my way back to our mansion to prepare myself for dinner, and as I opened the door to the foyer, I met Mandy. You're still here? She asked, looking annoyed. Yes, I replied and walked past her, but stopped and spoke without turning. Also, I wanted to say, do your worst, Mandy. Emily's pov. What? She asked angrily, but I continued walking away. She didn't deserve an explanation from me. It didn't matter whatever she did. We'd ruin her before she even got a chance to talk or be listened to. If I saw she was about to speak, I would stop her. Then her secrets would be blown out, and she wouldn't even be listened to. I got to the corridor of my room and saw John leaning against my door. He raised his head, and I gave a little sigh. I walked towards him and stood in front of him. Move. That's my room. I know. Then move. I need to prepare for dinner. You should too. You reek of sweat, I said, making to walk past him. He grabbed my hand and pushed me backwards. I need answers. What is going on between you and Lucas? Tell me. You still belong to me. In your dreams, I retorted. Tell me, Emily, I saw you both in the library, laughing. Just the both of you in that library. What were you saying? You couldn't even pick on that. What are your ears for? Emily, what is between you and... It's none of your business, John. Respect yourself and move out of the way. I'm not moving. What do you want from me? Tell me the truth. We're friends, and you had better sober up before dinner. I'm not drunk. Well, you're acting like you are. Emily, he called desperately. I just said we're friends. Don't be friends with him. Why? It hurts, he replied, and I scoffed. Your pride, I'm guessing. I pointed out, and he ran a hand through his hair. Don't be friends with my uncle. Should I move you to another house? Oops, I have his number, and we meet every day. Maybe that'd be better. He could do a sleepover at the house you give me, I said with a teasing smile, and it was only a moment that I saw the rage flash in his eyes, quick and hot. The next moment, I was hit by a brutal force. I staggered dangerously and hit the wall heavily. My head pounded, and it seemed like I'd pass out. John, I heard Lucas call harshly. I closed my eyes, raising my hands to my head as an headache threatened to tear me apart. What? Is it any of your business? John asked. I opened my eyes slowly, trying to block out the pain. John came towards me to drag me away, but Lucas already got to us and pushed John away. John staggered but regained his composure easily, unlike me, who was unable to regain mine. How could you hurt a lady? Lucas asked in rage. My lady, she's not yours. Lucas growled and I hid behind him. Damn you, Lucas, she's mine. We shouldn't be this way. She's mine, so just back off. If she was, you have zero rights to treat her this way. Lucas replied and John paced around, acting like he was going crazy. What's it with you? I thought she was to keep her distance. And she's doing that well. Unfortunately, I don't have to keep my distance. Lucas, John began. Prepare for dinner, John. Emily and I are talking about something important. Well, she needs taking care of. She's hurt, Lucas replied. I can take care of her. If you did that, she wouldn't have left. Maybe I should show you how to take care of a lady you're attracted to, he said, and he pulled me from behind him, and my heart skidded. When she's hurt, you lift her this way, he said, and lifted me into his arms. My jaw fell, and I didn't know where to place my hands. His chest or his neck. My eyes were stuck on his beautiful face as he glared at John. Lucas, then you hold her well and not let her go, he said, holding me securely, and I swallowed. My heart was going crazy. He was going to feel it. Then you walk her into her room and get her some rest, he said, and turned to go into my room. John took a few steps closer. I'm annoyed, John. Don't come any closer. These days my fists slip, he said, and took me into my room. He dropped me on the bed, and I stared in shock at my wall. He locked the door, and we heard John storming away. That was charming, I said without intending to. He chuckled. Are you okay? Sure. Yeah. He came closer and bent in front of me. Are you sure? He asked, looking up at me. He isn't that strong. Meh, I could beat him in a fight, I said, avoiding looking into his eyes, and he laughed. You? You look like your head was turned upside down when he pushed you. No, I didn't. Your face is all red. Are you sure you're fine? Well, that's because you keep staring at me. Don't stop, I said, and he burst out laughing. Wait, what? Why would you lift me like that? I wasn't prepared for it. You could have given me a heads up. Heads up? Hey, Emily, I'm about to lift you. Don't let your heart beat too fast. I should have said that? He asked, teasing me. I'm going to blackmail you like Sadie. I'll tell the family you lifted me against my will. If you don't want that, then you have to bake me a pie, I said, looking everywhere but his eyes, and he laughed. Oh my God, there's Sadie's reflection in you. I'm scared. I'll bake you a pie tonight, he said, and I ended up laughing even though I tried hard to stop it. It's a must, I said, still laughing, and he nodded. The moment had come. Mandy had given me a haughty look, and I knew she was about to end the jolly conversation the elders were having. Sadie had managed to make sure we had dinner in Alpha Raymond's dining room, and everyone was talking and having fun. Sadie had shown how brutal she was, and had dragged a projector to the center wall, where everyone could see properly. I sat next to Dorella, who seemed to have eyes for Katie alone. Katie had been invited to dinner, but didn't look too comfortable because Mandy and Lucas had somehow ended up sitting together. I dropped my fork and held my sweaty palms. It was then the thoughts of doubt began to fill my head. What if something went wrong? What if Mandy got it out before we could do anything? I signaled to Sadie that it was now or never. We had allowed the elders to eat enough. It was time for them to lose their appetite. She got up from her chair. I have something to say, Mandy blurted out. I also have, I began. Emily is pregnant for Lucas and Dorella's gay, she said, and it felt like a bomb had dropped. Emily's pov. I could feel the shock in the air. It was stiff and tense. Even Lucas had stopped eating. John looked like he had heard news of someone dying. Lady Genevieve stared at Mandy like she was trying to decipher if she was saying the truth or not. Lady Mira's jaw was open, and Alpha Will and Alpha Raymond were expressionless. What are you saying? Alpha Raymond asked her, dropping his cutlery. I'm saying, wait, you mean what you just said? Lady Mira asked. Yes, it is 100% true, Mandy replied, feeling more confident by the moment. Mandy, stop spinning lies. It's not nice, Katie said, but I knew she only wanted someone to tell her it wasn't true. They're not lies, Katie. Do I look like I would come here and spill crazy nonsense? I said it because everyone deserves to know the truth, Mandy replied, and I swallowed. It was over. She had said it before we could play her nasty videos. We were doomed. There was nothing we could do at that juncture. You're saying Emily is pregnant right now? Alpha Raymond asked. For John? Lady Mira asked. For Alpha Lucas, Mandy said, and Lucas gave a little scoff, sitting back in his chair and crossing his legs. Why do you say that? Alpha Will asked. Sadie let me know. You can ask her. She's always too happy to have people's secrets anyway, she said, and Sadie placed a hand on her waist, looking at Mandy, like Mandy was a kid craving attention in the wrong way. So Emily is, Alpha Raymond began. Can you all just stop? First, let's address something else. Dorella, is that true? Tell me it's not, and I'll rip off her tongue. Lady Genevieve said. She had been distracted ever since Mandy had spoken at first. She had only been trying to grasp and make sense of everything. Mom, Darrella began, and I saw her fidgeting with her fingers under the table. No, Darrell, tell me, is your sister gay? She likes girls? She asked, and Darrell glanced at Darrella. I'm gay, Darrella said, looking at her fingers. Why didn't you tell me? Lady Genevieve asked. I was scared. It's not what you'd want for the family, if the public knows. Since when did you know this? 3 years? 2? Maybe. Think more about this, Genevieve. You both should think about this and have a talk, Alpha Will said, and Lady Genevieve blinked continuously. I'm not mad. I'm just shocked. I didn't know, but you don't have to keep stuff like that from me. I'm your mother. But you were going to go crazy, Darrella said. I'm not going crazy right now, am I? I'm not. Talk to me when you need to. I'm just a little disappointed, but I can't do anything about it. It's your life, your choices, it's who you are. I can't change it. Really? You're not getting mad? How can I? When a friend of mine lost her daughter to suicide because her daughter came out and she went bonkers. Just don't harm yourself. I'm not mad. I'll just need time, Lady Genevieve said, and it was obvious to all that she was still struggling to accept the truth. Darrella gave a little smile. Thanks, Mandy, she said to Mandy, who looked like she had lost one of her most treasured pair of earrings. But don't go around saying it. It can't come out to the public. Lady Genevieve added, I know, I don't intend to. Darrella replied. Now, can we return to the crazy thing Mandy is saying? John asked impatiently. Okay, wait, I have something to say. Sadie jumped in. Not now, Sadie. We have to, Lady Mira began. No, I'm not backing down. What I'm about to say is just as important, she screamed. What, you're gay too? Alpha Raymond asked, looking annoyed. I'm not gay. Heck, I don't even know if I like guys either. I need to talk. Later, Lady Genevieve shouted. Now, it's important. Just listen to me, Sadie shouted back. Sadie, not now. Everyone is serious, Jude said, reaching out to Sadie, who went out of reach. I'm also serious. Listen to me first. Just calm down and hear me out, okay? Sadie, stop, John bellowed, and Sadie began to scream loud. Sadie, John shouted. She continued to scream out loud, and the maids began to pay more attention. We'll listen, Alpha Raymond shouted, and she stopped abruptly. Thank you. Now look at this, she said, taking out George's laptop. She connected it to the projector, and I was surprised just how much she knew about computers. It was our only hope. Maybe they'd just forgive us all. Sharp gasps pushed me out of my imagination, and I looked up to see Mandy's nude pictures on the screen. John's eyes looked like they would fall, and Mandy had a hand on her chest, like she would have an attack. Lucas looked at me, raising a brow, but I couldn't smile. I only squeezed my face because I didn't know my fate yet. Sadie played a video of Mandy taking off her clothes, and everyone began to shout. Sadie, Lady Mira screamed. I'm not looking, Sadie said, even though she was the one displaying it. Everyone was horrified. All their sexting was revealed. Then John got up, and Sadie immediately kept the laptop. It's not mine. Don't you dare touch it, she said, hiding it behind her. Is that you? Alpha Will asked Mandy, who looked like she was searching for a window to jump out through. That's, John was saying, but Alpha Raymond threw a fork his way, and the fork sliced his cheek as it went past. Mandy was saying. You are disgusting. Is that you? Lady Genevieve asked. Open your mouth, Lady Mira shouted. Yes, it's me, Mandy replied in fear, looking like she was about to cry. You were having an affair with your boss, and he has a fiancée? Lady Genevieve asked, while acting like an angel to his family, hitting on his uncle and eyeing their money. Alpha Will said, relating the story Lucas had shared. Then the story about Emily is true too? Lady Genevieve asked. You're dead, Lady Mira said vehemently. Now you, she said, turning to me, and I swallowed. It was time. Emily's pavie. It felt like something was roaring inside my chest instead of my heart. Pregnant? Bullshit. Are you pregnant, Emily? Are we expecting a baby bump? Sadie asked, and I looked at her. Then it hit me. No baby bump. I'm not pregnant, I said like I was just realizing it. I had never been happier to say the truth so sweetly. Lucas? Alpha Raymond asked. You heard her, Lucas replied. I can do a test, a pregnancy test, I said immediately. She's never puked in front of me, Sadie said. I don't think I've seen her sick in the morning, Darrell chipped in. Mandy's looking for people to drag down. Why would Emily be pregnant for Lucas? Dorella asked and scoffed. She didn't look sick when she picked me up from school. Jude put in, I'm not pregnant. You are. Sadie said it. Mandy blurted out. That was only to lead you on to destruction, because I hate seeing your annoying face and wanted you gone. Emily said you can do a test. Why don't you do it? Sadie asked confidently. You didn't really think she was pregnant for me, did you? Lucas asked Mandy with a smile. She looked like she was asked to swallow bile. She's pregnant, she said weakly. Guards, Lady Genevieve shouted. Take her out. No, wait. They were acting suspicious. Sadie wanted Emily to kiss Lucas. Emily refused, and Sadie said it wasn't a big deal when she was already pregnant for him. She screamed, as the guards marched towards her, and Sadie laughed. What a pity. If you stuck with being my underling, I could have made you into a successful author by now. Sadie mocked. Wait, Mandy said, moving away from the guards. Escort her to Damien's house. In the morning we're going to deal with her. Lady Genevieve said, and the guards took hold of her. Wait, please, don't do this to me, Mandy begged as she fought with the guards. Sleeping with him when you're not family? We don't need someone like you that can taint our family. What will happen if this gets out? Will you handle it? Will you take responsibility? How dare you, crazy whore, set foot in our family and try to deceive us while eyeing our riches? Lady Mira asked in rage, and I could see Katie growing more uncomfortable by the moment. John, you started this. You forced me into it, Mandy screamed as she was dragged away. John, say something. You should check the chats. Scroll upwards. He asked for it and bugged me for it. She screamed, but her noise faded as she taken out of sight and eventually out of the mansion. I beg you, was the final screech we heard. You found yourself a good lying whore, Lucas said. Why have you always been around Lucas? If you hadn't, she wouldn't have had the guts to accuse you of something like that. John shouted at him, and Lady Genevieve hit his head. He turned to her, looking hurt. You are a disgrace, she said with gritted teeth. Such pictures were displayed in front of your wife, and you can't do anything but speak that way to her? She asked. What were you planning to do if this got out? You were chatting embarrassingly with such a girl. What if she decided one day to upload it all shamelessly? Lady Mira asked. I am speechless. You seem to have lost your mind, John. Alpha Will said, looking at his food like he would take it and overturn it on John's head. You're not a man. A man who cheats is not a man, he added. You disgust me. Lady Genevieve spat at him. She's unfaithful too. It's not just me. She also has a fault, John said, looking at me angrily. What fault? I asked. You and Lucas. You think flocking around him is normal? No, it's not. It's proof that something funky is going on. We're friends, I defended myself. You can't be friends with Lucas. I can. I can be friends with Lucas because I, unlike you, have not been unfaithful. You are the one who cheated, who broke the trust. You're the one who made everything go wrong. I didn't make anything wrong. You must be kidding me, I retorted, feeling disgusted by him. For goodness sake, Sadie, take off that rubbish. Lady Mira snapped, and Sadie immediately began to work on the laptop. She took it off, and the screen was returned to being blank. You don't seem surprised, Alpha Will pointed out to me. I'm not, I replied. You're not, he asked, and I looked at Katie, who was sweating already and staring at her plate. Lucas caught my gaze and shook his head slightly. I knew he was cheating, I replied, looking away from Katie. You knew? Lady Genevieve asked. But he didn't stop. He didn't mind letting me know. I knew about he and Mandy. He was open about it. John has not been the fiancé you all thought he was. That's why I'm here right now, gathering all my confidence because I'm about to say something. I said, not meeting their scary eyes. I was no longer going to care. Even if it felt like my heart would burst at that moment, and I got the strange and unexplainable urge to cry, I was going to do things my way. Long gone were the moments when John was my everything, my hope of a love-filled future. I had only wanted to be in beautiful places with him, and I had been blind to all his shortcomings. Truly, I was going to let go of it all. I wanted to forget him truly and move on. As I thought that, I looked up at Lucas, who gave me a smile. He may be a friend, but he was going to replace John. Tonight, I am breaking off my engagement with John. I said, and John's mouth fell. He didn't expect me to ever be able to say the truth to his family. Why? Alpha Will asked, like he couldn't understand me. I replied, the reason occupied the screen seconds ago. John's POV. It seemed like I'd been skidding down a hill at rocket speed, not having time to stop, but only being aware of the trouble awaiting me at the very bottom. Ever since I had been caught sleeping with Katie, I had always felt things were wrong. Emily had changed drastically. What made it worse was because I didn't know she had it in her to be such an emotionally detached person. I didn't even think she could do a day or a week without me. With the way she was moving on, it felt like she was erasing me from her head and heart completely. Honestly, she wouldn't have, if not that Lucas kept getting in the way. If she fell for Lucas, then it would mean I had lost complete control over her. Looking at her, I knew she planned it all with Sadie. She had it in mind to break herself free, and she probably thought the best way to do it was to expose my infidelity. Too bad Mandy alone took the fall. Did she think she could escape me? No way. I looked at the family as they stared at Emily in shock, but with a touch of resignation. They were going to pin all the blame on me. Emily, what are you saying? You're too mad to speak right now. Think things over and return. You can just, I began. I'm not mad. I'm being firm. I cannot marry a man who cheats on me and is open with it. No, I said, and the family looked resigned. We cannot stop her, Alpha Will said. If that's what she wants, then break off the engagement. Alpha Raymond grunted and Emily beamed. Dad, tell her to calm down and think. One more word, John, and I'd really lose my temper with you, he said menacingly, and I kept quiet. I knew how angry my dad could get, and the worst part was that he never let how angry he was show on his face. He was always discreet with it. Then he'd show it when he was alone, or alone with the person who angered him. I looked at Lucas and saw he wasn't as troubled as the others were. He probably saw it as an opportunity to take Emily for himself. I knew he had feelings for her. When and how it had happened, I had no idea. You don't have to get engaged to John, but during your stay in this mansion, you're not to speak about it, not until we find a way around it, Lady Genevieve said, and she looked a little displeased, but she nodded. If one word about it gets out, a word about this cheating stuff and you breaking the engagement, you're going to end up like Mandy. You'd like her for a cellmate, wouldn't you? Lady Mira threatened, and she shook her head. I won't tell anyone about it, she said immediately. You'll wait for us to make the decisions, however long that may take. Alpha Will concluded and got up from his table. I believe I've lost my appetite, he said and walked away. Does anyone still have their appetite? This is insane. Lady Mira said, getting to her feet. In my room, John, my father said, and I bit my lip slightly. I shot Sadie a glare, and she was haughty enough to return it. It was a level of disrespect that I couldn't take. If only there was a way to punish her without consequences. My father left the table, and I followed after him. We walked into his room, and I closed the door after me. I walked a few feet and watched him with his back turned to me. Since when? He asked, and I swallowed. Mandy? Since when have you been sleeping with her? Since I met her. I replied in a low voice, but before I could look up and try to offer other explanations, he had swiveled and hit me hard across the face. I staggered backwards and felt blood in my mouth. I'm sorry, I said. You're a disgrace. What would your cousins think of you? You're the eldest among them, but you don't act like it. You act like a freaking spoilt baby. Won't you grow up? If we allowed you to marry Alfa Romeo's daughter Henning, is this what you'd do? If she was the one, do you think this would end with a simple engagement breaking? He asked, looking like he might pop. I'm sorry. You're going to be punished. They'll never take such disgrace. I was saying, but his next hit sent me crashing to the floor. I got to my feet immediately and bowed my head. Don't let me hear those words from your mouth. You're a good-for-nothing fool. What will sorry mend? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Get out. Out from my presence. He shouted, and I exited his room immediately. It felt like not only my face stung, my heart did too. If there was anyone I looked up to the most in my life, it was my father. Walking past the dining, I saw it empty. The maids were already packing up the plates. I sighed and picked up my phone, which I had left. On my way to our mansion, I saw Emily and the kids. They were talking, and she was laughing. How happy she looked. Was she really that happy to be rid of me? Yes, we're going to Lucas's room. You didn't tell us you staged such a thing. We'd have been happy to join. Dorella said. I know you would have, because seriously, Mandy has been such a goat. She prances around like she's some queen who has been accepted into the family. Sadie replied, packing her hair up in a ponytail. John was insane to sleep with her, Jude said, shaking her head. What did he see in her? Darrell asked, laughing. Just seeing them together like that made me feel like the outsider. They were my family, but they were all flocking around her, happy to be with her. Even Lucas, who I liked best, had gone to her. It felt like two people I liked best suddenly liked each other and left me alone. And the feeling arising in my heart was none other than sadness and regret mixed with jealousy. Emily's povey. The kids and I went to Lucas's room where a table was set up and chairs were arranged around it. We're going to have a party. We're celebrating Emily and Dorella's freedom, Sadie said, sharing glasses around. Emily no longer has to act like she's engaged to our cheat of a cousin named John, and Dorella can at least be herself when she's home. She can happily watch her favorite celebrity Ariana Delacroix on Timmy Darian's show and declare her undying love for her. She said, and everyone laughed. I like Ariana, but why would I like someone who doesn't even know I exist? Dorella asked as Sadie poured pineapple juice into her glass. You're right on that, but you're better than I am. You wouldn't believe I'm crushing on Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon, she said, and we all burst into laughter. Dorella likes someone who doesn't know she exists, and Sadie likes someone who doesn't exist, Jude said, and Darrell pushed her as he laughed. That's brutal, he said. Now that we're all here, I'm announcing a mission I've taken upon myself, and it is to make Lucas and Emily. What? Dorella asked in shock. Shocked, don't be. It's my decision, Sadie said, slicing apples for everyone. Why would you do that? Darrell asked. Have you seen them together? Sadie asked, looking at Darrell like he was unbelievable. Yes, they look good, Jude said excitedly. She does look good with John too, but John's kind of a jerk, she added. You don't have a say in it, right? Dorella asked me. She won't even let me say a word against it. There's no stopping her, I replied, sipping my drink. Let her be, Sadie. Unless you have to make me with Katie too. Dorella said, I would have done that for you and more, Dorella, but Katie's not gay. She likes someone else. Sadie said, and I tried to stop her, but she shrugged it off. Oh. Dorella said, still, you should let her know how you feel, and who knows, I might connect you with someone else who feels the same as you, but is scared to come out. You both can talk about how it feels. I think I'd like that, Dorella said, thinking about it. You can share experiences and target girls together, and you might even like each other. It'll be nice to vent to each other. You can also let her know how nice Katie is, Sadie added, and Dorella smiled. Introduce us. We'll make great friends. Just then the door opened, and Lucas and Sadie came in with food on trays. Whoa, Jude exclaimed, and the children began to clap. Ricotta and sausage pasta at your service, Katie said, smiling as she began to scoop the pasta into bowls for everyone. Drink, 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 Sadie shouted, pouring more drinks for everyone. How do the both of you feel? Lucas asked me and Dorella, and we both laughed. Great, I said, looking at Dorella. Also great. I feel free and better, she replied. Hooray to no Mandy, Darrell said, raising his glass of juice, and we all made a toast to it. I had fruit wine, and Katie and Lucas had beer. We began to eat, and they all talked, laughing. They all looked so happy. Lucas was teasing Jude about something, and Dorella was arguing with Sadie about something. Darrell was talking to Katie about something that made him keep blushing, and I was content staring at them. At first, I had felt so alone in the mansion, but I didn't feel alone. Sadie had been the first to reach out to me, and back then, I didn't understand her language. Sadie liked me, but her way of liking someone was different. She always started with bullying. Now I knew just how much she liked me, even though she wouldn't stop bullying me. All right, so how does it feel to be different? How does it feel to like girls? Sadie asked. It hurts to feel different. I actually went around dating a lot of boys, trying to find one to fall head over heels in love with, but it was impossible. I kept getting attracted to girls. Their pretty faces, soft skins, sweet-smelling hair, flashy earrings, elegant shapes. I just liked everything about girls, especially the naughty ones with soft voices who pretended to be angels. Then I began to like someone else. A true angel, soft-spoken, beautiful, elegant, respectful, and a role model. She's a lot older than me, but I'd like it even if she gave me just an approving look. "Who's that?" Sadie asked with a smile. "Don't start," Dorella said, and everyone began to laugh. "Start what? Is the person you like here?" Sadie asked, and Jude stuffed her mouth with pasta. "Eat and enjoy. You don't need to be a little devil tonight," she said to Sadie, who giggled at Dorella's red face. "Lucas's bed is big enough for us to sleep in tonight. Let's all sleep here," Daryl said. "All?" Lucas asked in shock. "Yes, me, everyone, you and Emily will be sleeping together," Sadie said, and I choked on my pasta, making Sadie laugh out loud. She was doing it on purpose. "Some will stay on the floor, some on the sofas, others on the bed," Jude suggested. "You'll be staying, right?" Dorella asked Katie. She's staying," Sadie squealed and began to clap. Jude and Daryl joined, and Dorella smiled. Katie smiled and poured a drink for Lucas. They all continued to talk about different things, and Lucas pointed to Katie's drink, saying something. She laughed and shook her head, then he pointed to her cheeks. She shook her head again and laughed. He also laughed and poured her a drink, but she shook her head laughing. They continued to laugh, and eventually she drank it and closed her eyes. Then they both laughed again. I didn't like it. "Why? Emily, why? What's wrong with you? Why don't you like it?" I asked myself, wondering why I didn't like the fact that Lucas was laughing without me. Oh, I wanted him to laugh with me, and not Katie. "Oh, I was jealous," Emily's pof. Why did I feel jealous? Why did I want him to like only me? Wanting him to be friendly to me alone and laugh with me alone was wrong. But why did I feel that way? Why was I feeling left out because he wasn't talking to me? Even when the kids included me in their fun conversations, I still found myself stealing glances at Lucas and Katie. Did he like her? Maybe he had asked her out? Was that why he hadn't said anything about her also sleeping with John? Or he didn't want her to feel jealous if he was talking to me? Maybe he didn't want the kids to think we were having an affair. My mind was going crazy, and I just wanted it to stop roaming with thoughts of Lucas. Why was I getting so worked up over him? It was just Lucas. As we wined and dined, we all began to grow silent, and in a moment, Katie was on the sofas, which were joined together to take her length. Dorella was on the floor, sleeping soundly, while Darrell, Jude, and Sadie were sprawled on Lucas's large bed. I looked at the table with leftover pasta in each plate. Everyone had taken more than enough and kept on refilling until they could eat no more. Katie had cooked the pasta, and it was evident that she was a great cook. Just then, Lucas came in and saw me seated with my back against his bed. "Would you mind stepping out for a while?" he asked, and I hated the way I quickly got to my feet. Okay, I said, and walked to him. We both went to the rooftop, tiptoeing, so we didn't have to run into anyone on our way. The breeze was heavenly, and it combed through my hair gently. He sat at the edge and placed a covered dish next to him. I sat next to the covered dish, and he opened it. It was a pie. I chuckled. "You really made it." "Yes, I wouldn't want you telling the family I carried you against your will," he added playfully, and even though I was full with Katie's pasta, I found that there was still space for his pie. I took a slice of his pie and ate, nodding. "This is really good," I said, chewing and placing the plate on my lap. "Thanks," he said, looking down at the streets sprawled out before us. Cars were driving past, and stalls were busy with buying and selling. The pretty lights filled the place. The night was alive, and it was beautiful. "Wow, this feels heavenly," I said, biting into his pie as I looked over at all the bustling activities going on. "This is why I love the rooftop. It's peaceful," he replied, and I smiled. For me, it seemed like it was more beautiful because we were together. If I was alone, such beautiful sight would make me cry after thinking of beautiful moments. But with him, it was different. I didn't have to think of sad things. I only needed to think of how beautiful it felt that he was with me. Just then, he pulled back my hair, and I turned to him. Then he touched my earring. "It's been catching my attention. Small, but beautiful," he said, staring at the earring like he'd love to try it on. "You like it?" I asked silently. "Yeah," he replied, having no idea how his small touch affected me. It made me want to lean into him, touch him, hug him. I closed my eyes tight to blot out such thoughts, and he bent to look at me. "What's the matter?" he asked. I'm a little sleepy," I lied. "Do you want to go in?" "No," I said too quickly. Do you mind if I lay my head on your shoulder?" I asked, and it felt like someone else had spoken those words. He chuckled and shook his shoulder, telling me I could. I moved closer to him and laid my head on his shoulder gently. He was warm, and the warmness alone was enough for me to fall asleep. How would it feel to fall asleep in his arms again? I looked at his fingers. They were not too manly, but they were pretty, and I wanted to put mine in them. They were large enough to cover mine, so I kept wondering how it would feel. I closed my eyes for a brief moment, and when I opened them, I was somewhere else. Shit, I slept off, I said in my head, and took a deep breath. I opened my eyes wider. We were in Lucas's room, and he was sleeping right in front of him. The sun shone a little on his face and turned his brown curls into golden ones. His curls weren't completely curled up. They were waves on his head. They fell over his eyes but couldn't cover his long, dark lashes. It reminded me of when I had seen him the morning after we accidentally slept together. He had been enchanting that time, and he still was. I swept back his hair from his face with my finger, but then I heard Dorella yawn, and immediately brought down my hand, closing back my eyes, and hoping she hadn't seen a thing. I'd be so embarrassed if she had seen anything like that. I kept my eyes closed and could hear the others waking as a result of Dorella's loud yawning. "Gosh, I slept well," Sadie muttered, and Darrell yawned loudly. "Where did Lucas sleep?" he asked groggily. "He's down here," Dorella replied, getting to her feet. My eyes remained closed as they all began to wake, and I didn't know when I drifted once more into sleep. The next time I woke, no one was in the room. I went to my room, stretching, brushed my teeth, and took my bath before going down to the kitchen, where I saw something quite shocking. There was Lucas and Katie kissing, Emily's pove. I turned away quickly, staring at the wall closest to me. Did I see well? Were my suspicions of the previous day right? Did Lucas like her? Were they dating? Since when? I began to walk away, not wanting to be caught in such an uncomfortable situation. Blindly, I walked away from them and winded up in the garden. I plopped onto the grass and tried to erase the image I had just seen from my head. I felt so wronged, angry and jealous at the same time. They were probably having the best of time with each other. Why would Lucas flirt with me all night and kiss another woman the next morning? Okay, we were just plain friends, but... Damn, friends, I spat. Why was I mad? I myself had said it so many times that we were just friends and nothing more. Just friends. Friends alone. It stung to think that he might decide to reciprocate Katie's feelings. But did he really see me as just a friend and nothing else? It felt really weird. I had never felt that way before. Not knowing how to describe what I felt or why I was getting so possessive over a friend. I chewed on my finger, thinking of how my day seemed spoilt before it could even begin. But was Sadie still going to try to make us even when Lucas had someone in his life? I had better warn her because I didn't want to be seen as someone who stole another woman's lover. It had been done to me, and I hated it. Surely I didn't want to do it to someone else. I spent most of my time in the garden until I figured it was best to get on with my work. Katie was in the living room, and I tried to read the giddy joy that ought to be on her face, but there was nothing like that. She simply stared at her laptop, typing furiously. "Did John perhaps leave my work for today with you?" I asked, and she looked at me. "Yes, here it is," she said, and I took it from her, not exactly in a gentle manner. I sat and looked over it. He wanted me to make a table of all the employees in all his companies, their positions and salaries. I rolled my eyes and began to work. "How was your night?" Katie asked. "Nice." Why was she talking to me? "You slept on the floor, so I wondered if you probably need some pain relief patches," she offered. "No," I replied curtly. "Okay, I was just asking." Why was she asking? Did Lucas complain of pain? Was that why she was asking if I was also in pain? Well, I felt fine and didn't need any pain relief patches. I wasn't sore anywhere and slept quite well. I was cranky all day and didn't want to talk to anyone. Luckily, John wasn't home, else if he tried to talk to me, I'd have blown up and said a lot of nasty things to him. Even when Sadie returned from school, I didn't reply as sweetly as I ought to. Want some cookies? I bought them on my way, and, no, I replied curtly. No, you haven't even tasted them yet. Can't talk, Sadie, I'm working. Wow, we've gotten rid of Mandy, the broken engagement, and you being pregnant. So now you think you don't answer to me because I no longer have anything to blackmail you with? She asked. Didn't think about that, but I guess it's true. I no longer have to put up with you. I replied, and she hit her fingers all over my keyboard, typing in random letters, deleting, and doing damage to my work. Sadie! I screamed as she hit it hard and walked away. She was being dramatic. When Lucas returned from work, I didn't know how to feel. Annoyed, cranky, sweet, normal. I didn't wish to reply curtly with him, but he was the main reason I had been a wreck all day. I think we're having dinner without the family. The whole Mandy thing left them speechless, he said, heading towards the dining. The maids served dinner, and we all ate in silence. What's wrong with the mood? Lucas asked. Emily's cranky. She's been cranky all day. Sadie reported immediately. Is that true? He asked me. No, I replied and wished I had more to say but didn't. See? Sadie said, looking annoyed. Thanks for the meal, but I think I must go home now, Katie said, getting up from her seat, and Lucas nodded. Was he going to escort her? Take her home? Well, I'm sleepy, Sadie said, also leaving. After some minutes, I decided my curiosity wouldn't let me be. Do you like Katie? I asked. Like Katie? He asked, giving me a queer look. He wasn't going to lie, was he? You didn't want us to reveal she had also done wrong yesterday. Oh, Katie isn't like Mandy. She didn't like it, and she already stopped sleeping with John. She used to be scared of him, and that's why she did as he said, but gradually I managed to talk her out of it. She no longer sleeps with him, he said, but still I was troubled. Why are you taking her side? I asked, dropping my cutlery. Side? Are there other sides to take? He asked. Why are you taking the side of the lady who slept with a man I was engaged to? I knew I was just jealous and wanted to hear it directly from him that he didn't like her, but I couldn't help myself. Emily, he said, looking a little surprised. If you like Katie, you can have a happy life with her, I said, getting up. I enjoyed dinner, I added, and left the dining table. That wasn't what I wanted. I cried inside me. I wanted to talk and smile, but my stupid mouth kept on saying whatever it wanted, and my body too. They were ganging up against me, betraying me, all because I was jealous. Emily's povee. I wanted to hit myself if I could, but of course, I couldn't. Maybe a written apology the next morning would do. I didn't want him thinking I was taking his friendship for granted. I got to my room lazily and opened the door feeling like shit, only to scream as I saw Lucas sitting on my bed with his legs crossed. I looked behind me like I would be able to see him sitting at the dining. What was he doing there? Who was the person I left at dinner? Lucas? Do you think it's a ghost? I left you at dinner. Oh, I took the other way and raced you to your room, he said, and my cheeks flushed. I could feel the mean, nasty girls in me ready to resume the fight. Gosh, why won't they rest? They should just stop. I didn't want to fight. I only wanted answers because my brain wouldn't stop coming up with nasty answers of its own. Oh, are you jealous? He asked, and my eyes opened wide. Jealous? Why would you say that? Why would I be jealous? There's no way I can be jealous. Of who? Who am I jealous of? Why would I be jealous? There's nothing to be jealous of. You saw Katie kiss me, right? He said with a smile. Why was he smiling? Me? I asked, prepared to lie. Wait, wasn't that the both of you? It was Katie alone? I asked, blowing my cover. I bit my lip hard. Just keep your damn mouth shut, Emily, I chided myself. So you saw. Well, I didn't say anything about it. You were jealous all day, seeking for an explanation no one gave, and was cranky to everyone. Am I right? No, you're completely wrong. I wasn't jealous. I was having a bad day. A bad day because you saw that? He asked, smiling. No, you really like misunderstanding people. If you like her, you can be with her. I never said anything. You want me to say I don't like her, he said, chuckling. What's so funny in this? I'm just a little possessive of my male friends. That's all. You don't have to make it some kind of big deal, I said, blushing furiously. Katie kissed me this morning. I already know. Why telling me? I asked in a low voice. She kissed me this morning and said again that she liked me and couldn't help herself. I was a little shocked and didn't expect it, so I was a little dumbfounded, but I told her. Told her what? I asked, moving to lean against my wardrobe. I told her I had no feelings for her and that I didn't think it would be wise for her to wait. I said it would be better if she tried to forget it and that I probably liked someone else. He explained, and my cheeks felt hot. Who? That meant he liked someone, right? Who was that? Me. No, don't get too ahead of yourself. He's not crazy enough to like his nephew's almost wife. That was cruel. You gave her a bad day, I said slowly. You were crueler and gave her a worse day by making her feel uncomfortable and bad. She'd have been more hurt. Don't make me feel guilty. If she comes tomorrow, I'll say something to her, I said, and he smiled. That will be nice. So, that's it for me. I need some sleep, he said, getting up and leaving. When he did, I squeezed my lips, but that didn't stop them from giving way into a smile. He didn't like her. He liked someone else. That isn't you, Emily. I needed to snap myself out of whatever daydream I was falling into. I would get my heart broken twice. Also, I didn't have feelings for Lucas, so if he asked me out, I would have to say no. Wait, would you really say no? I asked myself and bit my lip hard. I looked out the window and saw Sadie moving towards the garden. Oh yeah, I had really been a jerk to her too. I left my room and made my way to the garden. She was sitting alone and I knew she would be angry. Sadie, I called and she looked up. We now have nothing to do with each other. Don't talk to me and I won't talk to you. We can still be friends. No, I don't want to be friends with you. Sadie, I called, moving closer to her. Don't come close, I'll bite. All right then, would you miss on a grand opportunity to blackmail me? I'm going to give you one. Emily, you should. I saw Katie kiss Lucas and got really mad and cranky with everyone because I didn't want him to like Katie. You have me now. You can tell everyone of my obsession with a friend if I don't do what you say. They'll kick me out. They're only looking for one slight thing that'll prove to them I like Lucas, so they'll get angry and ask how I dared to like my ex's uncle. Then they'll push me out. I just gave a dangerous secret. I said, and I saw her hide a little smile. Well, you're a fool, a huge one. I know that. Don't think I'm not going to use it. I'll do what you say, I said, even though I was aware I was pushing myself into further doom. You'll participate in my matchmaking. Of course. I replied, all right, we're back as boss and errand man, she said, getting up and bouncing off, and I bit my lip. Did she just become more annoying with her words? Wait, don't just go, I said, going after her. She didn't stop walking quickly, not until we got to the poolside and saw Dorella and Katie standing there. What were they saying? Didn't Katie leave? What if she heard me talking to Lucas in the dining room? No way. That was impossible. I was sure she left the house. But what was Dorella? I like you, Katie. Emily's povie. Katie looked like she'd been hit by a ball flying through the air. She stared at Dorella speechlessly, unable to say a word. She had probably never expected to hear something like that. I know it's weird, and you never expected this, but I'm sorry. This is who I am, and you're who I like. Actually, I don't want to cause you some inconvenience because I know you don't like me, but I just thought I had to say it out. If I want to be at peace with myself, then you should know I've always been soft for you. Dorella said, staring into Katie's face, searching out the unspoken words. You. Not Darrell? I'm gay, remember? Oh. I know you're flustered, but this is just to get it off my chest. It's been bothering me for a while now, and I really needed to say something. Dorella said, placing her hands behind her back and dealing harshly with her fingers. Thanks. I don't know what to say. Am I saying the wrong thing? I'm really sorry. I had no idea, and I guess I should thank you for telling me, but I'm not gay. Katie said, and I could see her fingers wrapped tightly around the strap of her bag. She was really nervous. I know that. Dorella's gaze fell painfully to the ground. But I'm sure there's someone way better than me that would like you too. You're a prize, Dorella, and only someone worthy should get you. It's really brave of you to say this, and trust me, I know how it feels when your feelings aren't reciprocated. Don't let this weigh you down, okay? Okay, Dorella said, still looking at the ground. It's late. I should get going, she said, and patted Dorella's shoulder before turning and walking away. Dorella watched her go, and when Katie was out of sight, she walked into Lucas' mansion. We followed carefully, trying not to make a sound, but we were caught in the hall because she stood there in the dark and we didn't notice. I knew you guys were there. I sensed your presence, she said, walking out of the dark into the lit-up foyer. We followed her into the living room. She sat on the sofa and stared into blank space. How do you feel? Sadie asked her. Pain, sad, unhappy, Dorella replied. It's completely fine. Katie also got rejected today, I said. By whom? Lucas. Whoa, Lucas rejected her? Yes, he did, I replied. She sighed. This really hurts more than I expected, but I guess I'm glad it's out of the way, she said, leaning back into the sofa. You'll be fine. I promised to introduce you to a friend, didn't I? You'll meet her soon, Sadie said with a smile, and Dorella got to her feet. We'll be looking forward to that. Well, thanks, guys. I guess it's good night for me, she said, heading out the living room. Good night, Emily, Sadie said, leaving my presence. I went to the kitchen to get myself water before tumbling into bed and met Lucas in the kitchen, making pasta. Hey, he said. Hey, I returned with a smile, opening the fridge slowly. I had originally intended to take water, but I found myself reading the names of all the drinks in it. Looking for something to drink? Yeah, I'm thirsty, and I don't want water, I heard myself say. Then I took out a can of cola and closed the fridge. Did you know Dorella was gay before Mandy busted her? I asked, leaning against the fridge and opening the tab. Yeah, I didn't let her know I was aware of her being gay. I wanted her to tell me herself, he replied, and I nodded slowly before raising the can to my lips. Do you want some pasta? He asked. I don't think I'll take that offer. Dinner was a little too much, I replied with a smile. But it smells delicious. Unlike you, I didn't stuff my dinner down my throat because I was angry. I barely had enough, he said, and I laughed. I didn't stuff it down. I just ate it enjoyably, I replied, and watched him turn the pasta in the pan expertly. Okay, you know what? I think I'm up for some pasta, I said, making him chuckle, as I kept my eyes on the reddish beauty bringing out hot steam. The next morning, I turned and tossed in bed as the sun hit my face. I didn't want to wake yet. I was having an enjoyable dream, except that as I turned and tossed, the dream which previously made sense gradually began to make no sense. In the end, I opened my eyes and glanced at the alarm clock. It's 10 already? I asked myself as I sat up, rubbing my eye. That was an advantage of being an in-house secretary. I could wake whenever I wanted and do whatever I wanted, as long as I finished my work for the day. Pasta with Lucas had been really enjoyable. The pasta was delicious and worthy of being served in a restaurant, and having to watch him while he spoke was an eye candy. I took my bath and dressed in a white shirt and black skirt, preparing to get my day started. I walked across the halls to John's office, but ran into Katie on the way. She handed me some files, and I checked them out. Does John really need these things, or he's just trying hard to find something for me to do? I asked her, and she shrugged. Go and ask him yourself. Of course, I can't do that. I'm not his right-hand man. And it's not my duty to see to it that you get to do important work all the time, is it? She asked, folding her arms, and I wondered why she was being so thorny. All right, I'll just keep doing these pointless work then, I said, then made to go. I have something to ask you, she said, and I stopped. What's that? Do you like Lucas?